Chapter 1251. Hair Mistress Battle. These are just a few immortal goo, so what? Ing Wu Xie spoke in a profound voice. As long as our plan succeeds, all your losses can be compensated. Being able to let go is the mark of a wise person. Moreover, we are not just abandoning them senselessly, instead we are leaving them behind to confuse the enemy and get some precious time for ourselves. Bai Ningbing snorted. Why do I feel like you are intentionally weakening my strength? You are thinking too much. The enemy is outside. You can also choose to stay behind and personally control this goo formation to help us delay the enemy. Ing Wu Xie glanced at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered with sharp light before finally nodding. I shall go with your plan then. It was not that she did not want to fight by herself, but facing such a powerful Fang Yuan, she did not have any confidence in winning. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, 9th Peak. Central Continent's group of 5 immortals were plotted against by Hair Mistress. They were all wrapped around like cocoons by her blue hair. What killer move is this? My immortal essence is rapidly being consumed. Ah! Yu Yeezy suddenly shouted. His whole body suddenly burned with bright flames. But the fire was actually not able to burn the blue hair. Instead, large amounts of water vapor emerged from the hair, drenching Yu Yeezy. My fire is Earth Furnace Fire. Even melting rank 7 goo material only is a matter of minutes, but it actually cannot burn even a single strand of this hair. Yu Yeezy was extremely shocked. Ha ha ha, it is useless. My move is blue hair constriction. The longer the time taken to activate it, the stronger it becomes. Ever since old ancestor Shui, who began refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, I have been activating this immortal killer move without stopping. Just think of it and you will know how long a time it has been. Hair Mistress lay down on her bed again, laughing heartily. Moreover, I did not completely lie to you. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is indeed already covered in a super goo formation. My battle strength has reached rank 7 in here, while all of you have been weakened. Surrender obediently, and allow yourself to be captured. Maybe you will still have a chance for survival. Humph, you are too simple-minded. Right at this time, an illusory shadow flew out of a blue cocoon. The hair cocoon was not damaged at all, but this phantom figure had strangely passed through the cocoon. The figure shortly turned from phantom to solid. It was none other than Spirit Affinity House's rank 7 goo immortal. Buzenzi. Hair Mistress's expression sank. So there was a phantom path goo immortal. No wonder you can escape my blue hair constriction. While she spoke, a huge amount of blue hair shot out from the ground, hard as needles, supple as snakes, and shot towards Bu Zhenzi. Bu Zhenzi smiled brightly. You are still too inexperienced to be able to hurt me. He again turned into phantom form, this time entering another blue cocoon. The goo immortal inside this cocoon was Zhao Lianyun. Right now, she was activating her immortal killer move to guard against the cutting and strangling of the blue hair. Bu Zhenzi came to her side suddenly, giving Zhao Lianyun a fright at first. I will count to 3, deactivate your defenses, and follow me. Bu Zhenzi put his hand on her shoulder, as he instructed this. Zhao Lianyun thought, if I stop my defensive killer move, would I not be shred into pieces by the blue hair? However, she thought again, Bu Zhenzi would absolutely not deceive her, and decided to believe in him. At the next moment, she let go of her defense and stopped activating her defensive method. The blue hair immediately moved towards her, but Zhao Lianyun had already turned into phantom form. Then, both phantoms rushed out of the blue hair cocoon. Hair Mistress finally paled with fright. Bu Zhenzi cultivated phantom path. It was normal for him to be able to turn into phantom. But it was unusual to be able to turn others into phantom as well, and even being able to affect those he had turned into phantom. Phantom path goo immortals were very few in number. Bu Zhenzi was no doubt an exceptional talent among them. It was because of these methods that Spirit Affinity House was confident in him being able to ensure Zhao Lianyun's safety. After Bu Zhenzi rescued Zhao Lianyun, he repeated the same thing, rescuing the other 3. The 5 Central Continent goo immortals then started to surround and attack Hair Mistress. However, even with 1 against 5, Hair Mistress was not at a disadvantage. Blue hair coiled around her whole body, dancing around like snakes and at times, standing up like a wall, as it dissolved all the offenses of the 5 goo immortals. She clearly has only rank 6 cultivation, but actually has rank 7 battle strength. I have also found there are indeed traces of a super goo formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Get out of my way, let me attack. Mu Ling Lan moved away from the 4 immortals and activated his immortal killer move. Howl. Wolf howls resounded. 3 giant light blue water wolves appeared from thin air and charged towards Hair Mistress while brandishing their teeth and claws. Hair Mistress's hair wall was broken again and was unable to stop the water wolves' offense. She quickly rose up and broke out of the ceiling into the air. The 5 Central Continent goo immortals immediately flew up to give chase. Hair Mistress soon fell into a passive state. Although her battle strength was rather strong, Zhao Lianyun's side had the numerical advantage. Hair Mistress's offense lowered as she started to defend more. Most of her blue hair was destroyed. The remainder had curled up into a ball that firmly protected her. This immortal killer move is truly terrifying at CA. And absorb and release energy. A portion of our immortal killer moves are absorbed by it and released back against us. Even my snake wave stab cannot pierce through this hairball. Mu Linglan wasolim. Bu Zhanzi suddenly transmitted his voice to Mu Linglan. Mu Linglan's expression shook. Let's try again then. He accumulated energy for a while before suddenly pointing out his right index finger towards the continuously revolving blue hairball. At the next moment, a water snake half a foot long flew out from his fingernail. The small snake was lifelike, completely formed from water, and was deep blue in color. The water snake was extremely fast, but right now, under Mu Linglan's control, it intentionally flew slowly. At this moment, Bu Zhanzi suddenly used his immortal killer move, turning the water snake into phantom. The water snake was easily able to pass through the hairball and appeared in front of Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress turned pale from the shock, quickly activating her second defensive killer move. But the water snake turned into solid, breaking open Hair Mistress's defense and piercing straight into her heart. Hair Mistress gave a sharp screech as her soul escaped out of her body. The hairball detonated. A huge number of short hairs shot out everywhere like sharp arrows. Central Continent's 5 immortals could only concentrate on defending themselves and let Hair Mistress' soul escape. We won. Hair Mistress is dead. Only her soul is left now. Shi Zhengyi was extremely excited. Good teamwork. Bu Zhanzi and Mu Linglan looked at each other and smiled. These 2 rank 7 Gu immortals had made the biggest contributions in defeating Hair Mistress. First, Bu Zhanzi rescued them from the cocoons. Then Mu Linglan was the main attacker. Yu Yizi, Zhao Lianyun, and Shi Zhengyi were only supporting figures. The battle ended. The 9th peak turned silent. What should they do next? The 5 immortals discussed and soon came to a consensus. They would first retreat and wait for the other forces from Central Continent to arrive. With just the 5 of them, how could they go against the whole of Snowy Mountain? Forget about other Gu immortals, just old Ancestor Shui, who alone was an opponent they could not beat. However, the 5 immortals found they were unable to leave this place. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was a public blessed land. The whole blessed land was pieced together. Its defense could not compare to a normal blessed land. But there was a super Gu formation arranged here. Even Bu Zhanzi's phantom transformation method was of no use. Damn it, we don't have a formation path Gu immortal among us. If we had a formation path great expert, maybe we could decipher the profundities of this Gu formation. Mu Linglan wrung his hands in disappointment. There had been multiple formation path Gu immortals specially mixed in among the Central Continent Gu immortals sent. Unfortunately, because the unexpected collapse of the spaceless tunnel, not even one formation path Gu immortal was among this group of 5. The 5 Central Continent immortals helplessly found that even though they defeated Hair Mistress, her soul escaped, while they were trapped in the 9th snowy peak, unable to escape from this super Gu formation. What should we do? They looked at each other, feeling great pressure. How could they not feel pressure? This was the enemy's base. The rank 8 Gu immortal old Ancestor Shui, who could crush them with just his fingers. Did you all find something strange? We have already been here in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land for a while now, but no one has actually come. Yu Yizi suddenly spoke. The other 4 immortals had the same feeling. It is indeed strange. We have invaded Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and battled Hair Mistress. The commotion was huge, but besides Hair Mistress, no one else has appeared. Our fight with Hair Mistress was not a short one, but no other Gu immortals came to reinforce her. Old Ancestor Shui who did not appear, it could be because of our rank 8's pride. But the other Gu immortals should have allied and besieged us. There is no way they are holding back now. Mu Linglan, Bu Zhanzi, and Yu Yizi pondered over this, and felt it was odd. Right at this time, inside Zhao Lianyun's immortal aperture, Love Gu suddenly activated. A powerful immortal Gu aura rose from Zhao Lianyun's body. Such a majestic aura caused the other 4 immortals' expression to change. What a powerful aura. Is it a rank 9 immortal Gu? I remember this aura appeared in the spaceless tunnel as well. So, it was you who protected us. Mu Linglan, Yu Yizi, and Shi Zhengyi stared at Zhao Lianyun, dumbfounded. Zhao Lianyun, however, did not have control over her body. Her eyes had rolled back, showing her whites. Her legs were a foot above the ground. Her head was slightly raised, and she was emitting chuckling sounds. Don't disturb her. This is Love Gu's power. Bu Zhanzi quickly spoke. Love Gu. Spirit Affinity House's signature immortal Gu was actually brought here by Zhao Lianyun. The other 3 immortals were extremely shocked. Bu Zhanzi smiled bitterly as he explained to them. After a while, Zhao Lianyan woke up. I know all the secrets of this goo formation now. The four immortals were joyous. This was because of love goo. Mu Linglan's eyes were wide open. Zhao Lianyan nodded. Quickly explain it to us. Bu Zhanzi urged. Chapter 1252. Fate Reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation. This formation is called Fate Reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation. It was set up by Sun Minglu, using over 10 immortal goo. The crucial point is it irrigates the water of Reverse Flow River, thus it has extremely astonishing power. Zhao Lianyan explained in a heavy voice. Love Immortal Goo had activated of its own accord, using up large amounts of immortal essence in Z. Hao Lianyan's immortal aperture. It had all sorts of effects, and this time, it had let Zhao Lianyan directly obtain the origins and history of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Reverse Flow River? That legendary Reverse Flow River? Yu Yizi's eyes opened wide. Right, it is the Reverse Flow River recorded in the Legends of Rinzhu. Zhao Lianyan nodded. The Legends of Rinzhu stated, Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River were the three obstacles inside the door of life and death. Back then, to save his eldest son, verdant great son, Rinzhu had traveled to Obsession Death Domain but had failed. Rinzhu could only pass through the three obstacles to revive once again. In the end, Rinzhu had passed Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, but had failed in Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Who could have thought it was an old ancestor Shui whose hands? Bu Zhanzi sighed. Mu Linglan spoke. Supposedly, in the past, thieving heaven demon Venerable had relied on ghostly concealment to enter the door of life and death, and moved Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley out, but was unable to take Reverse Flow River. I never expected Reverse Flow River to be taken by someone as well. Mu Linglan was a supreme elder of Spirit Butterfly Valley. This ancient sect was most skilled in information gathering, so Mu Linglan knew many secrets. This group of immortals soon accepted this fact. Since Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley could be taken away, it was not that strange for Reverse Flow River to appear as well. The main thing now is how to break this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Bu Zhanzi emphasized. But Zhao Lianyan shook her head. It is almost impossible to break this formation. Even a rank 8 goo immortal will be trapped and not be able to extricate themselves. Although there are no rank 8 immortal goo used in this super goo formation, this super goo formation perfectly utilizes Reverse Flow River, which allows it to display endless might. Zhao Lianyan explained slowly while the other four immortals listened speechlessly, no longer having the intention to break the formation. This super goo formation has completely remodeled snowy mountain-blessed land, using the 15 snowy peaks as the formation cores to form a solid defense. If a goo immortal charges into the formation, they would be forcibly sent to different snowy peaks depending on their cultivation. If it was a rank 7 goo immortal, they would be sent to the snowy peaks with rank 7 goo immortals to fight. If it was a rank 8 goo immortal, they would be sent to old ancestor Shui who. Herr Mistress' words had some truth and some lies, and were not completely nonsense. The fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation could indeed amplify the strength of the goo immortal in the formation cores. It could let rank 6 goo immortals have rank 7 might, and, while it could not let rank 7 goo immortals have rank 8 strength, there would still be a tremendous boost. Moreover, this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation also imitated Regret Pool, having some mysterious abilities of Time Path. The truly wicked thing was any goo immortals that died within the formation would be considered as sacrificing their life to this formation, helping Lady Wanshou, who was in the center of the formation, refine Ma Hongyun. No wonder when we killed Herr Mistress, her body and immortal aperture turned into ashes and disappeared. Although her soul escaped, her soul must have already dispersed completely due to this formation. Who could have thought Sun Minglu could actually construct such a level of super goo formation? Such a powerful formation, even the 10 great ancient sects might not be able to match it. Sun Minglu is Northern Plains' publicly recognized #1 formation path grandmaster. According to rumors, he has an unyielding nature and highly values ties of friendship. He did not associate himself with the demonic path. Earlier, old ancestor Shui who had put down his pride and invited him repeatedly, but Sun Minglu did not yield to such an expert. In the end, he was touched by old ancestor Shui whose love for Lady Wanshou, and helped Lady Wanshou construct a refinement path goo formation. But from the looks of it now, creating such a wicked refinement path goo formation, this Sun Minglu is not a good person. The Central Continent goo immortals discussed. That means if we go out of the snowy peak, we will be forcefully separated and have to fend for ourselves? Bu Zhanzi asked. Zhao Lianyan nodded. It should be the case. We appeared here because of love immortal goo's strength. Love Goo was a rank 9 immortal goo. Its might surpassed the whole super goo formation, so it could make the 5 goo immortals appear at the 9th snowy peak together. However, right now, Love Goo did not activate. This group of 5 would be separated by the goo formation once they stepped out of the range of this snowy peak. Bu Zhanzi frowned deeply. This was extremely bad news. He was given the task to escort Zhao Lianyun, to protect Zhao Lianyun, as well as Love Goo. But now, this super goo formation would separate them, and there was nothing he could do. How about this? Fairy Lianyun, enter my immortal aperture. I don't believe this super goo formation can influence my immortal aperture? Bu Zhanzi hesitated before making up his mind. The immortal aperture of a goo immortal was their greatest secret, and normally, they would not let others enter. However, Bu Zhanzi knew the significance of this matter and decided to make a sacrifice, letting Zhao Lianyun in. They could only do this because Zhao Lianyun did not have a true immortal aperture. Hers was a phantom aperture. Heavenly Court's phantom aperture had advantages as well as disadvantages. A disadvantage was that it could only store immortal essence, goo worms and will, but could not be managed and developed like normal immortal apertures. It also had to be replenished at set intervals of time and could not last forever. An advantage was that it could store immortal goo of any rank, just like Zhao Lianyun currently could store love goo, and not have to worry about this rank 9 immortal goo bursting the immortal aperture. However, after attempting it, Central Continent's goo immortals found that they could not even open the entrance to their immortal apertures. Clearly, Sun Minglu had considered this issue when he constructed this super goo formation. This flaw was not in the goo formation. The goo immortals fell into an awkward situation. They had gotten rid of Hair Mistress, but they themselves were trapped here. But there was good news. They did not need to worry about any reinforcements or the rank 8 old ancestor Shui who making a move against them. Because in this super goo formation, each snowy peak lord guarded one peak and could not leave it. Any rank 8 goo immortals whom invaded snowy mountain blessed land could not fight rank 6 or rank 7 snowy peak lords and could only fight old ancestor Shui who. This rule restricted old ancestor Shui who as well. Old ancestor Shui who could not make things difficult for rank 6 and rank 7 invaders. The reason for this rule came from reverse flow river. Humans aspired to move up the social ladder, while water flowed downwards due to gravity. These were rules of the world. With rank 8 as the high point and rank 7 and rank 6 as the low, the higher-ranked goo immortals could only look for those of similar level or fight with stronger goo immortals. In the whole goo formation, the first snowy peak was the highest point. The invaders must move on to other peaks and could not leave. This was the might of reverse flow river. The legends of Rinzhu recorded that even Rinzhu was not able to successfully emerge from the river. But this reverse flow river was, after all, only a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Sun Minglu used the plentiful Dao marks in this secluded domain to create the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. And as the main parts of the formation, old ancestor Shui, Hu, and the snowy peak lords were also unable to go against this rule. If it was not reverse flow river and was one or more other immortal goo, the goo immortals could control the formation by themselves and create an environment favorable to themselves, instead of being in such a rigid situation like now. But regardless, even though there was this flaw, snowy mountain blessed land was a solid fortress, easy to defend but hard to attack. With this goo formation helping him, it was no wonder that old ancestor Shui, who felt extremely confident and did not hide the commotion of refining fortune rivaling heaven goo. Even if he wanted to hide it, he might not necessarily be able to. The crucial thing was that he was no T afraid of goo immortals attacking. Instead, he was even waiting for them, because the goo immortals who died in the goo formation, whether it be enemies or his own side, they would turn into fuel which would help him refine fortune rivaling heaven goo. Since that is the case, we might as well stay here and wait for the response from our reinforcements. Bu Zhanzi suggested. This suggestion was approved by the other Central Continent goo immortals. They were now familiar with the details of this goo formation, but it was not of much use. Zhao Lianyun frowned, but she did not argue. After all, Ma Hongyun was at the first peak that was the center of the goo formation used to refine goo. Even if Zhao Lianyun and the group charged through the many snowy peaks and reached the first peak, they would have to face the rank 8 goo immortal old ancestor Shui Hu. Black Heaven, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. We have discovered a small group. South Desolation Immortal breathed out deeply. Ah, where? Yao Huang asked. They actually ran right inside snowy mountain blessed land. Strange. South Desolation Immortal was uncertain. Although he knew Central Continent goo immortals had entered the spaceless tunnel, he was not aware that an unexpected mishap had occurred in the spaceless tunnel. He had thought he could find the majority of Central Continent's forces, but he only discovered a small group. However, this discovery included Zhao Lianyun, an important person. Love Immortal Goo. The reason South Desolation Immortal woke up was due to this. Snowy mountain blessed land. Yao Huang frowned. Not all the central continent Gu immortals have appeared. South Desolation Immortal shook his head. Maybe this is their plan of luring enemies, but whether it be rank 8 Gu immortals or immortal Gu houses, there are none of them. Yao Huang's frown became deeper. Just like when Fang Yuan confronted Ing Wuxie, he did not take out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, but it had instead caused Ing Wuxie to be even more apprehensive. The situation of Yao Huang and South Desolation Immortal was largely similar. If the Central Continent Gu immortals had all appeared, they would be able to use all their strength to deal with them. However, only 5 people appeared, which instead caused South Desolation Immortal and Yao Huang to not understand what the Central Continent Gu immortals were planning. Was this some kind of sinister plot? Are they brewing some special plan? South Desolation Immortal thought about it before deciding. Let this group of Central Continent Gu immortals fight with Snowy Mountain Blessed Land first. The important thing is still the larger portion of the Central Continent group. Until this larger portion appears, we will just watch the events from the side. Okay. Yao Huang nodded, but was guessing inwardly. Lord South Desolation is aware about the situation inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. This is not Lux Upres. Shaun Heavenly Palace's ability. Does our side have an insider in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Chapter 1253. Courting Death. Eastern Sea. The sword dragon kept on breathing out sword light. Rays of white dragon breath struck the Gu formation, causing the Gu formation to truly sway. Something is not right. Ing Wuxie and the others are not fools. Their immortal essence expenditure while activating the Super Gu formation is far greater than mine. But they are actually maintaining the stalemate without retreating and letting me attack. Do they have some other plan? Fang Yuan was attacking furiously. Although he was not able to break the formation, he firmly held the initiative. Thoughts were surging in his mind, and had not stopped even for a second. They should know I have the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle. Are they not afraid of me using the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle to penetrate space and enter the formation? Or is this Gu formation a trap to deal with my upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle? Or could it be that Sixth Hair has already learned from Langya Land Spirit that my upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle is only an egg, thus they are not afraid? Wait. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped attacking and dived inside the sea. While under the sea, he waited for a reaction from Ing Wuxie's group while activating an immortal killer move. Chi Lux Sensation. They are indeed all inside the Gu formation. Fang Yuan relaxed. It seems I was thinking too much. Fang Yuan continued to attack the Gu formation, but he gradually discovered the Gu formation was only passively defending and there were no signs of Ing Wuxie, Bai Ningbing, or the rest. Fang Yuan suddenly had a thought and stopped attacking again. Right now, he was holding the initiative, and he could choose freely whether to attack or not. On the other hand, the enemy was defending and in a very passive situation, not knowing when Fang Yuan would attack, and they had to maintain the Gu formation all the time, which consumed their immortal essence. Fang Yuan stopped his offenses, and besides maintaining the sword dragon transformation, he did not need to use up any immortal essence, thus his expenditure was even lesser. The silent confrontation lasted for an hour. Fang Yuan gradually realized the fishy situation. The Gu formation was like a deep pool, and no commotion was visible inside. The enemy was actually firmly deciding on maintaining the stalemate with Fang Yuan. Ing Wuxie seems to have some other motive that requires the safe environment created by the Gu formation. No matter what, I cannot let him continue smoothly. I should quickly take action and destroy the formation. It seems I can't continue to hide this trump card. I need to use it early. Ing Wuxie's plan had come into effect, and Fang Yuan's Chi Lux sensation was misled. But Fang Yuan still had sharp judgment regarding the situation. He firmly acted without hiding any trump cards. If it was earlier, Dragon Brie. ADH would be his strongest weapon, but it was different now. At the next moment, a dragon roar resounded over an enormous surrounding distance. Ancient battle formation. Omnidirectional travel. Ing Wuxie's vision suddenly changed, and when his vision was stable, he was already at the regional wall. This was Eastern Sea's blue water regional wall. It was deep blue, and was like a giant screen that connected heaven and earth, expansive and boundless. The 4 Gu immortals, Tai Bai Yunsheng, had entered He Lu Land's immortal aperture. Standing in front of the vast and mighty regional wall were as small as ants. Once they entered, the ancient battle formation could not be used, and they could only move by themselves. Because using Gu worms or immortal killer moves in the regional wall would shake their immortal apertures, the ancient battle formation would cause this even more, and the backlash would be extremely big. Just as they were looking at the regional wall, Ing Wuxie's expression changed. Bai Ningbing also subconsciously looked back, her eyes letting out sharp light as she stared at the direction they came from. The Gu formation has been broken. Bai Ningbing spoke in a heavy voice. So quickly. He Lulan was also moved. She thought of when she was trapped, and compared it to how quickly Fang Yuan had broken the formation. Even if she was inside and he was outside, it clearly showed his terrifying battle strength. Did he use the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle? He Lulan quickly thought of a possibility. No, Bai Ningbing shook her head. Fong Yuan had broken the goo formation, but did not discover anybody and was not able to obtain any goo worms. Once the goo formation was broken, the goo worms would all self-detonate. How could Bai Ningbing leave behind resources for the enemy? Although the losses were huge, the scene when Fong Yuan attacked had been shown to them. In a battle between goo immortals, information was a crucial and very important factor. Bai Ningbing, Ing Wuxia, and the group naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity to gather information. Fong Yuan used a completely new killer move. It is probably a recent creation of his. Ing Wuxia spoke. This killer move is terrifyingly powerful. Bai Ningbing's expression was heavy. Unless we have a method which targets it, we won't be able to last a few breaths of time, even if we combine our strengths. What? He Lulan took a sharp breath. Even the silent and expressionless Shirnu was visibly terrified. Ing Wuxia knew the situation was far from good. He had arranged the formation and planned to delay for time. Although his plan succeeded, he had not expected it to delay him for just such a short period of time. They would have to spend some time in passing the regional wall. The crucial thing was that the nature of the sovereign immortal body made it so that the sovereign immortal body could travel through regional walls freely, without any restriction. Ing Wuxia naturally already knew about this. The super goo formation was forcefully broken. Fong Yuan has discovered we are not there. He will definitely use Qilek sensation again and search for us. If we enter the regional wall, even if I consider the best-case scenario, according to Fong Yuan's previous speed, he will certainly be able to catch up to us. We would then have to fight with him inside the regional wall. So, should I not enter this regional wall? Ing Wuxia began to let out cold sweat. His heart felt like it was pressed under an enormous weight. Ing Wuxia judged the situation. He clearly knew his side was already on the brink of life and death. Even though they were not under attack right now, if they did not handle the following situation properly, they would be in danger of dying. And whether they could get out of this danger or not would depend on his plan. The heavy pressure weighed down on Ing Wuxia's shoulders. This did not concern only his survival. It also concerned the goo immortals beside him. Alright, Ing Wuxia did not care about the safety of the goo immortals beside him. He did not even fear his own death. But if he died, who would save the demon venerable's main body? Shadow Sect was in ruins currently. He was the only hope left. How could this be? How could Fong Yuan's battle strength rise to such a level in such a short time? He cannot even use wisdom goo. How did he make deductions? Could it be that he gained some powerful wisdom path methods? Deducing immortal killer moves could not be done in a matter of days. Fong Yuan's trump card was too abrupt, catching Ing Wuxia off guard. I have already used up the method to confuse the enemy. If we enter the regional wall, we will definitely have to fight Fong Yuan. Our side is at a great disadvantage. Ing Wuxia was very clear on this. Using immortal killer moves in the regional wall would cause backlash, but Fong Yuan did not have such a restriction. The 5 regional walls were the perfect places for him to fight. Even rank 8 goo immortals might be in a bad situation. Because when rank 8s entered the regional walls, they would face much more restriction than rank 6s or rank 7s. Naturally, rank 8 goo immortals moved through Black Heaven or White Heaven and would not stupidly travel to and fro through the regional walls. If Ing Wuxia persisted on entering the regional wall, undoubtedly, he would be taking a huge risk. Fong Yuan had shown his trump card. Even without counting the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, just this trump card alone made Ing Wuxia feel he could not go against Fong Yuan. No, there is still Bai Ningbing. Ing Wuxia suddenly had a thought, secretly glancing at Bai Ningbing. He immediately felt the alliance was an extremely good decision. At the same time, he also felt some emotions, who could have thought he would actually have to rely on Bai Ningbing's strength at this moment. This was truly, what goes around comes around. The trajectory of fate had countless changes. He, the Grand Ing Wuxia, would actually have to rely on Bai Ningbing, who had been arranged as a pawn before. But how much strength does Bai Ningbing have? It has not been long since she inherited Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. Ing Wuxia did not have much confidence as he thought on it. He then thought, but if don't enter the regional wall now, we can only wander around in Eastern Sea. Omnidirectional travel is also not a method that can be used repeatedly and requires some time before it can be used again. If so, we will sooner or later be found by Fong Yuan. More importantly, this is Eastern Sea. All the goo immortals on my side are of other regions. Ing Wuxia's physical body was a western desert immortal zombie. Bai Ningbing was a southern border goo immortal. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan were from northern plains, and Shirnu was from central continent. There was not one Eastern Sea goo immortal. Foreign region goo immortals would be marginalized in other regions, and even be hunted. Although this was not too common in Eastern Sea, one should not forget that Fong Yuan was an Eastern Sea goo immortal. Sovereign immortal body. It could completely blend into any region and become a goo immortal of that region. When the time comes in which both sides battle and Eastern Sea Goo Immortals appear and Fang Yuan had the upper hand, it goes without saying that the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals would help Fang Yuan. Few people would provide help when one desperately needed it, but there were many who would add fuel to the fire. So, if we stay in Eastern Sea, we might not only be facing Fang Yuan but other Eastern Sea Goo Immortals as well. Ing Wu Xie smiled bitterly. After experiencing many setbacks, he had matured immeasurably. Thinking through all elements comprehensively, it was incomparable to the past. Moreover, Fang Yuan still has the upper extreme heavenly eagle. We must go to northern plains. Snowy mountain-blessed land is our only hope. We can use the rank 8 Goo Immortal to kill him. After considering everything, Ing Wu Xie finally made a firm resolution and flew straight into the regional wall. Several hours later, a sword dragon flew over from far away. Trying to enter northern plains? This sword dragon was Fang Yuan's transformation. Everything was like Ing Wu Xie expected. After he broke the Goo formation, he did not discover any trace of Ing Wu Xie and the rest. How would Fang Yuan not understand that the other side had made a ploy to escape? Fortunately, he had not hesitated to expose his trump card and forcibly destroyed the Goo formation. Otherwise, he would still be in the dark. It seems that although Qi Luck sensation can detect the target, it can also be misled. Then this target I am sensing, will it also be false? If it was false, Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. After all, this was his ONL.
Iklu.
But if it was real, I can get rid of you all in the regional wall. All of you are actually traveling in the regional wall in front of me. You are courting death. Chapter 1254. Love becomes the problem. Waiting was often long and difficult to endure. Shi Zhengyi was unable to sit still, pacing back and forth in the large hall. Yu Yizi was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. He spoke with dissatisfaction. Can't you rest properly? Don't move back and forth. Shi Zhengyi yelled. I have already rested enough, Sai. How long do we have to wait? Until the other group arrives. Bu Zhanzi spoke. If they don't come, do we continue waiting forever? Zhao Lianyun frowned. She was also somewhat impatient. When fighting with Hair Mistress, the 5 immortals were all wholeheartedly focused and did not feel anything. Now that they were cooped up in here, every second became unbearable. Zhao Lianyun was feeling even worse, like a fire was burning her heart. Bu Zhanzi frowned and was about to speak. But at this moment, Zhao Lianyun spoke again. You must have some thoughts. All of you have seen and even personally gone through the final moment in the spaceless tunnel. Do you think that perhaps the other Goo Immortals have died there? Impossible. Shi Zhengyi was the first to refute it, as he glared at Zhao Lianyun with anger. His father, Shi Go, was among those Goo Immortals. Zhao Lianyun's words were like predicting his father's death. Zhao Lianyun ignored Shi Zhengyi's attitude, continuing. You are all aware that we came here because of Love Goo's power. But the other Goo Immortals did not get such help. Even the immortal Goo houses were on the verge of destruction at that time, let alone Goo Immortals. If there are no reinforcements, how long do we wait for? The other Goo Immortals had slight changes in their expressions. They actually had such worries, but it was just that they did not take the initiative to speak up. Now, Zhao Lianyun had brought up this topic. Bu Zhenzi thought and spoke in a deep voice. Your speculation is not impossible. But even if there are no reinforcements, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects will send a second group of Goo Immortals. Zhao Lianyun continued. Can the second group of reinforcements reach here? You have all experienced the difficulties and dangers we faced on our way. Can spaceless tunnels still be used a second time? Even if it can be used, can we be at ease using it again? Bu Zhanzi firmly stared at Zhao Lianyun's eyes and spoke solemnly. You need to believe in our sect. Zhao Lianyun, you are Spirit Affinity House's fairy. The sect is your biggest backer. If you don't believe in even the sect, who can you trust? Zhao Lianyun sharply sensed Bu Zhanzi's displeasure. But she disregarded it and continued. Even if the sect sends reinforcements and they reach here, what about the time? When will they arrive here? What PRI? Will they have to pay? Will there be mishaps again? This is Northern Plains, not Central Continent. Bu Zhanzi was silent. He was unable to retort to Zhao Lianyun's words. Zhao Lianyun let out a breath of air. In short, I don't want to wait any longer. You have to wait even if you don't want to. Bu Zhanzi frowned in anger. He stared at Zhao Lianyun. Both did not retreat and were fixated on their own stance. Zhao Lianyun's eyes were soon filled with mist. She moved her sight and looked the other way. If, during this time, Hongyun is killed, what would we do? Can you make a guarantee? In truth, Zhao Lianyun was feeling more and more afraid as she waited. What she was afraid of was not her own safety. Instead, under the situation where the reinforcements were far away, waiting could not solve the problem. If during this time, Ma Hongyun was harmed by old ancestor Shui Hu and successfully used as a goo material to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. This would be Zhao Lianyun's lifetime regret. In the future, when she recalled it, she would be filled with extreme regret. Regret that she had once been so close to Ma Hongyun, charging into snowy mountain-blessed land, and fate gave her a perfect opportunity, but she did not take it. The blurry view of the first peak could be seen from the 9th peak. It was such a short distance, but she just kept on waiting here, losing the final chance. Zhao Lianyun did not want to see such a thing happening. That result would make her feel sadness and pain that was worse than death. The other 3 immortals did not find it convenient to meddle in the quarrel between Zhao Lianyun and Bu Zhenzi. After all, it was Spirit Affinity House's internal matter. Bu Zhenzi retorted. Even if you don't want to wait, can you save Ma Hongyun? Even if you are able to defeat other Snowy Peak lords, don't forget that you will have to face old ancestor Shui Hu in the end, because Ma Hongyun is kept at the first peak. I know. Zhao Lianyun clenched her fists, her voice becoming sharper. But you said as well that before old ancestor Shui Hu, we will have to deal with the other 10 or so Snowy Peak lords. We can get rid of them first. In any case, rank 8 goo immortals cannot act against us in this goo formation. With this, once our reinforcements arrive, we can directly attack the first peak, saving time and energy. Bu Zhenzi was furious, his expression turning dark. Then I will speak frankly. This super goo formation amplifies the enemy's power while weakening us. If we leave this place, we will be forcefully separated by the formation and transported to other snowy peaks. Will each of you be able to fight them alone? In the previous battle, Mu Linglan and I led the main attack. What help can you 3 rank 6s bring? Bu Zhenzi spoke bluntly, but the 3 rank 6 goo immortals were not able to retort because what he said was a fact. Zhao Lianyun lowered her head in silence. For a while, before she raised her head and said, "Then I am going to use love goo again." Bu Zhenzi scoffed. Who do you think you are? Will love goo listen to you and allow you to control it? Back then, even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not able to refine love goo. That is because he did not receive the acknowledgement of love goo. Zhao Lianyun retorted. So, what you are saying is that all the other fairies of Spirit Affinity House were useless? Not even one of them was able to control love goo. Bu Zhenzi sneered. How would I know without trying? Zhao Lianyun was persistent. Bu Zhenzi laughed, and was just about to speak when Zhao Lianyun had already taken action. She called out in her heart, "Love goo, oh love goo, please display your might. Take the 5 of us to another snowy peak." Love goo did not even budge, as if it was dead. Zhao Lianyun was unwilling to give up. She continued to pray and beg in her heart. Bu Zhenzi noticed Zhao Lianyun's stillness, and was about to speak. But right at this moment, love goo's aura rose from Zhao Lianyun's body and, at the same time, bright radiance covered Zhao Lianyun. The other 4 immortals were extremely shocked. All of their eyes were wide open as they stared fixedly at this sight. Mu Linglan could not help but say, It seems like the time when we left Spaceless Tunnel and appeared at snowy mountain-blessed land. It was this aura and also the light. Continue, don't stop. Shi Zheng urged. At the next moment, the light moving around Zhao Lianyun seemed to act on its own, as it spread towards the other 4 goo immortals. Like this, we can charge our way towards the other snowy peaks. Maybe it can directly take us out of snowy mountain-blessed land. Shi Zheng was hopeful. Bu Zhenzi's mouth was wide open, unable to say a word at this moment. The shock he felt was much more intense than the others. Love goo cannot be controlled. This is absolutely true from history. Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was left without options. But why? Why? Why is love goo so obedient in Zhao Lianyun's hands? Could it be that Zhao Lianyun is the strongest fairy in the whole history of Spirit Affinity House? No, it is more likely because of her status. She is an otherworldly demon. Could it be that otherworldly demons and love goo complement each other? Others cannot control love goo, but an otherworldly demon is an exception. Countless thoughts welled up in Bu Zhenzi's mind, like surging waves in the sea. While he was thinking, the space behind him suddenly ruptured and turned into a fist-sized black hole. The black hole let out an unimaginable suction force, forcibly dragging in Bu Zhenzi. A person as strong as Bu Zhenzi, a rank 7 goo immortal, was unable to do anything and was directly dragged in, disappearing from the spot. At the same time, the same thing happened to other goo immortals. In the blink of an eye, this large hall was empty and silent. We have left the 9th snowy peak. Bu Zhenzi held feelings of shock as he sized up his surroundings the moment his feet landed on solid ground. This was similarly inside a large hall. But this hall was different from the previous one. The previous hall was decorated and beautiful and seemingly emitted feminine aura, while this hall was majestic and grand, with a masculine air emanating from it. Which snowy peak is this? Bu Zhenzi had this thought. But shortly afterwards, his expression suddenly changed as he shouted, "Damn it!" He found that he was the only one in the whole hall. The other 4 Gu immortals were nowhere to be seen. He sobered himself up. Looks like I was overthinking it. Zhao Lianyun might be an otherworldly demon, but how can she control Love Gu? Love Gu is still unreliable and has countless abilities. Who knows when it will act up? I was sent here. What about the others? Where are they? It would be best if they were together. Zhao Lianyun would be slightly more safe then. But if Zhao Lianyun is alone, Bu Zhenzi did not dare to continue thinking. Right at this time, an inky black shadow crept near him from the ground and silently attacked him. Bu Zhenzi's instincts set off warning signs. He quickly jumped back and dodged. But the shadow was like a viper, extremely fast, and within a breath of time, it had pounced towards Bu Zhenzi's feet. Turn Phantom. At the crucial moment, Bu Zhenzi used his specialty as a Phantom Path Gu Immortal, turning into phantom form. The shadow helplessly passed through him, reaching behind Bu Zhenzi. Chapter 1255. Zhao Lianyun's death? Clap, clap, clap. A series of claps could be heard. It is indeed Phantom Path. A Gu Immortal showed himself. This person was tall and well-built, with residues of a beard on his face. His eyes had no white color, being completely black. The most eye-catching thing was he had a skin-like black cloak draping behind him. Bu Zhenzi's pupils shrunk slightly as he recognized this person. Since the Central Continent Gu Immortals had come to save Ma Hongyun, how could they not have information on snowy mountain-blessed land? So, it is Shadow King. Bu Zhenzi lightly spoke, pointing out the other Gu Immortal's identity. At the same time, he also realized he was now at the 7th peak of snowy mountain-blessed land. Previously, this 7th peak's owner had been Xue Songzi. However, after Xue Songzi died, a demonic path Gu Immortal joined of his own accord, and it was this person. In fact, snowy mountain-blessed land was a place which Northern Plains demonic path Gu Immortals were attracted towards, especially those demons who were wanted by Huangjin tribes, needing to find a reliable backer like old ancestor Xuehu. Perhaps there were also some Gu Immortals, wanting to prolong their lives, who joined snowy mountain-blessed land because of Lady Wanshou. Naturally, because old ancestor Xue, who was refining fortune rivaling he. Even Gu, it caused the morale of the members of snowy mountain-blessed land to drop. Shadow King looked at Bu Zhenzi and laughed. You guys from Central Continent truly came running into death. It isn't certain who dies yet. Bu Zhenzi sneered. Is that so? Shadow King suddenly turned into a pitch-black shadow, pouncing towards Bu Zhenzi. Rumble. At the next instance, muffled explosions resounded from the 7th snowy peak. The large hall shook, large amounts of snow that had accumulated on the mountain rolled down, forming a small avalanche. Different from what Bu Zhenzi had expected, Zhao Lianyun was not alone but also was not with all the other immortals. 12th peak. Both sides had already started fighting. Oh, 2 little ants, see how I step on you and send you to death. The 12th Snowy Peak Lord called out, and stepped fiercely with his right leg. The 12th Snowy Peak Lord had transformed into a giant with the head of a bull and body of a human. His 2 legs had also turned into thick and firm bull legs. Bam! The bull legs stomped, creating a deep pit. The Peak Lord had powerful might. The 2 Central Continent Gu Immortals quickly retreated. One was Zhao Lianyun, and the other was Shi Zheng-yi. Zhao Lianyun was slightly pale. The enemy was a giant while she had limited battle experience. This no doubt created strong mental pressure on her. Shi Zheng-yi had rolled away on the ground, barely dodging the bull leg. He was clenching his teeth. Damn it. He turned around and stood up from the ground. Take this. Leleleleel. Shi Zheng-yi opened his mouth, flicking his tongue like a fast mechanical spring. With every flick, a crimson sword light shot out from the tip of his tongue at an extremely fast rate. Zhao Lianyun was speechless for a moment. Normal people could only curl up their tongue, some might not even be able to do that. It was the first time Zhao Lianyun had seen someone's tongue actually contracting and darting forward like a mechanical spring. The crimson sword light was extremely sharp. The 12th Snowy Peak Lord had transformed into a giant which had thick skin and a sturdy physique, but the crimson sword light opened up holes all over his body. So painful. The 12th Peak Lord cried out in pain and raised his arms to protect his head. For a moment, he could only defend and could not attack. All his momentum from before was suppressed. So powerful. Zhao Lianyun praised. Naturally, this is my vital immortal Gu, sword tongue Gu. Shi Zheng-yi flicked his tongue, sending out crimson sword light while also replying to Zhao Lianyun. The strange thing was that his voice was clear even then. Are you a sword path Gu immortal? Zhao Lianyun asked. No. I cultivate information path. Shi Zhengyi replied, speaking while still fighting, so you are so strong. Zhao Lianyun had a new level of respect toward Shi Zhengyi, this person who had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and was somewhat lacking in brains. Hee, I have sworn to defeat all the evils and demons in the world. Shi Zhengyi looked quite pleased and smug. Don't be so happy. The 12th Peak Lord roared. Boom. An overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from his giant body. The majestic aura shot everywhere, creating a huge airwave. Not good. It is an immortal killer move. Defend. Shi Zhengyi and Zhao Lianyun defended with all their might, but it was of no use. The airwave was extremely powerful. The two were like a pair of small toys, easily sent flying. With the 12th Peak Lord at the center, the floor tiles of the hall started flying all around, turning the whole scene into chaos. Thump thump, Zhao Lianyun and Shi Zhengyi crashed into the walls, throwing out mouthfuls of blood. Their whole bodies were suffering from intense pain, their internal organs were bleeding, and their bones were fractured. With one attack, the 12th Peak Lord had completely turned around the slight disadvantage, and now had the upper hand. This is a chi path killer move. How could it be so powerful? Zhao Lianyun and Shi Zhengyi endured the pain and struggled to stand up. The two were sent flying and were quite far from each other right now. How was it? Did you like my Zhao Denyo's immortal killer move, Rising Heaven Bolt Chi? You are young and also powerful. Unfortunately, my battle strength is amplified in this formation, and it has risen to rank 7 level. How can you possibly compete with me? Ha ha ha. Zhao Denyo laughed loudly. His laughter filled the hall like a huge wave. Watch as I stomp you to death. Suddenly, Zhao Denyo stopped laughing, gazing malevolently at Shi Zhengyi. He bent his waist and knees and suddenly jumped towards Shi Zhengyi like a small hill. Rumble. A loud crashing sound echoed as Zhao Denyo pressed Shi Zhengyi to the ground. Shi Zhengyi. Zhao Lianyun cried out in shock. This was a horrifying sight, being crushed by the heavy Zhao Denyo. Would Shi Zhengyi not be turned into meat paste? But the next moment, Zhao Denyo's back protruded up. Shi Zhengyi stood up from below, lifting Zhao Denyo up with his hands, and with a yell, he actually pushed Zhao Denyo away. This was like a small rabbit pushing away a lion. This unimaginable scene caused Zhao Lianyun to open her eyes wide. What? My transformation has the weight of a desolate beast bull. You actually pushed me away? Even Zhao Denyo found it unbelievable. Shi Zhengyi was coughing up blood. After pushing away Zhao Denyo, he knelt down on the ground, extremely tired. This is the power of justice. Shi Zhengyi spoke with difficulty. Don't speak. You are coughing up too much blood. Zhao Lianyun called out. Bullshit justice. Zhao Denyo pulled himself together and charged towards Shi Zhengyi again. He was extremely huge, but right now his speed was like the wind, not fitting with his body size at all. In he blink of an eye, Zhao Denyo was right in front of Shi Zhengyi. Look at the power of my justice. Shi Zhengyi shouted and actually collided head-on. Bam! A muffled sound echoed. Zhao Lianyun felt pain in her body just from hearing the sound. Shi Zhengyi was like a small ball that was thrown far away, coughing up large amounts of blood. Then, like a broken sack, he fell to the ground, his blood dyeing the path red. I will kill you. Zhao Denyo was just about to rush forward and give a fatal blow to Shi Zhengyi, but he had just stepped forward when he found his whole body was tied by a bright silver chain. At the other end of the chain was Zhao Lianyun. She had already been preparing to activate her immortal killer move. Unfortunately, real battle was different from practice, especially this intense atmosphere which caused Zhao Lianyun to fail twice in activating her killer move. But it was fortunate that Shi Zhengyi had stalled for time, and Zhao Lianyun finally succeeded on her third attempt. Immortal killer move, life-locking silver chain. Cough cough. Thank you, this killer move is really beautiful. Obtaining precious time for a breather, Shi Zhengyi crawled up from the ground, coughing up blood in between his words. Don't speak. You're still coughing blood. Zhao Lianyun was worried for him. You don't understand. I cultivate information path. By continuing to speak, I can heal my injuries. The louder I shout, the more powerful my attack becomes. Shi Zhengyi spoke of the reason. Little girl, you are annoying. Zhao Denyo roared and exerted strength from both of his arms, trying to break the chains on him. But no matter how much strength he used, he was unable to break these chains. Since it's like this. Zhao Denyo gave a malevolent smile, activating the killer move Rising Heaven Bolt Chi. Boom. An intense explosion shook the hall. The surging airwave erupted once again, and this time, it sent the ceiling of the hall flying. Clang clang. Crisp sounds echoed as the silver chain broke into countless pieces. Before these chain fragments touched the ground, They turned into specks of silver light and disappeared completely. Zhao Denyo used his main killer move to destroy the life-locking silver chain, and was free now. On the contrary, Zhao Lianyun and Shi Zhengyi were struck by the airwave again. Both coughed out blood as they fell to the ground, unable to stand up. Damn it. Shi Zhengyi wanted to climb up, but his whole body was on the verge of breaking apart. As for Zhao Lianyun, she had already fallen into a stupor. Her injuries were worse than Shi Zhengyi's. Because life-locking silver chain was forcefully broken, Zhao Lianyun had suffered backlash. Adding on Zhao Denyo's immortal killer move, her injuries had worsened. She had rank 9 Love Immortal Goo, but from the start of the battle, she had not seen Love Immortal Goo being activated. Love Immortal Goo could not be controlled. Even if it showed its strength, it might not necessarily be the correct solution to the problem. Darkness. The stupefied Zhao Lianyun felt she was floating amidst boundless darkness. This is the feeling of death? So this is death? I must be the biggest failure of a transmigrator in history. I actually died at the hands of an irrelevant side character. Let me just go down like this. After I die, I won't have to feel so exhausted and anguished anymore. Chapter 1256. For the sake of love and justice. As she was thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun suddenly heard a sound coming from the darkness. This sound was calling out her name. Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun. Who is calling for me? I hear my name. Why do I feel that this voice is so familiar? I remember, isn't this my voice before I lost it? Zhao Lianyun suddenly recalled a scene of the past. It was during the time of the imperial court contest. Zhao Lianyun's father had died, and she was treated as a political chip for an arranged marriage. However, she went against this fate by relying on Ma Hongyun. In just a short while, she had turned from a wealthy young miss to an orphan. One day, Ma Hongyun brought her to a valley. Look, I found a good place for you. Ma Hongyun looked pleased. Zhao Lianyun gazed around, but when she discovered this was just a common small valley, her mouth uncontrollably twitched. What is special about this? Isn't it just a normal valley? There is not even nice scenery. What are you saying? Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide. Valleys are very rare in northern plains. Here, let me teach you. Shout at the valley with your name, and the valley will reply to you. Like this. Ma Hongyun took a deep breath, then yelled to the valley. Zhao Lianyun. An echo soon came from the valley. Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun helplessly rolled her eyes. Foolish people are the happiest. What is strange about echoes? I truly haven't seen anyone as dense as you. Ha ha ha. Ma Hongyun rubbed his hair. Others have said I am an idiot. I am truly an idiot. How could I be as smart as Lady Xiaoyun? But when I felt sad in my childhood, when I was teased by others and no one played with me, I used to run to the valley near my home and shout at the valley. I call my name once, and the valley will reply back to me once. When I call again, the valley will reply again. It played with me, never abandoning or ignoring me. Unless my voice was not loud and clear enough. I saw you were not feeling happy recently. There's probably no one to play with you, right? I have to be beside the young clan leader and cannot accompany you all the time, so when you are unhappy, come to this valley and play with it. Zhao Lianyun did not speak. She looked at Ma Hongyun, who had an earnest expression. A feeling of pity rose in her heart. This Ma Hongyun is so silly, but he is not bad at heart. He must have lived a why sad life since a young age. Even now, when he works under young clan leader, he is scolded frequently. But I have never seen him cry in sorrow. He is always smiling the whole day. Forget it, let me play with you then. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun took a deep breath and called at the valley with her name. Ma Hongyun was so happy, he almost danced when he saw Zhao Lianyun following his words. That's wrong. You should shout louder, be louder. Zhao Lianyun shouted once again. Ma Hongyun shook his head. You are still not loud enough. The valley can hear you only if you are loud. It is not responding to you now because it is not able to listen to you. Zhao Lianyun took in a deep breath and shouted with her loudest voice. Zhao Lianyun. The valley replied. Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hongyun laughed heartily. Zhao Lianyun also felt very refreshed. All her sadness seemed to have decreased, and her mood also brightened. Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun. In the darkness, the voice shouted constantly. Zhao Lianyun, what are you doing? Don't be lost. Zhao Lianyun, you are not alone. Heaven and earth is with you. As long as you shout loudly, heaven and earth will hear you. Zhao Lianyun, wake up. There is someone who is still waiting for you to rescue him. That person once stood beside you, accompanied you to watch the stars, accompanied you to call out to the valley. Go help him. Go help him. He must be feeling lonely now, or maybe even afraid. Shout loudly. Send out your voice. Let him know you are coming. Let him know he has to persevere. Let him know he has hope. Yes, I will save him. How can I fall here? Zhao Lianyan suddenly opened her eyes. She had woken up from her stupor. The moment she woke up, she found her whole body was burning with a pale blue light. This blue light was let out by love immortal goo. Zhao Lianyan's injuries rapidly recovered, and her condition was soaring. The blue light also shone towards the surroundings. Zhao Denyo retreated step by step, his face filled with horror. What is this light? It is heavier than a mountain. This aura, what immortal goo is this? Shizheng Yi was similarly bathed in the light. He suddenly stood up, feeling inexhaustible energy within him. His injuries had already disappeared, and his condition had reached an unprecedented peak. Thank you, Zhao Lianyan, leave this to me now. All you evildoers, I will strike you down. Take my fist of justice. Shizheng Yi shouted loudly. The louder he shouted, the more powerful his immortal killer move became. A giant fist of light rose up from his body and struck towards Zhao Denyo. Boom. Like the roar of thunder, Zhao Denyo's defensive methods were broken. A bloody hole appeared in his wide chest from which one could see the wall behind him. Zhao Denyo's eyes gradually lost their luster before he fell down. Bam! His body collapsed on the ground, no longer moving. Several breaths of time later, his body, soul, and immortal aperture turned into pure energy that was absorbed by the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Haha, justice prevailed. Shizheng Yi raised his fist and yelled. Zhao Lianyan smiled from the side. Northern Plains, Licorice Regional Wall. Dragon roars resounded throughout the surroundings. Ingwu Xia, where do you think you are going? It was Fang Yuan in sword dragon form, who had finally caught up to Ingwu Xia and the group, under Qi Luck Sensation's guidance. Ingwu Xia and the group immediately turned around and faced Fang Yuan, their expressions extremely solemn. Ingwu Xia had said Fang Yuan would catch up to them, so the 5 immortals were already mentally prepared for it and not panicked. Right now, they were waiting for the start of this vicious battle. The sword dragon roared, opening its mouth wide, revealing fangs that were sharp like spears and very ferocious. Its eyes were ruthless and cold, emitting bone-chilling, killing intent. Without saying any nonsense, Fang Yuan directly charged forward. To kill. If you want to go against my lord, you must go through me first. The loyal Shirnu took a step forward, standing in front of the group, and raised his right hand. A tall and thick rock wall immediately rose up and formed an obstacle. Boom, boom, boom. At the next moment, the rock wall was pierced through repeatedly. Fang Yuan had used his dragon breath. The extremely sharp rays of dragon breath shot forward and gathered into a rain of sword light that pierced through the rock wall, moving towards the 5 immortals. Hei Lulan gave a cry, breathing out small fire birds from her mouth. These small birds could act on their own. They moved towards Fang Yuan's dragon breath. The fire birds collided into the dragon breath, turning into balls of flames that dissipated in the air. Angry bird? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. This was clearly a fire path method. He had not expected Hei Lulan to use it. The external appearance of these fire birds made Fang Yuan think of blazing heaven demonis. Back then during the battle in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, along with Shark Demon, Su Bai Man as well as the one-finger flow shark, were unable to beat blazing heaven demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis' immortal killer move, Angry Bird, had left an extremely deep impression on Fang Yuan. But the firebirds Hei Lulan used were different from the true Angry Bird. After Hei Lulan's Strength Path Immortal Goo were sent to Fang Yuan, she suffered from a lack of Strength Path Immortal Goo to support her battle strength. In Eastern Sea, she then chose to cultivate Fire Path, which was not complemented by the Strength Path Dao marks in her body. She possessed a Fire Path inheritance. When Blazing Heaven Demonis met Hei Lulan, she secretly handed her Fire Path inheritance to Hei Lulan. Blazing Heaven Demonis felt extreme guilt towards Hei Lulan and thought of every way to compensate her. Hei Lulan received the Fire Path inheritance and had not cared about it originally, feeling she would not use it in her whole life. But who could expect the way events unfolded? Under strange coincidences, she chose to focus on Fire Path. Naturally, she did not have even a trace of Fire Path Dao marks in her. But she possessed all the immortal goo of Blazing Heaven Demonis. This matter would have to be traced back to before the Battle of Tian Mountain. To refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, Spectral Soul had no choice but to sacrifice the whole of Zombie Alliance, using the countless immortal zombies as immortal materials to further the progress of refinement. Zombie Alliance was underneath Shadow Sect from its establishment, and was controlled by Shadow Sect. It was just that many immortal zombies did not know of this fact despite joining Zombie Alliance. Zombie Alliance had gone all out in establishing super goo formations to protect immortal zombie corpses. But in truth, this was a perfect excuse and a way to keep them in captivity. Using this chance, Shadow Sect assassinated all the immortal zombies. It did not matter if the dead apertures of the immortal zombies existed or not, but the immortal goo in them were all safely stored. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's immortal goo were all still hidden in Dark Flow Giant City. Ingwuxia and He Lulan were far away in Eastern Sea, but there was still Sixth Hair in Northern Plains. Dark Flow Giant City was hidden in the depths of Earth Trench. Sixth Hair quietly sneaked in and used his methods to take away all the immortal goo of Blazing Heaven Demonis, sending them to Ingwuxia. After Ingwuxia refined them, he gave them to He Lulan. He Lulan already had Blazing Heaven Demonis' true inheritance, and with the immortal goo as well, she could almost replicate all the methods of Blazing Heaven Demonis. Fang Yuan did not know of this before, but now that he saw these fire birds, he immediately had a pensive look. The sword-light dragon breath continued to be breathed out. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly acted and added the protection of cloud rings around the other goo immortals. Chapter 1257. Ruthless Sword Dragon. Tai Bai Yunsheng mainly cultivated Time Path, but man as before and landscape as before were traded to Fang Yuan, so he chose to cultivate Cloud Path. He already had a foundation in Cloud Path, and with Shadow Sect not lacking on Cloud Path true inheritances, the defensive method he used right now was quite good. However, after Tai Bai Yunsheng placed a cloud ring around his allies, his expression turned pale. When Goo Immortals use their immortal killer moves inside the regional walls, their immortal killer moves would tremor. Using the immortal killer move 5 times caused Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture to tremor 5 times, inflicting huge losses. Interesting. Fang Yuan smiled cynically. Sturdy, his dragon body moved in a zigzag fashion and lightly flew to the sky. Ingwuxia and the rest looked somber. In this regional wall, every movement of theirs was performed with difficulty, having to constantly resist the formless repulsion and attraction forces. On the contrary, Fang Yuan could move easily and freely. Fang Yuan flew high above, immediately gaining control of the situation. He looked down from above and moved around, breathing out dragon breath constantly. Sword light fell down towards the heads of the 5 immortals like rain. Defend, don't split up. We can't fight him alone. Ingwuxia shouted loudly, reminding everyone. Seeing the sword light falling towards them, Ingwuxia suddenly roared, letting out an incomparably sharp screech. Immortal killer move, Soul Howl. Soul Howl's power completely covered the sky, but did not affect the surrounding Goo Immortals in the slightest, showing Ingwuxia's outstanding control. Fang Yuan's offenses were immediately suppressed. The sword-light dragon breath clearly stopped for a moment, before quickly recovering. Since I am going against Shadow Sect, how could I not have prepared against soul path attacks? Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. He was already mentally prepared. However, he did not have a method to protect his soul against soul path immortal goo, so he was hit by the attack and affected. But his soul's foundation was extremely robust. He was completely able to endure the attack of Soul Howl. It would not matter even if his soul was injured because he had Guts Goo. Damn it. Ingwuxia cursed while blocking the sword-light dragon breath. He knew Fang Yuan had Guts Goo. Guts Goo was only immortal goo, but it came from Dang Hun Mountain and was beyond ordinary. A secluded domain of heaven and earth like Dang Hun Mountain had an enormous amount of Dao marks. The total surpassed even rank 9 immortal goo. However, secluded domains of heaven and earth had scattered Dao marks, though they could be of the same type and closely linked together. While rank 9 immortal goo were fragments of the Great Dao, they could be controlled by a goo immortal to bring out mysterious powers. Rank 9 immortal goo and secluded domains of heaven and earth could not truly be compared and evaluated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sword light fell down like rain. The 5 immortals were stifled. There were traces of sword cuts everywhere on the ground. The 5 immortals naturally did not like being suppressed like this. The best way to deal with such a focused attack was to separate and dodge. But if they did that, Fang Yuan would have the chance to attack them separately. But the 5 immortals would not take being beaten down passively. Nu had finally finished his preparations as he activated an immortal killer move. Rumble. Muffled sounds echoed continuously. Earth shook. A large hand made completely from soil and rocks rose up from the ground. The large hand spread open and slowly hovered above the 5 immortals' heads, protecting Ingwuxia and the others under its palm. The thick back of the hand took on the sharp dragon breath. Despite the large earth path hand being badly mauled and showing signs of being destroyed, He Lulan had finished preparing her killer move using this chance. She stretched out her right arm, her 5 fingers together with no gaps between them, as she thrust it at the sky.
Boom.
A burning crimson ray of light erupted from between her fingers, and with breakneck speed, it pierced through the whole large hand and rushed towards Fang Yuan. This immortal killer move was astonishingly fast, and it was concealed by the large earth path hand. If Fang Yuan was even the slightest bit inattentive, he would definitely be struck. However, This ray of fire did not hit Feng Yuan and was easily avoided by him lightly moving his dragon body. It actually did not hit.
Hei Lulan's hot sunk.
3 breaths future vision. Hey Lulan did not know that Feng Yuan had such a time path investigative killer move. Strange. Hey Lulan is a strength path Gu immortal and is using fire path methods, but she is actually not impeded by the conflict of Dao marks. It should be from shadow sex methods. After all, sovereign immortal fetus, Gu was designed by spectral soul demon venerable. Hey Lulan's efforts were in vain, and instead gave away some of her details. Soon, the large earth path hand collapsed, and the sword light dragon breath continued to rain down. However, the 5 immortals were no longer as hurried before. Each used their immortal killer moves to defend against the sword light rain. Then how about this move? Let me see how you deal with it. Feng Yuan firmly held the initiative, easily using another immortal killer move. Time path, year beast summoning.
Roar.
A tiger-shaped year beast answered the summoning and appeared in the regional wall, helping Feng Yuan battle. Feng Yuan threw large amounts of mortal year gu, raising the morale of the tiger year beast as it charged towards Wu Xia and the group. Sure Nu felt bitter. The sword light dragon breath was already difficult to cope with. Now there was an ancient year beast worsening the situation. This year beast could similarly move freely in the regional wall. The reason was similar to the cloud beasts. The cloud beasts were life forms of white heaven and were not native to the 5 regions, thus they were not restricted by the regional walls. While the year beasts which lived in the river of time were similar. Allow me. Wu Xia stepped forward and used an extremely similar method. Soul path, soul beast summoning. In the past, spectral soul demon venerable had created soul path, thus Shadow Sect was most proficient in soul path. Hey Fan could think of summoning your beasts, how could Shadow Sect not have similar methods? Wu Xia's method was extraordinary, summoning 3 ancient soul beasts at O. NC. My soul beasts are not influenced by the regional wall, because they come from the door of life and death. Wu Xia's complacency did not last long because he saw that Feng Yuan had already rushed forward. The sword dragon snaked around, flying extremely fast. It grabbed forward with its dragon claws, directly destroying a soul beast's head. Its tail whipped, severing the thigh of another soul beast. It breathed out, dragon breath pierced through the 3rd ancient soul beast. Feng Yuan's sword dragon transformation had outstanding battle strength. The main thing was that Feng Yuan also had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move on him. Ghostly concealment. This made any soul beast unable to sense his existence. Thus, with Feng Yuan's battle strength surpassing the ancient soul beasts and the soul beasts unable to sense him, Feng Yuan had huge superiority when fighting the soul beasts. These soul beasts could not even react before they were severely injured by Feng Yuan. Fortunately, soul beasts did not have a clear weak point on them, otherwise they would have been completely destroyed by Feng Yuan. But even so, the soul beasts had clearly thinned, becoming increasingly transparent. Wu Xia's expression was unsightly, but he simply watched as Feng Yuan destroyed the 3 ancient soul beasts without making a move. Wu Xia inwardly thought, it doesn't matter, even if you kill these 3 ancient soul beasts, so what? I can use the killer move again and summon another 3 ancient soul beasts. What is found everywhere in the door of life and death? Souls and soul beasts. But at this time, Feng Yuan suddenly gave up on attacking the ancient soul beasts and activated Sword Escape. Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan's speed suddenly erupted, leaving behind an afterimage in his original spot.
Fast. Fast. Fast.
Tai Bai Yunsheng could not react at all, and was struck by Feng Yuan's claws. The cloud ring protecting him directly collapsed, his stomach was torn open, and his large intestines spilled out. He did not die. Feng Yuan was surprised. He had wanted to use Dragon Breath. After all, the Dragon Breath was the most powerful weapon of his sword dragon transformation, but at the crucial moment, a layer of ice had sealed his mouth out of nowhere. Feng Yuan could not open his mouth, thus he chose to use his claws. But his speed was too fast and rushed. Feng Yuan could not use his full strength. As a result, most of the strength of his claws was offset by Tai Bai Yunsheng's cloud ring, and Tai Bai Yunsheng thus was barely able to survive. It is Bai Ning Bing. Feng Yuan exerted strength, forcibly opening his dragon mouth, breaking the ice on it. Feng Yuan looked back. His speed was too fast, and right now, he was already a few li away from the 5 immortals. Bai Ning Bing was guarding in front of the 4 immortals. Her icy blue eyes emitted cold light as she stared at Feng Yuan with no
fear.
Quick, quick. Hey, Lulan grabbed Tai Bai Yunsheng's leg and dragged him to the rear. Then, she sat down and used healing methods, but unfortunately, Tai Bai Yunsheng's injuries were severe, and for the moment showed no signs of healing. Once a Gu immortal was injured, it was difficult to heal. Because of the conflict between Dao marks. Once Fong Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation injured someone, it would leave behind large amounts of sword path Dao marks. This was very hard to endure for Tai Bai Yunsheng's fragile human body. Oh, if I had manas before, it would not be so troublesome. Saying this, Tai Bai Yunsheng fainted, his life hanging by a thread. This was after He Lulan used all her healing methods. Damned Fong Yuan, his true target was Tai Bai Yunsheng. Ing Wu Xie's expression was ashen. He could see Fong Yuan's thought process. Fong Yuan was entangled against the soul beasts on the surface, but ever since the battle began, he had been searching for an opportunity. He had probably marked Tai Bai Yunsheng as his target since the beginning. After all, Tai Bai Yunsheng was the weakest among the 5 immortals. Always pick out the weakest enemy first. Tai Bai Yunsheng cannot be counted on now. Ing Wu Xie's expression was heavy. How long had it been since they battled? There was already a casualty on his side. How should they deal with such a strong Fong Yuan? At this moment, Fong Yuan was surprised, feeling something wrong. He stretched out his dragon body, but astonishingly discovered that his dragon scales were covered by a layer of thin ice. Who knows when it formed? Bai Ningbing's gaze is strange. Fong Yuan immediately reacted. If we want to force back Fong Yuan, we need to first restrict his speed. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered with cold light. She had clear judgment of the whole situation. Chapter 1258, Fong Yuan vs. 5, 1/2. Despite becoming an immortal just recently, Bai Ningbing had some advantages over normal Gu immortals. First of all, she possessed one of the 10 extreme physiques, Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, which was the best for cultivating ice and snow path. Similarly to He Lulan's great strength true martial physique, her Dao marks surpassed most rank 6 Gu immortals in the same condition. Secondly, she had become the owner of Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. She obtained Bai Xiang's true inheritance, and had all the Gu worms left behind by Bai Xiang, among which were rank 7 immortal Gu as well. However, there were no rank 8 immortal Gu. Bai Xiang's status in history was slightly inferior to He Fan, but the joint forces of the 5 Xiangs surpassed He Fan by a lot. Bai Ningbing's flaw was that she was not familiar with the immortal Gu and the immortal killer moves. She often failed when activating them, which caused danger of backlash. Nurture, use, and refinement. Using Gu was one of the 3 important aspects of Gu Master Cultivat.
Ion.
To get familiar with her gains, Bai Ningbing had to spend a long period of time in practicing them. As such, she was a long way away from being able to use them freely in real battle. But, at this time, Bai Ningbing's flaw was effectively concealed, because she had Ing Wu Xie, He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and Shirnu beside her. Because of their protection, Bai Ningbing had the time to use her immortal killer move unhurriedly. Fong Yuan's information regarding Bai Ningbing was lacking. On one hand, he thought Bai Ningbing was like Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan, whose battle strength rose after receiving benefits from Shadow Sect. On the other hand, Fong Yuan had used Qi Luck Sensation many times before and had sensed Bai Ningbing, but he could not know matters concerned with Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven and so on. Fong Yuan had thus greatly underestimated Bai Ningbing's true battle strength. If he knew of the truth, he might not have chosen Tai Bai Yunsheng as the first target and marked Bai Ningbing instead. But Fong Yuan had always lacked information path methods, so how could he know about Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven? Fong Yuan had been reborn, but he was not all-knowing. Bai Ningbing's gaze could actually freeze any targets in her sight, slowing down their mobility. This was Bai Xiang's method. After Fong Yuan realized the strangeness, he immediately took measures, flying back and concealing his traces. Visibility was very poor in the Licorice Regional Wall. After Fong Yuan flew back, he immediately disappeared from Bai Ningbing's sight. Bai Ningbing clenched her teeth. Fong Yuan was an old fox, seeing through the limits of her move in just a short while. Even with such a trump card, he doesn't force himself to take risks. Unfortunately, we have especially formulated a battle tactic for this. Bai Ningbing felt regret. The move Fong Yuan used to break the Super Gu formation in Eastern Sea was so powerful that it gave chills to Ing Wu Xie, Bai Ningbing, and the rest. On the way, they had discussed about defensive measures against this method of Fong Yuan. However, Fong Yuan did not use that move the whole time, making the prior preparations of Ing Wu Xie and the rest useless. Unfortunately, I have only just obtained Bai Xiang's true inheritance. This killer move has its limits, but other killer moves can be used together with it to make up for this limit. Bai Ningbing had barely been able to activate this killer move. If she tried to activate another immortal killer move on top of this, she was almost certain to fail. Bai Ningbing was not Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan could do many tasks at once and use multiple immortal killer moves at the same time, but Bai Ningbing had very low attainment in this aspect. Fong Yuan had retreated and hidden himself, but he still held the initiative and upper hand. Under this situation, Bai Ningbing could not take the risk. Once she failed, their arrangement would be in disorder, creating a weakness which Fong Yuan could exploit. Bai Ningbing understood Fang Yuan very well. He absolutely would not give up such an exposed weakness. Even Bai Ningbing was in deep admiration of Fang Yuan's ability to grasp opportunities in a fight. Fang Yuan's scales have been frozen by my gaze. Once he recovers, with his speed, it will be difficult for me to lock onto him with my sight. Bai Ningbing pondered. Fang Yuan's burst of speed in ancient sword dragon form was astonishing by itself. Adding on sword escape and his sword path Dao marks, even the rank 7 expert Yi Lui Kunxing had died at his hands. Bai Ningbing knew she had been able to use her freezing sight earlier because Fang Yuan was unprepared. Now that Fang Yuan was on guard, when he used that astonishing speed again, this immortal killer move's effectiveness would decrease drastically. It seems I can only change my tactics, Bai Ningbing immediately decided. She had no choice but to change. Previously, when Fang Yuan showed his speed, he had almost killed Tai Bai Yunsheng. If Bai Ningbing did not change her tactics and continued to use freezing sight, the one to die might be her. The situation was perilous. Bai Ningbing retreated behind Shirnu while saying to Ing Wuxia, "Protect me, I am going to use that move." Bai Ningbing and Ing Wuxia had formed a new alliance, and with a formidable enemy in front of them, both sides had informed each other of some of their trump cards. Thus, Ing Wuxia understood without needing Bai Ningbing to explain. He nodded solemnly. "Okay, use that move. Let us take care of your safety." He immediately commanded Shirnu. "Even if you have to sacrifice yourself, you need to protect Bai Ningbing." Shirnu was loyal to Ing Wuxia. He immediately nodded at this command with no hesitation. "Relax. He has been hit by my freezing sight. According to the flaw you mentioned of the sovereign immortal body, if he does not have a specific method to counter it, he will need about a dozen breaths of time to recover completely." Bai Ningbing spoke with confidence. Ing Wuxia nodded. "That's good then." He did not doubt Bai Ningbing. Bai Xiang's methods had their own originality. It was not easy to specifically target an immortal killer move. Often, one had to fight numerous times, getting familiar with the immortal killer move, and go through a long period of deduction to create a method that countered the immortal killer move. There was a low probability of Fang Yuan having a method to counter it. But right at this time, in the sights of the 5 immortals, a white ray of light flashed by. "Careful. It is the dragon breath. Defend, protect Bai Ningbing and Tai Bai Yunsheng." Rays of sword light dragon breath attacked, recreating the previous sword light rain for a moment. Ing Wuxia and the group had their hands tied dealing with them. Bai Ningbing was using all her concentration in activating her immortal killer move, while Tai Bai Yunsheng was unconscious from the severe injuries. As such, for the remaining 3 other immortals, the pressure on them had amplified suddenly, and they did not even have enough strength to strike back. Fang Yuan circled around Ing Wuxia and the rest from afar, breathing out dragon breath. Rays of sword light dragon breath shot from all directions towards Ing Wuxia and the others. His sword dragon body was still covered in thin ice. Bai Ningbing's freezing sight was quite effective. Naturally, the main reason was Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. Despite transforming into an ancient sword dragon, his Dao marks still did not have repulsion to different Dao marks. This created a disadvantage. Like when Bai Ningbing's freezing sight affected Fang Yuan, it would not be weakened by Fang Yuan's Dao marks and could strike with all its might. Fortunately, the ancient sword dragon had a tough body and strong vitality, otherwise a human body might have been directly frozen to death. Fang Yuan was breathing dragon breath, suppressing Ing Wuxia and the rest, while quickly recovering. He was influenced by the freezing sight, but healing was also rather easy. Because his Dao marks did not have repulsion, even using mortal methods repeatedly could display effect. It was not like Tai Bai Yunsheng, whom, after being injured, could not be healed easily. Fang Yuan continuously breathed out dragon breath, probing and suppressing Ing Wuxia and the others. He quickly discovered Bai Ningbing was being heavily protected by Ing Wuxia and the others. Unless he made his way in through brute force, he had no other routes to get to Bai Ningbing. Activating an immortal killer move, Fang Yuan thought heavily. Since she was being so greatly protected by Ing Wuxia and the others, Bai Ningbing was definitely preparing an extraordinary immortal killer move. Thus, as soon as he recovered, he directly dived in. He was not restricted in the Licorice Regional Wall and could move freely when he burst with his speed. Even Fang Yuan himself was not able to have complete control. It was simply like a white ray of light. Ing Wuxia and the rest did not even have time to call out when Fang Yuan penetrated through their defensive lineup and charged in. Bai Ningbing broke out in cold sweat, almost failing her killer move's activation. He Lulan was heavily injured. Her left arm was completely gone, and even her left torso was injured. The injuries were so frightening that one could see her ribs. Blood spurted out like a fountain and soon accumulated into a pool below He Lulan. The injury was covered with Dao marks, causing the blood to flow unceasingly. If this continued, He Lulan would be the first person to die. Under this critical situation, He Lulan immediately chose to transform into an immortal zombie. Immortal zombies could bear this level of injury. The warm and bright red blood immediately turned into cold and gloomy green blood. Blood was still flowing outside, but the speed had reduced by countless times. Hee hee hee. Hei Lulan knelt on one leg, taking huge gasps of breath, but her lips were curled up. She was actually laughing. On the other hand, Fang Yuan got a peculiar feeling. I was actually hit. Not bad from Hei Lulan. The dragon claw he used to rip apart Hei Lulan's left arm still had traces of flesh and blood. Right now, this flesh and blood slowly turned into a blood-colored fire, which followed Fang Yuan's dragon claw to his scales. Immortal killer move, Flesh Blood Fire. This fire used flesh and blood as the fuel. As long as there was flesh and blood, the fire wouldn't stop. Without any methods to counter it, it simply would not be extinguished. Moreover, the stronger the flesh and blood were, the brighter and more powerful the fire would become. Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation had instead become the perfect target for flesh blood fire. However, Fang Yuan reacted extremely quickly. He immediately dispelled his transformation killer move and returned to his human form. He activated a time path healing immortal goo. Manned as before. Chapter 1259. Fang Yuan vs. 5. 2 halves. Over 20 beads of red date immortal essence were expended. The next moment, the blood-colored fire completely disappeared and Fang Yuan went back to his previous state.
Sigh.
Man as before is effective only on human bodies. When I transform to other living beings, I cannot directly use man as before. This is quite inconvenient. Moreover, man as before has quite a big restriction in terms of time. Fortunately, I have my investigative killer move, 3 breaths future vision. Fang Yuan inwardly sighed, as he activated another immortal killer move. Convergence of enslavement and strength path, myriad self. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tens of thousands of Fang Yuans converged to create a vast human tide that charged towards Ing Wuxia and the rest. How can this be? He actually recovered so quickly? He has already gotten rid of blood flesh fire. Hei Lulan was extremely surprised. Fang Yuan's counterattack was too quick, and it still carried strong momentum, making Hei Lulan's heart sink to rock bottom. Hei Lulan knew Fang Yuan had man as before. But man as before had rather stringent requirements regarding time. Even Fang Yuan would only survive by a hair's breadth. After he was struck, he would have to first discover his state, then dispel his transformation killer move. During this time, he might hesitate before he finally used man as before. Activating this immortal goo, furthermore, required some time. Under such a situation, Hei Lulan thought if it was herself instead of Fang Yuan, it would also be very difficult to get rid of this blood flesh fire. Fang Yuan was not clear of Hei Lulan and Bai Ningbing's methods. Likewise, Hei Lulan similarly did not know that Fang Yuan had 3 breaths future vision. This investigative killer move could let Fang Yuan see anything wrong that would happen to him 3 breaths earlier. Because of this, Fang Yuan had much more time to react and take action accordingly. In short, Hei Lulan was heavily injured but only managed to slightly affect Fang Yuan. Red date immortal essence was consumed, but Fang Yuan was rich and his financial condition was rather good. Thus, he did not care about this small expenditure. Immortal killer move, Soul Howl. Ing Wuxia howled. Countless phantoms of Fang Yuan around him burst at once. Immortal killer move, Spike Forest. Nu stamped his right leg. Countless spikes rose up from the ground, piercing through thousands of Fang Yuan's phantoms. Then, Nu called out. The earth spikes shot to the air, instantly clearing large amounts of phantoms in the air. This move hit a second stage within, and was extremely effective, almost completely destroying all of Fang Yuan's phantoms. Earth Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal Nu. He was the cornerstone in this battle. Without his protection and contribution, how could Ing Wuxia and the rest last until this moment? Your turn next. Fang Yuan transformed back into a sword dragon, laughing sinisterly inwardly. Roar. At this moment, the tiger year beast beside him roared and suddenly retreated. This ancient year beast had been summoned by Fang Yuan, although it had been fighting all along. Ing Wuxia and the rest were on guard against it, thus it was not able to assist a lot and instead suffered many injuries. The tiger year beast was not loyal to Fang Yuan. This could not compare to Ing Wuxia's soul beast summoning. Once the year beast suffered severe injuries, it immediately retreated, penetrating space and returning to the river of time. But it did not matter. Immortal killer move. Year beast summoning. Fang Yuan activated this killer move again. This time he summoned a sheep-shaped ancient year beast. Although year beast summoning could only summon 1 year beast each time, there were many year beasts in the river of time. If one left, he just had to summon another. The sheep ancient year beast stampeded towards Ing Wuxia and the others. Nu gave a deep roar. His body suddenly bulged, turning into a giant that was as big as the year beast. He stood stably and countered it, using his profound fighting techniques to throw the year beast to the ground. Boom. The sheep ancient year beast fell to the ground, causing the ground to tremor for a while. The year beast quickly stood up and furiously charged towards Shernu with its horns. Shernu sidestepped smoothly while grabbing the curved sheep horns at the same time. The two giant beings tangled together, at a deadlock for the time being. On Feng Yuan's end, the amount of dragon breath he used was reducing. He was starting to feel a burning pain in his throat, as if his throat was about to emit smoke. Dragon breath was the ancient sword dragon's strongest weapon. Even a true ancient sword dragon would not be able to continue using dragon breath more than 20 to 30 times. However, Feng Yuan had already used his dragon breath over 100 times, reaching the limits of his physical body. If he continued breathing out, his throat would be damaged, and the sword-light dragon breath's power would reduce by a huge extent. The battle had lasted up until now. The tiger year beast had retreated from severe injuries, and now Feng Yuan was showing some signs of fatigue. Although he had become a rank 7 Gu immortal, with red date immortal essence, his battle strength rising sharply and reaching the upper level among rank 7s, the enemies he faced were also not minor characters. He Lulan was a formidable person with a great strength true martial physique. She had annexed a strength path blessed land in Jade Pot Mountain, her Dao marks increasing by a lot. At the same time, she also had blazing heaven demoness true inheritance along with her immortal Gu. Bai Ningbing had the northern dark ice soul physique and had changed into the mysterious dragon man, grasping Bai Xiang grotto heaven and obtaining Bai Xiang's true inheritance. There was no need to say anything about Ing Wuxia. He was one of the main split souls of Spectral Soul. He once had the 11th extreme physique. He was the final hope of Shadow Sect, with astonishing attainment in Soul Path, and although his attainment in other paths was unclear, they should not be low. At least it was the case for Luck Path. Shernu was a rockman. This race innately had rich Earth Path Dao marks, and with Shernu cultivating Earth Path mainly, it could be they complemented one another well. The most useless was Tai Bai Yunsheng, but even so, this old guy was becoming sharper as he grew older. He mainly cultivated Time Path, but perfectly dual cultivated Cloud Path as well, and with the Immortal Gu on him, his Cloud Ring's defensive ability was quite remarkable. Although the majority of these 5 was rank 6, they were similar to Feng Yuan when he was rank 6, with battle strength that reached rank 7 level. And right now, these elites with outstanding disposition had allied and were working together, adding on the constant support of Shadow Sect's remaining resources and methods emerging one after another. They were stronger than alone Yi Lui Kun Xing and were even more difficult to handle. When Gu immortals battled, they could not rush things. Because there were many types of immortal Gu, immortal killer moves were endless in number. Some were extremely mystical, some were powerful and unconstrained, some were tyrannical, and some were sinister and strange. Feng Yuan was fighting alone against 5 and was firmly holding an advantage, while Ing Wuxia and the others were exhausted by just dealing with his attacks and were unable to turn the situation around.
Damn.
He has not used that move even now, Ing Wuxia thought, as green immortal zombie blood flowed down from his nose. Ing Wuxia wiped the blood using the back of his hand, but the green blood flowed down again. Damn it. I have been using immortal killer moves repeatedly and have been bearing so much backlash that even this immortal zombie body is showing signs of reaching its limits. Even I am like this, the others must be in even worse circumstances. Ing Wuxia gazed at his allies, and saw they were all pale, and their states were worsening. Feng Yuan was unrestricted here, but they were not. They not only had to steady themselves constantly, resisting the repulsion and attraction force in the regional wall, they also had to fight Feng Yuan at the same time, using many immortal killer moves which caused heavy losses to their immortal apertures. My side has Shadow Sect's remaining resources. It is normal for our battle strength to rise rapidly. But Feng Yuan's battle strength also rose so quickly. This speed is too astonishing. Even us 5 allied together are not his match. The more Ing Wuxia thought, the more apprehensive he felt towards Feng Yuan. And in the depths of this apprehension was a trace of fear. Right, it was fear. Ing Wuxia was beginning to feel afraid. He could not help but admit Feng Yuan was strong. He was even more afraid of Feng Yuan's growth speed. Bai Xiang, activate. Bai Ningbing, who had been preparing the killer move all along, suddenly gave a cry. A soaring aura rose up from her body. Ing Wuxia was immediately filled with joy as he looked at Bai Ningbing. You finally succeeded. Bai Ningbing's appearance had a great change right now. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed into a 5-meter giant. She had 3 heads, 6 arms and bare feet. Her body was covered in ice armor and frost aura flowed around her, like a long ribbon was revolving around her. She stood on 2 frost clouds that emitted light hints of blue. Immortal killer move, Bai Xiang. Feng Yuan, come fight me. Bai Ningbing gave a shout, and suddenly sped up like a white light passing through the air. She had changed her defensive stance, taking the initiative to attack. Let our old and new enmity be resolved today. Feng Yuan's dragon eyes narrowed, and without dodging, he charged head-on. A A silver light and a white light passed by each other. The inertia from their speed was too powerful, whether it be by Ningbing or Fong Yuan, they each flew far away. A light injury. Fong Yuan slightly looked down and saw a long but shallow sword mark on his body. The dragon scales along the sword mark were all cut, some even broke through the dragon skin, letting out some blood. By contrast, Bai Ningbing was much more miserable. There was a hole in her chest, 3 of her arms were destroyed, and almost half of her body was gone. But she did not bleed. Cold air flowed on massively, restoring her back to normal in a blink of an eye. Bai Xiang. This immortal killer move is rumored to be undying. Even if there is only a nail-sized fragment remaining, the user can immediately revive and recover back to normal. Because after the Bai Xiang transformation, the body is no longer a flesh and blood body, instead it becomes a certain mystical life form. Ing Wuxia was inwardly excited. Sure enough, as the battle went on, Bai Ningbing's performance was like Ing Wuxia estimated. She was not Fong Yuan's match, but relying on the Bai Xiang transformation's special characteristics, she could immediately recover back to normal. Most of Fong Yuan's attention was absorbed in fighting with Bai Ningbing. As the battle continued, even Fong Yuan felt exhausted. After all, his was a flesh and blood body, while Bai Ningbing was still energetic and lively. Just as Fong Yuan intended to give up on Bai Ningbing and target Ing Wuxia and the rest. It is time, Ing Wuxia suddenly cried out. Auras of countless goo worms rose from his body. He looked at Fong Yuan and spoke. Lead soul into dream. Chapter 1260. Lead soul into dream. Fong Yuan got a shock when he heard Ing Wuxia say, lead soul into dream. Lead soul into dream was a rare and powerful dream path immortal killer move. In the Battle of Etian Mountain, Ing Wuxia's lead soul into dream had made even heaven overseeing Tower Lord fall asleep, trapped within a dream realm. Fong Yuan was also struck by this move in the Battle of Etian Mountain. If not for heavens while working secretly, he would have surely died. In this current time period, Dream Path Immortal Goo were extremely rare, let alone Dream Path killer moves. One skill to dominate all. Facing lead soul into dream, Goo Immortals were basically defenseless. Fong Yuan was not an exception. He had Unravel Dream, but he also had the Sovereign Immortal Body. Facing lead soul into dream, even if he spent only an instant in the dream realm, it was very likely there could be various changes during that instant, and he might even die. Fong Yuan immediately soared up, retreating without hesitation. While retreating, he had doubts in his mind. Back then, Ing Wuxia's lead soul into dream was very powerful because of many immortal goo, as well as the amplification from the 11th extreme physique. Right now, could Ing Wuxia have those immortal goo to form lead soul into dream? Fong Yuan did not know the exact details, but he was aware that Ing Wuxia's strength path immortal zombie body absolutely lowered the power of this move by several levels. Fong Yuan quickly got a long distance away from Ing Wuxia and the rest, but still did not see himself falling into a dream realm. Was Ing Wuxia only trying to trick me? Fong Yuan just had this thought when the scenery in front of him changed. Southern border, in his first life. Qingmao Mountain was already destroyed from Bai Ningbing's self-detonation. Fong Yuan threw himself in with a merchant caravan, earning primeval stones while continuing his cultivation. The merchant caravan had reached a certain valley, when suddenly, 2 groups of bandits rushed from in front and behind.
Kill.
Protect the goods. The caravan was in a great uproar. In an instant, yells resounded throughout the valley. One side was the demonic path bandits, while the other was the caravan escorting the goods. The young Fong Yuan was mixed in the merchant caravan, clenching his teeth, panicking at the sudden ambush. This is a dream realm. I am trapped in a dream realm. The confusion from just entering the dream realm disappeared quickly, and Fong Yuan immediately prepared to activate Unravel Dream. However, right at this time, he inexplicably exited the dream realm and returned to reality, his ancient dragon body still in the regional wall. What's going on? Fong Yuan just had this question, when his vision changed once again. He found he had once again entered a dream realm. This dream was a continuation of the previous dream. In the valley, the righteous and demonic sides were fighting a bitter battle. Strange, there should not be any bandit hideouts here. The young master of the merchant caravan was looking down from his carriage in the center, puzzled. The steward beside him was maintaining defense while replying. Right, this trade route is an old route. Who knows where these mountain bandits came from? The young master snorted. The strongest demonic path goo masters among them are only rank 2. Our defense is rock solid. We don't need to fear them. Young master is right. We will make sure these bandits remain here forever. The steward gave a malicious smile. Right at this time, a rumbling noise came from above them. The young master, the steward, and others quickly looked above. The sight immediately caused a great fright. Countless boulders were rolling down from above the valley. The caravan was right at the base of a cliff, and these giant boulders were falling down right towards them. The power was not inferior to a rank 2 Goo Master's attack. Countless figures could be seen above the cliff. They were all mortals, but with meticulous planning and correct battle tactics, these mortals showcased the battle strength of rank 2 Goo Masters. Quick, retreat. The young master's face was pale. It is too late, the steward called out miserably. The boulders smashed onto the caravan's Goo Masters. In an instant, the merchant caravan suffered many casualties, and the demonic Pathside's morale was greatly raised. Damn it! Fong Yuan shook his head fiercely, escaping from the dream realm again. This is indeed lead soul into dream, but it is incomplete. It can send me into a dream realm now and again, but it can't keep me trapped in there. However, this is enough to pose a huge threat to me. Fong Yuan's heart sank. Ing Wuxia and the rest were vigilantly looking at their surroundings, but even after guarding for a while, they did not see Fong Yuan. There were also no attacks coming towards them. He retreated? He Lulan spoke, somewhat disbelievingly. Bai Ningbing gazed at Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia heaved a long sigh. Sigh, such a pity. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, Ing Wuxia had secretly reconstructed lead soul into dream. During the time in Eastern Sea, Ing Wuxia gave immortal goo to He Lulan and others. He naturally had even more gains. But even until now, he was only barely able to assemble lead soul into dream. Ing Wuxia had intended to use lead soul into dream when Fong Yuan activated that trump card. However, Fong Yuan did not use that trump card at all. Fong Yuan would need a long time to activate that trump card, which would give Ing Wuxia a very good opportunity to make a move. If Fong Yuan was struck by lead soul into dream at that time, he would be trapped in a dream realm. Even if it was only for an instant, it would still lead to failure in activating the Immortal Killer move. The stronger an Immortal Killer move was, the greater the injury the Goo Immortal would have to bear after they fail in activating it. There was no doubt that if Fong Yuan was trapped in the dream realm when he activated that killer move, he would fail and suffer a severe backlash. Ing Wuxia explained it in detail. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest also felt regret. However, in the situation earlier, Ing Wuxia had no choice but to use lead soul into dream prematurely. If he still did not use it, Fong Yuan's successful attack would result in a qualitative change, causing the battle situation to shift greatly, which would finally result in their deaths. Ing Wuxia had a very sharp and accurate judgment of the situation. Looks like Fong Yuan won't be able to attack for the moment. We should leave quickly. Lead soul into dream is not complete. Its effect will continue to decrease with time. Ing Wuxia gave the command. The 5 immortals set off immediately. However, they had not walked far when Fong Yuan once again recovered and attacked. The dream realm's interference was becoming smaller and smaller. Fong Yuan was not willing to let Ing Wuxia and the others slip away from right under his nose, so he immediately began his chase. Tai Bai Yunsheng was still unconscious. The 4 immortals were harried by Fong Yuan. It was already difficult to move in the regional wall, but with Fong Yuan's interference, it became even more difficult for them to move forward. Careful. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan could not react in time and only heard a muffled sound as stone debris hit him on the head. Uncle Big Beard, you saved me? Thank you. Fong Yuan saw Uncle Big Beard nearby and immediately reacted. Just now, he was almost hit by a falling boulder, but Uncle Big Beard had acted in time, destroying the giant boulder before it could reach Fong Yuan.
Kid, don't be
so hungry for battle. Protect yourself properly, Uncle Big Beard said with a concerned tone. Right at this moment, from the center of the caravan came the caravan steward's sharp scream. Men, come quickly and protect young master. Out of nowhere, 2 rank 3 demonic path Goo masters had already charged into the center and were surrounding the owner of the merchant caravan, that young master who had once humiliated Fong Yuan. The young master was in a dangerous situation. Even the righteous path Goo masters were afraid. Wait here, I will go help. Uncle Big Beard spoke this before quickly rushing to the center. The dream realm appeared again and again. Fong Yuan was having a tough time. The dream realm greatly influenced him, and he was only able to display 20 to 30% of his battle strength. But looking at the battle situation, it was much more unfavorable to Ing Wuxia and the rest. They were clearly able to sense that the dream realm's influence to Fong Yuan was becoming smaller, and they were still unable to leave the regional wall. All of you go ahead. I will hold him back. At the crucial moment, Nu stood up. Immortal Killer move, land boundary. His whole body emitted frightening cracking sounds as cracks started appearing everywhere on his body. At the same time, with him at the center, an enormous surrounding area of space underwent a mysterious change, being cut off from the space further out. Fong Yuan wanted to retreat, but at the critical moment, the dream realm started, making him miss the chance to escape the range of the killer move. Fong Yuan sent out dragon breath, but the sword-light dragon breath disappeared like smoke before even flying 5 to 6 steps of distance. Fong Yuan charged with his dragon body, but was actually unable to leave. Chapter 1261. Blood Path Demonic Immortal. You are looking for death. His dragon eyes stared at Shernu. Shernu raised his head to look at Fong Yuan, shouting, "Master, leave quickly. Leave. Shernu, I will remember your loyalty." Ing Wuxia took a deep glance at Shernu before leaving. He took the other two immortals and quickly retreated. Because Shernu risked his life to hold back Fong Yuan, Ing Wuxia and the others were able to smoothly leave the Licorice Regional Wall and enter Northern Plains. The moment they stepped on the grass of Northern Plains, Ing Wuxia took out Tai by Yunsheng from his immortal aperture. The latter had already woken up, but his injuries were extremely severe. His life was still in danger. Combining the four immortals' power, they immediately activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel and disappeared from the spot. Inside the Dream Realm, the battle had already concluded. The attacking demonic path bandits were all dead. The merchant caravan did not have it easy as well, as they suffered many casualties and injuries. Corpses were littered everywhere in the valley, and blood filled the area. Uncle Bigbeard, pull yourself together. Wake up. The young Fong Yuan was beside Gu Master Bigbeard, looking at the terrifying injury with shock and panic. Someone save him. Fong Yuan shouted, his voice somewhat hoarse. But nobody came. Fong Yuan quickly ran to the young master. "Lord, Uncle Bigbeard was injured while saving you. He is going to die. Please save him." "He cannot be saved. The injury itself is not a big problem. The main thing is that he has been struck by a poison goo. We have no way of saving him." The young master shook his head and gave a rueful smile. "No, you have a way. Weren't you also hit by the same poison goo?" Fong Yuan persisted. The young master's expression sank. "You want me to use a precious goo worm for a mere outsider? Do you know this kind of healing goo worm can only be used for a limited number of times? But Uncle Bigbeard was injured to save you." Fong Yuan argued. "Even if he did not save me, I have father's secret guards who would have ensured my safety." The young master sneered, waving his hand at Fong Yuan. "Get lost now. How could my healing goo worm be used on ants like you guys?" Fong Yuan gritted his teeth and stared at the young master with clenched fists, not moving from his spot. "Are you looking to die?" The young master was getting furious. "Fong Yuan." At this time, Gu Master Bigbeard woke up and softly called out. Fong Yuan shook, quickly turning around and running to Bigbeard's side. "Uncle Bigbeard, you are awake." Fong Yuan was surprised and happy. "Don't oppose, young master. You will be the one to suffer. Don't keep on begging. How could such a precious healing goo be used on people like us?" Bigbeard smiled mockingly. "But uncle, your injuries." Fong Yuan was very upset, choking as he sobbed. Plop. Shernu powerlessly dropped to the ground.
Heh.
He looked at the sword dragon hovering in front of him and laughed. "I succeeded. Master was able to escape, huh? Shadow's sect won't be defeated. Long live Spectral Soul. Ugh." Fong Yuan grabbed him with his claws and forcefully crushed him to pieces. Loosening his dragon claws, rock fragments and debris were scattered over the ground with no signs of Shernu's original appearance. "You're merely dying. What was the point of yelling?" Fong Yuan sneered, picking up the most crucial piece from among the rock fragments. He then flew out of the Licorice Regional Wall and returned once again to Northern Plains. He threw the crucial piece of rock to the ground. Immediately, the immortal aperture inside began to absorb Northern Plains' heaven and earth chi and formed a blessed land outside. Fong Yuan did not wait, instead activating Chi Luck Sensation to check the locations of Ing Wuxia and the others. Fong Yuan immediately discovered that Ing Wuxia and the rest were already extremely far away from him.
Humph.
They used that ancient battle formation? But so what? You will all die at my hands, sooner or later. But this location, it seems to be in that earth trench under Zombie Alliance. Fong Yuan returned to his human form, slightly frowning. Of course, he was familiar with the location of Zombie Alliance's earth trench. Dark Flow Giant City was still hidden there. Unfortunately, no one had found it yet. It was not strange for Ing Wuxia and the rest to enter it. Southern Border Zombie Alliance has already been destroyed. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters were besieged, but Northern Plains Zombie Alliance is still hidden in the Earth Trench. Looks like Ing Wuxia and the rest will once again go through a period of growth. This was an expected situation. Dark Flow Giant City's cultivation resources included all sorts of immortal goo from Northern Plains immortal zombies. However, Shernu was already dead, and they were injured. If they fought again, even if it was in Northern Plains and not the regional wall, Fong Yuan would still have the upper hand. Shernu's blessed land had formed. Fong Yuan entered it, but was unable to subdue the land spirit. His attainment in Earth Path was only at master level and not grandmaster, thus he could not annex this rank 7 blessed land and could only leave it for the moment. Inside the dream, There was a kind of medicinal herb said to be able to relieve Gu Master Bigbeard's poison. The young Fong Yuan chose to sneak out of the caravan and climbed the cliff to pick the medicinal herbs growing there. The cold mountain wind blew at him, causing his body to shiver greatly. The cliff was steep, and a careless step could lead to a brutal death. I will definitely get the medicinal herb and treat Uncle Bigbeard. He saved my life. How could I not repay this debt of kindness? Persevere, Fong Yuan. Don't be afraid. Huff huff. Fong Yuan was breathing roughly as he stretched out his arm, and after several attempts, he finally picked out a medicinal herb. At daybreak, with a basket full of herbs and ragged clothes, he returned to the camp. All right, this dream realm is finally over. Fong Yuan woke up from the dream realm. He finally got rid of the dream realm's interference. This dream realm was not completely without benefits. The dream path materials inside surpassed Fong Yuan's imagination. In the final scene, the basket of herbs Fong Yuan carried were actually all dream path goo materials. If I dreamed by myself, there is no way I would have had such huge harvests. Could it be that Ing Wu Xie's lead soul into dream is not only an offensive ability, but is actually a killer move to get dream path goo materials? Fong Yuan pondered over this as he flew. Without the dream realm's interference, he once again began to chase after Ing Wu Xie. Even if Ing Wu Xie ran to the ends of the world, Fong Yuan would give chase to nip this great problem in the bud. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Fairy Lian Yun, don't use Love Immortal Goo again. You have already paid the price and are now unable to speak. If you continue using it repeatedly like this, I really don't know what kind of price you will have to pay next. Shi Zheng Yi tried to persuade. Zhao Lianyun shook her head, her gaze firm and determined. In the dangerous battle with Xiao Danyo, Love Immortal Goo had displayed its might. But that time, Love Immortal Goo did not take immortal essence as the price. Instead, it seized away a certain thing from Zhao Lianyun. This thing was Zhao Lianyun's voice. After the battle, Zhao Lianyun was unable to let out any sounds. She was not even able to make crude grunts and noises that mute people could make. Hong Yun is still waiting for me. I cannot just wait here and watch from the sidelines. So, what if I can't speak? I can still converse with all of you through goo worms. It is not a big problem. Zhao Lianyun transmitted her voice to Shi Zhengyi. Shi Zhengyi sighed, unable to say anything, and could only let Zhao Lianyun act on her will. This time, however, no matter how Zhao Lianyun called out, Love Immortal Goo showed no signs of budging. Helpless, Zhao Lianyun could only walk out of the 12th Snowy Peaks range, along with Shi Zhengyi. Once they walked out of this range, Zhao Lianyun was sent to another snowy peak, separated from Shi Zhengyi. Different from before, there were sounds of an intense battle on this snowy peak. Who is fighting here? It should be either Yu Yizi, Bu Zhenzi, or Mu Linglan, right? Zhao Lianyun was surprised and happy as she quickly rushed towards the peak.
She soon reached the hall at the peak.
The stench of blood assaulted her nose. Inside the Crimson Hall, a gorgeous young Goo Immortal was fighting a bitter battle with a snowy mountain Goo Immortal. It was Refinement Path Goo Immortal Yu Yizi. Yu Yizi, hold on. I am coming to support you. Zhao Lianyun transmitted her voice. Yu Yizi was both surprised and happy, quickly replying, Be careful, this is a genuine Blood Path demonic immortal.
What?
Blood Path. Zhao Lianyun got a huge fright. She looked at the enemy with dread and wariness. Chapter 1262. Golden Sun Spear. Blood Path Goo Immortal. Because of Blood Sea Ancestor and other historical reasons, as well as Blood Path's characteristics, any person who cultivated Blood Path would be judged as a demonic path member in the 5 regions. In the battle between the alliance of Chu sect and Bai Zhu tribe against the allied Huangjin tribes, Chu Du's side could have brought in a strong reinforcement. Unfortunately, this person cultivated Blood Path. Chu Du had immediately refused with not the slightest bit of hesitation. It was because Chu Du wanted to establish a righteous path force. If he collaborated with a Blood Path member, his side would be judged as demonic path, and all his painstaking effort would go down the drain. However, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land did not have such concerns. Because Snowy Mountain Blessed Land W. as a gathering point of Northern Plains demonic path Goo Immortals. It was not a tribe or a sect. Whether it be a tribe or a sect, both had the characteristics of nurturing its members, and both had mortal members as well. However, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was an entity formed and linked purely through benefits. Zhao Lianyun arrived at the 10th Snowy Peak after leaving the 12th Snowy Peak. The demonic path Goo Immortal guarding this place was called Zhao Pu. He was wearing hemp clothes and cloth shoes. He was bald, had an ordinary appearance, and was of a middling stature. He was standing at the center of the hall, while Yu Yizi was retreating back again and again, until he reached the edge of the hall. His whole body was bathed in blood. His injuries were frightening. When Zhao Lianyun saw this companion, she was almost unable to recognize him. Yu Yizi was a pretty and delicate-looking man, but right now, it was like he had fallen in a boundless sea of blood and was pulled out by someone. His other abilities are normal, but he has one blood path immortal killer move that is extremely powerful. When activating it, all of his blood splashes out before turning into a stream of blood. Once the stream of blood touches your skin, you will start bleeding, and as time passes, the bleeding will continue to worsen. You need to be careful. When Yu Yizi saw Zhao Lianyun in the middle of the fight, he quickly warned her. I understand. Take a rest first, I will deal with him. Zhao Lianyun stepped forward. Good. Another person is here looking for death. Zhao Pu stood at the same spot without moving, his hands folded across his chest. He let out a sinister smile, revealing his dense and sharp teeth. A demonic and bloodthirsty aura pounced forward. Immortal killer move, life-locking silver chain. Zhao Lianyun had been preparing this move since earlier. Under the consumption of immortal essence, auras of large numbers of goo worms rose from her body, and a silver light covered her. Clang clang. A series of chains clashing against each other could be heard coming from within the silver light. Shortly afterwards, 6 long chains shot out from the silver light. The 6 chains were bright silver and extremely nimble as they moved around Zhao Lianyun, forming a strong defense. Zhao Lianyun had gone through intensive training, and after the life and death battle with Zhao Denyo, she seemed to have been reborn. Her every move was decisive and did not have an inexperienced air like before. The 10th Snowy Peak Lord, Zhao Pu, noticed Zhao Lianyun activating her killer move, but actually did not stop her and simply watched her. Zhao Lianyun saw this and immediately activated another immortal killer move. Meteor Rain. Immortal essence was expended once again, as a patch of deep blue formed above Zhao Lianyun, above the dome of the hall. Swish, swish, swish. Countless meteors were falling from the sky, raining down like an army of arrows. It was a majestic sight. These meteors were extremely thin and small, like countless hidden weapons, but their power was majestic as they fell down like a storm that could not be avoided. If Zhao Pu kept on staying still, he would be turned into meat paste by these tiny meteors. He indeed did not dare to be so prideful. Suddenly, a large bloody cloud floated above his head. It was like a huge umbrella that firmly protected Zhao Pu. The falling meteors were blocked by the bloody cloud, but the bloody cloud's volume was shrinking at a visible speed. Zhao Pu gritted his teeth and stamped his foot, as his body shot towards Zhao Lianyun like a red ray of light. Zhao Lianyun's mind shook, subconsciously taking a step back. The silver chains moving around her reacted faster than her. One of the chains shot out towards Zhao Pu, like a charging dragon. Zhao Pu quickly dodged and chose another direction to attack. But at almost the same time, another silver chain shot towards him. Zhao Pu had no choice but to retreat and choose another direction again. This repeated a few times. Zhao Pu shockingly realized these silver chains could attack on their own. These chains could be said to have both attack and defensive properties. Not to mention how agile these silver chains were, they could even coordinate with each other. Little girl, your defensive killer move is pretty good. Zhao Pu could not see any results. He did not continue trying and retreated some distance, using his methods to replenish the thinning bloody cloud. This was natural. Zhao Lianyun had many immortal killer moves. These methods were chosen specifically for Zhao Lianyun by Spirit Affinity House and Heavenly Court. They were especially suitable for a beginner like Zhao Lianyun. Not only were the killer moves easy to control, the injuries from backlash in the case of failure were also not severe. The main thing was that these killer moves were extremely refined. The meteors continued to fall down in torrents. Zhao Pu was constantly replenishing the bloody cloud above him. Yu Yizi was in a corner, healing himself. Zhao Lianyun did not answer. She silently continued to prepare for a third immortal killer move. It was just that these 2 killer moves, Meteor Rain and Life-Locking Silver Chain, were the ones she had practiced the most. This third move was slightly more complex than these 2 moves. During the normal training, Zhao Lianyun only had to spend some effort to activate it. But in a real battle, she found she had to use a lot more effort. Although, right now, with the protection of Life-Locking Silver Chain, the environment was similar to the training field. Her mental state was not the same. Her few attempts had already ended up in failure. Another immortal killer move? Don't you know immortal killer moves cannot be used easily? The more you use them, the more chances where you will expose a weakness. Let me teach you how to fight. Zhao Pu smiled sinisterly and pounced forward. But this time, when he had reached halfway, he opened his mouth wide.
Boom.
An enormous explosion occurred. Zhao Lianyun felt the blood throughout her body shaking violently. A little less than half of the goo worms that had soared up in Zhao Lianyun's phantom aperture fell down again because of the disturbance. Among them, many mortal goo were destroyed. Zhao Pu was a blood path demonic immortal, but also had sound path methods which caught Zhao Lianyun unprepared. Even Yu Yizi, who had been healing himself, was affected. Like this, Zhao Pu continued to attack Zhao Lianyun from all sides while life-locking silver chain ensured her safety. Zhao Lianyun did not succeed in activating her third immortal killer move due to all sorts of interference from Zhao Pu. She was filled with a sense of powerlessness, thinking, this guy is indeed like what Yu Yi described him as. He has a number of methods which are all ordinary and cannot break my life-locking silver chain. But he is extremely troublesome. He has all kinds of methods emerging one after another, causing me to repeatedly fail in activating the killer move. This won't do. I need to continue to persevere. Zhao Lianyun firmed her resolution and continued to attempt activating her immortal killer move. Maybe due to being obstructed too many times and failing many times, it instead tempered her will and strengthened her conviction. Finally, her eyes suddenly let out a piercing sharp light. Zhao Lianyun then stretched out her right arm and spat at her right palm, spitting out a chain of fire. The fire stopped at her palm. At first it was only a fireball hovering over her right palm. But with Zhao Lianyun continuing to spit out fire, the fire in her hand began to inflate. It was quite strange. This fire was not inflating as a whole, but it was its left and right side that were enlarging. Soon, a staff of fire formed in Zhao Lianyun's hand. The staff grew until it was the side of an adult's arm. The burning flames on the staff began to shrink. Several breaths later, the raging fire was completely gone, as it condensed into a staff that seemed to be cast from crimson bronze. Zhao Lianyun closed her mouth before suddenly opening it, letting out a shrill scream. Strike. Following her voice, a golden ray of light immediately shot out from her mouth and struck the fire staff. Chapter 1263. Blood Drain. The fire staff completely absorbed this golden light. The golden light quickly moved around in the fire staff before finally stopping at the head of the staff, gradually turning into a sharp spear. Right now, the fire staff had changed into a short crimson golden spear. Immortal Killer Move Golden Sun Spear had finally activated successfully. It is time for you to die. Zhao Lianyun let out a breath of air. She was filled with confidence. Her right hand slowly raised the Golden Sun Spear and pointed at Zhao Pu, her willpower soaring high. Zhao Pu was solemn as he fixed his gaze at the Golden Sun Spear in Zhao Lianyun's hand, praising it. Impressive spear, both its temperature and radiance are well restrained. Once it bursts out, it will definitely be terrifyingly powerful. But he suddenly changed the subject, revealing a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. He said to Zhao Lianyun, "Don't you feel anything strange right now?" What? Only then did Zhao Lianyun sense something warm was flowing down the sides of her lips. She lightly wiped with her left hand. It was blood. Who knew when she had started to bleed? This is... Zhao Lianyun's pupils immediately shrunk to pin size, and her body started shaking. This is my killer move, Blood Drain. Zhao Pu laughed loudly. This can't be you clearly. Zhao Lianyun had only spoken a few words when blood started to flow out of her mouth, dyeing her white teeth red. Haha, you want to say that I did not show any signs of activating an immortal killer move? Actually, I had already activated it, I only changed the method. Zhao Pu laughed. Could it be the rumored technique, split move? Yu Yi cried out in shock, his eyes wide open. Zhao Pu glanced at him. Kid, you are quite knowledgeable. Gu masters nurtured, used, and refined Gu, no matter which aspect. They were all very profound and deep. Refining Gu involved all sorts of refinement methods. Using Gu naturally was also the same. Among immortal killer moves, there were many extraordinary methods and techniques. For instance, the consecutive moves of Blazing Heaven Demoness. She could use 2 or more fire path immortal killer moves one after the other, achieving a stronger effect in the end. Another example was Feng Yuan's variant moves. Myriad Self, formed from the convergence of enslavement and strength path, could produce large numbers of strength path phantoms to battle. But Feng Yuan was able to create a variant move, Myriad Self First Style, Strength Path Giant Hand. This variant move used Myriad Self as the foundation, but was able to produce an offensive effect that Myriad Self could not achieve by itself. And the method Zhao Pu was using right now was a split move. If he directly activated Blood Drain, it would definitely be sensed by the highly vigilant Zhao Lianyun, and she would either disturb him or evade. However, Zhao Pu split this immortal killer move into multiple parts and used them as he fought. After he unleashed all of these split moves, he achieved the effect of Blood Drain. The advantage of this method was clear. There was no indication of the move being used, which made it impossible to guard against. Damn it. So he had been hiding and pretending. He attacked multiple times but did not break my life-locking silver chain's defense. It was actually because he was secretly plotting. Right now, Zhao Lianyun found that she was not only bleeding from her mouth, blood was starting to flow continuously from her nose and ears as well. Her eyes were also filled with some traces of blood, causing her vision to become blurry. Zhao Lianyun's heart thumped loudly, as she recalled Yu Yizi's appearance. I was still hit by that move. If it continues like this, would not I end up the same way as Yu Yizi? He is truly crafty. In her agitation, Zhao Lianyun threw the Golden Sun Spear towards Zhao Pu. But Zhao Pu was already prepared. He was extremely vigilant against Zhao Lianyun's fire spear. Zhao Lianyun's shoulder had just started to move, when he had already begun to move. The Golden Sun Spear did not have the ability to lock onto the target, but it was extremely fast, brushing past Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu got a great fright. The Golden Sun Spear pierced through the hall, shooting towards outside the hall before it exploded. A boundless heat wave swept over all directions. The dazzling golden light and the flames instantly formed a small sun-like sphere. But soon, this small sun disappeared completely. Such power, if it truly struck me. Zhao Pu's body was soaked in cold sweat. Fortunately, they have already been struck by my move.
Oh.
Yu Yizi inwardly sighed and walked towards Zhao Lianyun, prepared to fight alongside her. Zhao Lianyun was downcast, her morale falling sharply. She had very little real battle experience. Her state of mind was easily influenced. This immortal killer move, Golden Sun Spear, was a valuable advantage, but now it was wasted by her. Your injuries, Zhao Lianyun worriedly looked at Yu Yizi. Yu Yizi's injuries showed no signs of getting better. Zhao Pu laughed. Did you think I was intentionally letting you off when I let you rest and heal? He. As long as you are hit by my move, unless I personally cancel the effect, normal methods won't be of any use. You have already tried. Do you see any effects? But I am quite benevolent. I will allow you both to surrender, as long as you kneel and beg for mercy, giving me your immortal goo. I will take you as my slaves and spare your lives. Stop dreaming. Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth, refusing Zhao Pu's invitation. Zhao Pu ignored her and laughed. The battle is decided. Are you still unaware of your situation? A wise person submits to circumstances. You are still young. It is over if you die, but you will still have hope as long as you live. Yu Yizi sneered. I am indeed unable to heal my injuries and can only let the blood continue to flow. But I have made some gains. I have already deduced that as long as we kill you, the injuries on our body will heal by themselves.
Huh.
Zhao Pu's expression slightly changed. He sized up Yu Yizi once again. Kid, I have changed my opinion about you. Yu Yizi was a genius refinement path Gu immortal, having extremely deep attainment level in refinement path. Even rank 7 Gu immortals often discussed Gu refinement matters with him, and even asked him for guidance.
Y.
Yu Yizi was not only proficient in Gu refinement, he also was skilled in deducing Gu recipes. Refinement path and wisdom path were close to each other and could coordinate with each other. Yu Yizi was able to deduce the truth from his injuries along with Zhao Pu's various behaviors. We must kill him before all our blood is drained. If he doesn't die, we will die. Yu Yizi transmitted his voice to Zhao Lianyun. They were already forced into a dead end. They had no options other than to fearlessly charge ahead and kill the enemy to have the right to survive. Charge. Zhao Lianyun called out and charged forward without hesitation. Conceited brats, I will let you taste my true strength. Zhao Pu laughed loudly and valiantly charged forward, fighting as 1 against 2. Both sides went at each other, neither yielding a step. Life-locking silver chains shuttled back and forth. Zhao Pu had a bloody cloud above him and 1 below his feet. He avoided 3 chains and immediately spat blood towards the 3 chains coming from behind. The blood dyed the silver chains, immediately turning them into a pool of blood. 8 refinement gates, 3rd gate, hand gate, open. Yu Yizi took the chance to palm strike towards Zhao Pu's back from afar. Immediately, 2 exquisite palm silhouettes struck Zhao Pu's back with incredible speed. Zhao Pu gave a muffled groan. Blood suddenly splashed out from his back and covered his injuries. A slightly surprised expression flashed past his face as he thought, strange, why is this kid's attack much stronger now? Yu Yizi might be a refinement path Gu immortal, but his battle strength was also extraordinary. As long as he was given some time, he could target his opponent's weaknesses properly. Especially his immortal killer move, 8 refinement gates. It could change according to the situation and unleash some properties that were specially effective against the enemy. Yu Yizi and Zhao Lianyun knew they had no way to retreat and instantly burst out with remarkable battle strength. Chapter 1264. Crying, Screaming. If humans staked their all, their danger would naturally increase explosively. In contrast, the blood path demonic immortal Zhao Pu was not willing to fight to the death. He just needed to delay some time, and he could obtain victory. As such, for a moment, Zhao Pu was instead suppressed by Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi. However, Zhao Pu's battle experience was much greater than these 2 immortals of Central Continent. He was extremely slippery, moving around all the time. Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi did everything they could but could not catch him at all. As time passed, the situation inclined towards Zhao Pu. Yu Yizi was the first to weaken in his attacks. He had been struck much earlier than Zhao Lianyun and had suffered much greater injuries. Now, because of the high blood loss, he fell unconscious. Your friend might have died from blood loss. You're next. You also don't have much time. Why aren't you attacking more frequently? Zhao Pu laughed. Zhao Lianyun was in low spirits. She knew Zhao Pu was intentionally provoking her to disturb her mind, but she was unable to calm her mind and became more and more agitated. Blood had started flowing out of her eyes. Her sight was completely blurry and red. More terrifyingly, blood was not only pouring out of her 7 orifices, but also from the countless pores on her body. Damn it, damn it. An intense dizziness constantly attacked Zhao Lianyun. Her whole body was starting to shake and waver. Finally, Zhao Pu sent a long-ranged attack, which sent Zhao Lianyun flying. She fell to the ground and rolled 3 times before stopping. Damn it. Zhao Lianyun pushed the ground with her hands and tried to stand up, but she had lost too much blood and had no strength left in her. She could not even prop her body up anymore. It's over. Zhao Pu folded his arms across his chest as he walked slowly towards Zhao Lianyun and looked down at her.
Blood.
It was flowing out continuously from Zhao Lianyun's body. Soon, a pool of blood had formed around her. Zhao Lianyun had become a blood-soaked person in this pool. Blood was flowing down from her eyes along with her tears. Is it over? This is where I fall. Blood. I am not in the least bit afraid this time, Hongyun. Zhao Lianyun recalled a scene of the past. That was during the fighting for imperial court. Zhao Lianyun had lost the protection of her father and was unwillingly turned into a political chip to be married to a tribe's young master and had no choice but to rely on Ma Hongyun. During one battle, Zhao Lianyun was unfortunately shot in the thigh by a falling arrow. Blood flowed. I am going to die. Ah, so painful. I am going to die. Zhao Lianyun was lying inside a carriage, screaming and crying. Don't make a fuss, Lady Xiaoyun. You are not going to die. This is only a little injury. Ma Hongyun proficiently dressed her injury while consoling her. Blood. So much blood. Don't you know I get dizzy at the sight of blood? I have never suffered such a heavy injury. Zhao Lianyun groaned. You. How could you be so squeamish? Injuries are normal for people of Northern Plains. Many times, the scars are a source of glory and symbol of our feats. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes. Do you know how to comfort people? Sigh. How could I be so unlucky? Ha ha ha. Ma Hongyun laughed loudly, carelessly using a bit more strength. Zhao Lianyun cried out in pain. Ah, be softer. Also, what are you laughing at? I have suffered such a serious injury, and you seem to be very happy. Ma Hongyun quickly waved his hand, but was still laughing. I'm not gloating, it is just that I feel Lady Xiaoyun is truly cute. You normally act like an elder and fill people with awe. But only now do I truly feel you are a little sister younger than me. You are getting troll. Why arrogant? Zhao Lianyun was just about to erupt, when suddenly, Ma Hongyun touched her forehead. Zhao Lianyun was dazed. For some reason she got a feeling of warmth. Ma Hongyun ignored her. There is no fever, this is good. Lady Xiaoyun, you cannot be so squeamish. Suffering some injuries and letting out some blood is nothing. If you scream so loudly again, people will ridicule you. Her recollection ended here. Ridicule? You should not be able to ridicule me now, right? You brat. I really used up all my blood to save you. It is truly strange. I actually willingly sent myself to death for someone. So, even if I die, I am willing to do this. Such thoughts emerged in Zhao Lianyun's mind.
D.
Zhao Pu gave a loud shout and pierced forward with his hand like a sharp knife. A fatal blow. If this battle struck true, it would pierce through Zhao Lianyun's head like tofu. But right at this time, an intense radiance burst out from Zhao Lianyun's body. The radiance was so glaring that Zhao Pu had no choice but to close his eyes and step back. Why is there such a strong light? Impossible. This aura, so powerful. Ah! Zhao Pu let out a miserable cry. His whole body did not budge in the light. Soon, he was like the melting snow under a hot sun, completely destroyed. At the crucial moment, Love Immortal Goo showed its might once again, directly killing Zhao Pu. Northern Plains, in the depths of Earth Trench. Ing Wu Xie, where will you hide now? Fong Yuan's sword dragon form roared in the Earth Trench, his voice, filled with killing intent, resounded everywhere. Relying on Qi Luck sensation, Fong Yuan had moved at extreme speed and finally reached here. From within the darkness, a giant city slowly rose up. Ing Wu Xie was standing on top of the giant city. I've been waiting for quite some time. Ing Wu Xie spoke, his gaze tranquil and his tone indifferent. Humph. Shernu is dead. You want to fight me with just you four and this mortal goo house? Fong Yuan sneered. Dark Flow Giant City was huge and looked majestic, but it was only a mortal goo house, not an immortal goo house. It was not easy to form an immortal goo house. Shadow Sect possessed many immortal goo, but they also could not casually upgrade Dark Flow Giant City to an immortal goo house. If they had an immortal goo house, Fong Yuan would feel a lot of apprehension, because the power of an immortal goo house increased with the amount of immortal essence expended. Fong Yuan had once used Giant Sun's immortal essence to control Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage and shined in the Battle of Tian Mountain. But Dark Flow Giant City was only a mortal goo house, and it was absolutely not enough to put fear in Fong Yuan. Then what if you add me? A second figure appeared on top of Dark Flow Giant City. This person was only a rank 6 goo immortal, but he was an old acquaintance of Fong Yuan. It was the Spy Shadow Sect Hadin's root in Langya Sect, Refinement Path goo immortal 6th hair. Fong Yuan's gaze became slightly dark. Fong Yuan did not think much of 6th hair's strength. But 6th hair and Fong Yuan were members of Langya Sect. Both of them had an Information Path alliance agreement. This made it extremely inconvenient for Fong Yuan to go against 6th hair. With just slight carelessness, he would suffer the backlash of the Information Path alliance agreement and be injured. However, Fong Yuan had mentally prepared for 6th hair's appearance. Fong Yuan swung his dragon tail, directly charging forward. Dark Flow Giant City quickly moved back, and at the same time, a battlefield killer move rose up and large numbers of Yaksha octopuses closed in. Your status has already made Fong Yuan hesitate. We just need to delay some time, and we can use omnidirectional travel again. Ing Wu Xie patted 6th hair's shoulder. Lord, you should go take a rest, let me handle this. 6th hair said to Ing Wu Xie. Ing Wu Xie nodded and entered Dark Flow Giant City. It was a slaughterhouse. Despite there being large numbers of Yaksha octopuses, they were not a match for Fong Yuan. The ancient sword dragon raised a bloody storm, rampaging around the battlefield. Dark Flow Giant City was within his sight, but Fong Yuan did not dare to carelessly use dragon breath. It would be bad if he killed 6th hair by mistake. It would be himself who would suffer instead. He might even be counterattacked by Ing Wu Xie and the rest due to that and lose his life here. Ing Wu Xie and the others were in a bad situation, but Fong Yuan was not blindly optimistic. He knew he had the upper hand, but was not yet able to turn it into crushing dominance. Especially when there was Bai Ningbing, who could turn into the Bai Xiang state, and Ing Wu Xie, who would lead soul into dream. Even though the former only had rank 6 cultivation, and the latter's lead soul into dream was incomplete. Information Path. When can I be free from its restrictions? Fong Yuan was vexed. Information Path was a pain that had repeatedly troubled him. Fong Yuan had also tried hard, but lacking fortuitous encounters, he had not been able to solve this issue. 6th hair presided over the battle. His strategy was not to win, but to not make any mistakes. Chapter 1265, Nightmare Demonic Cults. After Fong Yuan killed the wave of Yaksha octopuses, wall-climbing demon apes started to appear. These apes similarly were beasts of Earth Trench, not inferior to Yaksha octopus. After this wave of wall-climbing demon apes was eliminated, Fong Yuan was attacked by a large group of red flame snakes. These beast groups were probably all controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance Division. For example, Yaksha octopuses probably belonged to the rank 7 immortal zombie dragon commander Yi Cha. The Zombie Alliance divisions in other regions were all besieged, only on Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. SN did they rely on Earth Trench to remain until now. Not only these desolate beasts, looking at He Lulan's performance earlier, there probably are immortal goo as well. If so, I will have to reevaluate the battle strength of Ing Wu Xie and the others. However, it is not possible to grasp immortal killer moves in a short period of time, with just immortal goo, when there is conflict between Dao marks. Fong Yuan analyzed the situation while fighting. At this time, a large group of horse desolate beasts galloped towards Fong Yuan. These horses were extremely strange. They had a pair of sheep horns on their heads. Their whole bodies looked like they were burnt charcoal. They were letting out dense smoke from their noses, and their tails and limbs were burning with a dull red fire. Dream Path Desolate Beast Nightmare Demonic Cult. Fong Yuan was stunned, before recognizing it shortly afterwards. So it seems, nightmare demonic cults had already appeared during this time period. Moreover, in such high numbers, Fong Yuan was greatly joyous. Nightmare demonic cults were a dream path desolate beast. This desolate beast was extremely common during his first life of 500 years. But now at this time, it was extremely rare. Fong Yuan thought this horse had yet to appear. Times changed, humans were changing, and the world was also changing. Many goo materials were extinct, leading to the decline of strength path, chi path, and other paths. Similarly, many new goo materials were constantly formed. Dream path. This path had just begun to flourish near the end of Fang Yuan's first life. At present, the Gu immortals were all researching it. Although they made some gains, they were extremely small and almost could not be considered anything. Only after a few hundred years would many Dream Path Gu materials start to appear. Nightmare demonic cults were one of them. Fang Yuan had thus believed nightmare demonic cults did not exist at this time. But this group of nightmare demonic cults made him realize his estimation was completely wrong. Good thing I was wrong. I must get these nightmare demonic cults. Fang Yuan was extremely happy. What did Dream Path Desolate Beast signify? Large amounts of Dream Path Gu materials. Why was Fang Yuan painstakingly going deep into his own dreams? It was to gather Dream Path materials. If he had these nightmare demonic cults, Fang Yuan could cut the meat of these desolate horses and refine large numbers of Dream Path Mortal Gu, and even Dream Path Immortal Gu. When he was exploring the giant dream realm in southern border, why could he not use Unravel Dream as much as he liked? Why did he have to plan carefully every time he used it? Simply put, wasn't it because he did not have enough Dream Path Mortal Gu? The efficiency of refining Dream Path Mortal Gu alone was truly too low. These nightmare demonic cults are all mine. Fang Yuan started to capture these nightmare demonic cults. His ancient sword dragon form was extremely fast, maneuvering around these nightmare demonic cults with no obstruction. Fang Yuan was trying to knock these nightmare demonic cult unconscious, and then raise them in the sovereign immortal aperture. However, Shadow Sect had clearly prepared for it and had made some arrangements on these nightmare demonic cults. Fang Yuan tried hard, but finally discovered he could not capture these nightmare demonic cult alive. At most, he could kill them and obtain their corpses. But even so, Fang Yuan had a huge harvest. After killing these nightmare demonic cults, Fang Yuan then slaughtered the next few waves of desolate beast groups, among which were ancient desolate beasts as well. Fang Yuan's battle strength was already at the upper layers of rank 7, whether it be the desolate beast groups or the battlefield killer move. They were not a threat to Fang Yuan. Dark Flow Giant City did not have an endless supply of desolate beast groups. After a while, Fang Yuan had killed all the beast groups, and he spent some time in breaking the battlefield killer move, wrecking Dark Flow Giant City. However, a lot of his time had still been wasted. Ing Wuxia and the others had already left. Sixth Hair had remained behind, like Shernu, to hold back Fang Yuan. Sixth Hair's cultivation could not compare to Shernu's, but he had a huge advantage. He looked at Fang Yuan with no fear. Do you dare to kill me? What use is there in killing you? Wait till I kill Ing Wuxia and let you fall into despair and suffering. Fang Yuan gave a sinister smile as his dragon body ascended and flew out of Earth Trench. The ashen-faced Sixth Hair was left behind, along with the ruined Dark Flow City. Northern Plains was extremely huge. Even though they had omnidirectional travel, snowy mountain-blessed land was at the extreme northwest. Omnidirectional travel could not be used continuously. While Ing Wuxia was hurrying towards snowy mountain-blessed land, Fang Yuan caught up to them once again. Let's see who will help you this time. The ancient sword dragon rushed over. Led soul into dream. Ing Wuxia activated his immortal killer move. Fang Yuan was hit again. However, this dream realm was unexpectedly deep. He had to use Unravel Dream to break the dream realm and return to reality. What is going on? Fang Yuan immediately sensed something fishy. This was somewhat beyond what he had expected, causing him to suffer a minor loss. Ing Wuxia laughed. I sacrificed all those nightmare demonic cults earlier. Do you think these Dream Path immortal materials can be taken so easily? I will give you advice. Don't chase us. If you continue chasing, even if you have the upper extreme heavenly eagle, you will lose your life. Humph, crafty guy. Fang Yuan snorted. Regardless of what intention Ing Wuxia had, whether it was provocation or probing, Fang Yuan decided to give up chasing for now. The dream R. Elam was constantly pestering him. He had to get through the entirety of the dream realm. Only then could he be completely free of worries. Undoubtedly, lead soul into dream was truly troublesome. Even though Fang Yuan had Unravel Dream, he could not resolve it in one attempt and had to pass through all the stages of the dream realm.
Inside the dream.
Southern border, dawn. The wet dew and the dense cloud-like mountain fog produced a depressing feeling. The merchant caravan did not continue moving. Moving in this dense fog on the mountain was very likely to create problems. The young Fang Yuan was sitting beside a simple bed. Gu Master Bigbeard was lying on the bed and was already on the verge of dying. Fang Yuan, thank you for the medicinal herbs. Gu Master Bigbeard spoke with an extremely weak voice. Fang Yuan was feeling extremely stifled as he sobbed, Uncle Bigbeard, you will get better. Gu Master Bigbeard shook his head. How could I not be clear of my injuries? Don't cry, child. Crying is of no use to us. I was once young like you, and had big dreams. Unfortunately, my aptitude was too bad, and I finally sank into this current state. Hehe, this world is too big, while we are too small. When I was a child, I wanted to be a grand hero, like those legendary figures of the righteous path. When I was a youngster, I wanted to be a clan leader. When I was an adult, I was satisfied with becoming a clan elder. When I was a middle-aged man, I was exiled from the clan. I felt that I could live by myself just as well. I was satisfied with just raising my goo worms and myself. Do you know what I want now? Fong Yuan wept softly. What? I just want to quietly lie down inside a quiet room and slowly recall the past, until death comes to take me. Goo Master Big Beard had a self-mocking expression. Then should I leave? Fong Yuan did not know what to do.
Leave.
Let me be here alone. I don't want others to see my dying appearance. Goo Master Big Beard said. Fong Yuan slowly stood up and hesitantly walked to the door. At this time, Goo Master Big Beard spoke once again. You must have read the Legends of Rinzu. There is a chapter which tells the story of the mini-man walking out of ordinary abyss. We are all mini-men, and we all want to walk out of ordinary abyss. Oh, you must continue on, Fong Yuan. Continue living, continue persevering. It is a pity that all my goo were destroyed in the battle. This is my advice to you, my only gift. To us minor characters, crying is of no use. No one will hear us even if we shout. We can only persevere by ourselves. Persevere until you accomplish great feats, become extraordinary. Either that or embrace death. Chapter 1266. I love him. Did we win? Zhao Lianyun had to use quite some effort to climb out of the blood pool. Her injuries were severe, and she was blacking out. Fortunately, Zhao Pu was already dead, and the blood drain immortal kill. Her move on Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi also dissipated. If it did not dissipate, Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi would undoubtedly follow Zhao Pu to death. Huff, huff. On the other side, Yu Yizi was breathing roughly, standing up while leaning on the wall. When he saw Zhao Lianyun, this young goo immortal was dazed and turned pale. Lian. Fairy Lianyun, your face, no, your body. Yu Yizi's eyes were wide open, and he stuttered, not knowing how to express himself. Zhao Lianyun felt strange, transmitting her voice. What's wrong with me? She lowered her head to look at herself. The first thing she saw were her hands. A pair of old and skinny hands. Zhao Lianyun's heart gave a jolt as she found she had unknowingly become an elderly woman. Her back was bent, wrinkles covered her body, her sight was blurry, and her hair had turned white. What's happening? Zhao Lianyun was shocked. She grabbed her hair, easily pulling out strands of white hair. Her strong hair roots had degraded and become loose. Yu Yizi spoke with a heavy voice. It is probably love goo. Love goo consumed your lifespan to burst out with a terrifying power that could directly kill Zhao Pu. Is that so? Zhao Lianyun was dazed and at a loss. Anyone who turned from the prime of their youth to an old and frail person the next moment would definitely receive a huge shock in their mind. Yes. Yu Yizi nodded and consoled, but you don't have to worry. You can restore your youth by using lifespan goo. Normal goo immortals might not be able to gather lifespan goo, but you are different. You are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. The sect will definitely provide you lifespan goo. Zhao Lianyun did not reply. She was feeling complicated emotions. Shock, disappointment, disbelief, dazedness. She was an otherworldly demon, but even before transmigrating, she had not experienced becoming this old. After a while of silence, Zhao Lianyun finally recovered from the shock. I will continue going forward. Old age doesn't matter. Hong Yun is still waiting for me. Zhao Lianyun gazed at the distant first snowy peak through the window, her gaze becoming resolute once more. You cannot continue. Yu Yizi was shocked, quickly walking over to Zhao Lianyun and holding her arm. Love immortal goo is powerful, but it is not stable. Maybe it will take your lifespan the next time as well. If so, you will definitely die. Yu Yizi persuaded. So what if I die? The old Zhao Lianyun looked at the young Yu Yizi with a slight smile. Her smile was not even a little beautiful, but Yu Yizi was dazed. Then, Zhao Lianyun softly drew back her arm. She clearly did not use much strength, but Yu Yizi felt a formless strength attacking his heart, letting him voluntarily release his hand. He then quietly stood on the spot, looking at Zhao Lianyun's hunched back, looking at her walking towards the outside of the hall with heavy and aged steps. This scene was ordinary and nothing strange, but Yu Yizi felt an intense tremor in his heart. He even subconsciously held his breath, as Zhao Lianyun's weak receding figure imprinted deeply in him at this moment. What kind of spirit is this? For her love, she is willing to make sacrifices, unafraid of death and destruction. Zhao Lianyun, I would have definitely died in Zhao Pu's hands without you. All right, let me follow you. At worst, This life will be paid to you. Yue Yizi was not old, he was still hot-blooded, and after firming up his mind, he quickly followed Zhao Lianyun. There was not much immortal essence left in her phantom aperture. Zhao Lianyun was also worried that recklessly summoning love immortal goo would spend what little remained of her lifespan. As such, she chose to walk down the peak. Under the effect of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, Zhao Lianyun and Yue Yizi separated, and she alone went to another snowy peak. There was still a large hall at the peak, and the atmosphere was quiet. There was a battle here. Zhao Lianyun slowly walked to the hall, finding the inside of the hall in ruins. Signs of an intense battle were everywhere. Fairy Lianyun? A voice suddenly transmitted to Zhao Lianyun's ears. Zhao Lianyun was slightly dazed, before shortly recognizing the voice as that water path goo immortal, Mu Linglan's voice. This is the 8th peak of snowy mountain-blessed land. I fought with the owner of this peak, Xiao Fei, and now, we are both wounded. We are both hiding right now, healing our injuries as quickly as possible. You need to be careful. Don't be hit by her ability. She has an immortal killer move which can cause the target to continuously lose their memories. Just as he finished speaking, a ray of strange light flew and struck Zhao Lianyun's forehead. No, Mu Linglan quickly called out. Every time you lose your memory, the related memory will float in your mind. Use immortal goo to defend yourself. Don't use any immortal killer moves. That would be even more dangerous. If you forget an immortal killer move by any chance, you will suffer the backlash from the immortal killer move. Persevere. Wait until I heal my injuries and recover some strength to fight. Zhao Lianyun quickly agreed. She hid in a corner and used immortal goo to protect herself, then waited for the killer move to activate. Damn it. Zhao Lianyun gradually felt unease. She knew her situation. She had just recently become a goo immortal. Most of her battles came from during her training time. It would be an extremely huge blow to her if the memories of this period were erased. Memories began to surface in her mind. Northern Plains. Ma tribe was defeated and surrendered to He tribe. I didn't think we could still live, Lady Xiaoyun. Ma Hongyun held Zhao Lianyun's hands and spun round and round on the spot. Ha ha ha. Let me down, you big fool.
Z.
Hao Lianyun shouted. Imperial Court blessed land. You, kid, are truly lucky. You actually became Chang tribe's son-in-law. Haha. Zhao Lianyun patted Ma Hongyun's shoulder. Ma Hongyun chuckled while scratching his hair. Lady Xiaoyun, don't worry. You have helped me so much. I will treat you well. Zhao Lianyun gave a sound of acknowledgement and nodded. Then I will rely on you. Inside, however, she felt strange. Why do I have some feelings of loss and bitterness? Inside 88 Truyong Building. To think that you are an otherworldly demon. You are actually lurking by Ma Hongyun's side. He, you have such guts, you are really daring. Unfortunately, you met me. Giant suns will exuded strong killing intent. Zhao Lianyun felt like she had fallen in an ice cave, shouting in her mind. Damn it, there is still such an obstacle? Transmigrators are otherworldly demons? This world is too big of a trap. Oh no, my death is certain this time. I am actually going to die here? But the next moment, Ma Hongyun stood in front of Zhao Lianyun. He spread open his arms, protecting Zhao Lianyun behind him. Boy, you want to protect an otherworldly demon? Giant Suns will sharpen his tone, his expression becoming ice cold. What otherworldly demon? I don't know any otherworldly demon. I only know she is Lady Xiaoyun. Without her help, I would likely have been killed already. Ma Hongyun tried his best to defend Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun's pupils shrunk as she looked at Ma Hongyun in a daze. Even against Giant Sun's will, this fellow will still stand up for me? Why? I am clearly an otherworldly demon and not a person of this world. You idiot, you are going to die. By protecting me, you are offending Giant Sun's will. That is your ancestor. You idiot. He Lulan's gaze towards Zhao Lianyun started showing killing intent. No, Lady Xiaoyun is innocent. You must not harm her. Ma Hongyun was extremely determined. He wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Lianyun. However, Giant Sun's special will did not care about Ma Hongyun, directly making a move against Zhao Lianyun. No. Ma Hongyun saw the situation going south. He called out in a moment of desperation, extending both his arms and hugging Zhao Lianyun within his bosom. During this moment, time seemed to have become endlessly slow. Zhao Lianyun was curled up in Ma Hongyun's chest, her heart beginning to beat wildly. An unprecedented feeling of safety and warmth filled her heart. Following that came a kind of panic. This panic was not towards her life hanging by a thread. Instead, it was a strange feeling that came from the depths of her heart. Zhao Lianyun found at this moment that she had hopelessly fallen in love with the stupid Ma Hongyun. In this world, there could be guys who would watch the stars with her, accompany her to shout at the valley, heal her, and give her flowers. but who would sacrifice their life for her. In this world, otherworldly demons were despised by even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, who would be so stupid to protect her. Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun. The memories surfaced one by one in Zhao Lianyun's mind. Then, they started to disappear one by one. No, stop it. Tears filled Zhao Lianyun's face, as she called out with incomparable sorrow. Xiao Feifei's voice transmitted. He. When you are struck by my mortal killer move, you will lose your most precious memories. Do you feel pain? It doesn't matter. The more you forget, the more relaxed you will be. Maybe you will even smile.
Eh?
The memories disappeared. A smile suddenly appeared on Zhao Lianyun's face. Don't smile. This is Xiao Feifei's famous sinister killer move. It will kill people while they smile. The longer you smile, the more easily you will lose your life. Mu Linglan quickly transmitted his voice to warn her. However, Zhao Lianyun seemed to have turned silly, as her smile became increasingly wider. Damn it. Mu Linglan knew he had to take action. He unleashed his killer move after a long period of preparation, creating an incredible effect.
Ah.
You actually, Xiao Feifei had exposed her location while attacking Zhao Lianyun and was struck by the fatal move while unprepared, losing her life miserably. Fairy Lianyun, you need to persevere. Mu Linglan quickly rushed over and helped Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun still had a smile on her face, but she was no longer in a daze. 2 streams of translucent tears dripped down her face from her eyes. Her eyes were blurry from age, and her hair had turned white. She could only use goo worms to transmit her voice. What should I do? I have forgotten almost everything about him, even his appearance. I only remember his name. I only remember that I love him. Chapter 1267, Central Continent's Reinforcements. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, First Snowy Peak. Once more. Lady Wanshou approached Ma Hongyun step by step, holding a ball of lightning in her hand. Go ahead. Ma Hongyun nonchalantly rolled his eyes. Lady Wanshou snorted, throwing the ball to Ma Hongyun's chest. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Lightning sparkled all over Ma Hongyun's body. Ma Hongyun was clenching his teeth, actually maintaining his consciousness amidst the lightning assault. When the lightning assault ended, Ma Hongyun did not faint, but was sweating all over, with a flushed face. I failed again. Lady Wanshou could not believe it. What is going on? Something is not right. She had already failed who knows how many times in trying to lightning refine Ma Hongyun. Even though the success rate of rank 8 Immortal Goo was extremely low, there was no reason for being stuck at this one juncture from the start. Lady Wanshou felt like vomiting blood, especially when she saw that Ma Hongyun had already advanced to rank 5 peak stage, moreover, because of the repeated lightning. Refinement failures. Many lightning path Dao marks were engraved on his body. If Ma Hongyun cultivated lightning path, these Dao marks would no doubt give him tremendous help. Aren't you tired of always doing this? How about changing to another method? Even I am bored. Ma Hongyun knew his death was certain, so he no longer cared at this point, making fun of Lady Wanshou. Lady Wanshou's eyes shot out cold light that shone on Ma Hongyun, and incomparable pain immediately attacked his body and mind. He no longer had the content expression, as he raised his head and cried out miserably, his whole body twitching nonstop. Lady Wanshou silently listened to Ma Hongyun's screams, but the cold light from her eyes did not stop flickering. Ma Hongyun yelled himself hoarse. Finally, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Lady Wanshou gave a cold snort. The cold light from her eyes gradually dissipated and revealed her thoughtful expression. Zhao Lianyun is already close to dying. The number of times Love Immortal Goo can show its might has become limited. It seems Lady Wanshou has also noticed something. Far away in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, South Desolation Immortal was well aware of the situation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Right now, he was also somewhat impatient. Central Continent's Goo Immortals had still not appeared. What on earth were they planning? Capturing Love Immortal Goo was preparation Ancestor Giant Sun made in the past. We, his descendants, shall complete this perfectly. Black Extremity, prepare to move. South Desolation Immortal sent his command to Longevity Heaven through information path methods. In Longevity Heaven, the 8 extremities were still controlling Calamity Luck Altar and besieging 5 Elements Grandmaster. As they heard the command, 2 rank 7 Goo Immortals immediately separated from the formation, Black Extremity and Flood Extremity. We shall go now. Black Extremity said to the others. Come back quickly. Heaven Extremity did not dare to split too much of his attention. Without 2 rank 7 Goo Immortals, they were even more helpless against 5 Elements Grandmaster and could only maintain the current situation while they waited for Black Extremity and Flood Extremity to return. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Everything is going according to plan. If this continues, Love Immortal Goo and Ma Hongyun will return to Longevity Heaven. Central Continent Goo Immortals, if you still don't make a move, it will be too late. South Desolation Immortal thought to himself.
Rumble.
A loud sound was heard. The entirety of Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace shook violently and was actually forced to reveal itself. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. So all of it was your doing. Destroy this Heavenly Palace. Take revenge for our companions. Two immortal goo houses were floating in front of Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. One was giving off sounds of hundreds of canaries singing together, extremely agile. It was Canary Pavilion. The other was surrounded by strong winds and stood lofty and tall. It was wind-sweeping building. The two immortal goo houses had imposing air, but cracks could be seen on both of them. Clearly, Central Continent's goo immortals had to pay a huge price to get out from the spaceless tunnel. Humph. All of you finally appeared? South Desolation Immortal gave a cold snort as he quickly controlled Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace to defend themselves. The two immortal goo houses from Central Continent Pincer attacked Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace from in front and behind. Although there was Giant Sun Immortal Zombie inside Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, he showed no intention of making a move. He had been sitting here for countless years, only retaining enough strength to make one attack. It was to repay a debt to someone. Right now, even though Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace was being attacked, he was still sitting cross-legged at the center of the palace, aloof and indifferent. Soon, sweat started forming on South Desolation Immortal's forehead. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace was strong, but it had one big weakness. It had to stay at this place and could not be moved. The moment it moved, even if it was just a hair's breadth of distance, it would destroy its 300,000 years of effort. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace had spent 300,000 years before it was able to influence Black Heaven and White Heaven above Northern Plains. The moment it moved, this effort will be wasted, and it would no longer be able to influence Black and White Heaven. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace was like a huge defensive umbrella that firmly protected Northern Plains. This was the arrangement Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind for his descendants. How could South Desolation Immortal destroy Ancestor Giant Sun's motives just because he was being attacked? He could only choose to face the attacks head-on. Central Continent's side had come prepared as they erupted in explosive offenses, actually gaining the upper hand against Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Yao Huang, come help me in controlling this immortal goo house and fight off the enemies. South Desolation Immortal spoke. Yao Huang quickly agreed and moved to help. With a second rank 8 goo immortal controlling the immortal goo house, there was an immediate effect. The battle situation stabilized. South Desolation Immortal's expression was filled with doubts. Strange. Why did these Central Continent goo immortals' attacks suddenly fall off? Also, they seemed to have met with an accident in the spaceless tunnel. I remember there were clearly 3 immortal goo houses. Where's that strongest one? Edgelink Camp? Was it destroyed in the spaceless tunnel? But at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's eyes opened wide as he received the latest information. Edgelink Camp has appeared ABO. The Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Longevity Heaven had already infiltrated Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Thus South Desolation Immortal was extremely clear of the situation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land.
Boom.
A huge explosion resounded, and a continuous and intense tremor spread. The 12 snowy peaks of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land were all shaking violently. Immortal Goo House Edgelink Camp's power was extremely high. After all, this Immortal Goo House had 2 rank 8 Goo Immortals. One was Wei Ling Yang, the other was Bai Chun Tian. Myriad Tidal Dragon was controlling Wind-Sweeping Building while also using Canary Pavilion, restricting Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Edgelink Camp had great might. Even if it was in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, it was contending with the power of the fate-reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation, firmly floating in the air like a nail. We are saved. Reinforcements have come. Why is there only Edgelink Camp? What about the other 2? The 5 Central Continent Goo Immortals who were at different snowy peaks simultaneously raised their heads and looked at Edgelink Camp, their spirits greatly lifted. Edgelink Camp also discovered these 5 Goo Immortals, especially Zhao Lianyun, who had loved Immortal Goo. Wei Ling Yang and Bai Chun Tian naturally wanted to save them. However, the fate-reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation was not for show. Edgelink Camp tried to charge down but was met with a very strong formless force. The Super Goo formation here is not simple, it actually uses Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River is actually an old ancestor Shui, whose hands? But this Goo formation relies on Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. It is rooted to the Blessed Land. We cannot deal with the Goo formation, but we can destroy Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, thus destroying its roots. This Goo formation would then collapse by itself. Wei Ling Yang and Bai Chun Tian discussed for a moment before deciding on the plan. Boom boom boom. Edgelink Camp let out fierce offense. Giant horn shadows continuously bombarded at various areas of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, causing extremely huge quakes. Snowy mountain-blessed land turned into an apocalyptic scene. Avalanches took place at all the snowy peaks, huge rifts opened on the ground, and countless birds and animals fled in panic. Husband. Lady Wan Shou had stopped Gu refinement for the moment. She was standing beside old ancestor Shui, who with a worried expression. Dear, if we let this immortal Gu house continue to attack, snowy mountain-blessed land will be destroyed sooner or later. At that time, this refinement path Gu formation will also be destroyed. But you can relax. What can a mere immortal Gu house do to me? Let me teach these meddlesome central continent Gu immortals and make them have no way back. Old ancestor Shui who laughed loudly as he boldly charged towards Edgeling camp. Both sides fought an intense battle in the air. Edgelin K camp, which was being controlled by two central continents rank 8s, was actually suppressed, unable to obtain an advantage. Chapter 1268 Shadows in Snowy Mountain. Old ancestor Shui, who displayed the power that belonged to the strongest of northern plains. In possession of such vast might that shook heaven and earth. His great power would drive off deities and scare off ghosts. Old ancestor Shui, who is indeed worthy of being called the strongest of northern plains. Bai Chun Tian was not arrogant. These experts were beyond ordinary. With just a few exchanges of moves, Bai Chun Tian knew he was not Shui whose match. Edgeling camp was shaking continuously and even looked like it could not bear old ancestor Shui whose tyrannical offense. Unfortunately, old ancestor Shui who, you are only one person, while we have two rank 8 Gu immortals. Wei Lingyang sneered and said to Bai Chun Tian, I will leave the immortal Gu house to you. Bai Chun Tian transmitted his voice in reply, you can rest assured, I can hold on. If something is wrong, I will call you back. Wei Lingyang used his methods to quietly fly out of Edgeling camp. He naturally could not resist the strength of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation by himself, but right now most of the formation's power was being used to protect snowy mountain-blessed land, so the pressure on Wei Lingyang had decreased, and he was confident he could use his methods to go to each snowy peak. Because he was a Rule Path Gu immortal. Rule Path possessed a huge advantage in this aspect. Old ancestor Shui who was stronger than Wei Lingyang, but he could not compare in this aspect. However, Wei Lingyang had only sneaked half the distance when he was discovered by old ancestor Shui whose powerful investigative killer move. Where are you going? Old ancestor Shui who furiously shouted as he waved his hand. Immediately, a boundless blizzard rose up from thin air. Heaven and earth changed colors. All living beings went silent. Wei Lingyang was immediately overwhelmed. Wei Lingyang was not discouraged by being obstructed. He constantly changed his directions to break through old ancestor Shui whose obstruction, and with Bai Chun Tian's cooperation, it was a very good tactic of distraction. Lady Wan Shou was breaking out in cold sweat. She did not have any mood to refine currently and was concentrating on this crucial battle. If old ancestor Shui who won, everything would be safe. Any danger would also take a turn for the better. If old ancestor Shui who lost, then everything was lost. All their efforts would burst like a bubble. Although old ancestor Shui, who had high battle strength, the other side had two rank 8 Gu immortals and an immortal Gu house, Edgeling camp. On the contrary, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation was of limited help to a rank 8 Gu immortal like old ancestor Shui who. Wei Lingyang wanted to pincer attack, which no doubt attracted a lot of ancestor Shui whose attention, causing the latter to find it hard to use his full strength. If one of the rank 8 Gu immortals attacks the snowy peaks, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lady Wan Shou was filled with worries. Right now, snowy mountain-blessed land was already in danger that threatened its very existence. Lady Wan Shou, I have an idea which can let you resolve this danger. Right at this time, a message arrived in Lady Wan Shou's immortal aperture. This is. Lady Wan Shou was greatly shocked. Because the Gu worm that had transmitted the message was one which Lady Wan Shou had all along kept in her immortal aperture and never used. Many years ago, not long after Lady Wan Shou had underwent immortal ascension. Inside a cave. Senior, so you were already here. This junior will leave. I don't dare disturb senior from taking this true inheritance. Lady Wan Shou's heart palpitated at the surging aura released by this mysterious Gu immortal. But who knew this mysterious Gu immortal would suddenly say, little girl, you could become a Gu immortal at such a young age, and also know your own limits, knowing when to retreat or advance, quite good. I don't have the qualifications to take this true inheritance. I am willing to give this true inheritance to you, but after you inherit it, you need to tell its contents to me. You will also owe me a favor. If there is a situation in the future, you must help the person who uses this information path Gu worm. Lady Wan Shou considered for just a moment before agreeing. She actually had no other choice. Because if she did not agree, she probably could not leave this place alive with her cultivation level. If so, it was better to take a bet on this. Good. Come, we shall set the agreement. The mysterious Gu immortal smiled brightly, while stroking his beard. This scene of the past quickly flashed in Lady Wansho's mind. She immediately replied, "May I ask if you also have interest in fortune rivaling heaven goo?" That goo worm quickly transmitted the reply. "Haha, Lady Wansho, it seems you have genuine feelings towards old ancestor Shuehu. Rest assured, we don't have any ill intention towards you. We only need you to refine a goo material. If you can do this, we will help you and your husband to force back these Central Continent experts. Then I shall welcome you, honored guests." Lady Wansho nodded after a bit of pondering. After a while, a group of 4 Gu immortals appeared before Lady Wansho. They were Ing Wu Xie and the others. He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng. Lady Wansho immediately recognized 2 of them. The destruction of 88 Truyong building had caused the culprits to be hunted everywhere. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had become famous, together with Fang Yuan. Right now, Lady Wansho was very surprised to see these 2 great culprits. After all, previously, such a huge superforce like He tribe had taken the blame for Ei Lulan and was besieged by various Huangjin tribes before being annexed by Zhu tribe in the end. As for Bai Ningbing and Ing Wuxia, Lady Wansho naturally did not recognize them. However, what made her even more surprised was that the leader of these 4 Gu immortals was the weakest strength path immortal zombie, Ing Wuxia. "Distinguished guests, I wonder how you can help us repel the enemies?" Lady Wansho asked. Ing Wuxia smiled brightly and spoke with assurance. "Lady Wansho, I know old ancestor Shui, who had invited people to remove the alliance agreement on you from back then. But we indeed came with no ill intent. We both have mutual enemies, these Gu immortals of Central Continent. We are the best allies you can have. At this moment, you let us in. It meant that you still acknowledge the favor from back then, and that you realize the dangerous situation you are in. But as long as you help us refine an immortal material first, everything can be solved easily." "What immortal material? Take it out." Lady Wansho extended her hands. However, Ing Wuxia shook his head, giving a bitter smile. "This immortal material is inside your immortal aperture, Lady Wansho." "Oh, it is that purple gold rock which old ancestor Shui, who took from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's graveyard in the past." Ing Wuxia replied. Lady Wansho's pupils shrunk slightly, letting out wisps of sharp light as she took out an immortal material. "This?" The 4 immortals looked at it. This rock was only the size of a palm and was shining in purple gold light. Ing Wuxia heaved a sigh. "Yes, it is this rock. So you are members of Shadow Sect." Lady Wansho exposed the identity of Ing Wuxia and the group. Ing Wuxia was not surprised, admitting frankly, "Fairy, you have great knowledge. I will trouble you." Lady Wansho nodded. As such, Central Continent's Gu immortals were indeed enemies of her and these Shadow Sect Gu immortals. As the common saying went, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Also, Lady Wansho glanced at the battle in the air before turning her gaze to this purple gold rock. "What kind of immortal material is this? I was not able to identify it, and even others did not know. I won't hide it from you. I have already tried to refine this purple gold rock, but I had no results." Ing Wuxia smiled brightly, his tone carrying some pride. "That is because this is a special method of my Shadow Sect, Lady Wansho. You don't know the correct procedures and methods. I will teach you. You just need to follow them, and you will succeed." An ancient sword dragon was flying above the clouds as it finally arrived at snowy mountain-blessed land. From the outside world, the scenes inside snowy mountain-blessed land could not be seen. Life and death battles were going on in the blessed land. Storms and lightning razed the battlefield, but in the outside world, it was sunny and peaceful. They entered snowy mountain blessed land. Strange. Fang Yuan could not help but have some doubts. He knew old ancestor Shui, who had turned snowy mountain-blessed land into a danger zone, to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Ing Wuxia and the others actually entered it? Was this true or an illusion? Would it be like that time in Eastern Sea when Ing Wuxia and the others made arrangements in the Gu formation, creating a facade and deceiving Fang Yuan's Qi-Lux sensation? But if it was true, it signified too many things. Fang Yuan hesitated. He had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, but it was not wise to rashly charge in. He decided not to charge in for the moment and simply wait and see. Chapter 1269. Rank 8 Miniman. Shuehu, take this. Wei Ling Yang softly pointed his right hand towards old ancestor Shuehu. Immediately, a grand beam of light shot towards old ancestor Shuehu. Old ancestor Shuehu gave a light snort as he waved his hand. A large wall of ice appeared and blocked the beam of light easily. Next, old ancestor Shuehu breathed out cold air which flew towards Wei Ling Yang, resembling spiraling hatchets. Wei Ling Yang's expression immediately changed. These spiraling ice hatchets were extremely difficult to deal with. He had already suffered from them. The main thing was, he did not have restrictive methods against them. Helplessly, Wei Yang could only fly back into Edgelink Camp and use the powerful defensive ability of Edgelink Camp to protect himself.
Boom boom boom.
A series of soft sounds echoed as the ice hatchets followed Wei Yang and smashed into Edgelink Camp. Edgelink Camp shook intensely. Large amounts of cold air spread over it, instantly freezing many of its mortal goo to death. Quick, repair the Immortal Goo House. Someone is injured. Heal them quickly. Activate the Immortal Goo House. Use offense as defense. The Goo Immortals inside the Immortal Goo House were agitated. Wei Yang was breathing roughly. His right hand had frozen completely. Who knew when it happened? When was I hit? Even Wei Yang himself was surprised at the condition of his right hand. Old Ancestor Shui, whose methods were endless. Even when they were not very powerful, they were sinister and insidious, making people unable to defend effectively. Wei Yang had been struck by Old Ancestor Shui, whose move unknowingly, and was injured. He tried several methods, but the condition of his right hand showed no signs of improving. This injury is so troublesome. Bai Qin Tian breathed sharply. It is not a big problem. I only need to seal my right hand for the moment. I am now worried about Myriad Tidal Dragon's end. He is controlling 2 Immortal Goo houses, and also has the help of most of the Goo Immortals that came in this expedition, but what he is facing is Luck Suppression, Heavenly Palace, as well as Longevity Heaven. We must rescue Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun quickly, and join up with Myriad Tidal Dragon then. Retreat to Central Continent. Wei Yang's gaze flickered continuously. Central Continent's Goo Immortals naturally had come prepared. Although they met with an accident in the spaceless tunnel, Central Continent's accumulation was more than enough. When these Goo Immortals reacted, they quickly and smoothly escaped the danger. But the current situation was extremely unfavorable to them. It was already difficult to deal with Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Now that they had split their forces, the decision-maker, Wei Yang, was facing great mental pressure. Rumble. Thunderous explosions occurred endlessly. Edgelink Camp was shaking continuously and was losing ground. Central Continent's 2 Rank 8 Goo Immortals were elites among Rank 8s and were qualified to be members of Heavenly Court. They were naturally very powerful. However, Northern Plains excelled in battle strength among the 5 regions, and Old Ancestor Shui, who was the strongest expert among the Rank 8s of the current Northern Plains. Right now, he displayed such astonishing offense that Central Continent's side was not able to gain the upper hand since the moment they had started fighting him. This won't do. Treat your injuries and control the Immortal Goo House. I will go distract Old Ancestor Shuehu. Bai Chun Tian said through clenched teeth. You must be careful. Wei Yang said to Bai Chun Tian with concern in his voice, as he knew his injuries had yet to recover. Bai Chun Tian flew out of Edgelink Camp and quickly used his immortal killer move, turning into a green ray of light and flying down towards the snowy peaks. Bai Chun Tian intended to destroy the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. With its destruction, Edgelink Camp would not be obstructed and could dive down without resistance, directly saving Zhao Lianyun and perhaps Ma Hongyun as well. Old Ancestor Shui, who might be powerful, but he would not be able to block Edgelink Camp's charge. Stop daydreaming. Old Ancestor Shui, who had already seen through Central Continent's tactics, he activated his immortal killer move. Immediately, endless hailstones fell down from the sky. Each of these hailstones was enormous, the size of a mound. They crashed down with loud sounds and started turning into snow monsters. These snow monsters were of at least Desolate Beast level, and among them were ancient Desolate Beast snow monsters as well. They stood on the snowy peaks and roared towards the sky. Old Ancestor Shui, who suddenly took in a deep breath, 2 lumps of cold air, so deeply blue that they were to the point of being black, were forming in his breath. The cold air was emitted, giving rise to a powerful blizzard. The snow monsters were like fish in water in the blizzard. They were even able to soar with the help of the blizzard. Bai Chun Tian, however, was greatly restricted. So powerful. Old Ancestor Shui, who knows he cannot use battlefield killer moves inside the GUFO. Mation, so he actually disassembled his signature battlefield killer move. His ice and snow path attainment is probably already at Great Grandmaster level. Whether it be Bai Chun Tian or Wei Yang, they were both shocked at the scene. At Great Grandmaster level, every killer move could be casually disassembled and interchanged at will. Their understanding towards the path was already close to the Tao. But what if you add me? Wei Yang sneered. The next moment, he also charged out of Edgelink Camp towards the Gu formation. The injury on his right had already healed completely. He clearly had very high attainment in the healing aspect. Old Ancestor Shui, whose expression slightly changed. Facing 2 Rank 8 Gu Immortals at once, along with an Immortal Gu House, he clearly appeared to be stretched thin and had slightly lost his control over the battle situation. After all, he was unable to destroy the Immortal Gu House for the moment, and the 2 Rank 8 Gu Immortals were also experts. Most importantly, Old Ancestor Shui, who had to protect the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Rank 6 and Rank 7 Gu Immortals could not break this formation, but Rank 8 Gu Immortals were different. Bai Chun Tian and Wei Lingyang were attacking the enemy's weak points, gradually turning around their situation and gaining slight initiative. Immortal Gu House Edgeling Camp was controlled by a group of Rank 7 Gu Immortals and was like a turtle shell in defense, not seeking glory on the battlefield but content with not showing flaws, not allowing old ancestor Shui Hu to make a fatal move for some time.
Boom boom boom.
Every now and then, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation shook and emitted buzzing sounds. This was the result of a small portion of attacks from Bai Chun Tian or Wei Lingyang that had escaped old ancestor Shui Hu's obstruction, striking snowy mountain-blessed land. Amazing! Hang in there, lords and our comrades of Central Continent. Zhao Lianyun and the group no longer needed to take a risk. They were standing at the top of their respective snowy peaks and gazing at the battle above. Similarly, the surviving snowy peak lords were also gazing at the sky. Their faces were filled with worry. This is the power of Rank 8 Gu Immortals. It is truly astonishing and terrifying. Because of this formation, the aftereffects of the battle have not spread, otherwise we would have died miserably. Lord Shui Hu is strong, but the Central Continent invaders are extremely crafty. If this goes on, the formation will be destroyed sooner or later. And, on the first snowy peak of Snowy Mountain, the refinement of the purple gold rock immortal material had reached its final stage. I didn't expect that I had to use enshrouding fragrance to dissolve the purple gold rock. Lady One Shou's horizons had broadened at this moment. Enshrouding fragrance was also an immortal material. Using tall material to refine immortal material, this method was rarely seen, and Lady One Shou also found that the essence of this method was food path. Food path was rare, no wonder Lady One Shou had no ideas on how to deal with this purple gold rock. The last layer of the rock surface was dissolved, and a dazzling purple light soared to the skies, forcing everyone to look away. Lady One Shou narrowed her eyes to a slit, and was barely able to see a figure in the purple light. This figure was very small, only about the size of an adult's thumb, and it had two thin purple wings on its back. Mini-Man? Lady One Shou was slightly stunned as she recognized this figure's race. Bathed in the purple light, the Mini-Man slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were a bright and deep purple color. As he opened his eyes, a powerful aura leaked out of him. Rank 8 Gu Immortal. In an instant, this aura caused the fierce battle in the air to slow down. Why is there another Rank 8 Gu Immortal? And it is the aura of Northern Plains. Bai Chun Tian and Wei Lingyang looked at each other, both feeling the situation going awry. We pay respects to Lord Purple. Ing Wuxia had already brought the Gu Immortals with him, to bow towards this Rank 8 Mini-Man. Only Bai Ningbing was still standing upright. I have woken up again. The Mini-Man Gu Immortal blinked his eyes. The expression of confusion quickly disappeared from his face, replaced by a cold and indifferent expression. Chapter 1270. Sub and Main Fate-Reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation. The Mini-Man Gu Immortal thought briefly before using an immortal killer move, calling out, "Big, big, big." Thus, his body rapidly expanded like a balloon. Soon, he reached a normal human size. Furthermore, the wings on his back vanished as well. On the outside, he looked just like a normal human. Right now, the Gu Immortals present could finally see the appearance of this mysterious Rank 8 Gu Immortal. He was an unimpressive old man, even looking a little disheveled. His only special feature was his purple hair, so messy that he resembled a beggar. Plop. Tai Bai Yunsheng had tears flowing down his face. He knelt down as he shook in excitement, shouting, "Master! Oh, it is you. I remember I gave you a time path true inheritance." The Rank 8 Gu Immortal smiled, exposing his uneven yellow teeth. Even though our sex plan succeeded, many unexpected mishaps occurred. This was what happened. Fighting against time, Ing Wuxia went forward and transmitted many wills and thoughts to the purple-haired old man. In a moment, the purple-haired old man understood everything. It was a pity. Heavens will won by a margin. But all hope is not lost. Ing Wuxia, you did well. It has been hard on you. And Tai Bai Yunsheng, stand up. Now, while I am still conscious, we will join with Shui Hu and take down these Central Continent Gu Immortals. The situation was dire. The purple haired old man noticed that the Rank 8 Gu Immortals were the key to this battle. He did not hesitate. His body turned into a purple light as he flew into the sky. In a moment, he stood beside old ancestor Shui Hu. "Friend, your name is?" Old ancestor Shui Hu was not surprised. Lady One Shou had already used a Gu worm to inform him about everything that happened regarding the group from Shadow Sect. With the help of the mysterious expert, old ancestor Shui Hu felt very excited. "I have many names, but the purple-haired old man said this and showed a smile with deep meaning. Shui Hu, you may call me Purple Mountain True Monarch." At this point, Old Ancestor Shui, who and Purple Mountain True Monarch collaborated, dealing with the two rank 8s from Central Continent, as well as Edgelink Camp. Purple Mountain True Monarch had incredible strength. Even though he only attacked sparsely, each of his attacks were extremely effective in turning the situation around. Any ordinary rank 8 could already help Old Ancestor Shui, who turned this around. Not to mention the mysterious and unfathomable Purple Mountain True Monarch. Wei Lingyang and Bai Chun Tian fought desperately. They exerted all their efforts, but they could not stop the situation from tilting towards Northern Plains' favor. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, they were forced to return to Edgelink Camp. They could not defend against Old Ancestor Shui, who and Purple Mountain True Monarch personally. The Peak Lord saw this and cheered loudly. Without Central Continent's Gu Immortals attacking the fate-reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation, the result of this battle was obvious. Zhao Lianyun and the other 4 Gu Immortals who were trapped in snowy mountain-blessed land had pale expressions. The battle had turned for the worse. Their hopes of survival were dwindling. What should they do? Outside snowy mountain-blessed land, an ancient sword dragon was hiding among the clouds. Shadow Sect actually has connections with Snowy Mountain. Then why did Qin Baixing not request for Snowy Mountain's help when he was fighting against Feng Jiuge in Luo Po Valley? Or perhaps their relationship is not as deep as I think. Qiluk Sensation was telling Feng Yuan that Ing Wuxia and the rest were inside snowy mountain-blessed land. They did not leave. Feng Yuan's pursuit was obstructed. He was unwilling to give up. He was waiting outside to see if there was a chance. And at a certain place 1,000 li away, 2 Gu Immortals descended from the sky. They were none other than Longevity Heaven's Black Extremity and Flood Extremity. This is the place, Black Extremity said as he used his Gu worms, causing a huge commotion. The small slope that was in front of them started to shine in rainbow light. Flood Extremity realized at once. So you have set up a Gu formation at this place. You need me to control the Gu formation now. Black Extremity shook his head. Wait until we get inside. He took a large step ahead, entering the Gu formation, as Flood Extremity followed behind. Once they were inside the Gu formation, Flood Extremity's expression changed. He said in shock, "This Gu formation has a grand aura, as expected of your personal arrangement, Black Extremity. I can tell that once activated, it will have incredible strength." But towards the end, Flood Extremity had a hesitant tone. "But what?" Black Extremity looked at him with much interest. Flood Extremity said in a profound tone, "But I feel that this formation is not complete. It is missing something. It is like a lake. There should be something connecting it to the sea." Black Extremity heard this and his eyebrows rose. He praised and clapped. "As expected of a quasi-great grandmaster of water path, you are already proficient in comprehending other paths through your main path." "That's right. This Gu formation is just a sub-formation. There is a corresponding main formation." "Then where is the main formation?" Flood Extremity frowned. Before Black Extremity answered, he had an inspiration as he said in realization. "I understand. The main formation is the fate-reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation in snowy mountain-blessed land." "Indeed." Black Extremity laughed. "I was tasked earlier to act as Sun Ming Lu and get near Lady Wan Shou. Eventually, I created the fate-reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation, which used Reverse Flow River. Even though Old Ancestor Shui, who is currently the strongest person in Northern Plains, he is not proficient in Formation Path, he could not tell that I had a backdoor. Right now, as long as I activate this subformation, I can make the main formation in snowy mountain-blessed land break apart and draw the Reverse Flow River here. Once the Gu formation collapses, everyone and everything in the surrounding 10,000 li of snowy mountain-blessed land would all be swept here." Black Extremity said with an excited gaze. Flood Extremity was shocked. "In this case, wouldn't those 4 rank 8 great experts be sent here too?" Black Extremity shook his head. "Reverse Flow River is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It is not ordinary. It has an incredibly large number of Dao marks. As long as one falls into Reverse Flow River, even rank 8 great experts cannot use any Gu worms. In The Legends of Rinzhu, when Rinzhu traveled up the Reverse Flow River, he did not use any Gu worms within the river. Then wouldn't they be meat on the chopping block for us?" Flood Extremity was excited. But Black Extremity shook his head. "We are outside Reverse Flow River. If we make any attacks, it will be reversed and reflect back at us. This is Reverse Flow River. The word reverse naturally has deep meaning." Flood Extremity was confused. "In this case, how can we save Ma Hongyun and capture Zhao Lianyun?" "Ha ha ha." Black Extremity laughed. "Did you forget that Reverse Flow River is still subjected to the influence of both my sub and main fate-reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation? When the main formation collapses, Reverse Flow River would flow towards us. By then, the order of everyone in snowy mountain-blessed land would be arranged by me. Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun would be at the front of Reverse Flow River. Lady Wanshou and the rest would be behind, while Central Continent's Goo Immortals would be even further back. Those rank 8 Goo Immortals would be at the end. Incredible. Flood Extremity said with shining eyes. He clapped. This way. In order to escape from Lady Wanshou and the rest, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun would desperately struggle and move forward, to pull ahead of the rest behind. But as long as they are ahead, we will be able to interact with them here, and capture them alive. However, Flood Extremity frowned. If Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun are unable to persevere, would they be like Rinzhu, and be washed away by the river? If that happens, they would fall behind the other Goo Immortals. Wouldn't it foil our plans? Black Extremity smiled bitterly. This is the biggest flaw in the plan. But traveling in reverse flow river has nothing to do with cultivation level or strength. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are not at a disadvantage. But this is not an assured result. Flood Extremity was not satisfied with this. Black Extremity shrugged. Then what do you want from a rank 7 Goo Immortal like me? This is the best way already. After all, we are not plotting against 2 rank 7 Goo Immortals, but the entirety of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and Central Continent's Goo Immortal experts, involving multiple rank 8 great experts, a total of 4 at that. Flood Extremity was speechless. He nodded helplessly. This was their limit indeed. In fact, it was already very impressive that Black Extremity could achieve this much. Don't worry, we are just part of the arrangements. Lord South Desolation has woken up. He definitely has other plans. We just need to do our part. That will suffice. Black Extremity patted Flood Extremity's shoulder in consolation. Chapter 1271. Implicating Fang Yuan.
Boom, boom, boom.
The silhouette of the giant horn shot around in the sky, sending out a barrage of attacks. Around old ancestor Shuehu, frost energy was oozing, turning into blue icy cold frost that swept at Edgelink Camp in layers. The 2 Central Continent rank 8s in Edgelink Camp were desperately gritting their teeth. The Goo Immortals behind them were trying to repair the immortal Goo houses. They were covered in sweat and had panicked expressions. Meanwhile, beside old ancestor Shuehu, Purple Mountain True Monarch was covered in dazzling purple light, radiating in the entire Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Central Continent's group was attacking Snowy Mountain. Purple Mountain True Monarch was tasked to defend it. This blessed land was the foundation of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement. Formation, as long as they defended it, Central Continent would lose. What should we do? Bai Chun Tian had a frantic expression. If this continues, not only will we fail to save Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, we will also lose this immortal Goo house and our own lives. Wei Lingyang was the leader of this expedition. He had a grim expression. The situation was very disadvantageous for the Central Continent Goo Immortals. It could even be said they were hopeless. According to the plans of Central Continent's Goo Immortals, they were split into 2. One group would restrain Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, while the other would save Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun before they joined up and left Northern Plains together. But now, the group that went to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was already close to defeat, and the other group was also waiting for their rescue. This was Northern Plains, not Central Continent. 3 rank 8s and 3 immortal Goo houses, along with a band of Goo Immortals, were still a relatively small number of people. Of course, this was also because the Northern Plains Goo Immortals were prepared. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's plan was not known to Central Continent. Central Continent struck with a powerful attack. According to the planning of this assault, there was a huge chance of success. But as the situation progressed, the targets of their sneak attack became strong foes, and with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arrangements, Central Continent's Goo Immortals fell into this dangerous situation. Wei Lingyang's thoughts were turning rapidly. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and gave his orders, seemingly exerting his last bit of strength. We will retreat. Forget about Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun. After Purple Mountain True Monarch appeared, the situation went beyond Wei Lingyang's control. If this dragged on, Central Continent would suffer even greater losses. Wei Lingyang decided to retreat back to Black Heaven and join up with the other 2 immortal Goo houses and escape to Central Continent. Edgelink Camp was directed to leave. Old Ancestor Shuehu and Purple Mountain True Monarch could not stop it together. After all, they had no immortal Goo houses. They could not stop it from charging away. However, just when Edgelink Camp was about to charge out of the Goo formation, a change occurred. The entirety of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was rumbling intensely. A great earthquake. What is going on? The Blessed Land is collapsing. Zhao Lianyun and the others, as well as the remaining peak lords, were extremely shocked. Rumble. With a loud sound, the snowy peaks started to break apart. What is going on? Old Ancestor Shuehu showed shock on his face. The entire formation is breaking apart. Purple Mountain True Monarch's eyes shined brightly before he corrected himself. No. This formation. Before he finished his words, the Goo Immortals present heard the sound of waves. At the next moment, Giant rushing waves appeared out of nowhere, sweeping the battlefield. It was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Reverse Flow River. Oh no, my wife. Everything happened too quickly. Old Ancestor Shui who wanted to charge back to the first peak, but he was engulfed by the river along the way. Within Reverse Flow River, no goo worms could be activated. Old Ancestor Shui, who could not defend himself, he was washed away by the rushing tides. He had the highest battle strength in this place. If this happened to him, there was no need to mention the rest. Immortal Goo House Edge Link Camp broke apart in the river. The Central Continent Goo Immortals were washed along the river like falling dumplings. Zhao Lianyun and the rest, the peak lords of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Lady Wanshou, Ingwu Xie's group, and Ma Hongyun, were all inside Reverse Flow River. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land completely collapsed. Only a framework was left as the winds of assimilation started to blow. They're coming. Far away, Black Extremity's head was bulging with veins. He manipulated the subformation with all his strength. He was the culprit behind Snowy Mountain's destruction. And beside him, Flood Extremity was defending him vigilantly. At the final moment, Flood Extremity had to use his water path methods to direct Reverse Flow River. What? Fong Yuan felt his vision turning bright as a huge torrent engulfed him in an instant. Once the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation broke, everyone and everything within the surrounding 10,000 li of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was engulfed by Reverse Flow River. Fong Yuan was within this range. He was not spared. From the raging river water, Fong Yuan's had emerged on the surface. This is Reverse Flow River? He had a wide range of knowledge. After his shock, he realized the origin of the river that he was in. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land contains Reverse Flow River? No wonder my ancient sword dragon transformation was removed for no apparent reason. This was natural. Inside Reverse Flow River, goo worms could not be used. Fong Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation was an immortal killer move. It needed immortal goo and mortal goo to activate. Thus, the moment Fong Yuan was swept in, all of his goo worms stopped working. He returned to his original form. Thankfully, I can swim. Fong Yuan moved his limbs, swimming skillfully. He looked ahead. On the surface of the raging river, there were many things floating or swimming. Large numbers of wild beasts, trees and grass, and even rocks. Reverse Flow River's waves were extremely rough. Gushes of currents caused rocks or trees to move around randomly, creating chaos in the river. Fong Yuan's heart sank. In this situation, he could not use goo worms. His battle strength was at rock bottom. He could only rely on his own body's defense. At this time, Fong Yuan heard something that did not sound right near him. He quickly turned around. He saw that a giant metal tree was flowing along the river. The trunk was as thick as an elephant. It rushed towards him. Danger. Fong Yuan's pupils shrunk. He wanted to dodge. But in the torrential Reverse Flow River, he could not move easily. His speed was very slow. The metal tree crashed into his waist. Fong Yuan was quickly knocked into the depths of the river. Next, he rapidly moved his forelimbs, before resurfacing above the river. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He breathed raggedly, taking in fresh air as he inspected his body, checking his injuries. He was shocked when he checked it, because he had no injuries. He only had a bruise on his waist. But soon, his bruise vanished. Fong Yuan's eyes shined. He realized, oh right, my body is not normal. I have the sovereign immortal body. Inside Reverse Flow River, Fong Yuan could not use any goo worms. He could only rely on his own body. However, his sovereign immortal body was not normal at all. Chapter 1272. What is that? After the Battle of Etian Mountain ended, Fong Yuan had tested this body's limits. He did not use any goo worms, but he was fast like a charging horse. By just leaping gently, he could jump 10 meters of distance. Jumping down from 180 meters while pointing his head downwards, he felt a little dizzy, but it only lasted for 3 breaths of time, and was gone before he knew it. He had great strength and endurance as well. He ran for minutes without feeling any fatigue at all. His 5 senses and visual acuity were beyond amazing. His vision was outstanding, looking 10,000 steps ahead. Everything was clear to him. His heartbeat returned to normal after exercising intensely. Every time it beat, it was very strong and lively. His thinking speed was extremely fast as well. Even if it was under the light of wisdom, he could maintain it for a long time. Even goo immortals could rarely reach this extent with only their bodies. Not just a metal tree, even if a metal hill crashed at him, Fong Yuan would be intact. This was the sovereign immortal body's own physique. It had nothing to do with goo worms. It had to do with his Tao marks. Inside Reverse Flow River, I cannot use goo worms, but the same goes for others. Meanwhile, my sovereign immortal body is sufficiently strong. My Tao marks are also high in quantity. Fong Yuan thought about it. His mood turned into excitement. Ingwu Xie. He flung his limbs as he swam forward like a swordfish. The whole reverse flow river was running quickly, but the overall flow was affected by the formation. It flowed towards Black Extremity and Flood Extremity.
Roar.
A striped tiger was climbing onto a plank with its limbs. Fong Yuan swam to the tiger, but it was unmoved. Meanwhile, Fong Yuan panted as he took a little rest on the plank. But this plank could not endure the weight of both the human and tiger. It started sinking. The tiger was anxious. It bore its fangs at Fong Yuan and wanted to bite him, but Fong Yuan snorted and stretched out his arm, crushing the tiger's head as he raised his fist and punched this tiger to death. Thankfully, this is not a desolate beast, but an ordinary beast instead. Against a desolate beast, the sovereign immortal body was not enough. Snowy mountain-blessed land did not lack desolate beasts. But to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, in activating the formation and defending against enemies, snowy mountain-blessed land had already been modified. Goo immortals with desolate beasts had kept them in their immortal apertures. They would not allow enemies to kill the desolate beasts. That would just be stupid. Fong Yuan swam in reverse flow river. He wanted to find Wu Xia. Snowy mountain-blessed land collapsed. Reverse flow river was pouring out. Fong Yuan did not know that Purple Mountain true monarch had awakened. He was still thinking of old ancestor Shui, who was the main enemy. He estimated that Wu Xia had some relationship with Snowy Mountain, but it was not close. Otherwise, why would old ancestor Shui, who not helped during the Battle of Tian Mountain? Fong Yuan's analysis was not wrong. But his information path methods were too lacking. He did not have enough intel. Right now, even if I meet old ancestor Shui Hu, I can survive. Because in reverse flow river, goo worms cannot be used. It is a special environment. Since Wu Xia has some connection with old ancestor Shui Hu, if I miss this chance, they will definitely grow rapidly under his protection. If I miss this chance, I might not have another opportunity to eliminate them again. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan moved ahead after resting shortly. But he met by Chen Tian, a Central Continent rank 8 goo immortal. Fong Yuan was shocked. What is going on? A rank 8 goo immortal who is an old ancestor Shui Hu and is from Central Continent. Bai Chun Tian was in a terrible state. He was covered in injuries as he rested on a huge turtle's back. These injuries were not from reverse flow river's journey, but were sustained in the battle earlier. He was a rank 8 goo immortal. His Dao marks conflicted, and it was harder to heal from injuries once he sustained them. But in that battle, he was in a weaker position. How could he have time to heal himself? Thus, after the main formation collapsed, he was swept by reverse flow river and could not use his goo worms to heal himself, all the way until now. But fortunately, while being washed away in the river, he met a floating turtle and managed to get a chance to rest on it. Fong Yuan discovered Bai Chun Tian. Bai Chun Tian also saw Fong Yuan. But Bai Chun Tian did not recognize Fong Yuan, because Fong Yuan was in his sovereign immortal body's appearance. His original appearance was exposed by Heavenly Court and was spread over all 5 regions. Even though Bai Chun Tian did not know Fong Yuan, he frowned and became alert. Because Fong Yuan's aura showed that he was a Northern Plains goo immortal. This was also because of the sovereign immortal body. After passing the regional wall, Fong Yuan could change his aura into that of the region he was in. He was a goo immortal of the region and could perfectly fuse into it. Who is this? He is not one of the peak lords of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. However, he could have been recruited by old ancestor Shui Hu secretly. Bai Chun Tian stood up on the turtle's shell, looking at Fong Yuan's every movement. Inside reverse flow river, even though Bai Chun Tian had rank 8 cultivation level, his goo worms could not be used. He had limited battle strength. Fong Yuan also looked at him alertly. He did not get close. Even though Fong Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, he would be stupid if he thought he was the strongest person in reverse flow river. Reverse flow river did not allow goo worms to be used, but his body was intact. His Dao marks were effective. Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal body was very powerful because of the Dao marks on the immortal body. Similarly, if a goo master used black boar goo to gain the strength of a boar, he would have the strength path Dao marks carved into his body. If this goo master falls into reverse flow river and is unable to use goo worms, he would still be able to use his body and attack with the strength of a boar. As for other goo immortals, over the long course of their cultivation journey, how could they not use any goo worms like black boar goo to increase the number of Dao marks in their bodies? This was natural. Anyone who was not a fool would know the advantages of such Dao marks. Fong Yuan's body had its advantages, so did other goo immortals. The extent simply varied from one person to another. For rank 8 goo immortals, they had deep foundations. Fong Yuan did not want to fight against Bai Chun Tian at the moment. You are a Central Continent goo immortal? I am a Northern Plains goo immortal, but I have a grudge with old ancestor Shui Hu. I saw him trying to refine the rank 8 immortal goo. I did not want him to succeed, so I went to the outside of the Blessed Land and tried to find a way to break in. Are you a helper for him to refine the goo? Fong Yuan probed. Bai Chun Tian's frown eased a little, he answered. old ancestor Shui, who is also my enemy. Not long ago, I was fighting against him in snowy mountain-blessed land, but this unexpected surprise happened. My injuries are all caused by old ancestor Shuehu. The two talked and exchanged information. Fong Yuan realized now that so many things had happened in snowy mountain-blessed land. But Bai Chun Tian was very vague about many things. Fong Yuan could not get much intel. They did not trust each other after all. This was natural. They only had interacted a little. It was hard to tell what the other person's intentions were. And in this situation where goo worms could not be used, both sides were at their highest. Alertness. Fong Yuan knew he could not get more information from Bai Chun Tian and decided to leave. He left that huge wild turtle. Even during the conversation, he did not get closer, while Bai Chun Tian did not invite Fong Yuan to rest on the turtle's back. Bai Chun Tian saw that Fong Yuan was leaving, and his expression relaxed a little. But at this moment, an unexpected surprise occurred.
Ping.
A soft sound echoed. A fist-sized thing was washed down by the river, landing on Fong Yuan's face. This thing was soft and tiny, like a jellyfish. It stuck to Fong Yuan's forehead. What is this? Fong Yuan was stunned. He wanted to pull it away. But at this time, he heard Bai Chun Tian call out, "Be gentle, don't crush it." Oh! Fong Yuan was surprised. What was it that made a rank 8 goo immortal nervous? Chapter 1273. Affection Immortal Goo. Fong Yuan held this jellyfish-like goo in his hand, looking at it. At the next moment his eyes shined. This was an immortal goo. But he did not know its rank. Because in Reverse Flow River, no goo worm could be used. These goo worms that fell into Reverse Flow River were like fossils. They were sealed and their auras could not be felt. This made Fong Yuan unaware of the nature of this jellyfish immortal goo earlier, when it was on his face. Only when Bai Chun Tian reminded him did Fong Yuan realize. If this were in the outside world, without Reverse Flow River, immortal goo aura would leak. Fong Yuan would detect it from far away and determine what its rank was. As for what immortal goo it was, that would depend on the goo immortal's own knowledge. This immortal goo seems to be affection goo? Fong Yuan's knowledge was wide. After looking at it, he could guess what this goo was. Wisdom Path had 3 elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Since there was love immortal goo, there was also affection immortal goo, of course one. Fong Yuan's guess was right. Bai Chun Tian could not help but feel anxious. Affection goo was very important to Central Continent's goo immortals.
Why?
Because this immortal goo was temporarily used in Edgelink Camp, there were many mortal goo along with it. This affection immortal goo, along with many mortal goo, could create a new effect in Edgelink Camp that was to track the location of love goo. Even if love goo was in an immortal aperture, it would not be affected. That was how Edgelink Camp managed to find snowy mountain-blessed land. Otherwise, inside the spaceless tunnel, when love goo sent Zhao Lianyun, Yu Yizi, Shizheng Yi Buzhenzi, and Mu Ling Lan away, who would know where they went? After adding affection immortal goo and other goo worms, Edgelink Camp could detect love immortal goo and traced it to snowy mountain-blessed land. But afterwards, because they fought with old ancestor Shuehu and Purple Mountain True Monarch, Edgelink Camp sustained great pressure and took much damage. Before this, due to the long journey and the collapse of the Spacel SS Tunnel, Edgelink Camp was not complete to begin with. And now, after Flood Extremity and Black Extremity activated the goo formation, destroying the main formation, Reverse Flow River flowed out and struck the heavily damaged Edgelink Camp. This way, the immortal goo house broke apart, and the immortal goo and mortal goo inside were all swept away by the water. If this were the outside world, these immortal goo and mortal goo would fly towards the goo immortals who had their wills contained. But inside Reverse Flow River, these goo worms were restricted by the special environment. They were forcefully sealed, hibernating like they were no longer alive. Affection goo was one of the countless goo worms that made up the immortal goo house. Or rather, it was a very lucky one. Because most of the goo worms had flowed along the river and were destroyed by the waves, or crashed into rocks or trees. Goo worms were very fragile. Reverse Flow River became their grave. Of course, there were different types of goo worm body types. Most were broken with one squeeze, but some are like jade or rocks, as tough as jade. Affection goo was different. It had a soft body. It could survive even if there was an impact. Evidently, this was how it survived in Reverse Flow River. But after ending up in Fong Yuan's hands, it was not in good shape. The jellyfish body was very tattered. There was a huge injury that was about a quarter of its size. It was terrifying. Bai Chun Tian's eyes were very sharp. Seeing that Fong Yuan was about to pull away this affection goo, he called out in worry. But after reminding him, he felt great regret. If he did not say it, Fong Yuan might have thrown it away without care or concern. But now, Fong Yuan's eyes were shining. He realized the truth. Bai Chun Tian withheld the unease in his heart as he cupped his fists at Fong Yuan. "Friend, This goo belongs to Central Continent. Why don't you give this immortal goo to me? You will gain the friendship of Central Continent. Is that alright? Fang Yuan squinted. I can consider that, but what goo is this? You need to tell me. Bai Chun Tian answered. This is affection goo, a wisdom path goo worm. Wisdom path goo immortals were rare. Bai Chun Tian emphasized that this was affection immortal goo because he thought that Fang Yuan was not a wisdom path goo immortal. Affection goo was not useful to most goo immortals after all. It was a waste to give it away, but it was a burden in one's hands.
Why?
Goo immortals needed wills as their assistants. Be it in sect meetings or in treasure yellow heaven, any will goo could be used widely. But mortal level will goo could achieve this. There was no need to waste one's effort in raising an affection immortal goo. After all, if one was not a wisdom path goo immortal, with their conflicting Dao marks, using the immortal goo of other paths would have lower effects. At the same time, just affection immortal goo could not form any immortal killer moves. Unless it was an immortal killer move of other paths that needed affection immortal goo, or any special methods that needed it, then the goo immortal would desire it. Not all immortal goo were popular with people. Goo immortals had different paths, so did immortal goo. Goo immortals were of rank 6, 7, and 8, so were immortal goo. For goo immortals, only suitable immortal goo had value to them. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, goo immortals often held trading sessions to exchange their immortal goo. But Bai Chun Tian would not think that Fang Yuan was the most special goo immortal of all. Firstly, he had Grandmaster Wisdom Path attainment level. Such a person had to be considered a Wisdom Path goo immortal. Secondly, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body did not have conflicting Dao marks. He could cultivate any path. Lastly, Fang Yuan had been fretting over this matter. Even though he had Wisdom Path attainment level and methods, he did not have relevant Wisdom Path immortal goo. Thus, this affection immortal goo was very important to Fang Yuan. Thus, he placed affection immortal goo into the pocket of his shirt. Inside Reverse Flow River, the immortal aperture's entrance could not be opened. He had to carry it with him. Bai Chun Tian saw this, and his heart sank. His tone was even more anxious. Friend, take out that immortal goo. We are not enemies. We can go through a transaction according to what we need. Fang Yuan looked at Bai Chun Tian. We can have a transaction, but not here. Chapter 1274, Fighting Rank 8 in the River. If possible, Fang Yuan wanted to use affection immortal goo to trade for immortal goo that suited him more. But in Reverse Flow River, transactions were impossible. Because no goo worms could be used, information path methods that allowed 2 parties to engage in transactions were unusable. Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for immortal goo, but Bai Chun Tian could not take out any immortal goo, because goo worms hibernated while inside Reverse Flow River, let alone those in an immortal aperture. They would not respond to any of a goo immortal summons even if they were inside their bodies. Thus, Bai Chun Tian did not have any chips to use for trade. Bai Chun Tian knew Fang Yuan's concern, but should he give up this chance and wait for the future? Who knew what would happen in the future? After Black Extremity's action, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was gone. Central Continent's Edge Link Camp was destroyed as well. If Central Continent's group fought again, they would fall into an even deeper disadvantage. Central Continent's goo immortals were barely able to defend themselves. Once they escaped Reverse Flow River, wouldn't they flee immediately? Thus, there was no chance to undergo trade with Fang Yuan. If they did not do the transaction now, what about in the future? Fang Yuan was a Northern Plains goo immortal, while Bai Chun Tian was a Central Continent goo immortal. Both were in different regions. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Central Continent could not dictate Fang Yuan to do a transaction with them later. What if he made a deal with someone else? What if he raised prices to an absurd level without fear? There were worse situations possible. Bai Chun Tian was someone with the foresight to consider bad outcomes in advance. Seeing that he could not coax Fang Yuan to give the immortal goo, his killing intent rose. I am a rank 8 goo immortal. Even if I cannot use immortal goo here, with my Dao Mark Foundation, how can I lose to a rank 7 goo immortal? Thinking like this, Bai Chun Tian jumped into the river water and swam towards Fang Yuan. At this moment, his hostility was obvious. Fang Yuan sneered internally, as he charged towards Bai Chun Tian as well. Bai Chun Tian saw this and became joyful, thinking, this Northern Plains goo immortal looks like a battle maniac. He's simply brainless. The river water moved rapidly, but both parties had extraordinary bodies. They quickly met in the middle. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan raised his fist and punched at Bai Chun Tian thrice. Bai Chun Tian was a Woodpath goo immortal. He had great stamina and eyesight. He blocked all 3 attacks. He was shocked. This person looks so young. How can he have such strength? Does he cultivate strength path? He felt that his arm was numb from blocking. But while he was shocked, Bai Chun Tian still retaliated with his other hand. Both sides exchanged fists. They quickly got into a scuffle. Fong Yuan's entire body was a weapon. His head, knee, elbow, and all sorts of jabs were used. Bai Chun Tian was on the back foot, but soon, he held up evenly against Fong Yuan's attacks. Because he had incredible foundation, and his close combat skills were very deep. Even though he had rarely used these techniques after becoming a Gu immortal, currently in actual battle, he was recovering his combat skills. As for Fong Yuan, he had become a Gu immortal more recently. Many years ago, he was a mortal Gu master roaming northern plains and southern border. He was familiar with close combat. The two fought in the water. At times, they lifted their heads above the water and breathed roughly, temporarily resting. Reverse Flow River moved rapidly. Most of their energy was spent in swimming. They did not actually fight too much. When they fought, the environment was very complex. Because at times, logs or wild beasts would float down the river and force the two to evade them. As a result, after tens of rounds of battle, both sides were breathing roughly, but they could do nothing to the other party. This rank 8 Gu immortal is truly deep in foundation. I wanted to kill a rank 8 in Reverse Flow River, but now it seems to be wishful thinking. Bai Chun Tian, however, was filled with shock. How can this be? This person is on par with me? I have used Grass Python Immortal Gu previously to gain a huge amount of strength.
Yeah.
The also used Immortal Killer move Wood Armor to carve down marks in my body. My body has naturally strong defenses. I even turned my heart into a wood heart and turned my blood into green blood, giving me super healing abilities. These Immortal Killer moves and Immortal Gu, along with my Dao marks as a rank 8 Gu immortal who has so many calamities and tribulations, I definitely outclass this rank 7. But why am I simply evenly matched with him? Bai Chun Tian stared at Fong Yuan as if he was looking at a monster. Speaking of which, Fong Yuan did not have as many Dao marks as the rank 8 Bai Chun Tian, but in fact, his Dao mark accumulation surpassed most rank 7 Gu immortals. Even though he only became a rank 7 Gu immortal recently. What resisted Bai Chun Tian was the Sovereign Immortal Body. The Sovereign Immortal Body was not a normal human body, it was refined from a Gu worm. Be it Wei Ling Yang or Bai Chun Tian, they were humans. But Fong Yuan's body was made from a Gu worm. It could therefore be said that Fong Yuan being a complete otherworldly demon was one of the reasons. The Sovereign Immortal Body made up for the difference in Dao marks between him and Bai Chun Tian, allowing them to fight evenly. Fong Yuan decided to retreat. Even though he did not lose, his intention was to kill the huge threat in Wuxia. Earlier, when fighting with Bai Chun Tian, he wanted to test his strength, to see if he could kill a rank 8 Gu immortal. But in fact, Fong Yuan was overly optimistic. He could do nothing to Bai Chun Tian. Fong Yuan had to give up. He did not want to stall it out with Bai Chun Tian, his objective had not been met yet. Fong Yuan wanted to leave, but Bai Chun Tian did not allow him to. Even though Bai Chun Tian could not do anything to Fong Yuan, Affection Immortal Gu was still with Fong Yuan. Even if I cannot win, I need to keep him here. If my companions come later, we can encircle him together. I cannot let him escape. Damn it, this guy. Fong Yuan quickly frowned. He wanted to retreat, but Bai Chun Tian's speed and strength were not inferior to his. Even though Fong Yuan wanted to leave, Bai Chun Tian was preventing him from doing so. This gravely affected Fong Yuan's plan. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fong Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light. Obstructed by the wild beast corpse ahead, Fong Yuan's speed fell, and Bai Chun Tian reached him again. Fong Yuan turned around to fight him. Both were fighting with their fists and legs in Reverse Flow River. It was a draw. At the crucial moment, Fong Yuan stretched out his arm and placed Affection Immortal Gu in front of himself. Bai Chun Tian wanted to punch at Fong Yuan's torso. If he hit, Fong Yuan would lose his oxygen supply and would need to go to the surface and breathe in fresh air. This was one of the key points of fighting underwater. But Fong Yuan suddenly took out Affection Immortal Gu and put it in front of Bai Chun Tian's fist. Bai Chun Tian turned pale from shock. He quickly pulled back his fist and revealed a flaw. Fong Yuan laughed coldly on the inside. He used this flaw and charged. Bai Chun Tian had made a mistake and could only block and defend himself, preparing to counterattack. But Fong Yuan suddenly raised Affection Immortal Gu in front of himself, causing Bai Chun Tian to be unable to attack and exposing a flaw. With two flaws exposed, Fong Yuan made use of his advantage and kicked at Bai Chun Tian's stomach. Bai Chun Tian was hit and immediately opened his mouth as air bubbles floated up. He did not have enough oxygen now. He changed his tactics and wanted to escape to the surface. But Fong Yuan did not allow this. He stretched out his arms and gripped with them like pincers, pulling Bai Chun Tian and preventing him from reaching the surface. Bai Chun Tian suddenly twisted his waist and escaped with a difficult maneuver. He moved like a fish, bursting out with strength. Fong Yuan's left arm could not catch him. Fong Yuan praised on the inside towards this response. Bai Chun Tian was a Central Continent Gu immortal, but his rank 8 foundation really held no weaknesses. In terms of fighting underwater, he even slightly surpassed Fong Yuan. There is a need to mention, Fong Yuan had lived in Eastern Sea for a long time during the 500 years of his previous life. This way, Bai Chun Tian instantly swam until he was on top of Fong Yuan. Chapter 1275, Kicking a Rank 8 Grade Expert. Fong Yuan's grasp earlier had failed. He raised his arms and grabbed upwards. His left arm missed, but his right arm grabbed onto Bai Chun Tian's leg. Bai Chun Tian was obstructed, his other leg kicked towards Fong Yuan's head like a fierce dragon. This blow was heavy. If it landed, Fong Yuan would become dizzy and Bai Chun Tian would easily escape. But Fong Yuan took out Affection Immortal Goo and raised it up. Bai Chun Tian wanted to curse, his leg stopped. Fong Yuan managed to obtain some time to react. He moved his head backwards as his entire body went upside down in the water. Originally, he was like Bai Chun Tian, they were floating upright. But now that he grabbed Bai Chun Tian's leg, he became upside down. Bai Chun Tian saw this and his heart sank. He gasped in his mind. This was because Fong Yuan was grabbing onto his leg with one hand, while the other was holding Affection Immortal Goo. He could not attack with strength. But at this moment in this scene, Fong Yuan had two legs to use. Meanwhile, Bai Chun Tian's leg was held by Fong Yuan. He could only attack with one other leg. Bai Chun Tian was shocked. The leg that was free moved around like a butterfly. It was extremely nimble. After kicking for several times, Fong Yuan could only see many shadows of his moving leg. But Fong Yuan had no fear. He kicked with both legs, as he unleashed a flurry of kicks moving like shadows as well. Both parties were fighting in the water, causing huge spirals to form around the river water. Each time their legs collided, a loud sound was emitted in the river water. Bai Chun Tian could only use one leg. How could he compete with both of Fong Yuan's legs? During the process of fighting, he was often hit by Fong Yuan's legs. Bai Chun Tian mainly defended himself, as he felt downcast. I am a great rank 8 Goo immortal. To think that this would happen. Scoundrel. As long as I get to the surface and recover my breath, I will deal with you. His arms flailed furiously, dragging Fong Yuan towards the surface as well. But at the next moment, Fong Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance, as he blocked Bai Chun Tian's kick with one leg, while his other leg kicked at a crucial location. Ah! Bai Chun Tian was kicked by Fong Yuan. It landed on his crotch. In an instant, his entire face stiffened. He stared with wide-opened eyes. He was about to gasp out his last bit of oxygen left. Bai Chun Tian was a rank 8 grade expert after all. He had superhuman endurance. He forcefully endured it and moved his arms, wanting to swim up to the surface. Boom. Fong Yuan kicked again. Bai Chun Tian's body shook. This time, he could not help but breathe out a chain of bubbles. Boom, boom, boom. Sensing his huge weakness, Fong Yuan continued to kick. Bai Chun Tian's face was flushed red. His eyes were bloodshot. He no longer thought of getting to the surface. He wanted to kill Fong Yuan. Who would fight you to the death? Fong Yuan let go, kicking Bai Chun Tian away with another blow. At the same time, he was pushed away by the force, pulling some distance from Bai Chun Tian. After getting free, Bai Chun Tian was dazed for a while before giving up on Fong Yuan. He went to the surface to recover his breath. Fong Yuan turned around and escaped successfully from Bai Chun Tian. Bai Chun Tian's head came up to the surface as he breathed in deeply continuously. His crotch was hurting. Waves of pain was assaulting his nerves. He felt himself getting dizzy. This accursed fellow. If I have a chance, I will tear out your tendons and burn you to ashes. Bai Chun Tian watched at the river surface as Fong Yuan swam away rapidly. Their distance was enlarging. He could not catch up. Fong Yuan successfully escaped from Bai Chun Tian. He slowed down to recover his stamina. His legs were numb. Bai Chun Tian's crotch was not easy to kick. Fong Yuan had immense strength, but his legs still felt numb from kicking it. Evidently, Bai Chun Tian had thought of defending his crotch. There were many woodpath dao marks there. At the final crucial moment, Fong Yuan did not fight with Bai Chun Tian. He knew that with Bai Chun Tian's methods, even if he killed him, he would have to face a terrifying retaliation and would likely get heavily injured or end up dead. Fong Yuan did not want this outcome. He did not need to fight to the death with a rank 8 Goo immortal. He had the sovereign immortal body. His future was bright. And his goal begin with was Ing Wuxia. If he died with Bai Chun Tian, wouldn't Ing Wuxia be laughing his head off? Even if only Bai Chun Tian died, Fong Yuan would still be heavily injured. He would lose the ability to kill Ing Wuxia. Of course, there was something crucial. Even if he killed Bai Chun Tian, Fong Yuan could gain nothing. Immortal apertures could not be opened here. Bai Chun Tian's corpse would be a burden. Fong Yuan could not carry this corpse around with him. Even if he could, what if he met Ing Wuxia? Even if he did not meet Ing Wuxia, what would he do if he met Central Continent's Goo immortals? Rank 7 Goo immortal killing rank 8. This would be a grand feat that would grant him unparalleled honor and glory. But this honor was worthless to Fong Yuan. He continued to swim ahead, trying to find Ing Wuxia. Fang Yuan, is that you? Ing Wu Xie heard this and turned around, expressing joy on his face. Come closer, I will pull you up, he quickly said. After a moment, Ing Wu Xie dragged Tai Bai Yunsheng onto a huge lotus leaf. This is the leaf of the king lotus. It can float on the surface of the water. To think that you are so lucky. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed deeply. Ing Wu Xie laughed, thinking, I am luck connected to Fang Yuan. How can my luck be bad? But soon, his smile faded as worry appeared on his face again. He looked at the flowing river. Reverse flow river's state is really strange now. We cannot escape. We have to meet up with Purple Mountain True Monarch now. We might be able to take back Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun and even kill that ancient sword dragon that was chasing us. At the mention of Purple Mountain True Monarch, Tai Bai Yunsheng showed admiration on his face. Yes, we should meet up with Master. Achoo. Purple Mountain True Monarch sneezed loudly. He had a bitter expression, sighing. Oh, to think that I would end up like this so soon after waking up. Sigh, I am old, my body is weak now, I seem to be getting a cold just because of some water. He was sitting on Old Ancestor Shui, whose shoulder. Old Ancestor Shui, who was swimming, he looked around, trying to find something in Reverse Flow River. Hearing Purple Mountain True Monarch's words, he snorted. You are doing nothing but you are still complaining? Don't you have wings? Why don't you fly out of Reverse Flow River? Purple Mountain True Monarch was in his original form now. Like how Fang Yuan turned back to a human from ancient sword dragon form, Purple Mountain True Monarch was a rank 8 mini-man Gu immortal. He had turned large earlier using an immortal method. Now that he was in Reverse Flow River, he became a mini-man again. Precisely because of this, he could sit on Old Ancestor Shui, whose shoulder. You think I don't want to? But this Reverse Flow River is affected by some power. It is very chaotic. I cannot leave the river. Hee. Who created this Gu formation for you? Purple Mountain True Monarch asked. Olden. Sesta Shui, who had a grim expression. Sun Minglu. Purple Mountain True Monarch responded with an oh. It should be him. This was out of my expectations. Old Ancestor Shui, who said, he is a member of Longevity Heaven. Old Ancestor Shui, who was astute. At this moment, it was not hard to guess where Sun Minglu came from. Because Central Continent's Gu immortals were already in danger, in the entirety of Northern Plains, who could have the ability and guts to deal with Old Ancestor Shui who. Other than Longevity Heaven, there was no one else. Purple Mountain True Monarch said, Longevity Heaven is definitely after Ma Hongyun, as well as Zhao Lianyun. They must be in front. I need to find my wife. Old Ancestor Shui, who said. Purple Mountain True Monarch patted his shoulder. Then we need to go ahead. Lady Wanshou was right beside Ma Hongyun at the time. She was swept away by the river along with them. She should be near them. The fate-reversing refinement subformation was shining with a brilliant white-golden light. The light burst into the sky like a huge, unconcealable pillar. At this moment, Black Extremity was at the center of the Gu formation, manipulating it and directing the flow of Reverse Flow River. Flood Extremity was outside the Gu formation, preventing any intruders from approaching the pillar of light. Chapter 1276, Perseverance of the Mini-Man. So impressive, this Gu formation can actually control Reverse Flow River. Flood Extremity looked at the pillar of light and praised sincerely. But Black Extremity shook his head. This is not control. I merely created the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. It is like digging a river channel and letting Reverse Flow River move in it. We dug the river channel. Thus, we can influence the direction that Reverse Flow River goes. When we retrieve Reverse Flow River, Longevity Heaven will gain another secluded domain of heaven and earth. Flood Extremity anticipated. Black Extremity instructed again. When we collect Reverse Flow River, the subformation will be destroyed. You have to take note of the time and direction, opening your immortal aperture and letting the river flow in. You are a water path Gu immortal. You have a big advantage in doing this. Flood Extremity was troubled. What if Reverse Flow River changes direction? Are there really no Gu worms in this world that can control Reverse Flow River? Black Extremity frowned slightly. Well, no, there isn't, but maybe not necessarily. There might be another possibility. What do you mean? You know the contents of The Legends of Renzu. It stated that Renzu sighed. As long as he had that immortal Gu, he would conquer Reverse Flow River. You mean immortal Gu, Perseverance? No way. Perseverance, immortal Gu has never appeared before. In my opinion, that story is only telling us to persevere in cultivating and to never give up easily. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 4, Section 26. Renzu's daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara, was trapped inside Ordinary Abyss. She made friends with the Mini-Man. The Mini-Man brought Boundless Forest Samsara to see his home, Citywell. After Boundless Forest Samsara saw Citywell, she raised her head at the sky. I understand now. Boundless Forest Samsara looked above her. She was trapped inside ordinary abyss. She was just like the mini-men who were trapped under the well. The mini-men raised their heads and saw the sky within the well. It was like the sky that boundless forest Samsara saw when she looked up at ordinary abyss. I have decided. I will work hard and get out of this abyss to meet with Father again. Boundless forest Samsara raised her fists, making up her mind. The mini-man was overjoyed. Sure. I want to leave ordinary abyss and see the world outside as well. I see that there are many trees here in ordinary abyss. We can chop them down and make a ladder to climb up. Boundless forest Samsara gasped, looking at the mini-man. Oh, mini-man, don't you have wings? Why can't you fly out? The mini-man smiled bitterly. Oh, human, I might have a pair of wings, but they are flimsy and weak. They can only carry me for a short distance. When I left Citywell, I also used a ladder. So that's it. Boundless forest, Samsara realized. In the following days, she stayed with the mini-man, chopping trees and creating a ladder. Trees were chopped down one by one. Wisdom goo flew out from them. Boundless forest Samsara was shocked. Wisdom goo, why are you here? Wisdom is hidden in the ordinary. Of course, I can be here. Wisdom goo answered. Next, Wisdom goo said, you are all very smart. You know how to use the achievements of predecessors to escape from being ordinary. But if you too want to leave ordinary abyss, you need to build your own ladders and complete them alone. Otherwise, you cannot leave. Boundless forest Samsara quickly nodded. Oh, Wisdom goo, thanks for reminding us. We will take note. She and the mini-man made their own ladders. The ladders became taller and taller. Soon, Boundless forest Samsara's ladder surpassed the mini-man. The mini-man's ladder was short and small. The distance between each step was also small. In comparison, Boundless forest Samsara's ladder was long and tall. Boundless forest Samsara teased the mini-man. Mini-man, oh mini-man, the ladder I make in half a day is as tall as the one you make in half a month. At this rate, when can you make a proper ladder to step on and escape from ordinary abyss? The mini-man was helpless. I can't help it, I am already doing my best, but this is all the wood I can carry after spending half a day, while you only need one hand to carry this over. I need to use a long time to chop down a small tree, but you only take 3 swings. I am already doing my best to reach this extent. Boundless forest Samsara nodded. It is a pity, we can only make our own ladders. The mini-man replied. That's right, to leave ordinary abyss. We can use our predecessors' achievements, but we truly need to rely on ourselves. Let's continue working hard. Boundless forest Samsara and the mini-man continued to chop down trees to make their ladders. Trees fell one by one. From within, Strength Goo flew out. Boundless forest Samsara was shocked. Oh, Strength Goo, why are you here? Strength is hidden in the ordinary. Of course, I can be here. Strength Goo answered. Boundless forest Samsara thought about it and asked, oh, Strength Goo, can you give us any advice? Like Wisdom Goo. Strength Goo said, I have no advice to give you, but I can grant you great strength as long as you give me your youth. Boundless forest Samsara fell into hesitation. Strength Goo said, according to your current strength, when will you be able to build a ladder tall enough to escape ordinary abyss? Boundless forest Samsara thought. Very long. I will need 20 to 30 years. Strength Goo said, yes, by then you will no longer be young, you will lose your youth and become middle-aged. Rather than that, you might as well give me your youth. Even though you will become middle-aged, you only need a few years to build the ladder. Boundless forest Samsara thought about it and nodded. You are absolutely right. Strength Goo, I will rely on you. Thus, Boundless forest Samsara obtained Strength Goo. Her speed in building the ladder became very fast. She could chop more trees at once. A year later, her ladder was extremely tall. She stood at the top of the ladder and looked down. She saw that the trees were very small, the grass was a field of green. She was very happy. So when I stand at a high point, things that are big usually will become small. It is just like Citywell. She looked down at the mini-man's ladder. It was very short, less than 1% of hers. She pouted. Boundless forest Samsara walked down and said to the mini-man, why are you still so slow? My ladder is already so tall. The mini-man looked at her ladder in admiration, saying helplessly, I really admire you. Your strength surpassed me to begin with, but now you also have Strength Goo. It is too bad that I have no help. I can only rely on myself. I have already tried my best. Every day, other than eating and resting, I spend all my time building this ladder, but it cannot match yours. Boundless forest Samsara nodded. That is natural. Another year passed. Boundless forest Samsara continued to build the ladder even taller. She stood at the peak and looked down. The trees were like grass, while everything smaller than trees could not be seen clearly. She looked at the mini-man's ladder. Even though it was taller than most trees, it was less than 1,000th of hers. Boundless forest Samsara walked down the ladder, laughing at the mini-man. Mini-man, oh mini-man, stop wasting your efforts. Your strength is too low. You will not be able to build that ladder even if you spend an entire lifetime. You might as well use this time to enjoy your life. Actually, you are already very amazing compared to those mini-men. You actually walked out of city well. You should just enjoy your life now. The mini-man thought about it and shook his head. I am not satisfied with being ordinary. When I am not happy with being ordinary would be like an abyss to me. I want to go out. Even if I cannot succeed, I want to try. If I do not try hard enough, I will not be happy. Thus, the mini-man continued building his ladder. The third year passed. Boundless Forest, Samsara's ladder, was extremely tall. She stood at the peak and looked down, only to see that clouds were blocking her vision. She wanted to look at the mini-man's ladder, but she could barely see it. It was less than 1/10,000th of her ladder. Boundless Forest, Samsara sighed. She felt lonely. When the wind blew, she shuddered, feeling cold. So when I stand at this tall point, not only will I feel lonely, I will also feel cold. Boundless Forest, Samsara walked down the ladder and told the mini-man about this. The mini-man shook his head. My ladder is not tall enough. I don't know how you feel. Boundless Forest, Samsara felt bored. She continued to build the ladder, but the time she spent on it was decreasing. Strength Gu asked her, Oh, human, why are you not building your ladder? Boundless Forest, Samsara answered, The ladder is too tall and cold. I need to rest and regain warmth. Another year passed. Boundless Forest, Samsara felt extremely bored. She was still building her ladder, but she was spending less and less time on it. Strength Gu asked her, Oh, human, why are you not building your ladder? Boundless Forest, Samsara answered, The ladder is too tall. When I look down, I get afraid. I need to rest and let my heart calm down. Another year passed. Boundless Forest, Samsara became even more lazy. Strength Gu asked her, Look at the mini-man. He has never stopped building his ladder. He is giving it his all. If you continue being lazy, he will surpass you one day. Boundless Forest, Samsara laughed. How can that be possible? One day of work for me is a month of his. How can he ever surpass me? Like this, years passed without stopping. Finally, one day, the mini-man found Boundless Forest, Samsara, who was resting under a tree, saying to her, Oh friend, my ladder is at the edge of Ordinary Abyss. Tomorrow, I will step out and leave Ordinary Abyss. Boundless Forest, Samsara laughed. Oh mini-man, don't lie to me. This is too funny. The mini-man shook his head, saying seriously, Grandness and being laughable is merely an inch apart. But I am not laughable anymore. I am grand and can finally leave this Ordinary Abyss. If you do not believe me, watch as I leave. Thus, the mini-man started to climb his ladder. Boundless Forest, Samsara was shocked at this. The mini-man was really at the edge of the abyss. He could leave if he continued like this. Boundless Forest, Samsara showed a D. Oh mini-man, do you not feel cold? The mini-man said, Of course, but I want to build my ladder and climb out of here. Boundless Forest, Samsara shouted again. Oh mini-man, do you not feel lonely? The mini-man said, Of course, but I want to build my ladder and climb out of here. Boundless Forest, Samsara shouted again. Oh mini-man, do you not feel afraid? The mini-man said, Of course, but I want to build my ladder and climb out of here. After saying those 3 lines, a bright light flashed on his body, rapidly forming into a goo worm. My name is Perseverance, oh mini-man. Thank you for giving me life. Perseverance, Goo thanked the mini-man. The mini-man laughed. Great, even though I do not have strength, I have perseverance. The mini-man said as he climbed out of Ordinary Abyss, stepping into the outside world. He first saw someone.
Etwas Renzu.
The rate of time inside Ordinary Abyss was different from the outside world. Renzu sighed as he saw the mini-man. This is Perseverance, Goo? What a pity. If I had it, I would have been able to conquer Reverse Flow River. Chapter 1277. Meeting of Ma and Zhao. Flood Extremity believed that Perseverance Goo was only a goo worm found in the legends of Renzu. But Black Extremity shook his head, saying, Perseverance Immortal Goo is not a fictitious goo worm. In fact, it has existed before. Flood Extremity was shocked. How did I not know that? This was something I had learned while traveling Northern Plains. The person who refined Perseverance Immortal Goo was the famous Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He was the one who entered the door of life and death and brought Reverse Flow River out into the world. He was the first owner of Reverse Flow River. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Is that so? Then why is Reverse Flow River in the hands of old ancestor Shuehu? Flood Extremity asked. Black Extremity shook his head. I am unsure about the details regarding this. What is going on? At this moment, there was a loud sound. Inside the fate-reversing refinement subformation, some mortal goo had exploded. The pillar of light that the subformation emitted also shrunk by 10%. This sudden change disrupted their conversation. Flood Extremity became nervous. A portion of the goo formation was destroyed. Aren't you repairing it? Black Extremity shook his head. This situation is within my expectations. Even the fate-reversing refinement subformation cannot endure the might of Reverse Flow River. It will be destroyed. And this formation has a weakness. Once it activates, it cannot be repaired unless the entire formation stops functioning. Flood Extremity frowned deeply. Reverse Flow River has not reached here yet. What do we do now? Black Extremity smiled. Don't worry, I created this formation. How could I not see this coming? In fact, there are benefits in destroying the goo formation. Flood Extremity was confused. The goo formation being destroyed has benefits. Every 10% of destruction would reduce our influence on Reverse Flow River by 10%. The back part of Reverse Flow River will return to normal and stop being drawn to us. That way, it will display its original might and wash out everyone and everything behind. Black Extremity explained. Incredible. Flood Extremity clapped and praised. His eyes were shining. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are all at the front. That means they will be the last to be washed away. Black Extremity nodded. Precisely. Inside Reverse Flow River. Lord Bai Chun Tian. 3 Central Continent Goo Immortals greeted Bai Chun Tian. Bai Chun Tian nodded. At this moment, there were 5 people gathered around him. With the addition of these 3 and himself, there were 9 people. Did you see Ma Hongyun or Zhao Lianyun? The Goo Immortals shook their heads. Then did you see this person? Bai Chun Tian described Fang Yuan's appearance and clothing to them. The Central Continent Goo Immortals looked at each other. One of them said, I think I saw him, but I did not stop him. I was hiding behind a floating plank. He swam ahead without noticing me. Bai Chun Tian nodded. Lord, this person is not in our information. Is he an ally or foe?
Someone asked.
The Central Continent Goo Immortals were very perplexed because Bai Chun Tian was a Grand Rank 8 Goo Immortal. He would not ask for information about a Rank 7 Goo Immortal for no reason. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan's cultivation level was not outstanding. Most of the Central Continent Goo Immortals were Rank 7. But Bai Chun Tian's following words made all of their hearts shake. He is a strong foe. If you meet him, be very careful. I am merely on par with him in terms of physical brawling. The Central Continent Goo Immortals nodded solemnly. What do we do now? Someone asked. We have many people with us. We will swim up and get rid of our enemies along Reverse Flow River. That would be the best outcome. Bai Chun Tian said this as killing intent surged in him. This was a good tactic indeed. The Central Continent Goo Immortals were not the match of Old Ancestor Shui, Hu, and Purple Mountain True Monarch if they fought normally. Right now, they had Lost Edge Link Camp. They were completely outclassed. The sudden change with Reverse Flow River gave them a good chance. Bai Chun Tian felt that, as long as they could make use of this opportunity, they might be able to get rid of their enemies in Reverse Flow River and obtain victory. What is going on? At this moment, a certain water path Goo Immortal among the Central Continent Goo Immortals felt a change in the river water. Next, these Central Continent Goo Immortals saw that the water of Reverse Flow River around them started to calm down rapidly from a turbulent state. Finally, the river flow slowed gradually, before starting to have small ripples. Large amounts of rocks and wild beast corpses, which were flowing along the river currents, were washed away rapidly. It was 5 times faster than the speed of flow earlier. How can this be? Some Central Continent Goo Immortals were caught off guard and were washed away by the river. In the blink of an eye, they were 300 steps of distance away from Bai Chun Tian. Bai Chun Tian was the first to react. Quick, swim. Do not stop for even a moment. Reverse Flow River has returned to its usual state. If we stop for a moment, we will be washed away by the currents. He called out. Getting Bai Chun Tian's reminder, the remaining Central Continent Goo Immortals reacted and tried to swim earnestly. It is so difficult. The water is flowing slowly and smoothly, but it is actually many times harder than the raging tides earlier. These floating logs and corpses are annoying. They are blocking our paths. The Central Continent Goo Immortals quickly found that it was far more difficult to swim in this river that had returned to normal. What is this? The higher we swim up Reverse Flow River, the harder every step is. We need to persevere. We do not need to reach the upper part of the river. As long as we meet enemies, we can kill them. If we kill one Rank 8 Goo Immortal, we will be able to obtain victory later. Bai Chun Tian raised the morale. The Central Continent Goo Immortals cheered in response. This way, Reverse Flow River is our opportunity. Lord Bai Chun Tian, look ahead. To the front, the river is extremely turbulent. Bai Chun Tian heard this and found something weird. He frowned. This was a nightmare. Swimming in this calm part of Reverse Flow River was much harder than swimming in the strong currents. At this rate, as time passes, when the Central Continent Goo Immortals met the enemies that were washed down by Reverse Flow River, they would already be exhausted and out of stamina. Quick, we need to get in front and swim in the turbulent water. Bai Chun Tian had a grave expression. He gave the most accurate instructions. The central continent Gu immortals increased their speed in response. Fang Yuan swam in the river. He continued to pursue Wu Xia, but he could not find any trace. The river water was turbulent. Huge waves were created from time to time. From within these waves, wild beast corpses and countless rocks would flow along them. The situation in the river was very complex. And most importantly, the river was very wide. Fang Yuan could not get on high ground for observation. Even though he had good eyesight, he could not see much. However, he had found many Gu immortals, among which there were Central Continent Gu immortals and also Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands Peak Lords. Fang Yuan avoided them all. He did not deal with them. Fighting these people would waste his time and would not reap any benefits. This river is too wide. I might have passed Wu Xia earlier while I was diving. I might be in front of him. This is totally possible. But Fang Yuan did not give up. Because Wu Xia had a higher chance of being in front. He swam with all his strength, moving agilely in the complex water like a fish. The sovereign immortal body gave him incredible eyesight, stamina, and his recovery speed was on par with rank 8 Gu immortals, and most importantly, he had practiced his own incredible swimming ability. All these caused him to surpass many Gu immortals. In contrast, Bai Chun Tian had to keep searching in the river for the other Central Continent Gu immortals. He was at the very back. A leopard fox was swimming in the water, charging at Zhao Lianyun. The leopard fox was smaller than regular leopards, but it could swim. Thus, even inside reverse flow river, it survived. Go away. Mu Linglan slapped as he killed the leopard fox which came. His other arm was grabbing onto Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun was a false immortal created with a phantom aperture. She had low foundation and barely any Dao marks. Without Gu worms, she was as weak as a mortal. Thankfully, while she was inside reverse flow river, the rank 7 water path Gu immortal Mu Linglan was around her. With Mu Linglan defending her, Zhao Lianyun managed to survive until now. Mu Linglan was covered in water path Dao marks. He could actually breathe freely in water. He could also swim well. Along the way, he protected Zhao Lianyun and resolved crises, while swimming ahead and bringing her along. Quickly look, there's a mound in front. Mu Linglan killed the leopard fox and suddenly said this with shining eyes. There was a mound floating ahead in the river. This mound is made of float soil. No wonder it can float on water and not sink. We will go rest there. Mu Linglan dragged Zhao Lianyun along and climbed onto the floating mound with much difficulty. Zhao Lianyun was extremely tired. She was barely alive. Once she got on shore, she laid down on the mound and stopped moving entirely as she rested. Mu Linglan was extremely tired. He was breathing roughly. Wait, there's someone on the mound. Mu Linglan suddenly stood up with a ruthless expression. Calm down, calm down. A figure had to walk out of the forest on the mound. Mu Linglan saw this person and became stunned. Zhao Lianyun was frozen like a statue. Because the one who appeared in front of them was Ma Hongyun. All of the immortals were in terrible conditions, but Ma Hongyun was wearing clean clothes as he chewed on a half-eaten fruit. You are Ma Hongyun. Mu Linglan shouted in surprise. Ma Hongyun took a step back. Are you also here to capture me? Zhao Lianyun tried her best to get up, as she stood shakily. She looked at Ma Hongyun. Her throat was moving, but no voice came out. As the price for using love Gu earlier, she had been using Gu worms to speak, but inside reverse flow river, no Gu worms could be used. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun finally saw the lover that she had been thinking of for so long. She was extremely agitated. She took a step forward. But at the next moment, she hesitated. How did she look like now? She was clear in her heart. She was no longer young. She was an elderly woman. Her hair was white, her face had deep wrinkles, and she was dry like a twig. In this appearance, could Ma Hongyun recognize her? Could she meet her lover in this appearance? Could she bear to let him see her like this? Zhao Lianyun lost all of her courage. She lowered her head. She did not dare to look at Ma Hongyun's eyes. Zhao Lianyun was hesitant, but she suddenly heard Ma Hongyun call out, You are Lady Xiaoyan? Zhao Lianyun's body shook. She raised her head, only to see that Ma Hongyun had thrown away the fruit as he ran toward her. Lady Xiaoyun. I miss you so much. Ma Hongyun shouted loudly. Mu Linglan saw this and felt a lot of emotions, he explained. Fairy Lianyun became like this because she rushed here from Central Continent to save you. Lady Xiaoyun. Ma Hongyun grabbed Zhao Lianyun's hands as he stood before her. He was also unable to speak. His words were choked in his throat. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun felt this was truly immense bliss. All of her sacrifices were worth it. Chapter 1278. Dogtail Life Extending Ferret.
Boom.
A loud sound was heard in the fate-reversing refinement subformation. Flood Extremity was no longer surprised. After taking a glance, he looked away. During this period, The goo formation's pillar of light had shrunken by 50%. This goo formation is quite interesting. Right at this time, a voice entered Flood Extremity's ears. Who is it? Flood Extremity was shocked. His goo immortal aura burst out as he prepared to use his powerful methods. Little one, don't be afraid, and don't make a move. The voice said again. At this moment, Flood Extremity could not move. He felt like he was in a frozen river. This person was powerful beyond imagination. He was a rank 7 goo immortal, one of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities, but he could not react before he was suppressed completely. You are the descendant of Master. As long as you do not attack me, I will not eat you.
Heh.
The voice said again. Next, Flood Extremity saw a huge, hill-like beast revealing its figure in front of him. This was a 4-legged beast with purple fur. It looked like a ferret. It was covered in shiny purple fur. Its eyes were shining with a purple crystal-like color. The most eye-catching thing was its tail. This was not a ferret tail, but a dog tail. A giant ferret with a dog tail? Flood Extremity was stunned, before he thought of an existence. Indeed, at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's letter came from an information path goo worm in his immortal aperture. He could not leave now. This giant beast was sent here to help. It would deal with any enemy who dares to obstruct Longevity Heaven. You are the dog-tail life extending ferret? Ancestor Giant Sun Steed. Flood Exter. Emity stammered. The giant beast nodded before opening its mouth, speaking, Stop calling me a steed. I have my own name too. I am Mao Li Chiu. You can call me Grandpa Mao. Mao, Grandpa Mao. At the other end, Black Extremity was also tongue-tied. He was still in great shock. Okay, forget about this goo formation. Let's go to Reverse Flow River and retrieve Ma Han Yun and that love goo. The dog-tail life extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, slashed with its claws. Intense winds blew, countless goo worm auras were exposed, forming an immortal killer move. The fate-reversing refinement subformation that Black Extremity had created with much difficulty broke apart, turning into rubble. This. Black Extremity's eyes almost popped out. Stop stammering. Is it very fun to disrupt my sleep? Quickly finish this business. Your grandpa Mao has to go back to sleep. The giant ferret, Mao Li Chiu, said this as it breathed out deeply. This breath flew rapidly, tying up Flood Extremity and Black Extremity. The giant ferret jumped, and its huge body flew into the sky. Beside it, Black Extremity and Flood Extremity were pulled along by the special breath, going towards Reverse Flow River. What is going on? The sudden change in Reverse Flow River affected all of the goo immortals in it. After an intense change, the entirety of Reverse Flow River calmed down. The river water became smooth flowing and had small ripples in it. Reverse Flow River went back to normal. Fong Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He felt the pressure intensifying in the river. There was a large amount of junk unable to move on their own. They were washed down by Reverse Flow River. Seeing this, at once, many goo immortals chose to go downstream and leave Reverse Flow River by getting to the end. This was the only way to get out of Reverse Flow River. The situation is not looking good. Fong Yuan had not found Wu Xie and gang. He continued moving forward. In the sky by Chun Tian and the other Central Continent goo immortals were looking down at Reverse Flow River. These people were originally trying to swim forward, but Reverse Flow River kept returning to normal as the subformation was destroyed. Bai Chun Tian saw that this was not going well. He could continue, but the other goo immortals could not. They went downstream and left Reverse Flow River, flying towards the sky after they got out. But this way, they became outsiders. Any methods used on Reverse Flow River would be reflected back at them. Bai Chun Tian soon found Fong Yuan, who was inside Reverse Flow River. Our fight can be disregarded, as long as you hand over affection immortal goo. Bai Chun Tian spoke to Fong Yuan. This is the rank 7 goo immortal who could fight evenly with Lord Bai Chun Tian? How did he cultivate? The other Central Continent goo immortals looked at Fong Yuan with shock and curiosity. Fong Yuan laughed coldly. He ignored Bai Chun Tian. One of the Central Continent goo immortals flew into a rage. Such audacity. You dare to disrespect Lord Bai Chun Tian. Bai Chun Tian snorted coldly. You think I can do nothing to you if you hide inside the river? Before I get washed away, you should worry about yourselves. This is not Central Continent. Fong Yuan replied fearlessly. Bai Chun Tian's key concern was pointed out. His face turned cold as he ignored Fong Yuan. He started to move in the upstream direction. Fong Yuan was a small matter. What was important was Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun. Because the dog-tail life extending ferret destroyed the subformation, the complex situation at the surface of the river became easily observable now. The junk was all swept away. Only some goo immortals were left in the river. Mu Linglan, Zhao Lianyun, and Ma Hongyun were at the front. The second group were Old Ancestor Shui Hu, Purple Mountain True Monarch, and Lady Wanshou. The third group was rank 8 Gu Immortal Wei Lingyang, as well as some other Central Continent Gu Immortals. The fourth group was Ing Wuxia and Gang, as well as some Snowy Mountain Peak Lords. And the fifth group was Fong Yuan alone. When he was swept into Reverse Flow River, he was too far from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Thus, he had fallen to the back of the river. Even though he tried to swim upstream, the others were also working hard. Honestly speaking, the situation was quite interesting. Quick, swim forward. Mu Linglan looked at old ancestor Shui Hu and Purple Mountain True Monarch who were close behind. He spoke anxiously. The floating mound earlier was already swept away. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun had to swim forward to avoid getting captured by old ancestor Shui Hu. The second group of old ancestor Shui Hu and Purple Mountain True Monarch were chasing after Ma Hongyun to capture him. The third group, including Wei Lingyang, also did not want to give up. As long as they stalled old ancestor Shui Hu and Purple Mountain True Monarch, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun would have the chance to go downstream, and the crisis would be resolved. Ing Wuxia and the Snowy Mountain Demonic Path Gu Immortals also had the same idea as Wei Lingyang. They were at the back, but there was still hope. Quickly look to the back. Hey, Lulan suddenly alerted. Ing Wuxia turned back and looked, his heart jumped. He actually chased us to this place. This river was calm now. There was no junk left. Everyone's field of vision was clear. Thus Ing Wuxia easily saw Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan still did not know about Purple Mountain True Monarch. Even though he could see old ancestor Shui Hu at this position. Purple Mountain True Monarch was a mini-man. He was the size of a thumb and was sitting on old ancestor Shui Hu's shoulder. It was hard to see him clearly. Fong Yuan had no idea what happened in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Even though he met by Chen Tian, he had only understood that a battle of rank 8s happened here. As for who had the advantage, would by Chen Tian tell him? Thus, Fong Yuan had always thought that killing Ing Wuxia and Gang would resolve his crisis regarding Shadow Sect. Therefore, after seeing Ing Wuxia, his eyes shone as he swam even more quickly towards Ing Wuxia. He is our enemy? A Snowy Mountain Peak Lord sneered at Fong Yuan. Let's work together and kill him. Outside, the situation is complex with countless Gu Immortal methods available. But here, he is all alone. He is just one person. Once he said that, the Gu Immortals were ready to attack. Ing Wuxia was moved too. If they could kill Fong Yuan now and obtain his sovereign immortal body, it would be a great opportunity. However, the sovereign immortal body is not easy to deal with. I should meet up with Lord Purple first. Our main body is still in the dream realm after all. Ing Wuxia thought about it and decided to play safe. Come with us. We will meet up with Ancestor Shui Hu. He is not important. Our biggest enemy is Central Continent. Ing Wuxia did not expose Fong Yuan's foundation. He successfully diverted the attention of the Snowy Mountain Gu Immortals. That's right. Let's meet with old ancestor. Snowy Mountain's peak lords could not go downstream now, because a rank 8 Central Continent Gu Immortal was in the sky. Once they left Reverse Flow River, they would need to face off against a rank 8 Gu Immortal. They had to stay in Reverse Flow River for now. But soon, they realized that it was not easy to stay in Reverse Flow River. In this special environment, if they could not move forward, the river would push them backwards. In the past, Renzu had failed in Reverse Flow River. He had failed at the final step before success. Nobody thought that they could achieve what Renzu did. But in this situation, every wave of Gu Immortals had their own reasons to remain in Reverse Flow River. Ma Hongyun, you cannot escape. Old Ancestor Shui, who had a cold gaze as Lady Wan Shou smiled continuously. Quick, quick. They are catching up. Mu Linglan and Ma Hongyun dragged Zhao Lianyun along from either side. Fairy Lianyun, hang on. We're going to reach soon. Wei Lingyang shouted. Ing Wuxia was behind them, waiting to strike. He felt a headache regarding Fong Yuan at the back. He needed to move forward more quickly, to fight for more time later. Ing Wuxia. Fong Yuan was shortening his distance with Ing Wuxia. Soon, the first person to be unable to persevere appeared. It was one of Snowy Mountain's peak lords. He had used up all his stamina. He floated backwards with a pale expression. Fong Yuan avoided him. Now was not the time for that. If he stopped for a moment, he would be pushed backwards as well. Even if he killed the enemy, his progress would be greatly affected. Be careful. In the sky, Bai Chun Tian shouted. I finally caught up. You little rats. Old Ancestor Shui, who was already right behind Zhao Lianyun's group. Zhao Lianyun knew that she had no STR. If left, if this continued, she would only burden Ma Hongyun. She gave Ma Hongyun one last affectionate look. She suddenly mustered her strength and broke free from his grasp, swimming towards old Ancestor Shui Hu instead. Chapter 1279. Fervently Approaching Death. Mu Linglan. Behind old Ancestor Shui Hu, Wei Lingyang shouted angrily. Mu Linglan was already resolved. He gritted his teeth, moving even more quickly than Zhao Lianyun. He pushed the weak Zhao Lianyun into Ma Hongyun's arms. You have to live well. Saying this, he turned around and grabbed old Ancestor Shuehu's waist. Old Ancestor Shuehu struggled intensely, but he still stopped moving forward and was pushed away by the river. The danger for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun was averted. Quickly go. Ma Hongyun held onto Zhao Lianyun as his heart beat rapidly. Meddlesome fool. Old Ancestor Shui, who hated Mu Linglan to the core, he kicked Mu Linglan's chest several times in the water. His Dao marks far surpassed Mu Linglan's. Mu Linglan was rank 7. How could he possibly match him? Soon, his bones were broken. He was spitting out blood, dyeing the water red. More than 10 breaths of time later, Mu Linglan could not take it anymore. He stopped breathing as he lost his life. Seeing that their companion had died like this, the Central Continent Gu immortals were all anguished. Mu Linglan, Central Continent will remember your sacrifice. Heavenly Court will remember it. Wei Lingyang called out, charging at Old Ancestor Shuehu. Old Ancestor Shuehu was stalled by Mu Linglan. He had fallen behind to the third group. He was immediately attacked by the furious and upset Central Continent Gu immortals. Shuehu. Lady Wanshou was worried about her husband. She quickly went to help him. Both sides fought for a while. They were pushed backwards and quickly encountered Ing Wuxia and the others, who were the fourth group. As a result, a large number of Gu immortals were fighting in this river. It was a chaotic scene. Bai Chen Tian and the rest were watching in shock. Grand Gu immortals had lost their sagely demeanor. They were fighting in the water like brutish mortals. But it was too late for Bai Chen Tian to interfere now. Soon, blood dyed the surroundings as many Gu immortal corpses flowed down the river. Ing Wuxia. Fang Yuan joined the group. He had finally arrived. Where is our lord? Ing Wuxia finally found Old Ancestor Shui who amidst the chaos. He asked this loudly. Upstream. Old Ancestor Shui who answered. It turned out that while Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Mu Linglan were fighting, Purple Mountain True Monarch had swam upstream to capture Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Precisely because of this, Old Ancestor Shui, who could fight with the Central Continent Gu immortals, this was his plan to obstruct the enemies. Ing Wuxia got his answer and quickly swam with He Lulan and the rest, away from the fighting as he went towards Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fang Yuan called out. Ing Wuxia, where are you going? Ing Wuxia sighed, saying, Tai Bai Yunsheng. All of you leave first. Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted. He charged at Fang Yuan with the resolute expression of someone disregarding death. Fang Yuan was obstructed. Ing Wuxia, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing managed to escape. Bam bam bam. Fang Yuan's attacks were powerful. Tai Bai Yunsheng soon had broken bones and fractures. But Tai Bai Yunsheng was resolved. He stalled Fang Yuan and grabbed onto him. He even used his teeth to bite and head to slam. Fang Yuan could not break free for a period of time. In this urgent situation, he exclaimed, Old Bai, do you still remember Imperial Court Blessed Land? Tai Bai Yunsheng was stunned. He exposed a flaw. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a ruthless light. His fingers pierced into Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes without mercy. Tai Bai Yunsheng was heavily injured. Blood was pouring out of his eyes. Fang Yuan used this chance to unleash the finishing blow as Tai Bai Yunsheng stopped moving entirely. He was dead. Humph. Fang Yuan shrugged off Tai Bai Yunsheng's corpse as he continued to swim, chasing after Ing Wuxia. During this period, the groups with Old Ancestor Shuehu and Wei Lingyang were engaged in fierce battle. They had finally separated as both sides suffered great losses. Bai Chen Tian looked at Reverse Flow River from above. He could see the situation clearly. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were still at the lead. Purple Mountain True Monarch was at the second position. Ing Wuxia and the other two were the third. Fang Yuan was fourth. Old Ancestor Shuehu and Lady Wanshou were the fifth. Wei Lingyang and the other Central Continent Gu immortals were sixth. Bai Chen Tian was anxious. The Central Continent immortals were in an extremely disadvantageous position. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were in front, but there was no longer anyone protecting them. The second-placed Purple Mountain True Monarch was an enemy, while Ing Wuxia and Gang were vicious members of Shadow Sect. The fifth-placed Old Ancestor Shuehu and Lady Wanshou were also out of the question. Without any choice, Bai Chen Tian could only approach Fang Yuan. You just need to protect the lives of those two in front. You will obtain the friendship of Central Continent and Heavenly Court. You can request anything. Do you want immortal goo or cultivation resources? Will my great Central Continent not be able to satisfy you? As long as you help to protect Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. This again, Fang Yuan heard this and sighed internally. He thought of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Back then, he had to make a choice too. If he chose to save Ma Hongyun, it would have been extremely profitable for him. And now, the situation was quite similar to back then in Imperial Court Blessed Land. But Fang Yuan remained silent. He only continued swimming. He was bent on Eli Mina. Ing Wuxia and Gang now forget about Ma Hongyun. He could bugger off. But what followed was a long stalemate. The further one traveled up Reverse Flow River, the harder it was to keep going. Stamina and Dao marks were secondary, it was a test of one's will. Lady Xiao Yun, we need to persevere. I believe that there will be a chance. Ma Hongyun continued to speak, encouraging Zhao Lianyun. The river water was icy cold, but inside Ma Hongyun's embrace, Zhao Lianyun felt immeasurable warmth. This warmth was a huge driving force for her. She gritted her teeth and persevered on. Behind them was Purple Mountain True Monarch. Ma Hongyun. Zhao Lianyun. Hehe. As long as I catch you, I will be able to restrain old ancestor Shuehu. At that point, I will get him to deal with Southern Border's super dream realm. Purple Mountain True Monarch was planning deeply. Protect Lord Purple. Ing Wuxia was worried. Dear, wake up. Something happened to old ancestor Shuehu's group. Lady Wanshou had fainted. She was heavily injured in the battle. After enduring and persisting for a while, she fainted. Old ancestor Shuehu was flustered. He gritted his teeth and stopped swimming. He carried Lady Wanshou as reverse flow river swept them away. Wailing Yang allowed him to leave. They wanted to have one less competitor. Old ancestor Shuehu quickly left reverse flow river. He used his Gu immortal methods to stabilize Lady Wanshou's condition. Bai Chun Tian was nervous. He could not deal with old ancestor Shuehu alone. The Gu immortals around him, without any immortal Gu houses, could not interfere in a rank 8 fight. I will kill you first. Old ancestor Shuehu carefully placed the unconscious Lady Wanshou in his immortal aperture. Next he charged at Bai Chun Tian. He was the #1 person in Northern Plains' demonic path. He was a ruthless person. How could he give up this chance to deal with these weakened opponents? It's only death at worst. Bai Chun Tian was resolved to die. He neither evaded nor dodged. But right when the two rank 8s were about to fight, they felt an intensely strong aura. The hill-like dog-tailed purple ferret carried Flood Extremity and Black Extremity as they arrived at the bank of Reverse Flow River. Chapter 1280. Perseverance. Outside Reverse Flow River, old ancestor Shuehu wanted to kill Bai Chun Tian, but at this moment, the dog-tail life extending ferret, Mao Li Qiu, appeared. Why is this ferret here? Doesn't it stay inside its cave all the time? Old ancestor Shuehu was surprised. This ferret had a huge origin. It was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's steed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had subdued it in his later years. His motive was clearly to find a lifespan extension method. The dog-tail life extending ferret's Dao marks were very numerous and mystical. As it grew older, the dog tail would shrink as its lifespan decreased. When its lifespan nears its end, the tail would vanish. Thus, whenever it sensed that its life was ending, it would devour an immemorial desolate beast dog. After consuming it, the dog-tail life extending ferret would gain the lifespan of this immemorial desolate beast dog. Its tail would grow out, and it would continue living. Precisely so, even after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable died, the dog-tail life extending ferret still lived until now. This giant ferret was enlightened by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It gained intelligence and learned to use goo worms and even immortal killer moves. It was an immemorial desolate beast to begin with. Now that it had wisdom and could use immortal goo and other methods, it had unfathomably deep strength. Even old ancestor Shuehu was wary of it. Old ancestor Shuehu had wanted to deal with Bai Chun Tian, but with the dog-tail life extending ferret's appearance, he discarded this plan. To think that Mao Li Qiu would save me. Bai Chun Tian let out a breath of air. He relaxed slightly. He also knew about the dog-tail life extending ferret. Immemorial desolate beasts of this level were too famous. It was like Central Continent's Wukong, or that evil dragon Di Zongsheng. They were unique existences. Their battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. Old ancestor Shuehu quickly focused his gaze on the two longevity Heaven Gu immortals accompanying the dog-tail life extending ferret. Old ancestor Shuehu's gaze focused on Black Extremity. He chuckled coldly. As expected, Sun Minglu, you are a member of Longevity Heaven. To think that Longevity Heaven had targeted me since so long ago. He had already made a guess earlier. Now that he saw Black Extremity, it was confirmed. Black Extremity greeted old ancestor Shuehu respectfully. Old ancestor Shuehu, we meet again. I am one of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities. Black Extremity, Sun Minglu is simply a name I use when I travel in Northern Plains. Old ancestor Shuehu chuckled coldly again, but he did not attack. Because Black Extremity was beside the dog-tail life extending ferret. It was not like old ancestor Shuehu who feared Mao Li Qiu, but he knew that the crux of this issue was not the three of them, it was the events in Reverse Flow River. With the situation in Reverse Flow River unconfirmed, it was not time to fight. A third party would benefit if he did. After Black Extremity and old ancestor Shuehu exchanged greetings, their gazes became fixed on Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Grandpa Mao, the two at the front are our targets. Black Extremity reminded the dog-tail life extending ferret. Bai Chun Tian frowned slightly. Old Ancestor Shui, whose cold laughter became even colder. But Mao Li Qiu nonchalantly curled its lips. Its beast face made a very human-like expression. No rush. Wait for them to decide a victor. We are outside Reverse Flow River. We can use goo worms, but we cannot affect the river itself. Any method used on Reverse Flow River will be reflected back upon us. Why would I waste my effort? Reverse Flow River would only lose some water when it reflects an attack. This river is huge. How long would it take to dry out this river? I would not do something so time-consuming and pointless. Saying this, it paused before saying, "Don't worry, these people can't continue for long. The further they swim, the more it tests their will. They're swimming in Reverse Flow River. Any thoughts of persevering in this river would be reversed by the river. Any sort of determination would waver. They would eventually be washed away by the river." The three rank 8 existences were wary of each other. They did not fight. Outside the river, there was a deadlock. The Gu Immortals thus looked towards Reverse Flow River. Inside the river, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were still at the lead. Purple Mountain True Monarch was second. He was inching closer to them. Ing Wuxia, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan were third.
Next was Fang Yuan.
The fifth position was originally Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou, but earlier, Old Ancestor Shui, who had given up the contest for the sake of his unconscious wife, he went outside the river. Thus, the fifth position went to Heavenly Court's rank 8 Rule Path Gu Immortal Wei Lingyang and several Central Continent Gu Immortals. Purple Mountain True Monarch moved with all 4 limbs, flapping his thin wings at times. Ma and Zhao were already close by. I need to persevere and capture these two. I will be able to control Old Ancestor Shui, Hu, and deal with Central Continent. Purple Mountain True Monarch was filled with determination. Reverse Flow River's water continued to assault the will in his mind. He shrugged his head, trying to get rid of his hesitation. 90,000 years ago, heavens will attacked. I deduced with all my effort and found a trace of hope for survival. By sealing myself, I turned into a purple gold rock. But to think that heavens would still harm me, and I would go into a crazy state at times. These last 100,000 years, I woke up many times and experienced great danger. I only escaped from danger and survived with Shadow Sex help. Right now, my main body refined Sovereign Immortal Aperture, but it was stolen from us. My main body is stuck in the dream realm, being in great danger. The Great Shadow Sect is just a shadow of its past. I cannot fail in this situation. I need to persevere. I need to capture Zhao and Ma. I am about to succeed. Purple Mountain True Monarch's eyes were shining. He was extremely close to the two. Oh no. Purple Mountain True Monarch is about to reach Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were shocked. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Ing Wuxia had expressions filled with joy. What do we do? Flood Extremity shouted. Nothing. Mao Li Qiu rolled its eyes. Unless they come out. Ah. But at this moment, Purple Mountain True Monarch suddenly grabbed his head as he screamed. He struggled intensely as he showed intense pain on his face. What is going on? What happened? The immortals were perplexed. At this very moment, damn it. Ing Wuxia internally cursed Heaven's will. At the crucial moment, Purple Mountain True Monarch fell into madness. He went downstream with the currents. Thankfully, Ing Wuxia and Gang were following Purple Mountain True Monarch as insurance if he went crazy. He quickly grabbed Purple Mountain True Monarch as the 4 swam upstream together. Thus, Ma and Zhao escaped from the dangerous situation. They were still in first place. Purple Mountain True Monarch had fallen behind, becoming second place with Ing Wuxia and Gang. Third was Fang Yuan. And fourth was Wei Lingyang and his Central Continent Gu Immortals. Lord Wei Lingyang, it all depends on you now. Bai Chun Tian was overjoyed. The Central Continent Gu Immortals also started cheering. It was good news to Central Continent that something happened to Purple Mountain True Monarch. Especially those Gu Immortals who did not know Fang Yuan, they felt that right now. Only Central Continent's rank 8 Wei Lingyang was left. Even though he was in last place, he could still win. Wei Lingyang was gritting his teeth. The difficulty of swimming was rising, and more importantly, the Reverse Flow River was affecting his every thought. Any thoughts of persevering and swimming ahead would be obstructed by Reverse Flow River. Many thoughts were washed away, but there was one thought that was rooted in Wei Lingyang's mind. I need to persevere. I am the only hope left in Central Continent. If we capture Ma Hongyun and save Zhao Lianyun, we will be able to return victorious. I cannot fail. Central Continent's pride, Heavenly Court's honor, they cannot be lost because of me. Wei Lingyang swam ahead stably, without any hesitation. The Gu Immortals around him also followed. These Gu Immortals formed the biggest force in Reverse Flow River. It was eye-catching. Even the dog tail life extending ferret, Mao Li Qiu, said. Oh? It seems that Central Continent has a huge advantage. Heavenly Court still likes meddling so much. This will not do. Ma Hongyun is a northern plainsman.
Bichim Tian frowned.
He looked at Mao Liqiu, and old ancestor Shui, whose face was cold as ice. He was worried. Even if Wei Lingyang defeats the competitors and obtains Ma and Zhao, what will happen after he leaves Reverse Flow River? Bai Chun Tian thought from all angles. He could not find a way to escape. He could only continue watching. Time passed by the seconds and minutes. The situation was still the same in Reverse Flow River. Ma and Zhao were first. Ing Wuxia and Gang were second. Fang Yuan was third. And Wei Lingyang and the other Central Continent Gu Immortals were fourth. The positions did not change, but their mutual distances had evidently shrunk. Oh, these people have all lasted until now. Strange. Why are there so many outstanding people here? The dog-tail life extending ferret, Mao Liqiu, quipped. As expected, the great era is coming, in an era which would create a great number of geniuses and talented individuals would emerge like a tide. Bai Chun Tian's eyes were shining too. He was assessing the Central Continent Gu Immortals and memorizing their faces. These people had firm determination. If they grew without any accidents, they surely would be important pillars of each sect. Persevere. The mission of protecting Fairy Lianyun is in my hands. I cannot give up.
Bu Zanzi frowned.
Just like refining Gu, no matter how tough it is, or how unpredictable the results, as long as I persevere, I will be rewarded.
Yu Yezi enjuraget himself.
Shi Zheng Yi had an angry expression. Lord Mu Linglan was sacrificed to protect Fairy Lianyun. How can I back down? Work harder.
Shizenki.
For the sake of love and justice, you cannot back down. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He stared ahead at Ing Wuxia. Such a close relationship, that rank 8 Miniman Gu Immortal who went crazy must be a member of Shadow Sect. I must kill him. I must eliminate them all. Inside Reverse Flow River, it is the best opportunity for me to eliminate these threats once and for all. Chapter 1281. Washed away. Reverse Flow River flowed silently. The further they went ahead, the calmer the river surface. However, to the swimmers, Reverse Flow River was like a torrential tide. It defied all thoughts of traveling ahead. Destruction of the body was not scary. Destruction of thoughts and the mind was scary. In the past, even Renzu failed in Reverse Flow River. These Gu Immortals were doing the same thing as Renzu now. Damn it, I cannot continue anymore. At the next moment, Yu Yizi reached his limits. He could not continue anymore. He was washed away by the tides. And the second Central Continent Gu Immortal, followed by the third. Shi Zhengyi gave it his all, but he failed and was washed away by Reverse Flow River. Bu Zhanzi was unwilling, but he could only float away. Bai Chun Tian and the rest were showing ugly expressions as each Central Continent Gu Immortal got eliminated. Not long after, out of the Central Continent Gu Immortals, only rank 8 Wei Lingyang was left. Being able to reach rank 8, he truly had shocking willpower. Wei Lingyang showed the foundation of a rank 8 great expert. As for those Gu Immortals who were washed away, they were all gathered by Bai Chun Tian and went back to the group. They were not obstructed by old ancestor Shuehu or the dog-tail life extending ferret Mao Liqiu. Why is it that our Gu Immortals were all swept away, but these random people are still inside the river? Some Central Continent Gu Immortals were very unhappy towards Ing Wuxia's gang and Fang Yuan. At merely rank 6, their willpower is truly shocking. But we were all defeated. They will fail. Soon. A Central Continent Gu Immortal who was just swept out of the river said. But they did not manage to see Fang Yuan or Ing Wuxia fail before a situation occurred around Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun, who was swimming forward, choked on the river water as he was nearly swept away. Be careful. Bai Chun Tian couldn't help but call out. Ing Wuxia was overjoyed, but soon, Ma Hongyun continued to swim forward, moving his arms. It was just a scare. It's that girl, hee, her willpower is shocking too. Mao Liqiu could see the subtle details. At the crucial moment, Zhao Lianyun had helped Ma Hongyun and stabilized his condition. The truth was, after Reverse Flow River went back to normal, the river surface became smooth. It did not challenge one's physical stamina as much. Especially towards the upstream, the river became more shallow, but its reflective power against willpower and mental energy became stronger. Hongyun, we cannot be separated anymore. Do you know, in order to be with you again, how much have I experienced, how much hardship have I gone through, and how much I have lost? Zhao Lianyun had lost her voice and could not speak, but at this moment, she had no such energy anyway. Her aged body was unleashing strength that even Zhao Lianyun could not believe she had. Zhao Lianyun had forgotten about her stamina and age. She was purely wanting to be together with Ma Hongyun, even if they were swimming for their lives and could not even look at each other. Even if she could not speak and danger was right behind them. No matter how bad the situation is, I need to persevere. Every minute and second that I spend with him, fighting alongside him, regardless of the situation, I have never been so blissful. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun continued moving forward. Even though they were slow, the situation was stabilizing. It was just a scare. Bai Chun Tian and the other Central Continent Gu immortals, and even Flood Extremity and Black Extremity, were having their hearts shake from the shock. Old Ancestor Shui, who snorted coldly, he did not conceal his disappointment. The immortals watched Reverse Flow River. Every action caused deep emotions to form in their hearts. Even though some of them were rank 8 existences, and even though the rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals were experts among those with the same cultivation level, elites of their regions. Even my immortal zombie body is feeling tired? Ing Wu Xie smiled bitterly. Purple Mountain True Monarch was on his head, pulling Ing Wu Xie's hair. He was causing a din as he cried or laughed at times. I am just a split soul of the main body. I have not lived for a long time. But since coming to life, I knew that I had my own responsibilities. Right now, Lord Purple is crazy. I cannot ignore him. He might choke to death in the river. I am Shadow Sec's only hope. Even if I die from exhaustion here, I cannot give up. Only by capturing Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun can I stall for time until Lord Purple awakens again. His duty was making Ing Wu Xie persevere. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. Her chest was pumping up and down. He. She even laughed lightly. Her face was distorted. Excitement was in her eyes. Exciting. This is truly exciting. In Reverse Flow River, I have experienced a new type of excitement never felt before. This is the road that Renzu once walked on. Interesting. This is simply too interesting. Even if I fail, this trip was worth it. Even if I die, this life was worth it. Hey Lulan was filled with anger. How can I stop here? Mother, I have not avenged you yet. I have not killed that man with my own hands yet. Arg. I need to persevere. Hey Lulan was trembling. She was showing indomitable willpower. However, as time passed, some people could not persevere. Will my excitement end here? I have not taken revenge yet. Bai Ningbing and Hey Lulan were out of energy. They were washed away. But their safety was ensured. Old Ancestor Shui, who was already waiting for them outside. This way, there were only 6 people left in Reverse Flow River. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were still at first place. Ing Wu Xie and the crazy Purple Mountain True Monarch were second. Fang Yuan was third. Wei Lingyang was fourth. There is still hope. Right now, Old Ancestor Shui, whose hopes were all on Ing Wu Xie. As long as Ing Wu Xie captured Ma and Zhao, Old Ancestor Shui, whose side would gain the initiative, they would be able to threaten Bai Qin Tian and the others, as well as Longevity Heaven's Dog Tail Life Extending Ferret. But if Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were swept away, then everyone would have a chance. A huge battle would occur. It was unclear who would win. It would depend on their strength and also luck. Lord Wei Lingyang, it will depend on you now. Bai Chun Tian thought. He clenched his fists that were full of sweat. The Dog Tail Life Extending Ferret was laughing. Its eyes were staring at the river, thinking of something. Ah. The glory of Heavenly Court. A moment later, Wei Lingyang sighed out loud as he reached his limits. Despite his unwillingness, he was washed away by Reverse Flow River. Central Continent's Gu immortals were shocked. They were completely stunned. Someone screamed in disbelief. How can this be? Lord Wei Lingyang is a rank 8 Gu immortal. How could he lose to these people? Swimming in Reverse Flow River has nothing to do with cultivation level. It depends on your willpower. Someone explained. Central Continent's Gu immortals were silent. Did this mean that the great rank 8 Central Continent Gu immortal, Wei Lingyang's willpower, was inferior to these people? Bai Chun Tian slowly spoke. Don't forget, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun had rested on the floating mound earlier. According to the information, they even had fruits to eat when Reverse Flow River engulfed Evereth. ING. They were at the front. The Gu immortals behind them also went through many struggles. Their stamina and willpower were greatly expended. The Central Continent Gu immortals finally realized. That's true. Even though Lord Wei Lingyang lost, if they had the same starting point, he would definitely be the victor. Because of Bai Chun Tian's words, the Central Continent Gu immortals' morale stabilized. Bai Chun Tian was expressionless, his mood was heavy. What do we do now? Bai Chun Tian was hesitant. The Central Continent group had a huge disadvantage. The wise choice was to retreat and preserve their strength. They could go to Black Heaven and try to meet with Myriad Tidal Dragon, using the Immortal Gu House to see if they could turn this around. There was a third option. It was to stay here and contest for Ma and Zhao with Old Ancestor Shui, who, and the Dog Tail Life Extending Ferret. We should discuss this after Wei Lingyang returns. This was a huge matter. Bai Chun Tian could not make the decision. He was not the leader, Wei Lingyang was. But while they were waiting, another change occurred in Reverse Flow River. I will not give in. Ing Wuxia bellowed as he raised his head, but reverse flow river engulfed him as he was swept away. Is it finally ending? Ing Wuxia, die. Fang Yuan screamed internally. He was waiting for this moment all along. He collided heavily with Ing Wuxia. Both sides were fighting in the water. They stopped advancing. This way, Fang Yuan and Ing Wuxia, as well as Purple Mountain True Monarch, could not help but be washed downstream by reverse flow river. Sovereign Immortal Body versus the Strength Path Immortal Zombie. Undeniably, Ing Wuxia was at a disadvantage. He was quickly beaten until he suffered bone fractures by Fang Yuan's punches and kicks. But the immortal zombie body was dead to begin with. Its only weakness was the brain. Even the heart was not a weakness. Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie for some time. He naturally knew this, but Ing Wuxia was defending his head. He disregarded the rest of his body and only protected his skull. Undeniably, this was a wise decision. Once he stalled for time and Fang Yuan was swept out of reverse flow river, Ing Wuxia would counterattack. Don't forget, Hey Lulan by Ningbing and old ancestor Shui who were already outside the river. Among everyone here, Fang Yuan was the only one who was truly alone. He was racing against time. Fang Yuan wanted to kill Ing Wuxia and Purple Mountain True Monarch before they got out of reverse flow river. While Ing Wuxia was stalling for time, trying to survive. Fang Yuan was not able to do anything to Ing Wuxia at the moment.
Chapter 1282, so passing Renzu?
The most important reason was, fighting in water greatly affected Fang Yuan's ability to attack consecutively, because he needed to breathe outside the water at certain intervals. In this aspect, Fang Yuan was inferior to the dead Mu Linglan. He was a water path Gu immortal. He had special water path Dao marks that allowed him to breathe underwater. On the other hand, the immortal zombie did not need to breathe, as it was dead to begin with. Fang Yuan could not attack successfully. He changed his target towards Purple Mountain True Monarch, who was in Ing Wuxia's arms. Ing Wuxia was worried about Purple Mountain True Monarch's safety. He wanted to try and save him. But Fang Yuan changed his target again, poking at Ing Wuxia's eyes. This was a vicious move. As long as he succeeded, Fang Yuan would be able to stab into Ing Wuxia's brain and end his life for good. Ing Wuxia's heart was jumping. It was too late to defend himself. He fell into despair. However, a change occurred right at this moment. Purple Mountain True Monarch suddenly stood up and charged at Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan had the initiative. He could easily defend himself. He grabbed Purple Mountain True Monarch and tried to squeeze his fist and kill Purple Mountain True Monarch. But Purple Mountain True Monarch had unfathomable capabilities and was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal with deep Wisdom Path Dao mark accumulation. Fang Yuan felt like he was grabbing an eel. It was so slippery. Purple Mountain True Monarch somehow managed to squeeze himself out of his fist. Purple Mountain True Monarch escaped Fang Yuan's demonic clutches. He moved agilely in the water. His wings gave him more mobility. Fang Yuan actually missed all of his attacks. Next, Purple Mountain True Monarch flew to Ing Wuxia and grabbed his shirt, swimming desperately and managing to get free from Fang Yuan. Ing Wuxia was shocked and overjoyed, seeing Purple Mountain True Monarch regain clarity in his eyes. He knew that at this crucial moment of life and death, Purple Mountain True Monarch had regained his senses. This is great. Ing Wuxia was overjoyed. With Purple Mountain True Monarch now clear-headed, they could capture Ma and Zhao again. Quickly leave. Purple Mountain True Monarch carried Ing Wuxia as they moved downstream, rapidly escaping. He was tiny, but he had great strength. Lord Purple. Ing Wuxia understood something immediately. As soon, Purple Mountain True Monarch fell into insanity once again. Oh. Ing Wuxia sighed deeply. He knew why Purple Mountain True Monarch wanted to retreat, because his condition was not stable. Because of Purple Mountain True Monarch, Fang Yuan could not eliminate Ing Wuxia. Furthermore, he was lagging behind. He was far from Ma and Zhao, old ancestor Shui, who had an unhappy expression. Because Ing Wuxia and Purple Mountain True Monarch left, only 3 people were left in reverse flow river. They were Ma Hongyun, Zhao Yenyun, and Fang Yuan. Who is this? He is a Northern Plains Gu immortal, but he dares to foil my plan. Old ancestor Shui, who had deep killing intent towards Fang Yuan. He Lulan was already standing beside olden Sesta Shui, hearing old ancestor Shui's words, her heart jumped. Fang Yuan clearly had deep enmity with Ing Wuxia. She had to answer this question now. He Lulan was a member of Shadow Sect. At this moment, she could not expose Fang Yuan's true identity, but thankfully, he had another identity, so she said. He is Lu Guanyi. Lu Guanyi? The demonic path Gu immortal who killed Yi Lui Kunxing and cultivates ancient sword dragon transformation. Old ancestor Shui, who was stunned before replying. He knew about Lu Guanyi. Even though he was refining Gu in Snowy Mountain, he still paid attention to the situation in Northern Plains. Because the rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains were all obstacles for him in refining fortune rivaling heaven. As for Lu Guanyi and Chu Du, old ancestor Shui was not too concerned about them. But to think that this insignificant character was actually foiling his plan at this moment. Ha ha ha, luck is truly on our side. The dog-tail life extending ferret laughed loudly. Waves of noise billowed. Bai Chun Tian and Wei Lingyang had gathered together. Central Continent's Gu immortals waited solemnly. They had chosen to stay and wait for a chance. Old ancestor Shuehu, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing stood together. The three parties were all at the starting point, waiting for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun to be swept away. Fairy Lianyun, Ma Hongyun, you can come out now. Even if us Gu immortals of Central Continent have to sacrifice our lives, we will defend you. Wei Lingyang called out. Laughable. You Central Continent fellows want to snatch them from me, Grandpa Mao. The dog-tail life extending ferret, Mao Liqiu, was furious and spoke in displeasure. Black Extremity was worried that Mao Liqiu's scary appearance would frighten Ma Hongyun. He quickly added, Ma Hongyun, you are acknowledged by fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu and have Giant Sun's bloodline. You are a member of Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven is the origin of our bloodline. It is the grotto heaven of ancestor Giant Sunday. We are here to bring you home. Old ancestor Shui who snorted, pressuring Fang Yuan. Lu Guanyi, if you can capture Ma and Zhao, I will allow you to become the third peak lord of Snowy Mountain. I, Shuehu, am one to hold my word. You can rest assured. If you succeed, I will back you up. Your future cultivation journey will be smooth sailing. Hearing this, the other Gu immortals started to look at Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan lost the chance to killing Wu Xie.
There was no other way. He had tried his best.
But the foundation of rank 8 was immense, the advantage of the strength path immortal zombie body and reverse flow river and most importantly, Purple Mountain true monarch's moment of clarity, pushed him towards the abyss of failure. I failed again. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. The situation was horrible for him. Out of the 3 rank 8 existences outside the river, he could only join old ancestor Shuehu. But old ancestor Shuehu was with the members of Shadow Sect. If I leave reverse flow river, these 3 rank 8s will attack me. My speed cannot match Hui Fengzi. Even with myriad self and familiar face, the hope of escaping from them is likely very slim. Fang Yuan was very clear on his current situation. However, if I can capture Ma and Zhao, I will have the best bargaining chips. Central Continent and Longevity Heaven will be willing to transact, not to mention old ancestor Shuehu as well. By then, I could use them to help eliminate Shadow Sect. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stared at Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. He swam upstream, charging towards the two of them. Ma and Zhao saw Fang Yuan's movement. They were the only ones ahead of him now. His animosity was obvious. Ma and Zhao could only grit their teeth and continue swimming. Persevere. I have just escaped from Snowy Mountain. I cannot be captured again. There is also Lady Xiaoyun. She became like this because of me. I need to save her. Thus, I need to persevere. Ma Hongyun, you can do it. Work hard. Ma Hongyun gritted his teeth. He desperately swam. Even though he was very tired, he had strong driving force in his heart. Fang Yuan's speed was faster than Ma and Zhao. But because he had fought with Wu Xie earlier, he was pushed back by reverse flow river for some time. Thus, Ma and Zhao were very safe, unless they could not hold on anymore. As time passed, this mystical competition was reaching its end. Outside the river, large numbers of Gu immortals were observing the 3 people in reverse flow river. At this time, Zhao Lianyun's expression suddenly changed. While swimming, her legs had touched the ground. Next, she subconsciously stepped on the ground and stood up from reverse flow river. Her head and shoulders was exposed above the water. This change made both her and Ma Hongyun extremely joyful. How could this happen? Flood Extremity was extremely shocked. The dog-tail life extending ferret yawned. Are you ignorant? Upstream in reverse flow river, it gets shallower and shallower. Did you people not read The Legends of Renzu? Back then, Renzu wanted to walk out of reverse flow river. He failed at the last step. So, it is like this. Mao Liqiu spoke loudly. The Central Continent Gu immortals finally realized it. Unknowingly, the 2 of them have already reached the end. Look, they are only 100 steps away from the shore. Does this mean Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun will be able to break the record and achieve what Renzu could not do, forcefully getting out of reverse flow river from the front? That might not be. Renzu had swam from the bottom of the river. Ma and Zhao had a much easier time. Even so, this is a grand feat. That's right, their willpower is simply shocking. The Gu immortals were all discussing this. Even Mao Liqiu was moved. This is true, Ma Hongyun is really something. He might be able to charge out of reverse flow river.
Hehe.
Black Extremity and Flood Extremity looked at each other. The former said arrogantly, as expected of the person chosen by fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was still swimming, trying to reach them. when Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were already walking in reverse flow river. Almost all the Gu immortals were looking at Ma and Zhao. The immortals wanted to know if these two could break the record of human history and, in a sense, surpass Renzu and walk out of reverse flow river from the front. One step at a time. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun supported each other as they walked forward shakily, but with determination. They were extremely tired, their bodies were numb, but they still persevered. Almost every step, their bodies would shake like tree branches in the wind. It would not be strange if any of them fainted at the very next moment. But in this condition, they continued to advance. This situation created a huge impact on these immortals' hearts. What sort of willpower is this? Is this the power of love? The two of them are supporting each other through thick and thin, and are walking side by side. Regardless of the result, I feel deep admiration towards the two of them. The river water's turbulence gradually stopped. As Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun finally approached the end of the river, everyone held their breaths in anticipation. Chapter 1283, Immemorial Secrets of Reverse Flow River. Am I going to fail? Fong Yuan was still swimming. Seeing this, his heart sank. No, until the final moment, I still have a chance. I cannot give up. The final step. Bai Chun Tian cried out. The immortals did not dare to breathe loudly. They were nervous, staring at this grand moment. Grandpa Mao, get ready to save Ma Hongyun. We will fight for them the moment they get out. Black Extremity transmitted, reminding the dog-tail life extending ferret. But the latter replied, no need. Grandpa Mao, what do you mean? Black Extremity was anxious. Because now, Ma Hongyun was holding Zhao Lianyun's hand, taking the final step. His left leg was still in reverse flow river, but right now the river water was not even at the sole of his left foot. Meanwhile, his right foot was already in the air, about to step out of the river. At this moment, nobody could stop Ma Hongyun, unless Zhao Lianyun went crazy or if Ma Hongyun gave up. But none of these happened. Ma Hongyun took a step forward.
Ping.
With a soft sound, water splattered. He stepped on water. Why is there water? Ma Hongyun was stunned. Zhao Lianyun was also dazed. They saw clearly that when Ma Hongyun took the final step, the river water also moved forward by a little. Thus, Ma Hongyun was still in reverse flow river. How can this be? Ma Hongyun could not believe it. He gritted his teeth and took a second step. This time, a similar thing happened. Reverse flow river moved ahead again, causing him to remain in the river. The immortals were shocked. How could reverse flow river do this? This was simply too shameless. Ha ha ha. Mao Liqiu suddenly laughed out loud. This is too fun. This is too fun. Look at your faces, haha, this is too funny, too funny. The immortals' expressions changed. Black Extremity understood something after recalling Mao Liqiu's earlier words. He realized at once that Mao Liqiu was sure Ma Hongyun could not step out of reverse flow river. That was why it was so calm, and did not try to snatch them. Grandpa Mao, what is going on? Flood Extremity was impatient. He asked curiously. Ha ha ha, you fools, look at your faces. Mao Liqiu was laughing as his claws slammed on the ground. He was extremely overjoyed. Reverse flow river itself is like this. It has upstream and downstream parts, but it is impossible to try and forcefully leave the river from upstream. Because reverse flow river has no end. Every step you take at the final stretch of the river would just create a new extension of the river. During the immemorial era, Renzu wanted to save his son, but Fate Gu dictated the life and death of all beings. How can a dead person have a second life? That was against the rules of heaven and earth. Thus, Wisdom Gu did not tell Renzu that there was such a mystical aspect in reverse flow river. Haha, this is too funny, to think that we would encounter something so funny. Mao Liqiu said this as it laughed maniacally. It even rolled on the ground, patting its tummy. The immortals' expressions completely changed. This was an immemorial secret. Everyone was hearing it for the first time. This means that in the legends, Wisdom Gu entrapped Renzu? Renzu failed at the final step, but the truth is there was no final step. Because reverse flow river is endless to begin with. This is a scheme. Wisdom Gu specially set this trap. Wait, does that mean that Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are trapped inside reverse flow river forever? Someone said that, and reminded everyone. The immortals turned their gazes towards reverse flow river. But this time, they paid no attention to Ma and Zhao. They were looking at Fong Yuan, who was not far behind. Fong Yuan, he did not give up. As a result of his perseverance, there was a huge opportunity now. This Lu Guan, he was not swept away. He is still persevering. He is very close to Ma and Zhao now. That means with his speed, he can definitely catch up to Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Lu Guan, he has immense battle strength. The battle earlier states everything. He had fought Lord Bai Chun Tian evenly in reverse flow river. The other Gu immortals were all eliminated. Only Fong Yuan, Ma Hongyun, and Zhao Lianyun were left. Right now, even if the Gu immortals outside Reverse Flow River wanted to catch up to them, there was no time. And more importantly, they were all eliminat. All of their mental energy regarding swimming upstream had been consumed. They had no determination to swim in Reverse Flow River anymore for this period of time. Damn it, the only hope now is that Lu Guanyi will overly exert himself. Bai Chun Tian thought about it. His forehead was full of sweat. He suddenly reminded Ma and Zhao, walk slowly, don't rush. As long as you maintain your current speed, you can stay in Reverse Flow River. Bai Chun Tian had fought with Fang Yuan. He knew about Fang Yuan's immense strength when fighting in Reverse Flow River. On this point, Ing Wuxia, who had just escaped from Reverse Flow River, could prove it with his injuries. He had Purple Mountain True Monarch's help and was an immortal zombie, but he was still one step away from dying. Thus, with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun on Central Continent side, they should avoid meeting with Fang Yuan. They needed to stall for time until Fang Yuan could no longer persevere. This was Central Continent's only hope of victory. But Fang Yuan continued moving ahead. He was not fast, but compared to the turtle-like speed of Ma and Zhao, he was like a rocket. Not long after, he also stood on the riverbed. He was just 100 steps away from Ma and Zhao. Old Ancestor Shui who suddenly spoke. Very good, Lu Guanyi, capture the two of them. You can ask for any request from me. Right now, you are wanted by both Lu tribe and Yilui tribe, but if you hand them to me, I will be your ally. Anyone who tries to deal with you will have to face me, Shui Hu. Wei Lingyang was stunned. He also spoke. Lu Guanyi, we are Central Continent's 10 great sects, as well as Heavenly Court's members. If you can protect them, you can join Central Continent. We can modify your immortal aperture and let you adapt to Central Continent's heaven and earth chi. You will become a true Central Continent Gu immortal. After this merit, Central Continent will not disappoint you. Whatever old ancestor Shui who can give you, we can give you several times that, or even tens of times as many benefits to you. Humph. Lu Guanyi, even though you do not have the Huangjin bloodline, as long as you protect both Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun and hand them to Longevity Heaven, we can make an exception and allow you to become our external supreme elder. Joining Longevity Heaven will grant you unthinkable benefits. You will be in Northern Plains' righteous path and not demonic path. Not only will you no longer be wanted by anyone, all the Huangjin tribes will welcome you. Flood Extremity also said in response. Chapter 1284. Ma Hongyun's death. This was indeed a funny situation. All three sides gave Fang Yuan attractive offers. Fang Yuan's position was too advantageous. If he succeeded in this attempt, regardless of which side he joined, he would gain great benefits. However, Fang Yuan did not respond. He had no spare energy to speak. He stepped on the riverbed as he stood up and walked off.
Gady.
He knew that talking was pointless. Only by capturing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun could he qualify to make conditions and negotiate with the three forces outside. The distance was shrinking. The people outside Reverse Flow River were watching Fang Yuan's movements. Some were speaking and trying to raise their offers. But there was something strange. Nobody said anything to threaten Fang Yuan. Because everyone knew that Fang Yuan's public identity, Lu Guanyi, was someone who could kill Yi Lui Kunxing. He had outstanding battle strength and even dared to offend Lu tribe. He was a vicious and lawless person. Threatening such a person would only have negative consequences. I must live. I want to be together with Hongyun. Zhao Lianyun sobbed. She chanted in her heart. Every step was difficult for her. She was inching forward slowly. I am here. I am right here. Don't be afraid, Zhao Yun. I will protect you. Ma Hongyun was pale as paper. He was holding Zhao Lianyun's arm as his vision turned dark. Every step he took, he felt an assault of intense dizziness. He felt that he would collapse at any moment. Where are you two going? Fang Yuan's voice came from behind Ma Hongyun. Ma and Zhao shook. They turned around. Fang Yuan's hands were already on the shoulders of both Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. No! At this moment, Ma Hongyun shouted loudly, pushing Zhao Lianyun away as he charged at Fang Yuan. But how could Fang Yuan allow Ma Hongyun to succeed? Earlier, he failed to deal with Ing Wuxia and Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fang Yuan was already furious. Dealing with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, a mortal and a false immortal, it was too easy. After some dazzling moves that made Ma Hongyun's head spin, the two were subdued by Fang Yuan in turn. They were carried in each of his arms, unable to move. Ma and Zhao reacted, struggling intensely. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's cold voice spoke. Move, and I will kill the person you love. Instantly, Ma and Zhao shuddered. They looked at Fang Yuan with immense fear. Fang Yuan's words targeted their greatest weakness. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He carried these two captives as he walked forward. In this dangerous situation, Fang Yuan had finally found a way to survive. He looked outside the river, saying, We can negotiate now. Haha, lad. You're quite good. You are like me back in the day. We can talk it through. Old ancestor Shui Hu laughed. Don't be rash, Central Continent can satisfy your needs.
Wei Lingyang also said.
Boring. Mao Liqiu pouted, lying on the ground as it wagged its tail, relaxing. Black Extremity smiled bitterly. Lu Guanyi, just tell us what you want. At this moment, a change occurred. Ma Hongyun suddenly stopped breathing. He was dead. The immortals were shocked. There was pure silence. At once, even Fong Yuan was shocked. I did not exert any strength. Oh wait, Ma Hongyun died of exhaustion.
He carried
Ed Zhao Lianyun as they traveled in the river. He was completely overexerting himself, surpassing his limits. Eventually, not only was he out of stamina, he was also drained of mental energy. After I caught him, his body relaxed, and he died immediately. Fong Yuan quickly understood. This change caught him off guard. Ma Hongyun was dead. The immortals gasped. Damn it. Lu Guanyi, you actually killed him. I will tear your bones and tendons out. I will make sure you die a terrible death. Old Ancestor Shui Hu fell into a rage. He screamed loudly as his eyes turned red. Ma Hongyun died. The effect of fortune rivaling heaven also completely dissipated. Only a living Ma Hongyun had value as an immortal material. A dead Ma Hongyun was just a rank 5 Gu Master Corpse. This was why Lady Wan Shou had been keeping Ma Hongyun alive and did not kill him before trying to refine the Gu. Like the Spring Dream Fruit Tree, Luck Path Immortal Materials also had a special trait. If it was a living Luck Path Immortal Material, it had to be alive. Refining the Luck Path Immortal Gu would require a living refinement in that case. Ma Hongyun, Bai Qin Tian, and Wei Lingyang were downcast. Little Worm, you actually killed Ma Hongyun. You squeezed him to death. Mao Liqiu shouted even more loudly than old Ancestor Shui Hu. It was furious and bared its sharp fangs. It was agitated and its hair was standing. It was ready to pounce to devour Fong Yuan alive. Ma Hongyun actually died. Never mind, I still have Zhao Lianyun. Fong Yuan held in his shock. Zhao Lianyun was covered in tears. Hongyun. The person she loved had died right in front of her. Unparalleled grief and sadness assaulted her and overwhelmed her like a tsunami. But she could not scream. She could not shout. She was unable to emit any sound. She could only scream in her heart and cry. She had spent so much effort to reach the step. She had just reunited with Ma Hongyun when they were separated for good. What was Zhao Lianyun going to do now? Her tears flowed like a river. The pain was engraved in her soul. Extreme grief was causing her to tremble intensely. Oh no! Fong Yuan quickly made a move, wanting to knock out Zhao Lianyun. It was to prevent Zhao Lianyun from dying on the spot as well from grief. However, right when Fong Yuan was about to hit Zhao Lianyun's neck, a blue light burst out from Zhao Lianyun's body. Rank 9 Love Immortal Gu. At the most critical moment, it displayed its might again. This aura, rank 9 Love Gu. Wait, aren't Gu worms unable to be used in Reverse Flow River? Flood Extremity called out. Mao Liqiu rolled its eyes. Are you stupid? How can anything be absolute in this world? Reverse Flow River is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It is filled with Dao marks, preventing Gu worms from being used. But if it is a rank 9 Immortal Gu, they are not Dao marks but fragments of the Great Dao. And a fragment of the Great Dao cannot be suppressed by Reverse Flow River's Dao marks. The Immortal Gu's power can be used. Save him, even if I have to sacrifice my life. Zhao Lianyun was overjoyed. She screamed in her heart. But Love Immortal Gu could not be controlled. The blue light brought Zhao Lianyun into the sky, escaping Reverse Flow River. It then went to Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian. The speed was simply too fast to react to. Meanwhile, Ma Hongyun's corpse remained. Fong Yuan was holding on to it. Even though Ma Hongyun died, his soul was still in his body. But old Ancestor Shui, who lost all interest in this corpse already. If reviving Ma Hongyun would help, Lady Wan Shou would not have used this difficult living refinement method. Mao Liqiu was staring at Fong Yuan, ready to attack. Fong Yuan had grasped the chance earlier, but to think that this sudden change would cause Fong Yuan to fall into even bigger danger than before. Such a mishap, it is definitely heaven's will. Instantly, Fong Yuan understood. He had fallen into Reverse Flow River. His immortal Gu were ineffective. After such a long time passed, heaven's will had already started its plotting. He was first swept into Reverse Flow River, followed by the events of Purple Mountain True Monarch and Ingwuxia, and finally, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Heaven's will. Fong Yuan raised his head. At this moment, he was completely trapped. Not just old Ancestor Shui Hu, Mao Liqiu, and Central Continent's Gu immortals, even Heaven's will was everywhere, trying desperately to eliminate this biggest, uncontrollable factor. A desperate situation then. What should I do? Fong Yuan's mouth was dry. But from start to finish, he was expressionless. He could not think of a way. Just old Ancestor Shui Hu alone was an enemy Fong Yuan could not face. That giant purple ferret was unfathomable. It was Giant Sun, immortal venerable steed. Not to mention the other Gu immortals. Fong Yuan had no way. He could only continue moving in reverse flow river. The clamoring of the Gu immortals around him continued. Lu Guanyi, you cannot escape death today. You committed so much evil. You have done yourself in today. The fact that you are in this state is truly heaven's judgment. Kill him. We need to kill him. He actually foiled our plans. Do you know that you killed someone you could not touch? You will die for sure today. Howl. The dog-tail life extending ferret howled. Sound waves resounded endlessly. If not for reverse flow river, it would have attacked Fong Yuan already. I have no choice now. If reverse flow river sweeps me out, with my current methods, there's little chance of escaping. Fong Yuan was completely stumped. He could only continue moving forward in reverse flow river. Step by step. He was at the front already. Every step he took, reverse flow river would move forward by a bit, causing Fong Yuan to stay in the river forever. Reverse flow river had no end. This was a form of despair. But Fong Yuan did not feel anything. In my life, I have experienced too many instances of despair. Fong Yuan sighed internally. His gaze was clear. He was still expressionless. In the current situation, I can only wait for the three sides to fight. I will then be able to escape. I can only persevere in this river. Fong Yuan thought. Step by step. Time passed. The Gu immortals who were waiting for Fong Yuan to be swept out became frustrated. Is he going to stop? What's the point of moving forward in reverse flow river? You will still die. Come out, you coward. I will kill you with one slap. It is hopeless now, Lu Guanyi. Suiciding is the only way you can retain your honor. Some Gu immortals were laughing. Some were watching coldly. In their opinion, Fong Yuan was just struggling futilely. Chapter 1285. Fong Yuan's Perseverance. If you think that there will be a chance to escape when we fight, you can forget about it. Today, I only have one target, that is you. Do you know how much of a price I've paid to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu? You foiled my cultivation plan. You're the person I hate most in my life. If I do not kill you, I will never be appeased. Old Ancestor Shui, who looked at Fong Yuan with deep hatred, his words were like an icy river pouring on Fong Yuan. But Fong Yuan was still expressionless. He was like a rock, a deaf person. Anyone's words, be it threats or promises, had no effect on him. As time passed, Fong Yuan continued to move forward. Unknowingly, the growling of the dog-tail life extending ferret, Mali Chiu, became softer. This giant purple ferret's expression had changed. It spoke in a weird and incredulous tone, looking at Fong Yuan. No way. What? Black Extremity was confused. At this moment, old Ancestor Shui, who, by Qin Tian, and Wei Lingyang also had changes in their expressions. They sensed something. Soon, the other Gu immortals present were stirred up. They quickly shouted. This is a Gu worm's aura? But it doesn't seem like it. What Gu worm? Impossible. Does he also have a rank 9 immortal Gu? This is weird. This is not an immortal Gu's aura, or rather, it is not complete. This is so strange. Suddenly, Yu Yizi's eyes shined. He guessed the truth as he said, this situation, he is refining Gu. A Gu immortal immediately mocked. How can that be? Refining Gu in reverse flow river. That was true. Gu worms could not be used in reverse flow river unless it was a rank 9 immortal Gu. Even though Fong Yuan had wisdom Gu, it was inside Langya blessed land. He could not use any Gu worms, not to mention refining Gu. Fong Yuan also felt the change inside his body. He was expressionless, but he was shocked on the inside. It seems, I really am refining Gu? What is going on? Every step I take, the aura in my body strengthens. What is going on? Even though Fong Yuan did not understand it, he knew that this was a turning point. The situation was at its worst. No matter what, Fong Yuan wanted to try. He continued to move forward. Step by step. He walked steadily. He was expressionless, but it gave others a feeling of strength. Why does he show no expression? A Gu immortal suddenly asked. The immortals finally reacted. That was true. Other than Fong Yuan, everyone else who had been in this situation had distorted expressions. They were in pain, or they were going crazy or sobbing. But why was Fong Yuan expressionless from start to finish? The immortals were silent. They all knew that the person who asked this question actually was asking about something else. And that was, why is this Lu Guanyi able to persevere for so long? Furthermore, he seems to be able to continue. It seems like he can persevere forever. How is it possible? Everyone was eliminated, swept away by reverse flow river. How could he remain here with so much remaining strength? Why was it him? Why was it him? Nobody could answer that. The Gu immortals were all silent. A moment later, as Fong Yuan continued to advance, the Gu worm aura in his body continued to strengthen. It was at its peak. Soon, from inside Fong Yuan's body to the outside, he started to shine in a bright, pure white light. It really became like this. Mao Liqiu saw this, and his eyes were staring wide open. He was gaping, unable to believe the sight in front of him. Grandpa Mao, what is going on? Black Extremity could not endure it, he asked. Sigh. At this point, there is no reason in me hiding it anymore. Mao Liqiu sighed deeply, showing a defeated look on his face. There is an immortal goo nurturing inside his body. This immortal goo's name is Perseverance. Mao Liqiu said some shocking things. Perseverance, immortal goo. Black Extremity was extremely shocked. The other goo immortals were too. It is said in the Legends of Rinzu that Perseverance immortal goo was the crucial immortal goo that could allow the user to conquer Reverse Flow River? Isn't it just a legend?
Yu Easy asked.
No, it exists. Bai Chun Tian said, he was a heavenly court goo immortal. He knew many ancient secrets. There was a person who had once owned it. That person was a former leader of Heavenly Court, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Wei Lingyang added. What? The immortals went into shock again. But we had never expected the refinement method of Perseverance Immortal Goo to be like this. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had never mentioned it. Bai Chun Tian sighed and shook his head. Of course he didn't. This is a shameful event in his life.
Heh.
Mao Liqiu interjected. It was very interested in anything that would ruin Heavenly Court's reputation. These words made Shi Zhengyi shout. Rubbish. How dare you slander the reputation of an immortal venerable? Daring to yell at a legendary immemorial desolate beast, Shi Zhengyi was truly courageous, man. Why Central Continent Goo immortals were worried for him. Mao Liqiu did not get angry. Little boy, what do you know? Immortal venerable or demon venerable, even if they have high cultivation level, they are still human. Humans have emotions, they have flaws, they have weaknesses. Back then, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable charged through Reverse Flow River and was trapped inside, unable to escape. Eventually, he painstakingly traveled to the end of the river and refined Perseverance Immortal Goo in his body. From then on, he conquered Reverse Flow River and became the first Reverse Flow River Lord in history. The first Reverse Flow River Lord? Even old ancestor Shui, who was shocked. This Reverse Flow River had been his for so long, he did not think there were such secrets. This means, at once, the immortal's gazes landed on Fong Yuan. Mao Liqiu sighed. With his gaze fixed on Fong Yuan, who was bathed in white light, he said helplessly, that is true. At this rate, he will refine Perseverance Immortal Goo and become the second Reverse Flow River Lord. The immortals were lost for words. They looked at Fong Yuan, who continued moving forward. He was expressionless. No matter how many steps he took, Reverse Flow River was always still below his feet, as if fate was mocking and laughing at him. But he continued walking. He had traveled through 500 years of experiences over his previous life. He did not know how much longer he would have to walk. But he knew where he needed to go. As if nobody could stop him. At least inside this river, nobody could stop him. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fong Yuan sat inside the bamboo house. He looked at the village. He looked at Qingmao Mountain. His fists were clenched. Hope was displayed all over his young and tender face. It is time to give up the past. Transmigrating here is my greatest opportunity. Because here, I can attain eternal life. I have to make good use of this rare opportunity. Otherwise, how can I live with myself? How can I give up this chance? Of course, right now, I need to improve the living conditions of me and my brother. Hee that little fellow. After the Aperture Awakening, on the battle stage, Fong Yuan lowered his head. He was filled with shock and anger. I was set up. Who set me up? Who does not want me to win in battle? The answer is obvious. Brother, give up. You are not my match. Because of our differing aptitude, we are fated to be different. Guyu Fangzheng said with glee and smugness in front of him. Fong Yuan turned around and left. He was filled with determination. Since the village refuses to nurture me, since my aunt and uncle are purposely pushing me aside, what's the point of staying here? If I stay here, will I be able to get stronger and gain eternal life? Why don't I leave? Inside the caravan, Gu Master Bigbeard died. Fong Yuan stood in front of his grave. The youngster was filled with tears. He sobbed, Uncle Bigbeard, rest in peace. Thank you for the final present. You said, when you were a child, you wanted to be a grand hero, like those legendary figures of the righteous path. When you were a youngster, you wanted to be a clan leader. When you were an adult, you were satisfied with becoming a clan elder. When you were a middle-aged man, you were exiled from the clan. You felt that you could live by yourself just as well. You were satisfied with just raising your goo worms and yourself. But I am not like this. I will not forego my dreams just because of age. This world is too big, but we are all minor characters. I will work hard. I will definitely do my best. Childhood, adolescence, adulthood. Qing Mao Mountain Caravan he walked all along. Middle age, old age, and eventually lifespan Gu. Southern border, Western desert, Eastern sea, and Central continent. After his rebirth using spring-autumn cicada, Qing Mao Mountain, Three Kings blessed land, Hu Immortal blessed land, Imperial Court blessed land, Etian Mountain, and Reverse Flow River. Step by step, through difficulties and ordeals. Bai Chun Tian frowned. He stared at Fang Yuan's figure, thinking, what sort of willpower is this? Why does he persevere? What makes him persevere to this extent? Old Ancestor Shui, who snorted coldly, solemnness showed in his eyes. He no longer looked down on this rank 7 Gu immortal. This means there was Genesis Lotus 300,000 years ago, and now there is Lu Guanhe, the Reverse Flow River Lord. Mao Liqiu looked at the light on Fang Yuan's body. There was nothing it could do. It bore its fangs and scratched the ground with its claws, causing deep marks to form. Bai Ningbing's and He Lulan's eyelids were twitching. They were evidently moved. Zhao Lianyun had woken up. She looked at Ma Hongyun's corpse, held in Fang Yuan's arm. Her tears were flowing out. She cried in her heart, Hongyun, Hongyun, how could you leave me like this? Without you, I am all alone in this world. What is the point of living? Do you know, the perseverance of one person is so difficult. How difficult is the perseverance of one person? All of the Gu immortals here could answer that question. Because among them, some persevered because of responsibility, some persevered because of hatred, some persevered because of excitement, and some persevered because of love. And Fang Yuan's answer? He was still expressionless. He continued to move forward relentlessly. I had once screamed, gradually I lost my voice. I had once cried, gradually I lost my tears. I had once grieved. Gradually, I became able to withstand everything. I had once rejoiced. Gradually, I became unmoved by the world.
And now,
all I have left is an expressionless face. My gaze is as tough as a monolith. Only perseverance remains in my heart. This is my own, an insignificant character. Fang Yuan's perseverance. A dazzling light erupted.
out.
Perseverance, immortal Gu, at this moment, was refined successfully. Chapter 1286. Wisely urging old ancestor Shuehu. Perseverance, immortal Gu, at this moment, was refined successfully. Outside Reverse Flow River, the immortals who saw this all fell into dead silence. They watched as Reverse Flow River continued to flow slowly. A rank 7 Gu immortal, with the appearance of a young man wearing a long white robe, with long hair and deep dark eyes, was standing in the water. He was as free as the wind. He actually managed to refine perseverance, immortal Gu. Bai Ningbing muttered, having complex emotions. He actually did the same thing as Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? The Central Continent Gu immortals could not believe this. Look guys, he is no longer moving forward. He is standing on the spot. Reverse Flow River is no longer sweeping him away. Shi Zheng-yi pointed and shouted. Fang Yuan shut his eyes. Half his attention was inside his immortal aperture. A brand new immortal Gu had formed completely, appearing in his immortal aperture. Perseverance, immortal Gu. It was like a monolith. It was huge, at the size of a giant whale. The bottom was wide while the top was thin. It was squarish and metallic black. The sides were very straight. At one glance, it looked like a rock that could not be eroded by the sea in the span of 10,000 years. It was like a huge rock that could not be melted by magma over the ages. It was really a very special immortal Gu. Because in terms of size, it was the largest immortal Gu Fang Yuan had ever seen. Rank 7 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan could tell this immortal Gu's rank from the aura it was emitting. It was not rank 8, nor rank 9. Fang Yuan was happy about this. Having a higher rank immortal Gu was not always better. This was something that every Gu immortal knew. Rank 7 perseverance, immortal Gu best fit Fang Yuan's rank 7 cultivation level. What is the food of this perseverance, immortal Gu? What effect does it have? How can I make use of it? Questions appeared in Fang Yuan's head. He did not think any further. He placed his focus on the outside world again. Outside Reverse Flow River, the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were still waiting to strike. The other Gu immortals were also ready to attack any time. By owning Perseverance, immortal Gu, I really conquered Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan soon found that Reverse Flow River was as obedient as a pet dog around him. The immense pressure it gave him earlier had vanished. Fang Yuan stood here without moving. Reverse Flow River no longer worked against him. Not just that, Fang Yuan also found that he could use Gu worms freely in the river. He could even open his immortal aperture's entrance easily. Good. Fang Yuan was excited. He first placed Ma Hongyun's corpse in his immortal aperture. Ma Hongyun's soul was also inside Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. His soul contained the luck path true inheritance. Of all living beings' luck, Fang Yuan paid attention to this. During Imperial Court Blessed Land, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were protected by the all-living beings' luck true inheritance. They had each gained a portion of the inheritance. Right now, Ma Hongyun's soul is in my hands, the portion of all living beings' luck that he is belongs to me. It is a pity Zhao Lianyun had rank 9 love immortal goo. I could not capture her. In Fang Yuan's opinion, Ma Hongyun's soul had great value, but his body was merely a goo refinement material, even though it had gone through many living refinement attempts. But Fang Yuan frowned slightly. If he could capture Zhao Lianyun, he might have been able to use her and negotiate with the goo immortals outside. But earlier, Zhao Lianyun had escaped from danger due to love immortal goo. She had returned to Bai Qintian and Wei Lingyang. Northern Plains Lu Guanyi, to think that this battle would establish your fame. Wei Lingyang sighed. I want you to die. I want you to die. Zhao Lianyun screamed in a shrill voice. Her gaze towards Fang Yuan was filled with hatred and grudge. The love she had for Ma Hongyun became hatred for Fang Yuan. Lu Guanyi, even if you become the reverse flow river lord, so what? Old ancestor Shui, who smiled coldly. Lad, you are quite capable. But this is it, you killed Ma Hongyun, you caused me to fail before even trying. Walk out of reverse flow river and let me kill you in one slap. I will let you off without much pain. Howl. Grandpa Mao said with a ruthless expression. Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth secretly. He was the only person in reverse flow river now, but the situation did not turn around for him. He was trapped inside reverse flow river. Even though he refined perseverance immortal goo and conquered reverse flow river, he could not gain the initiative and escape with his life. Especially after killing Ma Hongyun and losing Zhao Lianyun, Fang Yuan was in a passive state. 3 rank 8 goo immortals, many experts, as well as Heaven's Will. Fang Yuan looked around, he was trapped. Refining perseverance immortal goo made him the target of everyone now. He had attracted too much attention. Huff. Old ancestor Shui, who suddenly breathed out. He grunted as he spat out a mouthful of cold air. The cold air soon landed on reverse flow river. The water was still flowing slowly. The surface of the river was flickering with light as the cold air was reflected back at him. Old ancestor Shui who dodged it, staring at the river water as he laughed. Lu Guanyi, you foiled my plans. If you surrender now and hand over reverse flow river, I can spare your life. You can become my slave. But if you insist on resisting us, I will make sure you cannot die, even if you want to. Saying this, he spat out more cold air, attacking reverse flow river. Reverse flow river continued to reflect all of the attacks back, but old ancestor Shui, who dodged them all. He continued threatening. Lu Guanyi, you can forget about it if you want to use reverse flow river to protect yourself. Reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It has immense might, but it is not a living being. Reflecting attacks consumes its water. Eventually, the river will dry up. By then, you will die. As old ancestor Shui, who continued to attack, reverse flow river started being expended. Even though only traces of the water were used, eventually, it would run out. But Fang Yuan retorted. Old ancestor Shui who, you are the number 1 rank 8 goo immortal in Northern Plains. How can you not know that Central Continent's goo immortals were the ones who foiled your goo refinement plan? Furthermore, Longevity Heaven's trap might also be involved. I just happen to be here due to a coincidence. Are you ignoring these great enemies and targeting an insignificant character like me? As he said this, Bai Qintian and Wei Lingyang became extremely alert. They moved back by a bit. Mao Liqiu pouted. This lad is good at sowing discord. Old ancestor Shui, who stared slightly in surprise. Lu Guanyi, you seem to be forgetting that the reverse flow river under your feet belonged to me. You stole my secluded domain of heaven and earth. You are an enemy of mine. You caused the death of Ma Hongyun and ruined my hope. If I do not kill you, my anger will not be appeased. Fang Yuan quickly said. Old ancestor Shui who, we are both Northern Plainsmen. Among everyone present, this ferret is from Longevity Heaven, while these Central Continent goo immortals are all from the 10 great ancient sects or Heavenly Court. They are all righteous path. Only we are in the demonic path. Righteous path and demonic path cannot intermingle. We can work together. Yes, I took away reverse flow river, and, by chance became the reverse flow river lord. But we can cooperate. I can lend reverse flow river to you. With my help, reverse flow river will be much more useful to you now. Yes, I killed Ma Hongyun, but everyone knows that I did not intend to do that. I only held him lightly, and Ma Hongyun died. He was completely worn out, he was mentally exhausted, or maybe he suffered too big of a shock and could not endure it. Without me, he was going to die anyway. I was merely implicated. Now that he is dead, fortune rivaling heaven's effect vanished. I can understand that you want to seek revenge with me. But you need to undergo tribulation. Will killing me and venting your anger help you pass the tribulation? Saying this, Fang Yuan shook his head. He continued. Not just that, your tribulation might even become more dangerous. Because of how vast Reverse Flow River is, you will exert a lot of effort in draining its water, and yet, you cannot refine fortune rivaling heaven to deal with your tribulation. Old Ancestor Shwehu, you have a family, you are a Grand Overlord, the #1 demonic path overlord in Northern Plains. If you die Fr. Wem tribulation, or even if you are just heavily injured, all of your enemies and the righteous paths of Northern Plains and Central Continent will be overjoyed. At the same time, Lady Wan Shou would grieve. Even though Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was destroyed and this refinement failed, as long as you are around, you can build another Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. If the refinement fails, you can snatch resources from others and get enough materials to refine Gu again. These righteous path Gu immortals have ill intentions. We can take them down. I, Lu Guanyi, am a demonic path member of Northern Plains. I am willing to cooperate with you to achieve our grand ambitions. Fong Yuan spoke with confidence and assurance. He had a glib tongue. Old Ancestor Shue who heard these words and felt that Fong Yuan was not so detestable anymore. Because what he said was right. Even though Old Ancestor Shue was furious, he had not lost his reasoning yet. Furthermore, Fong Yuan was considering him and putting himself in his perspective while making plans. How could Old Ancestor Shue not be moved? He was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Even after this major setback, his ambitions had not wavered. He was still going to refine Gu later. Where would he get the materials? Old Ancestor Shue, who subconsciously looked towards Bai Chen Tian and Wei Ling Yang, as well as the dog-tail life extending ferret. Seeing Old Ancestor Shue's gaze, Wei Ling Yang and Bai Chen Tian became nervous, while Mao Li Qiu felt offended. His hair stood on end as he opened his mouth, revealing his sharp fangs to Old Ancestor Shue, not showing any weakness. This fellow is still as crafty as ever. Ing Wu Xia was frustrated. If this was earlier, he might encourage Old Ancestor Shue to cooperate with Fong Yuan. After all, Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal body was the fruit of Shadow Sect's efforts after 100,000 years. It could not be lost. But now, after being hunted down by Fong Yuan and seeing him conquer Reverse Flow River, Ing Wu Xia's wariness towards Fong Yuan had reached an extreme level. If there was a chance, Ing Wu Xia would definitely kill Fong Yuan and eliminate this terrifying foe. But Ing Wu Xia did not speak. Purple Mountain True Monarch had fallen into deep sleep in his hands. When he awakened, he would regain clarity for some time. Currently, Ing Wu Xia had to keep a low profile. It would be best if everyone forgot about him. This was Shadow Sect's weakest moment. The Central Continent Gu immortals were also like this. Even though they got back Xiao Lianyun, they did not dare to retreat easily. If they did, they might attract unwanted attention and become everyone's targets. The situation was in a deadlock. It was quite peculiar. Old Ancestor Shue, Shadow Sect, Central Continent's Gu immortals, Longevity Heaven, Fong Yuan. None of them dared to make a move. They had their own considerations and perspective, and most importantly, none of them had overwhelming strength that could suppress the situation. Old Ancestor Shue, whose attitude became the crucial thing now. Everyone stared at him. Old Ancestor Shue thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Sure, we can make an alliance." Fong Yuan was overjoyed. Chapter 1287. Myriad Self-Second Style. Seeing that Fong Yuan was about to successfully convince Old Ancestor Shue, be it Central Continent or Longevity Heaven, their expressions all changed. Old Ancestor Shue, who was the #1 rank 8 in Northern Plains demonic path, if he fought with his full strength, he could definitely bring Fong Yuan away, even against the dog-tail life extending ferret Mao Li Qiu, Bai Chen Tian, and Wei Ling Yang. However, Old Ancestor Shue, who gave Fong Yuan very strict alliance agreement rules. Fong Yuan's joy vanished. According to this alliance agreement, he was not an equal ally of Old Ancestor Shue, he was a slave. Old Ancestor Shue, such an alliance agreement, are you joking? Fong Yuan's expression was ugly. Old Ancestor Shue started to laugh. Of course I am not. Lu Guanyi, didn't you analyze this thoroughly earlier? Among the people present, only we are from the demonic path. We are natural allies. You killed Yi Lui Kunxing. You killed a Lu tribe Gu immortal and plundered their resources. Are you going to hand yourself into Longevity Heaven? Or will you leave your homeland and go to Central Continent and be the lackey of the 10 great ancient sects and heavenly court? I am your only option. Saying this, he paused before looking at Ing Wu Xia. You know, I have my own difficulties. I have an agreement with these people, but it seems that you are enemies too. I cannot offend another rank 8 existence just because of a rank 7 Gu immortal and Reverse Flow River, right? Ing Wu Xia's heart jumped. Old Ancestor Shue was indeed trying to convince Fong Yuan, but he was also probing Shadow Sect's and Purple Mountain True Monarch's background. After all, everyone saw that Purple Mountain True Monarch went crazy. If this purple mountain true monarch was truly crazy and unable to control himself, old ancestor Shui who might attack them. After all, killing a crazy rank 8 Gu immortal would grant enough benefits that would move old ancestor Shui who. Furthermore, old ancestor Shui who had failed the Gu refinement and snowy mountain-blessed land was destroyed. All of his investments were wasted. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Old ancestor Shui who was a demonic path overlord, he was not easy to fool. His words earlier had truly moved old ancestor Shui who. But old ancestor Shui, who had his own schemes and plans, he used Fang Yuan's words to deal with him in return. Old ancestor Shui whose words were filled with suspicion and probing. But Fang Yuan knew that he could not cooperate with Mali Qiu or Wei Lingyang. Longevity Heaven was defensive in regard to its descendants. Fang Yuan killed Yi Lui Kun. Xing, he offended the Huangjin tribes, and after killing Ma Hongyun, going to Longevity Heaven was courting death. On the other hand, he could not go to Central Continent. Even though he had methods to defend against Wisdom Path, they could not be relied upon. Normally, he was relying on the isolation of being inside an immortal aperture or the southern border Super Gu formation to defend himself from the deductions of Central Continent's Gu immortals. If he went to Central Continent, Heavenly Court's Fairy Ziwei would know about it. By then, his identity would be exposed. He would be put on trial. After all, he was listed on the Demon Judgment Board. As for Shadow Sect, because of sovereign immortal fetus Gu, it was even more impossible. Thus, among everyone here, old ancestor Shui who was Fang Yuan's only choice. But now, old ancestor Shui who had stated that he could help Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had to accept these conditions. If he did, he would be signing a slavery agreement. He would become old ancestor Shui whose slave. If you agree, I will ensure your safety. If you do not, I will attack Reverse Flow River. You will die here today. There is no other option. Old ancestor Shui who was domineering, he stared at Fang Yuan fixedly, forcing him to make a decision. Fang Yuan had a struggling and hesitant expression. Let me think. I will give you 3 breaths of time. Old ancestor Shui who had a cold expression, he breathed out cold air as he gave Fang Yuan 3 breaths of time to consider. It was truly merciless. Fang Yuan smiled. He knew that he could not deceive old ancestor Shui who. There was no way to stall for time. He stopped acting. Then, old ancestor, I will have to see your methods. Ha ha ha. Old ancestor Shui who laughed loudly. He had a ruthless expression. I knew it. How can someone who is qualified to be the Reverse Flow River Lord submit to others so easily? Therefore, I will beat you until you beg for mercy. Old ancestor Shui who was happy to have this prey, he seemed to be unwilling to kill Fang Yuan. But who knew if this was his plot? Old ancestor Shui who attacked, waves of cold air assaulted, unceasingly, with grand might. Reverse Flow River's water was raging, reflecting Shui whose attacks, while consuming the river water. Fang Yuan did not move. It was still too early to affect him, even though he was bound to lose, because he could only take attacks passively and could not counterattack. I need to find a way to get out of this predicament and escape with my life. Fang Yuan smiled, looking at Central Continent's group. Guests from Central Continent, what are you waiting for? Do you want Northern Plains Gu Immortals to collaborate and take care of you? Wei Lingyang's and Bai Chen Tian's hearts jumped. Zhao Lian cried out shrilly. Murder? You should worry about yourself. I will only leave after I see you die right in front of me. The other Central Continent Gu Immortals were silent. They looked at the 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. But Wei Lingyang and Bai Chen Tian did not move. They were like statues, not making a response. Fang Yuan was about to speak to the dog-tail life extending ferret. Mali Qiu suddenly laughed. Little boy, no need to say anymore. Sowing discord is pointless. I am right here. Even if Shui, who doesn't want to kill you, I will kill you. Saying this, it attacked. It spat out traces of purple aura. It was like mist that was reflected by Reverse Flow River, intensifying Reverse Flow River's expenditure. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly on the inside. These rank 8 existences, be they human or beast, were astute. Words could not cause them to waver. It seems that I can only rely on myself now. The new move that I created is powerful, but in front of 5 rank 8 existences, it will be too difficult to escape. 5 rank 8 existences, they were old ancestor Shui who, Mali Qiu, Bai Chen Tian, Wei Lingyang, and the crazed purple mountain true monarch. Fang Yuan looked at the water below his feet. He actually went into a daze for a moment. The attacks outside the river were powerful and unceasing. Incredible might could be felt. But Fang Yuan had no regard for the surroundings, because in his current state, an inspiration had formed in his mind. Activating an immortal Gu, the river water below his feet started to create ripples according to his will. It seems that if I continue activating Perseverance Immortal Gu, I will be the Reverse Flow River Lord. Inside this river, I can use other Immortal Gu as well. Earlier, he had tried to use Strength Path Immortal Gu pulling water. Under the effect of pulling water, Fang Yuan found that he could move reverse flow river, just like any other river or stream. But with just this, Fang Yuan could not leave the place. Pulling water immortal goo was just rank 6. It could move rivers and bodies of water, but it moved very slowly. Trying to escape with this was impossible. Old Ancestor Shui, who seems to have a way to make use of reverse flow river and create a formation. Why can't I do the same? I am the reverse flow river lord. I have perseverance immortal goo. I can freely manipulate this river. Or maybe I can form an immortal killer move. This idea appeared in Fang Yuan's mind and began to take root deeply. Perseverance immortal goo allowed Fang Yuan to get reverse flow river's compliance, and pulling water immortal goo could manipulate rivers and water. This was the basis of an immortal killer move. Adding more goo worms to form a complete immortal killer move, it seemed that it was nothing too hard. Fang Yuan felt that he could do it. This was not a random guess. It was his attainment level. Fang Yuan had incredible attainment levels. One of them was Water Path. He had just become a Water Path Grandmaster. After adding more Water Path goo worms in, he quickly compiled this immortal killer move. But it was not enough. Not enough strength. Fang Yuan realized. The framework, the skeleton of the killer move was created, the wings were spread, but he lacked the crucial muscles for strength. Just 2 immortal goo were not enough. Then he would add more. Fang Yuan first thought of Strength Path. Myriad Self, his most familiar technique, and also a unique immortal killer move that he had created after rebirth. A solution was found. Strength Path Grandmaster Attainment Level and Water Path Grandmaster Attainment Level, they allowed him to naturally reach success.
But wait.
Fang Yuan suddenly thought of an unrelated immortal killer move. This killer move came from Yi Lui Kunxing. He used star fragments to create a powerful killer move. It was like Fang Yuan trying to use reverse flow river. They were using external forces. And now he even had the blood vessels. Skeleton, muscles, wings, and blood vessels. He had them all. Fang Yuan actually created an immortal killer move in this short period of time. This is Myriad Self Second Style. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining brilliantly. Chapter 1288. Practicing the killer move. With sufficient attainment level, Fang Yuan created an immortal killer move on the spot. Because he used Myriad Self Killer Move as the foundation, Fang Yuan named this move Myriad Self Second Style. But because this move was just created, it was far from being usable. Bam, bam, bam. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and the Dogtail Life Extending Ferret Mao Li Chiu, these 2 rank 8 existences continued to attack Reverse Flow River, causing huge ripples in the water. Countless attacks were reflected as the water level started to fall. Fang Yuan's actions had gone past their bottom line. And because he was unwilling to give up, Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Mao Li Chiu were expending their energy to attack Reverse Flow River in order to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at the river water, thinking, at this rate, I still have a lot of time. His heart eased slightly. Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth indeed. It endured the attacks of 2 rank 8 existences, only falling a little in water level. Of course, a reason was that Shui Hu and Mao Li Chiu did not use their full strength. They were wary of each other, and Wei Ling Yang and Bai Chen Tian were together with the other Central Continent Gu immortals, awaiting their chance. These people restrained each other, they guarded against each other. How could they use their full strength on Fang Yuan? Because of this complex situation, a lot of pressure was lifted off Fang Yuan. He could test his killer move without rushing. The first activation. Fang Yuan was careful. First was Perseverance Immortal Goo. It had been expending Red Date Immortal Essence to allow Fang Yuan to move freely in Reverse Flow River, remaining unrestricted by the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Next were a large number of Water Path Mortal Goo. They flew up in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, surrounding the Hu. Ji Perseverance Immortal Goo as they moved in the air. Soon, large amounts of water vapor rose, as faint blue light appeared in them. But soon, this blue light vanished. Some of it had even turned red. The originally ice-cold water vapor had turned warmer. I failed. Fang Yuan immediately stopped. The scene in front of him was out of his expectations. This was not what he wanted. He stopped his immortal essence expenditure. Crack, crack. Large numbers of Water Path Mortal Goo exploded, destroyed on the spot. Fang Yuan calmed down and started to think. According to his planning, there should be blue light shining as the water vapor became colder. Why was there red light and warmer temperature? Fang Yuan deduced in his mind. Soon, because of his Wisdom Path attainment level, he found the source of the problem. It was because he had used 2 conflicting Water Path Mortal Goo. Fang Yuan immediately changed one of them. In Reverse Flow River, he could open his immortal aperture and connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven to purchase Water Path Mortal Goo easily. After modifying the entire immortal killer move, Fang Yuan tried to activate it again for the second time. Perseverance Immortal Goo was still in use. The surrounding water path mortal goo started to rise and fly around it. First was water vapor and blue light. He soon passed the stage as Fong Yuan used Immortal Goo pulling water. Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo pulling water. This was the second core of the Immortal Killer move. The first core was undeniably rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Goo. Fong Yuan was careful. While activating Perseverance Immortal Goo, he activated pulling water. It was a very risky thing. If he could not manage it well, these two Immortal Goo might interfere and cause harm to each other. They might even get destroyed. Testing Immortal Killer moves was not just risky to the Goo Immortal. The Immortal Goo and Mortal Goo involved were also in danger. And because Immortal Goo themselves were fragments of the Great Tao, when they suffered a backlash, the damage was much more severe. Fong Yuan was very vigilant. He was quickly rewarded for it. He met with difficulty. Although pulling water Immortal Goo was activated and its mystical power was used, it could not integrate into the framework of the move. What is the problem? Fong Yuan stopped. A lot of water path Mortal Goo were destroyed. Experimenting with Immortal Killer moves had a price. A complete and effective Immortal Killer move needed conceptualization and experimentation. The Goo Immortal needed to put in a lot of effort and resources. As the attacks in the outside world continued, Fong Yuan ignored them. He had the sovereign immortal body. His thoughts were produced rapidly as they moved around and collided. With his Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, Wisdom Path Tao marks as well as Wisdom Path methods, his deductions were progressing rapidly. It was faster this time. In just a few THS of time, Fong Yuan found the problem. The powers of Perseverance Immortal Goo and Pulling Water Immortal Goo could not fuse together. It was because the quantity and types of Water Path Mortal Goo were not appropriate. These Mortal Goo were the bridge between the two Immortal Goo. They had the effect of linking them. Fong Yuan thought about it. He reduced a portion of some Water Path Mortal Goo, and while increasing others at the same time, he added a new Water Path Mortal Goo. The third activation. This time, it was smooth sailing. He successfully fused Pulling Water Immortal Goo into the killer move. The moment he succeeded, there were waves forming in the reverse flow river water below him. It was finally starting to work, but he was still far from reaching his goal. Fong Yuan did not rest. He could not waste time in this situation. He continued experimenting, activating the Immortal Killer move. His aura strengthened and weakened at times, flickering continuously. What is Lu Guanyi doing? Goo worm auras are appearing on his body from time to time. It looks like he is experimenting with an Immortal Killer move. Other than old ancestor Shui, Hu, and Mao Li Qiu, the other Goo Immortals were just watching. Every time Fong Yuan experimented with his Immortal Killer move, the Goo worm auras would leak. It could not be concealed from the Goo Immortals. If he wanted to conceal the auras, he needed a special Immortal Killer move. These types of Immortal Killer moves were very rare, like Fong Yuan's Dark Assassination. It was among these Immortal Killer moves. Fong Yuan reached his limits in conceptualized Myriad Self-Second Style. He could not consider adding aura concealment to it. But it did not matter. Goo worm auras alone could not determine the types of goo worms. Furthermore, he had just created Myriad Self-Second Style. It was complex and used many different goo. It was not possible for them to find out its flaws by watching. Fourth time, fifth time. Fong Yuan continued to activate the Immortal Killer move. Sometimes he made great progress, while sometimes, because of some adjustments, he backtracked by several steps. Fong Yuan was not dejected. He persevered on without any expression. He is really testing an Immortal Killer move. Hehehe. Is this Lu Guanyi an idiot? Creating an Immortal Killer move on the spot. Does he think he is an Immortal Venerable or Demon Venerable? Even if he creates an Immortal Killer move, I want to see if he can use it to deal with all of us. The Goo Immortals watching all commented on Fong Yuan's naivety and mocked him in disdain. If Immortal Killer moves were so easy to create, would they still be Immortal Killer moves? But soon, some of their expressions changed. They found that some mystical changes were occurring in Reverse Flow River. 21st try. Fong Yuan stretched out his arm, grabbing towards that river below his feet. Rise. At the same time, he muttered lightly.
Bam.
A soft sound occurred as a huge ball appeared on the river surface near him. This ball was completely made of Reverse Flow River's water. After rising, it burst as water splattered everywhere. The killer move activation failed. Fong Yuan's nose was bleeding as 2 streams of blood flowed down. His Immortal Killer move has effect on Reverse Flow River? Yu Yeezy saw this, and his eyes shined with sharp light. No, more accurately speaking, he is using Reverse Flow River to create an Immortal Killer move. Bu Zhanzi said. Humph, laughable. Black Extremity smiled coldly. Back then I used Reverse Flow River to create the sub and main fate reversing refinement formation. It used up several years of my time. Lu Guanyi, even if you are the Reverse Flow River Lord, you are simply too arrogant. You think you can create an Immortal Killer move using it in such a short amount of time. Evidently, none of the Goo Immortals here thought highly of Fong Yuan's chances. But soon, Fong Yuan started his testing again.
Phew.
This time, a small mound appeared on the river surface near him. The mound quickly collapsed as the water doused Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's expression turned pale, his body wavered. Not only did he have a nosebleed, even his ears were bleeding. I failed again, man as before. At the next moment, he was completely healed. I should find a reason for the failure. It seems that a small problem occurred at the final juncture. Fong Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 1289, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. A moment later, Fong Yuan opened his eyes, activating the killer move again. This time, a segment of Reverse Flow River's water was moved by him, causing huge waves. The immortal's expressions changed. Even old Ancestor Shui, whose attack stopped. But at the next moment, old Ancestor Shui, who shouted loudly and erupted with even stronger attacks. This is so hard. Because I added in many goo worms of different types, many problems occurred. But this is already my current limit. To create a concise version, I will need years to deduce, or an increase in my attainment level once again. Fong Yuan knew that this myriad self-second style had too many goo worms involved, it was too complex and had many issues to deal with. While Fong Yuan was sighing at the difficult progress, the other goo immortals were filled with shock. Even though they did not speak, their gazes were flickering. Lu Guan this fellow. Such fast progress. He could really mobilize Reverse Flow River. Unbelievable. Is he really human? He could achieve such progress in this short period of time. No, there is no way he can succeed. How can he really create an immortal killer move in such a short amount of time? Undeniably, Fong Yuan's rapid advancement had broken the common sense of these immortals. They had never seen a person create an immortal killer move in such a short period of time and gain such rapid improvements through experimentati. But right now, they were seeing it live. Fong Yuan continued. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and the dog-tail life extending ferret, Mao Li Qiu, subconsciously increased their attacking power. But Reverse Flow River was too huge. Even after their endless attacks, they consumed less than 5% of the entire river. Once more, rise. Fong Yuan had a serious expression. He grabbed at the air towards the river below him as he called out. This time, the entirety of Reverse Flow River was affected. It was like a long dragon awakening from its slumber. It started to stretch its entire body freely. How could this happen? Someone cried out subconsciously. The entirety of Reverse Flow River started to fly in the sky like a rising dragon, ready to soar and roam the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Wishful thinking. Old Ancestor Shui Hu shouted, slamming with his palms as an icy light shot out towards Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River was hit and reflected it. The icy light seemed to have collided into a mirror. It was sent right back at him. In the blink of an eye, all of the vast surrounding grassland turned into an icy plain. Frost energy permeated. The sky was snowing. The temperature was falling. Strong winds blew intensely. The entire world seemed to have changed colors. This was the power of a rank 8. Fong Yuan could not help but feel shocked. He was temporarily safe in Reverse Flow River, and the other goo immortals were protected by their rank 8 existences. Ing Wuxia was covered in cold sweat. Purple Mountain True Monarch had awakened again at the crucial moment. If not for him, Ing Wuxia and the rest would not have survived. We will leave, Purple Mountain True Monarch said. But this, Ing Wuxia hesitated, but Purple Mountain True Monarch waved his hand and several rings of light appeared, capturing Ing Wuxia and gang, sending them towards the sky. To think that Shadow Sect was the first to retreat. Purple Mountain True Monarch left rapidly without saying a word. The goo immortals present were stunned. Lord, that is the sovereign immortal aperture. Ing Wuxia was anxious. He transmitted to Purple Mountain True Monarch. Don't worry, I have already deduced that he won't die. He can definitely escape. Purple Mountain True Monarch said confidently. Ing Wuxia was not very convinced of Purple Mountain True Monarch's words, but he could not express his doubts. But at the next moment, he saw that all of Reverse Flow River started to glow in a bright blue light. Blue light flickered like rumbling clouds or raging currents. The immortals' gazes were all attracted to it. Fong Yuan stood in the middle. Great winds were blowing, causing his hair and sleeves to flutter in the sky. His eyes were eerie. He said softly, "Rise." Instantly, the river water surged, and the immortals could hear the sounds of the waves. It resembled the roaring of 1,000 men. The scene was domineering and grand. Immediately after, the blue light condensed. Reverse Flow River shrank. It became a tiny. In an instant, the huge Reverse Flow River vanished. It condensed towards Fong Yuan and turned into a light blue-colored robe. This long robe had wide sleeves. It was white like snow. On the surface of the robe, there was slow flowing water. It was the same appearance as Reverse Flow River earlier. Not just that. The surface of the white robe had faint mist surrounding it. There was also a strip of light that was deep azure. It was curvy and wavy, resembling a long sash. It coiled around Feng Yuan's arms, the back of his neck, and around his waist again. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self-Second Style, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, had been successfully activated at this moment. He succeeded? Impossible. He actually used Reverse Flow River to create a new Immortal Killer move in this short time? The Immortal saw this and became tongue-tied. Old Ancestor Shui, who was staring fiercely. I refuse to believe this. He thrusted with his palms in Feng Yuan's direction. Immediately, an icy light shot out at incredible speed towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was prepared to face it. The icy light landed on his body, but it was fully blocked by Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Reverse Flow Protection Seal flickered as the terrifying icy light was reflected back at its creator, Old Ancestor Shuehu. Success. Feng Yuan's heart was jumping. It gradually calmed down. Even though the Immortal Killer move was activated successfully, he needed to test it. Old Ancestor Shui, whose attack confirmed that Feng Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal was incredibly powerful. Old Ancestor Shui, who dodged the icy light, his expression turned ruthless and harsh as he looked at Feng Yuan. Let me try. Mao Liqiu shouted. Its body vanished on the spot. At the next moment, it appeared behind Feng Yuan. Its ruthless claws were raised, and they landed harshly.
Boom.
A loud sound could be heard. Feng Yuan flew out like a cannonball that was shot out. His field of vision changed. Feng Yuan had landed on the ground a breath of time later. Next, with a loud explosion, a huge crater was formed on the icy ground. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Feng Yuan slowly stood up in the deep crater. He was expressionless and his body was intact. There was not even a graze on his skin. Reverse Flow Protection Seal had turned into a snow-white robe with an azure sash. There were almost no changes to it, but the mist on the surface of the robe had dissipated to a large extent. If one observed closely, the snow-white robe seemed to be covered in a layer of dust. It was no longer as bright as before. Mao Liqiu looked at Feng Yuan before turning to look at its claws. Its right paw was covered in blood. Its flesh was exposed now. Feng Yuan suffered no injuries, while Mao Liqiu was quite severely injured. Gasp! Sounds could be heard coming from the Gu Immortals present. What Immortal Killer move is this? Even Mao Liqiu suffered a loss. Seeing this, even Bai Chen Tian's eyes were twitching rapidly. He actually did it. Black Extremity was speechless. His expression was of utter shock. Even an immemorial desolate beast's physical attack was reflected back. Old Ancestor Shui, who frowned deeply. How can this be? Ing Wuxia, who was far away in the sky, saw this and felt like he was dreaming. There had never been a case where a rank 8 Gu Immortal attacked a rank 7 Gu Immortal and resulted in the rank 7 Gu Immortal being unharmed, while the rank 8 Gu Immortal was actually injured. Rank 8 and rank 7, the former always suppressed the latter. In the last few thousand years, Feng Jiuge was the sole monster who had overwhelming talent. He was unparalleled and could battle rank 8 existences. But now, after Feng Yuan created Myriad Self-Second Style and successfully used it, Feng Jiuge no longer held this title alone. From now on, this supreme glory was shared with another person.
Lu Guanyi.
Central's Feng Jiuge, North's Lu Guanyi, Bu Zhanzi muttered in a daze. Old Ancestor Shui, who smiled lightly. Lad, I underestimated you after all. His arms were behind his back. He stopped attacking. But Mao Liqiu was furious. Little lad, you are courting death. You dared to make me lose face. The immemorial desolate beast attacked Feng Yuan furiously. Feng Yuan was not its match. He was slammed away like a rubber ball. But after dozens of blows, Feng Yuan was unharmed. He still had a pristine air, but Mao Liqiu was panting roughly, bleeding profusely. Every one of its attacks was reflected back at itself. Mao Liqiu was staring furiously, thinking, this lad is a porcupine. I'm hurting myself. Since when did Northern Plains have such a monster? Feng Yuan saw that Mao Liqiu was at a loss against him and laughed, charging at the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were like frightened birds. They dispersed at once. The two Central Continent rank 8 stayed and attacked Feng Yuan. But it was no use. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was reflecting their attacks back at them. They landed on Mao Liqiu, who was chasing after him. Mao Liqiu was suffering greatly, so angry it was about to blow up. It spat out a vast amount of purple light. Its attack engulfed an enormous surrounding range. This attack caused a huge battle. The situation became chaotic. The Gu Immortals of all three sides were attacking. This was the last thing Ing Wuxia saw. He was in deep admiration towards Purple Mountain True Monarch's decision of retreating. At the same time, he understood. After this battle, Lu Guanyi's name would spread throughout the 5 regions. It would shock the world. His reputation would rival Feng Jiuge. More than 10 days later, a figure in a sorry state passed the regional wall, arriving at Eastern Sea.
It was Fong Yuan.
I finally got free from that crazy animal. Fong Yuan sighed deeply. More than 10 days ago, old ancestor Shui, who, Central Continent's Gu immortals and longevity, haven't engaged in fierce combat. They fought with all they had. Fong Yuan managed to escape from this chaotic battle, but Mao Liqiu refused to stop chasing him. Fong Yuan was not Mao Liqiu's match, but after he entered Northern Plains regional wall, Mao Liqiu could only watch helplessly. It was a wild beast born in Northern Plains. It was restricted by the regional wall. Fong Yuan managed to escape from these pursuers. Time to go back to southern border. Fong Yuan did not stay. He flew into the clouds. Chapter 1290. Truce between Shadow Sect and Fong Yuan? On the dark stone wall, eerie flames were burning. The flames were not big. They were like fireflies or lanterns in size. They were green flames that were cold and icy. The pale flames reflected on the faces of Purple Mountain True Monarch, Ing Wuxia, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan. Being the first to leave the Reverse Flow River battle, they were brought here by Purple Mountain True Monarch. But after that, Purple Mountain True Monarch returned to a state of insanity. Looking at Purple Mountain True Monarch, who was nibbling on his toes, Bai Ningbing sneered at Ing Wuxia. This is your plan? This is the rank 8 great expert who will kill Fong Yuan. In this trip to snowy mountain blessed land, even though Ing Wuxia saved Purple Mountain True Monarch, he lost a lot. Sure Nu and Tai Bai Yunxing died in battle. He Lulan was silent. This rank 8 Gu immortal was unreliable. But due to Shadow Sect's alliance agreement, He Lulan kept quiet. Ing Wuxia was mocked by Bai Ningbing, but his expression remained the same. After so many setbacks, he had gained a disposition of being calm no matter the situation. He slowly spoke. I underestimated Fong Yuan. To think that he would refine perseverance immortal Gu and become the Reverse Flow River Lord. No wonder heavens will choose him as a tool. This person can only be killed. He cannot be defeated. Ing Wuxia praised Fong Yuan without hesitation. Even though they were enemies, Ing Wuxia had an open mind. He admitted that Fong Yuan had both the advantage and superior strength. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Thinking about the scene where Fong Yuan conquered Reverse Flow River, she no longer said anything. In the tiny cave, only Purple Mountain True Monarch screaming echoed throughout the place. A moment later, Purple Mountain True Monarch stopped shouting. His tiny body shook before he stood up calmly. He straightened his back, clarity returning to his eyes. Lord, you are awake. Ing Wuxia was overjoyed. He quickly got closer. Purple Mountain True Monarch held his forehead, feeling pain in his head. His expression was distorting from the pain. Earlier in Reverse Flow River, I forced myself to awaken. Thus it was only for a moment. But now is different. I have I had some time left. How long has it been? How did the battle end? It has already been half a month. Fong Yuan escaped Northern Plains through the regional wall. I assume he entered Eastern Sea. After all, he has some foundation in Eastern Sea. As for the battle, the result has yet to be determined. Central Continent's Gu immortals wanted to leave, but old ancestor Shui who pursued them. During the dangerous situation, an immortal Gu house descended from the sky, as both parties went to fight in White Heaven. Ing Wuxia answered. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. This time, Central Continent's Gu immortals will likely lose. In the past, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose Northern Plains as his domain. How could he not make arrangements here? For example, none of Longevity Heaven's rank 8 Gu immortals have shown up yet. Lord, what do we do from now on? Ing Wuxia asked. He was once in charge of Shadow Sect. Now that Purple Mountain True Monarch woke up, this rank 8 great expert was naturally going to lead Shadow Sect. Ing Wuxia had to step down. Purple Mountain True Monarch was about to speak when the sound of winds echoed in this cave. Next, the eerie fire on the cave walls started flickering intensely, as if a strong wind was blowing. Purple Mountain True Monarch's gaze flickered. I arranged this cave as one of our escape methods. These eerie fires were nurtured by me to create a natural Gu formation. It allows us to defend against deductions from others. When I was insane, how many times did they flicker? 107 times. Bai Ningbing said plainly. I am afraid Fong Yuan's deductions are included in this. His investigative killer move can use the profundities of Luck Path and find our locations. Even inside an immortal aperture, we cannot hide from him. Ing Wuxia said grimly. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. Fong Yuan is indeed worthy of being the person nurtured by Heaven's will as the crucial key to deal with our Shadow Sect. This person is very daring and has incredible talent. His willpower is unparalleled. He is truly an absolute genius seen once in 10,000 years. Purple of Shadow Sect actually gave Fong Yuan such a high evaluation. But the 3 Gu immortals present were silent. They agreed with Purple Mountain True Monarch's words. Purple Mountain True Monarch continued. And now our plan is to reach a truce with Fang Yuan. These were shocking words. What, a truce? Ing Wuxia and the rest were shocked. Is that very strange? Purple Mountain True Monarch looked at the three. He was very clear of the current situation. When he woke up, Ing Wuxia had used information path methods to inform Purple Mountain True Monarch of everything he knew. You are all too young, you know too little. Our biggest enemy now is not Fang Yuan but Heavenly Court. Purple Mountain True Monarch shook his head, looking at Ing Wuxia. Do you think rescuing our main body's soul is easy?
Off.
Then the Super Goo formation in southern border, and that giant dream realm, I can assure you that when we strike, Heavenly Court will interfere. Like on Etion Mountain, they used Heaven Overseeing Tower and attempted to thwart our plan. Or like this time, when they went to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to save Ma Hongyun. Ing Wuxia's expression was grim. Lord, I considered that before, but our main body is in great danger. He's trapped by the dream realm and is being consumed by it. That's why I was so anxious. That is exactly why we need to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Purple Mountain True Monarch added. Firstly, Fang Yuan's strength is already extraordinary. That immortal killer move alone can stand up to rank 8 Gu Immortals. Secondly, Fang Yuan is a complete otherworldly demon. He is listed on the Demon Judgment Board and is a common enemy of Heavenly Court. Finally, cooperating is a win-win situation for us. Our Shadow Sect has huge amounts of cultivation resources. While he has the killer move to unravel dreams, he can help us conquer the giant dream realm and save our main body's soul. Ing Wuxia frowned deeply. He cast aside his personal emotions and tried to consider the possibility of this. But soon, he expressed his worries. Fang Yuan is scheming and vicious. He thinks of us as huge threats. He wants to eliminate us all. Now that he is the Reverse Flow River Lord, he is already able to contest with rank 8 existences. We desperately need methods to unravel dreams, while he needs cultivation resources, less urgently. It is hard for us to cooperate. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. You are completely right, but do you know about the biggest flaw of the Sovereign Immortal Body? What do you mean? You mean the non-conflicting Dao marks of the Sovereign Immortal Body? Ing Wuxia asked in confusion. Of course not. Non-conflicting Dao marks are the Sovereign Immortal Body's biggest advantage, far surpassing the weaknesses that they bring. What I mean is that hidden problem. Purple Mountain True Monarch shook his head. There is an important hidden problem? Ing Wuxia was shocked. Our original plan was to refine a rank 10 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Only rank 10 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu can be considered perfect without any flaws. But evidently, we only refined a rank 9 version. That huge drawback has not shown itself yet, but it will force Fang Yuan to cooperate with us regardless. Purple Mountain True Monarch said. The Sovereign Immortal Body had a major flaw. As for what flaw it was that made Purple Mountain True Monarch so certain that it would restrict Fang Yuan, Ing Wuxia and the rest were curious, but Purple Mountain True Monarch did not answer it. At the same time, Purple Mountain True Monarch had his own questions and suspicions. Strange. From Ing Wuxia's information, our sect refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu very hurriedly. It is not like our original plan. What is the reason that made our main body act so urgently? It seems that alongside getting in contact with Fang Yuan, I need to make a trip to the River of Time. Eastern Sea. Above the Blue Sea, Fang Yuan rapidly moved through the white clouds. His target was southern border. Happening again. While flying, Fang Yuan's expression changed. He could sense that the power of Dark Limit on him was rapidly consumed. This consumption was so fast that it was going to be used up soon. Evidently, a great expert was deducing matters about him. When he saw that no one was around, Fang Yuan quickly placed his Immortal Aperture. After entering the Immortal Aperture, isolating him from the outside world, and preventing the deduction of the other party, Fang Yuan's danger of getting exposed was alleviated.
Fang Yuan sight.
After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, he was met with countless deductions. Lu Guanyi's identity became extremely famous. Not just Northern Plains and Central Continent, even Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert Gu Immortals were very curious about Lu Guanyi. They wanted to deduce more information about him. Lu Guanyi was a fake identity, but he was still Fang Yuan. This way, Fang Yuan endured all of the pressure. Even with Dark Limit Immortal Gu, he had to constantly stop and hide inside his Immortal Aperture. Along the way, Fang Yuan met with about 400 to 500 deductions. This greatly interfered with his traveling. He had to constantly stop and resulted in him still being in Eastern Sea now. With his usual speed, he would be in Southern Border already. If not for Dark Limit Immortal Gu, the situation would be worse. However, it is to be expected that I created such a huge commotion. After all, people are putting me in the same class as Feng Jiuge. When I destroyed 88 True Yang Building and Imperial Court Blessed Land, I had Shadow Sect's help and felt no pressure, but now I do. It seems that getting an immortal killer move to deal with these deductions is necessary. Fong Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. Deducing an immortal killer move was not impossible. But it would not be as easy as creating reverse flow protection seal. After all, when deducing reverse flow protection seal, there were many elements involved other than his water path attainment level. Most importantly, he had the appropriate immortal goo along with a strong foundation, thus he met with no problems. But currently, the immortal goo that suited this was Dark Limit. It was not Wisdom Path but Dark Path instead. Fong Yuan's Dark Path attainment level was not outstanding. Chapter 1291. Huge Assets. While evading deductions, Fong Yuan did not waste time. He inspected his immortal aperture. 5 regions, 9 heavens. The sizes were incredible, beyond this world's common sense. 335,000 square kilometers of space was already shockingly huge. Nobody would believe it if they heard of it. But now, Fong Yuan Sov. Rain immortal aperture had exceeded 335,000 square kilometers of space already. This was because he had been slaughtering goo immortals and annexing their immortal apertures recently. Because of the sovereign immortal body's special characteristics, Fong Yuan could completely annex other people's blessed lands and absorb all their Dao marks without any wastage. These immortal apertures added up to create many unique areas in the sovereign immortal aperture. These areas were mainly managed by land spirits. Fong Yuan could save a lot of effort. They were like tiny pearls scattered all over the 5 regions and 9 heavens. I have incredible amounts of space path resources. Normal goo immortals try by all means possible to expand their immortal apertures, but I have so much space that I have yet to develop. Fong Yuan was satisfied with this. On the other hand, regarding the time path resources, he had a different feeling. The sovereign immortal aperture's rate of time had slowed a lot. It was 1 to 60 earlier. This was simply unmatched. But now it was below normal standards. This was something he had no other way to deal with. Before Fong Yuan changed his cultivation method, in order to stall calamities and tribulations, he had to do this. He used the time path methods in He Fan's True Inheritance to slow the time in his immortal aperture. With fewer time path resources now, Fong Yuan's immortal essence production fell greatly. Not just that, all of his gains and his other resources also fell. Thinking over it in detail, inside Mini Central Continent, there was the Blood G Forest and Mirror Willows. They were from who immortal blessed land. Other than these, there was a small jade light pit. This small jade light pit had light path mortal goo in it. The quantity was large. This was created in his immortal aperture after Fong Yuan took reference from the jade light pit resource point of Northern Plains Lu tribe. Not long ago, Fong Yuan ransacked the jade light pit and took away all of the light path mortal goo in it. A portion of the light path goo worms were placed into the aurora lights in the 9 heavens, but the rest could not be sold easily. Fong Yuan thus created a small jade light pit to temporarily store these light path mortal goo. Of course, this small jade light pit could not compare with the genuine article. The latter was a true resource point. It had a lot of light path Dao marks, and any insect group placed in it would become goo over time. But the former was only created by Fong Yuan haphazardly to store his light path goo worms. It had no production capabilities. Mini Central Continent had the least development among the 5 mini regions. Mini Northern Plains was at a higher level. Mini Northern Plains had flat terrain that was mostly covered in snow and ice, becoming an icy plain. But snow and ice were not its only features. Closer to Eastern Sea, there was a shallow green beach. Pieces of rocks were piled together to form a special lake. The aquatic plants inside were growing well, as spirit snakes lived in it. This shallow beach was the blessed land of Transformation Path Gu Immortal Handong. After Fong Yuan annexed it, even the pinkish-red spirit snake land spirit was moved over and managed the area for him. Nearer to Western Desert, there was a bone burial field. There was a mountain of skeletons here of all types, collarbones, skulls, leg bones, even those from flying animals. There were lots of immortal materials that were very valuable. This bone burial field was the bone burial field that Fong Yuan took from Lu tribe. After killing Lu tribe Gu Immortal Lu Yong, he moved this bone burial field directly into his immortal aperture. Thus, he had this resource point that could generate bone path Gu worms. But compared to the original bone burial field, my bone burial field may have a lot of bones, but the bone path Dao marks cannot match the original. In the original bone burial field, even the surrounding soil had bone path Dao marks. Lu tribe can rebuild their bone burial field with no problems. Fong Yuan knew this deeply. Of course, Fong Yuan had already taken 80% of this bone burial field. The most valuable thing were these bones. The remaining 20% was the soil terrain. Lu tribe could rebuild their bone burial field, but to regain its former scale, they would need to expend a lot of resources. And closer to Central Continent. This was a sparse grassland with all sorts of wildflowers and grass. There were mainly blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. These were from Hu Immortal Blessed Land too. This grassland was huge, surpassing Han Dong Blessed Land. There were some pink flower rabbits, fox groups, water wolf groups, earth skin boar groups, poison beard wolf groups, and others. There was even a shark fin wolf and a desolate beast giant horned sheep. They were living in this grassland. Mini Western Desert had the highest temperature. Because most of the fire path Dao marks were gathered here, the soil was sandy. There were 3 main resource points here. The first were the eerie fire dragon python dens. There were a lot of them in a particular area. The second was the sand gull soil beach. It produced sand gull soil. Sand gull soil was a goo material. It was also the food of Connect Luck Immortal Goo. But Fong Yuan did not have Connect Luck Immortal Goo anymore. Sand gull soil was now a resource sold to help Fong Yuan earn Immortal Essence Stones. At the center of the sand gull soil, there was the dead egg of the worldly sand gull. It was filled with cracks. There were several small holes on it. As transparent egg white flowed out of the crack slowly. Using the life essence in this egg, one could turn ordinary sand into sand gull soil. The third was the rotten black swamp. This was formed when Fong Yuan went through tribulation. It was filled with dark path Dao marks. Fong Yuan had already modified it to become a dark path goo worm resource point now, but because it had just been made, its production was low. Other than these 3 resource points, there were 2 blessed lands. One was an earth path blessed land resembling a rotting swamp. There were 5 desolate beast mud monsters inside, and all sorts of earth path mortal goo. It was managed by the small mudman land spirit. The other was Liu Yong's enslavement path blessed land. There were more than 20 dog desolate beasts in it. These desolate beasts were all purchased in Treasure Yellow Heaven by Fong Yuan. This was because Liu Yong blessed land's ownership requirement was to have 20 hound-type desolate beasts. Among those were his 6 bone armor hounds. The entire blessed land was managed by a black hound land spirit. Mini Eastern Sea's development was about the same as Mini Western Desert. Wu Yihai's blessed land was here. This was a sea that was well managed by Wu Yihai. There were 3 ancient desolate beast horn divine tortoises, a huge field of ancient desolate plant silent corals, and 6 desolate beast white letter blue feather seagulls, managed by the sea turtle land spirit. Other than that, there was the original dragonfish group and 2 desolate beast dragonfish, air bubble fish group, as well as some rare literature carps and some oil water. There were large numbers of blue jade carps, blood jade carps, and an ancient desolate beast hidden room oyster, obtained in the turbulent flow sea area. There was another blood lake. It had a large amount of desolate beast blood and goo immortal blood. Fong Yuan had once placed blood asset immortal goo here to recover. Right now, blood asset immortal goo had fully recovered, but this blood lake remained. In the 5 mini regions, Mini Southern Border was the richest. 5 Light Mountain, Immortal Succession Mountain, Heaven Sealing Mountain, and others, for a total of more than 10 mountains here. Stalactite Cave, Regretful Spider Group, a small number of rock men, a huge forest with musical trees, tea streams, and chi death bird singing. There was a Become Dragon Mound. Fong Yuan had used pulling mountain immortal goo to move it into his immortal aperture from northern plains. And, in the 9 heavens, a small field of aurora lights were in Mini Orange Heaven. There were a lot of floating flowing light fruits in the aurora lights, and because he had obtained a lot of light path goo worms from the jade light pit, the scale of the aurora lights and flowing light fruits expanded greatly on its original foundation. And in Mini Yellow Heaven, there was a small gold fragment current. In Mini Azure Heaven, there was a lot of pill azure incense. This was the food of change soul immortal goo. There was a heavenly crystal storage pool. It came from Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, and had no use for now. Mini Black Heaven had the walking meat tree. Mini White Heaven had multicolored overlord flowers, 3 ancient remnant heavenly dogs, 1 ancient eagle hound, and 7 desolate beast eagle hounds. Mini Purple Heaven had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, although it had only desolate beast strength. More than 80 eagle nests were floating here. These were the loot from attacking Iron Eagle Blessed Land. The original eagle nest had already been fully eaten by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. In Mini Blue Heaven, there was a lot of cloud soil. On top of them were the arrow bamboo forest, a star fragment grass field, and an infant falling star hound. The 2 desolate beast spinefin star dragonfish had already been sold during the battle to defend Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. There was also a meteorite pit that produced stellar fire goo and falling meteor goo. After killing Yi Lui Kun Xing and obtaining his blessed land, Fong Yuan also placed it here. It was a floating island filled with star fragments. The star core land spirit was managing it. There were also some blessed lands scattered around, and some other desolate beasts and desolate plants. There was no need to discuss them in detail. As for Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, they were in Langya Blessed Land. Reverse Flow River was temporarily placed in Mini Eastern Sea by Fong Yuan. As for goo worms, rank 9 Wisdom Goo was in Langya Blessed Land. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo had already been used. It would not be counted. Rank 8 Immortal Goo. Attitude, Wisdom Sword. Years flow like water, sealed. Rank 7 Immortal Goo. Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Flying Sword, Sword Escape, calamity beckoning, with Chu Du, year after, dragon breath, affection, perseverance. Rank 6 Immortal Goo. Unravel mystery, woman's heart, blood asset, dark limit, dog shit luck, change form, strength chi, self-strength, flying bear strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, landscape as before, man as before, star eyes, spring autumn cicada, contains heaven's will, stored in the immortal zombie body, bone spike, perceivable Tao. The mortal goo were of all different types, they will be skipped. He Cheng's dark arrow immortal goo had self-detonated, Fang Yuan did not obtain it. In terms of captives, there was Fang Zheng in Langya Blessed Land, He Cheng intact body, Ma Hongyun soul, Lu Yang soul, Yi Lui Kunxing soul. As for Shi soul, Fang Yuan did not obtain it. Shadow Sect had incredible attainment in soul path. Fang Yuan could not stop the soul from dissipating even though he captured it. As for the rest, like Dong Fang Chong Fan soul, the Featherman Gu immortal soul, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal souls, they were all sold to Langya land spirit for sect contribution points. They were probably absorbed by Dang Hun Mountain and made into Guts Gu by now. There was also the Featherman Gu immortal slave Zhou Zhong. He was sent to Western Desert by Fang Yuan to establish another plan. Huge assets. This was Fang Yuan's current portfolio. It was no exaggeration. In total, even though he was rank 7 H, he could fully rival ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals in assets. Just those secluded domains of heaven and earth were incredibly valuable. And his Gu worms were plentiful, the number shockingly high. Look at Gu immortal He Fan, he was a rank 8 Gu immortal. How many immortal Gu did he have? But many immortal Gu would create the problem of feeding them. Fang Yuan was still at this stage, trying to provide food for his immortal Gu. The rank 6 and 7 immortal Gu were basically fine. The problems were attitude Gu and wisdom sword immortal Gu, these two rank 8 immortal Gu. The new perseverance Gu that he obtained fed on reverse flow river's water. Fang Yuan could easily feed it. Affection Gu fed on the same thing as love Gu, hope and fear. Fang Yuan could easily resolve that. He bought a large number of hope Gu and fear Gu from treasure Yellow Heaven. For Fang Yuan, developing his immortal aperture was not the main point now. As long as he slaughtered Gu immortals and annexed their immortal apertures, his immortal aperture's foundation would continue to grow. He was facing the problem of insufficient immortal essence. Pursuing Ing Wuxia and Gang, the reverse flow river battle, and escaping from Mali Chiao, Fang Yuan expended a lot of immortal essence. This caused his red date immortal essence storage to fall to a critical level. Originally, with my time path resources, the rate of time was fast. My immortal aperture produced a lot of red date immortal essence. But after using my time path methods, the immortal aperture's time is close to the 5 regions time. I can only replenish my immortal essence through transactions. Reverse flow protection seal used a lot of the Gu immortal's mental energy and immortal essence. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal now. If he was still using green grape immortal essence, he would have ran out of them. Without red date immortal essence, Fang Yuan did not have much confidence. While resting, he sold all of the desolate beast corpses in treasure Yellow Heaven. These desolate beast corpses were immortal materials of high quantity. Fang Yuan had exterminated these desolate beast groups while he was pursuing Ing Wuxia in Earth Trench. Among them were a group of nightmare demonic cults. If these dream path immortal materials were sold in treasure Yellow Heaven, a huge commotion would arise. Many Gu immortals would fight for them. But Fang Yuan kept all of these nightmare demonic cult corpses with him. He had better use for them. After resting for a while, he made several transactions. After subtracting the transaction fees of treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan earned a lot of immortal essence stones. One immortal essence stone could convert to 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Using 100 immortal essence stones would create 1 bead of red date immortal essence. While he was replenishing his red date immortal essence stockpile, he received some information. This is a letter from 6th Hair. Fang Yuan felt strange. After checking it, he felt shocked. Shadow Sect wants to negotiate a truce with me. They even want us to work together? Author's note: collating Fang Yuan's assets was too tiring. Chapter 1292. Attitude Goose Problem. Fang Yuan's gaze was flickering. Shadow Sect's letter was out of his expectations. But thinking about it, it was completely logical. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River, even though Fang Yuan did not obtain a lot of cultivation resources, his battle strength rose drastically. He was at the level of the strongest person under rank 8, on par with Feng Jiuge. The increase in his battle strength gave rise to his heightened status. Actually, before this letter, he also received others. Like the one from Chu Du spoke very politely in the letter, congratulating Fang Yuan for his victory and expressing regret at not being there. Next, he talked about his own situation. Chu sect was now Chu tribe, and the supreme elders were now all external supreme elders. The disciples of Chu Du were his godchildren now, and finally, Chu Du talked about his own difficulties. Because he created a tribe and became part of the righteous path, he had to expel Feng Yuan from Chu sect. This was not his own wish, he was forced to do so. There was also one from the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Other than congratulating Feng Yuan, they invited him enthusiastically to explore Crazed Demon Cave. They said, even if Northern Plains did not welcome him, Crazed Demon Cave would always be his home. These words were very mushy. It showed their brand new attitude towards him. Regarding Longevity Heaven, they were putting up arrest warrants for Feng Yuan. After all, he killed Ma Hongyun. However, Lu tribe and Yi Lui tribe, who were pursuing Feng Yuan earlier, had quietened down. Feng Yuan's battle strength shocked them completely. They quickly recalled the members they sent out to find him. Instead, they were afraid that Feng Yuan would take revenge on them. After all, Feng Yuan's strength was incredibly famous in Northern Plains now, well beyond Chu Du. And now, Shadow Sect has sent a letter seeking cooperation. Hehe. Shadow Sect has a rank 8 Gu immortal, but he has a major weakness. He becomes insane at times. Feng Yuan thought about it. He had fought Purple Mountain True Monarch in Reverse Flow River. He learned something about his condition. Actually, if Feng Yuan did not refine Perseverance Gu and create the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he would have likely lost in the battle of Reverse Flow River. He would have fallen into Yingwu Xie's trap. All along, Shadow Sect's remnant forces were Feng Yuan's biggest threat. Heavens will set an arrangement using Feng Yuan to steal Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, causing Feng Yuan and Shadow Sect to have unresolvable enmity. If Shadow Sect wanted to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu again, they would follow a method similar to what old ancestor Shui, who was using to refine fortune rivaling heaven. He used Ma Hongyun as the main material for the Gu refinement. If Feng Yuan ended up in Shadow Sect's hands, he would not escape that fate. He would be used as the immortal material for that Gu refinement. He would be better off dead. But now, Feng Yuan's strength grew to a point where he could stand up to rank 8 Gu immortals. Thus, Shadow Sect sought cooperation with him. This difference in attitude made Feng Yuan sigh deeply. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was like a weaker immortal Gu house. He could be unscathed against rank 8s. This gave Feng Yuan a lot of confidence. But cooperating with Shadow Sect is like walking on a tightrope. Even though Sixth Hair was saying the truth, and the reasons he gave were legitimate, there were indeed benefits to all of them if they cooperated. Disregarding anything else, just the soul path trap in Feng Yuan's immortal zombie body and the secret of the sovereign immortal body could be settled if they cooperated. However, Feng Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect.
It was still the same problem.
Feng Yuan and Shadow Sect could not trust each other. They were mortal enemies. How could they easily turn into allies? Even if they were rational people who prioritized benefits, the basis of cooperation between Gu immortals was not a person's reputation, but their information path methods instead. However, Feng Yuan was lacking an information path. This was his weakness. And Shadow Sect possessed powerful information path methods. Spectral Soul was a great grandmaster in all paths, ignoring everything else, just looking at Zombie Alliance and the organization Defy in Central Continent. They had used very powerful information path methods. Any organization was built upon the basis of alliance agreements. Feng Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect, and did not dare to. If by cooperating he was plotted against by them using information path methods, he would be an idiot. However, Feng Yuan did not reject them. He sent back a letter to probe Shadow Sect's sincerity. In the letter he listed a request: give me Attitude Gu directly, if you want to cooperate. Speaking of which, even though Feng Yuan had been using Attitude Gu all along, it was not his, it was borrowed from He Lu Lan. Back then, when lending the immortal Gu, both sides had an agreement. There was a time when he needed to return it. If he went past the time limit, Feng Yuan would not be able to use Attitude Gu. That was because He Lu Lan's will was inside Attitude Gu, not Feng Yuan's. And now, there was little time until the deadline. Attitude Gu was a legendary Gu worm that could be used with mental energy alone. It had outstanding effects with relatively low costs. Ever since Feng Yuan obtained it, he had passed many difficulties with its huge help. Even though Attitude Gu had no offensive VE methods, it was legendary in the support aspect. It had unlimited uses. Without Attitude Gu, the influence on Feng Yuan would be huge. Firstly, Familiar Face would be unusable. Even though Feng Yuan could use his Transformation Path Grandmaster attainment level to redesign this Immortal Killer move, without that rank 8 core, the entire Immortal Killer move would weaken severely. The chance of getting exposed when he pretended to be Wu Yi Hai would be huge. It was very dangerous. If I can use this opportunity to resolve Attitude Gu's problem, that would be best. Feng Yuan was feeling somewhat hopeful. It was about time. Feng Yuan used Dark Limit Immortal Gu to increase its effect on him. Next, he stored his Immortal Aperture and set off towards the southwest direction. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Inside the hall, Fairy Ziwei sat as she used her Immortal Killer move. Her entire body was emitting faint purple smoke from all of her pores. She was using wisdom path methods to deduce. Soon after, Fairy Ziwei's forehead was full of sweat as she opened her eyes. I have already used 7 killer moves, but I could not deduce the location of our Gu immortals. Fairy Ziwei sighed. Central Continent's Gu immortals attacked Northern Plains. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan fled the scene as Central Continent fought against Old Ancestor Shui, Hu and Longevity Heaven in an intense battle. Central Continent wanted to reinforce them and send help. But this first batch of Central Continent Gu immortals had gone missing in Black Heaven. Fairy Ziwei could not deduce their locations. How could she save them? There was nowhere to send these reinforcements to. Duke Long beside her opened his eyes. He was still very weak. He was thin and frail like an old man. It seems that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made many arrangements in Northern Plains. Have you deduced Lu Guanyi's location? Duke Long asked. Fairy Ziwei shook her head. He seems to have defensive methods to resist wisdom path deductions, but they are not strong. However, we know too little about him. If we had some crucial information, he would be exposed to us. Duke Long heard this and nodded. After a while, he spoke. So be it. Continue deducing the location of our Gu immortals, as well as Lu Guanyi. Also, send me to Hidden Dragon Cave. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. He had to place his immortal aperture down again. Lu Guanyi was famous in all 5 regions. Dark Limit's power was constantly being consumed on Fang Yuan's body at a rapid rate. To maintain his secret, Fang Yuan had to stop many times. His immortal aperture's entrance opened. He drew in large amounts of heaven and earth chi. The sovereign immortal body could absorb heaven and earth chi from all 5 regions. Ordinary Gu immortals could only absorb the heaven and earth chi of their region if they placed their aperture in other regions, even though they could absorb it forcefully. Because of the differing heaven and earth chi, their immortal apertures would shake and many resources would be destroyed. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture had too many resources, along with desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Each time he absorbed heaven and earth chi, the commotion was huge. It was like a typhoon occurring. Especially after he obtained Reverse Flow River, this secluded domain of heaven and earth had a heavy burden on the immortal aperture. Chapter 1293. Thoughts of Trading Gu. It was fine if Reverse Flow River was outside, but if it stayed in the immortal aperture for long, it would consume a lot of heaven and earth chi. Once he lacked heaven and earth chi, his immortal aperture would be unstable. Thus, Fang Yuan had to constantly place his immortal aperture outside to absorb heaven and earth chi and replenish it. After he finished his absorption, Fang Yuan closed his immortal aperture's entrance. Arriving at Reverse Flow River, he held an immortal zombie body. It was his original body. He tossed the immortal zombie into Reverse Flow River. The immortal zombie body flowed along it. Using Perseverance Immortal Gu and Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan made his experiments. He used all of the methods he could think of. However, it was pointless. As expected, the immortal zombie body's soul path Dao marks cannot be destroyed or suppressed by Reverse Flow River. After all, these are soul path Dao marks, not immortal Gu. Rank 1 to 8 immortal Gu cannot be used in Reverse Flow River. But Dao marks still work. It is like before I conquered Reverse Flow River, my Dao marks still defended me. Thus, rank 8 Gu immortals were the strongest in that river. Fang Yuan continued to analyze and think about his failed experiment. He wanted to use Reverse Flow River to resolve his soul path trap. It was impossible. Fang Yuan was not disheartened. In fact, he had expected this before trying it. He placed the immortal zombie body back inside Heaven Sealing Mountain, using the Gu formation to seal it again. Next, he refined Gu. A nightmare demonic cult corpse was in front of him. Fang Yuan's fingers moved like blades. Golden light shone as he moved them. The golden light entered the nightmare demonic cult's body and vanished. The nightmare demonic cult's front leg was cut off. There was no blood. These nightmare demonic cults died in battle. Fang Yuan asked his immortal aperture's land spirits to process these materials first. The blood had been drained and kept elsewhere. Fang Yuan lifted the leg and immediately tore it away. Next, he breathed out fire and started to process this leg. 3 days later, the leg was finally melted into a dark purple liquid. Fang Yuan continued to throw in Gu worms to refine Gu. Over a dozen steps took up only 15 minutes. The dark purple liquid exploded as 100 Dream Path mortal Gu flew around chaotically in the sky. But Fang Yuan willed, and they quickly went back to Fang Yuan's side. 100 Dream Path mortal Gu. This was only a leg of this nightmare demonic cult. Processing this immortal material took the most time. This step took 3 days. The rest of the steps only took less than an hour. Such efficiency was very high. It was a clear contrast to Fang Yuan refining Gu in his dream realm previously. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan had to collect Dream Path Gu materials before refining Gu. There was a risk in entering the dream. He even sometimes had to use the Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream to pass the Dream Realm. Refining Dream Path Mortal Goo, but using Immortal Killer moves, the cost was very high. But now, Fong Yuan had these nightmare demonic cults. Refining these Dream Path Mortal Goo was no longer like before. It is like earlier, when I used the Spring Dream Fruit to refine Mortal Goo. The efficiency was great. Actually, my goo refinement method can be improved. Like the cutting method earlier, I used Metal Path methods. It was not the best. Some of the Dream Path Dao marks were consumed. When processing immortal materials, I can try other methods to see if there is a better way. While he was refining goo, Sixth Hair sent another letter. Using Langya Blessed Land, Sixth Hair was already the middleman between Fong Yuan and Purple Mountain True Monarch. In the letter, Purple Mountain True Monarch did not give in. He said bluntly, if Fong Yuan wanted to control Attitude Goo, he would need to cooperate first. As long as they worked together, Attitude Goo would be his. This time, Shadow Sect even mentioned the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's drawback. As for what it was, they did not say it. Rank 8 Goo Immortals are truly hard to deal with. Drawback? Is Shadow Sect lying? Or is it true? This information had a huge impact on Fong Yuan, but soon he calmed down. He had gone through many difficulties. This scheme or threat was nothing to him. It seems I can only work hard myself. Fong Yuan sent a letter. He bargained and continued negotiating with Shadow Sect. But he had already realized that Shadow Sect would not give Attitude Goo to him before cooperating. Fong Yuan started to design a new Immortal Killer move. He wanted to use this Immortal Killer move to refine Attitude Goo. He was soon met with a problem. The reason was that even though he had many Immortal Goo, they were not suitable for this purpose. It was not like the creation of Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fong Yuan had Pulling Water Immortal Goo and Perseverance Immortal Goo. They were suitable as the two cores of this Immortal Killer move. But now, Fong Yuan's other Immortal Goo were not especially useful for refining Attitude Goo. They had limited connection to it, and a lot of Mortal Goo were needed. If only there's a chance to trade Goo. This thought appeared in Fong Yuan's mind and rooted itself deeply. Trading Immortal Goo. Fong Yuan had too many Immortal Goo now, it was shocking. But in fact, a portion of the Immortal Goo were not suitable for him, or rather, they did not have much use for the time being. Wisdom Sword. Years flow like water. Even though they were not usable now, they were rank 8. Fong Yuan would not exchange them. Fong Yuan did not have many Sword Path Dao marks. His Sword Path attainment level was ordinary as well, but Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, and Sword Escape, these Sword Path Immortal Goo sustained a portion of his battle strength. He could not lose them. Looking over the situation, Changed Soul Immortal Goo could be traded. Woman's Heart was Poison Path. It had little use as well. Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo was Strength Path, but Fong Yuan used Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. This Immortal Goo was not useful. There was also Bone Spike Immortal Goo. It was completely irrelevant to Fong Yuan's current circumstances. Perceivable Dao Immortal Goo could inspect Dao marks. It had a mystical use, but to Fong Yuan, it was not very useful. He had to weigh up its value later. All in all, Woman's Heart, Flying Bear Strength, and Bone Spike, these three Immortal Goo had little use to Fong Yuan. If they could be traded for other Immortal Goo, that would be best. But trading Goo, how difficult was that? During the 5 regions chaotic war, it was very common. But now, there were few opportunities for Goo Immortals to undergo high-end trading sessions. This way, Fong Yuan continued to travel and stop. He wanted to go faster, but it was too difficult. Along the way, when placing his Immortal Aperture, he refined Dream Path Mortal Goo and deduced Immortal Killer moves, attempting to refine Attitude Goo to make it his own. This time, as Fong Yuan stored his Immortal Aperture and prepared to set off, his expression suddenly changed. He noticed traces of Goo Immortals fighting. Chapter 1294. Reappearance of Chewing. We're finally past the regional wall. Ing Wuxia let out a breath of air. Looking at the sea, he felt mentally fatigued. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing, who were beside him, were in no better condition. After leaving Northern Plains, Shadow Sect's group left for Eastern Sea. They did not have the sovereign immortal body. Each time they passed the regional wall, it was a huge test. Thankfully, they were all powerful and were elites among Goo Immortals. Even though their immortal apertures were damaged, they did not die. They were not leaving urgently. After entering Eastern Sea, they chose a random island. On this nameless island, Ing Wuxia directed by Ningbing and He Lulan to start arranging a refinement path Goo formation. The Goo formation succeeded in activation. Ing Wuxia came to the center and took out the purple gold rock, processing this immortal material. As for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan, they were outside the Goo formation, standing to defend against any intruders. Not long after, the purple gold rock melted as the Mini-Man Goo Immortal, Purple Mountain, True Monarch woke up again. He was a rank 8 Goo Immortal. If he wanted to cross the 5 regions, he would normally have to use Black Heaven or White Heaven. But now, the parts of Black Heaven and White Heaven above Northern Plains were influenced by Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. It was controlled by Longevity Heaven. Shadow Sex Group were not going to enter a trap. The outcome of Central Continent's Goo Immortals were displayed to them. Shadow Sect had deep foundation. Purple Mountain True Monarch went into hibernation again as a purple gold rock formed around his body. His aura was completely concealed, his vitality was indiscernible, he was just like a dead object. Using such incredible methods, Ingwu Xie brought Purple Mountain True Monarch through the regional walls and arrived in Eastern Sea. The thin layer of purple gold rock was easily refined by Ingwu Xie, who had the right method. It was way easier than the time when Lady One Shou had to process it. Eastern Sea. Purple Mountain True Monarch woke up and sighed as he looked at the vast sea area. Under his lead, Shadow Sex Group first dismantled the Goo formation and stored its components, wiping all traces of it. Then, the four Goo Immortals started to use the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A moment later, they arrived in the turbulent flow sea area. Purple Mountain True Monarch led the way. None of the sea currents could pose as obstacles. Soon, Shadow Sex Group arrived at the center of the turbulent flow sea area. Where is the tributary of the River of Time? Unable to find the thing they needed, Ingwu Xie asked this in confusion. Don't tell me this tributary of the River of Time is already gone. It is at the fringe of the turbulent flows? Hey Lulon guessed. After some investigation, Purple Mountain True Monarch found some clues. That tributary of the River of Time has been taken away by someone, he said grimly. How can that be? Who did it? Is it Fang Yuan? Ingwu Xie first thought of Fang Yuan, but Purple Mountain True Monarch shook his head. This method should not be his. It is someone else, forget about it. Since we cannot use this tributary of the River of Time, we will go to the next location. There is a tributary of the River of Time there too. Shadow Sex Group left the turbulent flow sea area again. Elsewhere in Eastern Sea, there was a vast sea and sky. Above the sea, a life and death battle was unfolding. Quickly leave. I was hit by his lightning soul needle. He can sense my location. I cannot escape. I cannot implicate you. Immortal Hua Dai lay in a man's arms, speaking weakly. This woman was dressed in a raiment. Her sleeves were fluttering. She wore light pink. Her eyes were showing signs of weakness. Blood was flowing out of the corner of her mouth. Her injuries were severe. Especially on her skin, there were tiny sparks shining at times. It was the sign of the Immortal Killer move. Lightning Soul Needles effect. No, the male Goo Immortal rejected unhesitantly. He had broad shoulders and a thin waist. He wore a suit of battle armor, and even though he was covered in injuries, his valiance could not be concealed. How can I abandon you? If I escape now, how can I face Lord Miaoming Shen? Even though he said that, when he looked towards Immortal Hua Dai, there was love in his eyes. He was Feng Jiang. Feng Jiang, Immortal Hua Dai, Gui Qi. These three were subordinates of the Eastern Sea Space Path expert Miaoming Shen. Miaoming Shen wanted to find a tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area. Thus these three Goo Immortals would take turns to guard the turbulent flow sea area. When they saw any Goo Immortals approaching the turbulent flow sea area, they would talk to them and ask for their help. Then you lovebirds can die together. There was only one person in pursuit. He had rank 7 cultivation level. He was named Gowen. He wore a blue robe and had tough, dry skin like tree bark. His eyes were shining with red light. His teeth were sharp. He had a sinister expression. This person was quite a senior and had some reputation in Eastern Sea. He was a Lightning Path Grandmaster, but once when he was using an Immortal Killer move, he failed and suffered a backlash, leading to him having no choice but to become an Immortal Zombie. Even so, he had outstanding battle strength. He possessed 2 Immortal Goo. The rank 6 Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were forced to flee. Hand over the Year Cycle Powder. You two are quite daring to snatch my immortal material. If you hand it over, I might leave you a proper corpse. Gowen chuckled as he approached with overwhelming demonic aura. Immortal Hua Dai was anxious. We found this Year Cycle Powder first. How can it be yours? I've been here for half a month already, but the moment I looked away, you two took it. Gowen growled. Immortal Hua Dai was incensed. Lord Miaoming Shen found this Year Cycle Powder 3 years ago and set a Goo formation here. Once every few months, I would come there and take care of it. No matter how you distort the facts, you cannot change them. Immortal Hua Dai said the truth. Gowen stopped denying it. His expression turned grim. Humph, you have a sharp tongue. You'll be the first one I kill. Demonic scoundrel. Don't be cocky. At this moment, there was a clear voice that resounded in their ears. Who? Gowen's expression changed. He shouted. The moment he said that, the sea level rose up like a small mound. Next, from within the mound, a fierce beast charged out, causing winds to blow and water the splatter. A blue-scaled sea dragon appeared before the 3 immortals, speaking. Demon, hand over your life. The three immortals saw this and understood that this blue-scaled sea dragon was a Gu immortal's transformation. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were happy and shocked. Gowon was furious. "Why are you a busybody? Take my killer move." Saying this, he breathed in deeply, spitting at his right palm. He did not spit out saliva. Of course, it was an egg-sized flash of lightning. The lightning entered Gowon's right palm and exploded into a beam of lightning that shot out from his palm. The blue-scaled sea dragon did not dodge. It opened its mouth towards the approaching beam of lightning. Dragon's breath. Gowon saw this and laughed in his mind. My move can last for several minutes, while dragon breath needs to be used breath by breath. How can he last? But the blue-scaled sea dragon's breath did not end. The dragon's breath was like a beam of water colliding with a beam of lightning. Next, the powerful dragon breath smashed through the lightning pillar. In a few breaths' time, it got to Gowon. How can this be? What dragon breath is this? Gowon showed disbelief and shock on his face. He quickly dodged, but the blue-scaled sea dragon turned around, and its dragon breath continued to sweep the battlefield. Gowon frowned deeply, grunting, "You guys are lucky. I will spare you this time." Saying this, he retreated, turning into a flash of lightning with incredible speed. The blue-scaled sea dragon did not give chase. It watched as Gowon left. He wants to return to the Gu formation. A lot of the year cycle powder is left. Immortal Hua Dai pointed out Gowon's plan. Feng Jiang placed Immortal Hua Dai down and cupped his fists at the blue-scaled sea dragon. "Virtuous friend, you defeated the powerful foe. We will not forget the gratitude of saving our lives. I would like to know your esteemed name." The blue-scaled sea dragon suddenly transformed into an ordinary-looking Gu immortal. He smiled. "I am Chewing, Fairy Hua Dai. Have you been well?" Immortal Hua Dai was surprised and joyful. "To think that you are Chewing." Seeing Feng Jiang's gaze, Immortal Hua Dai explained, "It was thanks to Chewing that we found that tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area. He was the reason Lord Miao Mingshen could take away that tributary of the River of Time." Chapter 1295, Eastern Sea Trading Convention. So, there was such a connection. Hearing Immortal Hua Dai's words, Feng Jiang's expression turned to joy. His suspicions were dispelled. This Chu Ying was naturally Feng Yuan in disguise. After he stored his immortal aperture, he found that there were traces of Gu immortals fighting in the sea areas around him. Out of curiosity, he followed the traces and wanted to see if there were some gains for him. In the end, he found that Immortal Hua Dai and another person, Feng Jiang, were being pursued by an enemy. And the pursuer was a rank 7 immortal zombie. At this point, such a person was a weakling to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had helped Immortal Hua Dai some time ago. He wanted to get in contact with the Space Path Gu immortal expert, Miao Mingshen, who was behind Immortal Hua Dai. This Sun knew of a method to enter and explore the blue dragon whale. And this blue dragon whale was not ordinary either. It was nurtured by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and awakened its immortal aperture. It possessed a huge treasury. It was like the dog-tail life extending ferret Mao Lichio of Northern Plains. But the blue dragon whale's wisdom was not enhanced. It could only swim freely in the ocean according to its instincts. Not only did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable awaken its immortal aperture, he also used an immortal killer move on its body. Thus, this blue dragon whale had almost no predators or dangers. The blue dragon whale was mild in temperament and posed no danger, but its defensive power rendered all of those who wanted to harm it helpless. This was the style of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. According to a secret rumor in the 500 years of his previous life, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had left a true inheritance in the blue dragon whale's body. Feng Yuan remembered that Miao Mingshen had explored the world inside the blue dragon whale many times. However, even though he had gains each time, he did not obtain the true inheritance from start to finish. Feng Yuan naturally cared about this. Thus, when he saw Immortal Hua Dai being pursued, he realized that this was a rare chance. He could express goodwill to Miao Mingshen again. Thus, he intervened and chased the lightning path immortal zombie Gowon away. He did not transform into an ancient sword dragon. The ancient sword dragon form could not be used openly now, because Lu Guan-yi had used it to kill Yi Lui Kun-shing in Northern Plains. Right now, Lu Guan-yi was the reverse flow river lord that was able to go unscathed against rank 8s. His reputation was renowned all over the world. Almost everyone knew of him. Countless people were interested in Lu Guan-yi. They tried to deduce his origins. The fact that Lu Guan-yi possessed an ancient sword dragon transformation was known to all. Thus, once Feng Yuan used the ancient sword dragon transformation, other Gu immortals would immediately think of Lu Guan-yi. This was the burden of reputation. Even though Feng Yuan could not use ancient sword dragon transformation, he had changed form immortal Gu. He could turn into countless things in this world at will. Thus, he transformed into the blue-scaled sea dragon that was exclusive to Eastern Sea. This was also an ancient desolate beast, but its might could not rival the ancient sword dragon. However, Feng Yuan's dragon breath immortal goo could still be used. Worth mentioning was that the dragon breath of the blue-scaled sea dragon was also used breath by breath. Earlier, he could defeat the lightning path immortal zombie Gowen because Feng Yuan had used perseverance immortal goo at the same time. Rank 7 perseverance immortal goo. After obtaining it, Feng Yuan had tried to learn more about its ability. Goo immortals nurture, use, and refine. These three aspects needed a lot of time and investment. After being in Eastern Sea for several days, Feng Yuan had already understood some of the uses of Perseverance Immortal Goo. Other than conquering Reverse Flow River, Perseverance Immortal Goo could allow other Immortal Goo or Immortal Killer moves to last for a longer time. For example, the Blue-Scaled Sea Dragon's Breath. If Feng Yuan used Dragon Breath Immortal Goo solely, it could not break away from the normal limits of Dragon Breath. It would be used breath by breath. It could only be increased in strength. But if he used Perseverance Immortal Goo along with the Dragon Breath, then the Dragon Breath would be used for a long time, without stopping. Of course, he could not sustain it for too long. Dragon breath had a huge burden on the throat. Even real blue-scaled sea dragons breathed it out breath by breath. This was the self-defense mechanism of life forms after a long process of evolution. Thankfully, although that Gowen had some fame, he retreated wisely after a short battle with Feng Yuan, realizing that he was a strong opponent. After all, demonic path Gu immortals focused on profits. This friend is. Feng Yuan looked at immortal Hua Dai. I am one of Lord Miao Mingshen's subordinates, Feng Jiang. Lord Chu, you are my savior. I wonder how I can thank you. Feng Jiang immediately introduced himself. It was very passionate and filled with gratitude towards Feng Yuan. No need to thank me. It was just a helping hand. I met you too coincidentally, thus I stepped in. Even though I am a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea, I have been moving around recently. I cannot stand these demonic acts. I have this personality, and because Fairy Hua Dai is an acquaintance, I had no reason not to help. Feng Yuan was very humble. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang heard these words and felt closer to Feng Yuan. The three immortals talked for a while as Immortal Hua Dai sighed. It is a pity. There was so much year cycle powder. They are mostly in Go Wen's hands now. Our efforts have been in vain. We should have made that Gu formation even more hidden. Feng Jiang consoled. All right, little Dai, don't blame yourself. Eastern Sea is so big, but Gowen found this Gu formation so coincidentally. We are not skilled in formation path. This Gu formation is already the best that can be done. If we hide it even more deeply, we will need immortal Gu. Feng Yuan smiled. I have something to say. Even though the year cycle powder is lost, your lives are preserved. This is hope. Don't be disheartened. There are losses and gains in life. Aren't our lives just a cycle of losing and winning anyway? Feng Jiang laughed. Lord Chu speaks deeply. This is truly insightful. Immortal Hua Dai's brows were locked. She was sorrowful. I understand this too, and at a different time, so be it if this year's cycle powder was lost. But right now Lord Miao Mingshen is attending a trading convention 10. His Gu immortal friends need this. Lord Miao Mingshen has already agreed to his request. There are only a few days left until the convention, but the year cycle powder was taken away. What should we do? Hearing this, Feng Jiang's expression sank. That's right. We are going to return empty-handed. Even if Lord Miao Mingshen does not blame us, we will be at fault. We failed in our task. And most importantly, we will cause Lord Miao Mingshen's reputation to suffer. This is our fault. Trading convention? Feng Yuan was moved. Earlier, he was thinking about trading away some of the unsuitable immortal Gu that he had. To think that this would come in such a timely manner, he actually encountered one of Eastern Sea's trading conventions. Eastern Sea was the most abundant in resources out of the 5 regions. Even Central Continent could not match it. Eastern Sea Gu immortals were usually more affluent. This resulted in Eastern Sea's trading conventions to be very famous in the 5 regions. They involved high-end items and often, Gu immortals would exchange immortal Gu with each other. Of course, this was not to say that the other 4 regions had no trading conventions. But they were too few of them. Feng Yuan could not join them either. Only Eastern Sea's trading conventions served as his opportunity. I have immortal Gu that I want to trade away. Is it possible for me to join this trading convention? Feng Yuan did not hide his intention. He asked directly. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang looked at each other. The former said, This trading convention is very high class. We are not qualified to join it, nor do we have the rights to recommend others. But Lord Shuing is different. You are our benefactor. How about this? Can you follow us to meet with our lord and see what he says? All right. Feng Yuan nodded. Shall we set off now? He was very rushed. Because time was limited. Dark Limit's power was dwindling as other Gu immortals deduced matters about him. Immortal Huadai and Feng Jiang were a little hesitant. Their mission to collect the year cycle powder had failed. They actually wanted Feng Yuan to help them take back the year cycle powder, but they could not ask it outright. Actually, Feng Yuan was aware about their intentions, but during their conversation, he held the initiative of the topic and did not give them any chance to ask. Right now, even though Feng Yuan could go unscathed against rank 8 Gu Immortals, there was a flaw. It could not be used openly. Be it Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation or Reverse Flow Protection Seal, they could not be easily used. Once he did, he would have to consider how to keep them a secret. If too many traces were leaked out, Feng Yuan's identities and secrets might get deduced. By then, Wu Yihai's identity would be exposed too. Feng Yuan had gone through so much to enter the Super Gu formation and interact with the giant dream realm. If he lost this opportunity, it would be a terrible setback to his future cultivation. Immortal Huadai and Feng Jiang had no choice. They could only bring Feng Yuan away from here. They really had no courage to ask him. He had saved their lives, but they still wanted their benefactor to fight against a strong foe. They really had no face to ask him to do that. The three immortals moved quickly, without stopping. But along the way they talked and conversed a lot. As a matter of fact, Immortal Huadai had seen Feng Yuan twice and had a deep impression of him, but she was unclear about the background of this chewing. Feng Yuan knew about her intention to probe him, thus he gave her half-truths about his origin. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had stayed in Eastern Sea for some time. Thus, his words were not lies. Especially some small details and experiences that he had, they were realistic. These experiences resonated deeply with Immortal Huadai and Feng Jiang. How could Feng Yuan show a flaw here? By the time they met Miao Mingshen, Immortal Huadai and Feng Jiang already had very good feelings towards this easygoing, rank 7 secluded cultivator, chewing. But they did not know that Feng Yuan was the true demon. Compared to him, what was Immortal Zombie Go Wen's act of snatching some year cycle powder? Not long ago, Feng Yuan had taken Reverse Flow River directly from old ancestor Shuehu. Chapter 1296, Light Shine Fungi. Eastern Sea. In an ordinary sea area, there was a nameless mountain. It was desolate and barren. There were only rocks and caves in it. Several Gu immortals descended from the sky. Among them were Feng Yuan, Immortal Huadai, and Feng Jiang. To think that this trading convention would be held on such an empty island. Feng Yuan stepped on the island as he sighed to himself. Brother Chu, you might be unaware that large trading conventions like this usually have their locations decided several days before the meeting, to prevent others from having ill intentions. A Gu immortal beside Feng Yuan said. This male Gu immortal was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. In terms of appearance, he looked ordinary. Only his flat and wide nose left a heavy impression on others. This person was a famous rank 7 space path Gu immortal expert in Eastern Sea, Miao Mingshen. In terms of appearance, he was not outstanding, but after Feng Yuan interacted with him, even though it was a short time, he could feel that this person was impressive. His appearance was deceiving. Feng Yuan had saved Immortal Huadai and Feng Jiang under the identity of Chuing, learning about the trading convention. Next, he followed Immortal Huadai and Feng Jiang to meet Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen had no hesitation as he agreed to Feng Yuan's request of joining the trading convention. Friend, you have helped me twice. You are also the benefactor of Little Dai and Little Feng. This is just a trading convention. How can I reject you? Least do grace us with your presence. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal expert, but Chu Ying was a secluded cultivator with no reputation. Yet Miao Mingshen did not put on airs. He was very amiable. He spoke politely and warmly to others. Thus, Feng Yuan and Miao Mingshen came to attend the trading convention. The four of them had just stepped onto the island when a Gu immortal came out of a rock. Miao Mingshen, you are here. A midget Gu immortal with a big head and small body welcomed them. Haha, to a long time no see. Miao Mingshen said warmly. He laughed as he quickly went up to the person. Come, let me introduce the two of you. This is a secluded cultivator of Eastern Sea, Chuing. This is a rare earth path grandmaster in Eastern Sea, Tua. Miao Mingshen said. Greetings to you. Feng Yuan was polite, but his expression was stiff. He pretended to be a secluded cultivator who was not good at interacting with people. It was flawless. Tua looked at Feng Yuan with several glances. He smiled with his yellow teeth. You received Miao Mingshen's recommendation and are here for the first time? Haha, in the past, I also joined in after Miao Mingshen's recommendation. Tua was also quite polite. He thought, Miao Mingshen has good foresight. The people he invites are all talented experts. This Chuing looks unassuming and has no reputation, but since he has Miao Mingshen's recommendation, he is not simple. While thinking of that, Tua said, Follow me. I was the first to arrive. There is nothing much to do but wait now. We can create a space underground first. I will trouble Brother Tuesday. After all, this time, I am the host of the trading convention. Miao Mingxin said courteously. Haha, it is just an underground cave, it is nothing much.
Come.
Tu Tua looked at Miao Mingxin like an old friend. He grabbed his arm and led him underground. Everywhere he went, the tough ground melted like flowing water, opening a wide path that extended underground. Tu Tua and Miao Mingxin walked ahead while Feng Yuan, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Hua Dai walked behind them. Tu Tua and Miao Mingxin talked along the way. Miao Mingxin had incredible interpersonal skills. Tu Tua was laughing as he talked. His laughter was reverberating in the cave. Furthermore, Miao Mingxin did not give the cold shoulder to Feng Yuan. He turned around to talk to Feng Yuan. His words seemed ordinary, but they felt natural and did not make Feng Yuan feel like he was alone, or that he was neglected. The underground cave was very ordinary, but it was wide enough. There was a platform and several chairs in front of it. They were huge. There were carvings on the chairs. They were fluid patterns. This showed Tu Tua's incredible skills and the meticulous aspect that he had. Feng Yuan counted. There were 6 chairs. It seems that this trading convention only had 6 people originally. Immortal Hua Di, i.e. and Feng Jiang are not part of this. They will leave when the trading convention starts and guard the area. Feng Yuan guessed. There is a new member. I will add a chair. Tu Tua stomped lightly as a mound appeared on the ground. It started to rotate like a ball. In the blink of an eye, a chair was carved out like it was made by an artisan. Feng Yuan and the rest sat down while waiting for the other immortals. Not long later, 2 Gu immortals appeared. The former was a girl. She looked like a child with 2 ponytail braids. Her eyes were round and watery, but there was deep maturity in them. She was Tong Hua, a rank 7 light path Gu immortal famous in the north of Eastern Sea. The latter was a male immortal. He had an aquiline nose, his gaze was dark and he wore a black robe, having messy hair. He was Wu Ma Yang, a dark path Gu immortal, having exemplary battle strength among rank 7 Gu immortals. His immortal killer move, Dark Arrow Veil, had once defeated 3 rank 7 Gu immortals working together. This battle caused his reputation to surge in Eastern Sea for some time. Tong Hua talked a lot, while Wu Ma Yang was uncommunicative. The 2 sides continued to mingle, and under Miao Mingxin's intentional guidance, the atmosphere became congenial. 15 minutes later, a 3rd Gu immortal entered this space. He was Gong Liangbai, a wisdom path Gu immortal who also cultivated wood path. Wisdom path was his main focus, but wisdom path Gu immortals were few in numbers, especially those like Feng Yuan who possessed a complete wisdom path Gu immortal true inheritance. However, not only did Gong Liangbai have a complete wisdom path true inheritance, he even had some achievements in his cultivation. Even though he could not match the top 3 wisdom path experts among lone immortals, he had a huge network and was willing to deduce for people in exchange for payment. The saying goes, Jia Dan sits in Twin Polar, Huan hides in Nangong. There is also Dragon-Head Tortoise, living inside Adversity Sea. This saying refers to the publicly recognized 3 most powerful wisdom path Gu immortals in Eastern Sea currently. Song Jia Dan, Hua Zhen. They were righteous path members. They rarely deduced for lone immortals. And Dragon-Head Tortoise was always inside Adversity Sea. His traces were hard to find. It was hard for people to seek help from him. Gong Liangbai, after these trades, let's have a good talk. I have some things for you to deduce. While talking, Miao Mingxin said, Is it that Luguan Yi? I have received many requests from others. They are all after this person. Gong Liangbai said, Of course not. Miao Mingxin denied. Gong Liangbai nodded. Then that is fine. Speaking of which, I have already made 5 deductions. I failed each time. There are simply too few clues, and that Luguan Yi has methods to defend against deductions. Feng Yuan listened by the side. His expression did not change, thug. He felt a little awkward. This topic attracted everyone's attention. Tu Tua shouted. This Luguan Yi is so popular now. He is completely famous. Anyone who can render rank 8 Gu immortals unable to deal with them as a rank 7 will go down in history. Tong Hua sighed. Resisting rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation level, this is truly a goal to set. Miao Mingxin smiled bitterly. It is a pity that I've had no opportunity to befriend such a person. Feng Yuan was sitting right beside him. Hearing this, he said expressionlessly, I heard that Luguan Yi could resist rank 8s as a rank 7 because he became the Reverse Flow River Lord. This Reverse Flow River is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, but how can it be so powerful as to leave rank 8 existences without options? Thus, the immortals' topic of discussion turned from Luguan Yi to Reverse Flow River. Feng Yuan had subtly changed the conversation's direction. The Gu immortals talked until night time. When night appeared and the moon rose, the trading convention began. The other 2 Gu immortals also had arrived. The trading convention officially began. According to the rules set earlier, Tong Hua stood on the platform. This is a desolate plant. I found it when exploring a deep sea. That place was dark as an abyss, but I saw some light far away. When I found the source, I took several minutes to reach it. The place was like a paradise of light path. It was so dazzling with rays of light extending immeasurably far. Initially, I thought that it was light from the corals. But soon, I found some green fungus on the surface of the corals. This green fungus is a desolate plant seen all over that place. I named it light shine fungus. It contains light path Dao marks and can emit strong light. Tong Hua talked about her findings and the process of her naming. Fong Yuan was surprised to think that he found something he wanted when the trading convention had just started. Light Shine Fungi. Chapter 1297. Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal Goo. Fong Yuan needed light. He had first used Aurora Light. He had bought large numbers of dazzling light goo to increase the Aurora Light in his immortal aperture. The more intense the Aurora Light, the more flowing light fruits could be formed. And rank 8 attitude goo fed on these fruits. Light Shine Fungus was a type of desolate plant that provided light which was not like the multicolored Aurora Light. But this was not absolute. Humans had the highest intelligence. They were most skilled in adapting flexibly. There were methods to modify and graft plants in this world. Wood Path Goo Immortals excelled at this. Each path has its own specialties, and Wood Path Goo Immortals were often skilled at managing immortal apertures. Thus, if Fong Yuan brought in Light Shine Fungi, he might be able to modify them in the future using Wood Path methods into Aurora Light Shine Fungi. It was possible. An attitude goo, there was Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo fed on multicolored Overlord flowers. If Fong Yuan wanted to plant multicolored Overlord flowers on a large scale, he needed to fulfill 3 conditions. Illumination, Sweet Sense, and Pearl Soil. The latter 2 were easy to achieve, but illumination was hard. Fong Yuan's immortal aperture had light path Dao marks, and he had also annexed a light path blessed land, but it was far from Fong Yuan's goal. If he used Light Shine Fungi, he would be able to solve the problem of mass production of multicolored Overlord flowers. But there was an uncertainty in this. Light Shine Fungi grew in the deep sea. Could they still survive in other environments? This should not be a problem. After all, Light Shine Fungus is a desolate plant. Even ignoring Aurora Lights, earlier, I plundered Lu Tribe's Jade Light Pit. I gained a lot of replenishment. Even though I am still not at the required standard, I am close. But multicolored Overlord flowers are different. Their scale is far from optimal. I have too few light path Dao marks currently, and not all of my light path Dao marks can gather at the multicolored Overlord flowers. My other life forms need light too. Oh, that's right, I have transformation path Dao marks. In crucial moments, I can convert them to light path Dao marks temporarily. While Fong Yuan was thinking, Tong Hua spoke. I am willing to trade these desolate plant light shine fungi for story-building water elephants, 3 of them. Once she said that, a goo immortal responded. Story-building water elephants. I have a few. How many stories do you want from the water elephants? Story-building water elephants were a special type of beast in Eastern Sea. They had varying sizes, with white tusks and blue skin. Water elephants with 1-story buildings were like boats and had blue jade exoskeleton on their backs resembling buildings. 2-story building water elephants were larger, with 2 floors of blue jade exoskeleton on their backs. Similarly, 6-story building water elephants had wide backs and were like huge boats. They were desolate beasts. 7-story building water elephants were ancient desolate beasts, and 8-story building water elephants were immemorial desolate beasts. They were extremely rare. 9-story building water elephants did not exist. Be it beasts or plants or even variant humans, there were no rank 9 versions of them. Among humans, there were only 10 of them. Rank 9 Goo Venerables, they were unique among all life forms. Tong Hua showed the scale of her light shine fungi and told the Goo Immortals that she wanted a total of 3 6-story building water elephants. This was not expensive, it was very standard. But that Goo Immortal frowned. I only have 1 6-story building water elephant. The light shine fungi can be split up. Would you like to trade? Tong Hua hesitated. He might not be speaking the truth. After considering it, Tong Hua nodded. Then let's trade. Thus, the first deal was made. Both sides transacted quickly. I would like some light shine fungi, but I do not have story building water elephants. Do you accept immortal essence stones? Fong Yuan asked. Tong Hua shook her head, but she did not reject him entirely. If there are no story-building water elephants, never mind. But my light shine fungi will be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. You can buy them then. In fact, Eastern Sea had mostly water path Goo Immortals. And light shine fungi suited Eastern Sea Goo Immortals a lot. Like Wu Yi Hai, for example, his immortal aperture was a sea. Tong Hua was only testing the waters with this new discovery, seeing if she could gain benefits from it. As for selling them for immortal essence stones, Tong Hua did not want that, because she did not know the market price. This was a new finding. She was selling it for the first time. Tong Hua did not know its value. However, she was very expectant about it. Thus, she rejected Fang Yuan without hesitation. What if this light shine fungus was very popular in Treasure Yellow Heaven? Then wouldn't her sale price be at a loss now? But if she sold it for too high of a price, the other party would not trade. Treasure Yellow Heaven was the best place for that. Tong Hua did not want to sell it. Fang Yuan was helpless. But he understood her. This was a new desolate plant. She could use some methods to raise the prices later. Even though this world's economy was not developed, Gu immortals were astute people. They knew how to jack up prices. Especially this light shine fungus. In the world, currently only Tong Hua had it. If it were Fang Yuan, he would also elevate the price at the initial stage to earn a huge profit. This light shine fungus was just a rank 6 desolate plant. Once it was in the market for some time, people would research about it and Tong Hua's monopoly would be gone. After all, Eastern Sea was so big, light shine fungi would not grow in only one place. Gu immortals could create a method to seek out light shine fungi after some research. That would cause the supply of light shine fungi to rise sharply. Seeing that no one else was interested, Tong Hua stepped down. Next, the second Gu immortal went up onto the platform. This was the rule of the trading convention. In each round, the Gu immortals would go up in order that was decided earlier. They could only put up one resource each round. This ensured relative fairness. As for Fang Yuan, a newly joined member, he could also transact and go on the platform, but he was the last person. This is marrow-sucking stone, rank 7 immortal material. I want some 1,000-year floating wood. The Gu immortal, who went up, expressed himself quickly, explaining his item. Once he said that, he displayed it. This marrow-sucking stone was black and looked like an ordinary rock by the beach. But in fact, as long as a life form that had bone marrow got close to it, they would be sucked inside. Thus, marrow-sucking stone was known as a demon stone. Demon stone was a name coined by mermen. Mermen were a type of variant human. Most mermen in the world lived in Eastern Sea. Mermen could live underwater and breathe. When they met marrow-sucking stones, they had suffered from them. Thus, they feared and called them demon stones. In Eastern Sea's history, there were some merman tribes who treated these demon stones as deities to worship. But to Gu immortals, this marrow-sucking stone was just an immortal material. This transaction was successful as well. 1,000-year floating wood might be rare in the market, but the Gu immortals here were all affluent. Otherwise, they would not have gathered for this trading convention. Birds of a feather flock together. Gu immortals who associated with Miao Mingxin were not simple. One could say, this small trading convention was a rare gathering of experts in Eastern Sea. After the second Gu immortal, Tua went up. I have an ancient desolate beast queen toad. It can command all huge toads at rank 6 level and below. If raised well, it can nurture enslavement path immortal Gu as well. Anyone interested? The queen toad had a lot of enslavement path Dao marks. But Tuo's transaction failed. The fourth Gu immortal. I am looking for clues to Qi Si. Anyone know how to find Qi Si and how to get in? I am willing to pay a high price for relevant information. It was also possible to trade information, but the Gu immortals present stayed silent. This transaction also failed. Qi Si was a special and mysterious sea area in Eastern Sea. The Gu immortals present might be unsure of it, or some might know but did not want to trade. The Gu immortals went up one by one. The first round was about to end. Fang Yuan was the final one, and Miao Mingxin was second last. He went up. I have a rank 7 divination tortoiseshell immortal Gu. Anyone wants to trade? Fang Yuan heard this, and his eyes shined. Chapter 1298. Trading Gu. The trading convention was underway. As the host of this trading convention, Miao Mingxin originally was to be the final person to get on the stage. But because Fang Yuan joined in, he became the last person. Miao Mingxin was now the second last to trade. In this aspect, Fang Yuan could see Miao Mingxin's great interpersonal skills. Gu immortals who got to trade first had the bigger advantage. Miao Mingxin, as the final person, was expressing goodwill to everyone. But he could not place Fang Yuan before him. This was against the rules. Newcomers had to be last. If he went against this, everyone would be unhappy. After all, Miao Mingxin was the host of the session, but what about the next? Interpersonal skills were nothing much. It was just one's attitude when interacting with people. Miao Mingxin had a good grasp of this. He made the people that he interacted with feel friendly towards him. However, Fang Yuan's mind was not on Miao Mingxin. His gaze was shining as he looked at the immortal Gu that Miao Mingxin was holding. Rank 7, Divination Tortoiseshell Gu. Fang Yuan was greatly enticed.
Why?
Because Fang Yuan had many methods that he could not use. Like Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation or Reverse Flow Protection Seal. If they were used, Fang Yuan had to make sure there were no survivors. Otherwise, intelligence on him would leak and Gu immortals would be able to find out more information about him. He would be forced into a corner. This was quite awkward, actually. As Fang Yuan got stronger, the problems he created were getting bigger. Shadow Sect, Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, looking at his opponents and enemies, all of them were colossal forces. Recently, he even made enemies with old ancestor Shui Hu, the #1 rank 8 in Northern Plains. Thus, Fang Yuan was facing great pressure. He had not reached rank 9. Only after reaching rank 9 would Fang Yuan be able to announce his identity openly. Nobody would be able to stop him. Before reaching rank 9, even if Fang Yuan cultivated to rank 8, Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court could still find trouble with him. Currently, rank 7 Fang Yuan had to act with a low profile. He had to disguise himself and cultivate rapidly to accumulate strength. Becoming Wu Yihai has a weakness, or rather, I have a flaw. Fang Yuan could not fight when he was Wu Yihai, because he was not the real Wu Yihai. After soul-searching Wu Yihai, Fang Yuan found that Wu Yihai had 3 transformation killer moves. One was a coral form, one was a seagull form, and the third was a tortoise. Earlier, during the battle in the regional wall, Wu Yihai had turned into a tortoise to defend himself. Fang Yuan remembered clearly that it was a horned divine tortoise. An ancient desolate beast with a tough shell, it was top 10 in that regard among Eastern Sea's ancient desolate beasts. Actually, this could be seen from Wu Yihai's immortal aperture. Wu Yihai's immortal aperture was a sea. There were 3 types of life forms inside: sea turtles and tortoises with the ancient desolate beast horned divine tortoise, corals with the ancient desolate plant silent coral, and seagulls with the desolate beast white letter blue feather seagull. As a transformation path Gu immortal, he would often raise the species that he transformed into. Firstly, these life forms were resources that could help with his transformation path cultivation. Like the horned divine tortoise that Wu Yihai cultivated, if he needed any immortal Gu in the future, he could kill these horned divine tortoises to refine it. Secondly, transformation path Gu immortals had to have a clear understanding of these life forms that they transformed into to raise their battle strength. Raising them in the immortal aperture would allow them to observe the life forms and eventually have realistic transformations with greater battle strength. As for Fang Yuan, this was just a method. Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level was raised from dream realms and tribulations. Once his attainment level rose, it would influence all these cultivation aspects, including this. Thus, Fang Yuan saved a lot of trouble. He could skip a long time of observation and practice. If I can have this immortal Gu, it would be very useful to me. Fang Yuan became more enticed as he thought about it. The divination tortoise was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast. It had one ability: to defend against deductions. Many Gu immortals wanted to capture this ancient desolate beast, but using wisdom path methods to deduce its location was too difficult. If Fang Yuan became a divination tortoise, it would help him greatly when traveling. He concluded that this immortal Gu was extremely useful. Or rather, it was too useful. For others, rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal Gu might be useless. After all, it could only defend one's back. But if one wanted its deduction prevention ability, it was instead not as effective as other methods. Thus, it had little use. Furthermore, why would a Gu immortal face deductions all the time? Was everyone Lu Guanyi? Fang Yuan, however, was different. He was extremely famous in the 5 regions now, even his fake identity was. Furthermore, Fang Yuan could transform into a divination tortoise and use the transformation path Dao marks. It was an immortal killer move. The ability to defend against deductions would be far stronger than using divination tortoise shell immortal Gu alone. Fang Yuan looked around. What made him happy was that these people were not very interested in the immortal Gu. Transactions of immortal Gu were only done through exchange. This was because immortal Gu were unique. Their value could not be determined easily. The value of immortal Gu completely depended on the person. The same immortal Gu could be a burden to someone. After all, the price of feeding immortal Gu was huge, but to others, they would pursue it relentlessly. They would treat it like a treasure if they got it. Immortal Gu. To think that he is trading immortal Gu in the first round. The Gu immortals sighed. They spoke softly, but they stayed on their seats, not moving. Miao Ming-shin smiled. He had anticipated this. They were few transformation path Gu immortals. Among those present, Chu Ying was the only one. And even Chu Ying might not be very interested in this immortal Gu. Transformation path Gu immortals usually cultivated 2 or 3 transformations. Too many was pointless. Unless they had the essence of transformation path, change form immortal Gu, it could allow them to turn into any form. But Miao Ming-shen had his intentions in doing this. He was the host of this trading convention. If news that an immortal Gu trade had occurred in the first round got out, it would elevate the status of this trading convention. It would attract more Gu immortals with greater wealth here. I am willing to trade for this immortal Gu. Fang Yuan stood up from his seat. At once, the Gu immortals looked towards Fang Yuan with surprised expressions. Miao Ming-shen was slightly dazed, before reacting and smiling even wider now. I wonder what you would like to trade for? Fang Yuan asked. Miao Ming-shen chuckled. Chu Ying, This is your first trading convention, and you are my benefactor. How about this? I do not have much use for this immortal goo. We can trade anything. This time, Fang Yuan was dazed. He did not expect Miao Mingshun to list such an easy condition. But even so, immortal goo transactions could only be done with immortal goo. Other things were not usable. Fang Yuan thought about it. I have Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo. Deal. Before Fang Yuan finished his words, Miao Mingshun agreed, without hesitation. Fang Yuan could not help but look at Miao Mingshun, realizing why this person was doing so well in Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. He was a lone immortal, but he actually had several goo immortals that were so loyal to him. But some things had to be stated clearly. He smiled bitterly. Friend, I am in admiration towards your intentions, but I have not finished my words. My Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo is only rank 6. Miao Mingshun's expression changed. The other immortals' expressions also turned grim. They looked at Fang Yuan with dark gazes. Flying Bear Strength was a Strength Path Immortal Goo, while Divination Tortoiseshell Immortal Goo was Transformation Path. Strength Path was declining, but Transformation Path was still popular and strong. Between the two, Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo was already less valuable than Divination Tortoiseshell Immortal Goo. And now Flying Bear Strength was only rank 6. How could a rank 6 Immortal Goo and rank 7 Immortal Goo be traded? The value was completely different. Chapter 1299, Another Trade. The difficulty of refining one rank 6 Immortal Goo was very different from refining a rank 7 Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan wanted to use rank 6 Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo to exchange for rank 7 Divination Tortoiseshell Immortal Goo. If spoken nicely, he was dreaming, but to be blunt, he was simply too greedy. He was trying to take advantage. This taking advantage also gave a feeling of disdain. Who did he think Miao Mingshun was? Was he easy to bully? Or did he think the others were fools? Thus, the Goo Immortals having grim expressions was understandable. Fang Yuan smiled. He saw these immortals' attitude and expressions. He knew why these people had a change of emotion. But he still asked, will you exchange it? Miao Mingshun smiled forcefully, but he nodded. Yes. You have helped me twice. These will suffice. The other Goo Immortals heard this and looked at Miao Mingshun in a different light. Their disdain towards Fang Yuan increased. One of them even snorted coldly, expressing his unhappiness towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan suddenly laughed. He said, everyone has said how incredible Lord Miao Mingshun is. I was disbelieving, but after today, I completely agree. How can I take advantage of you? I will compensate you with something else. You will definitely be pleased. Saying this, Fang Yuan transmitted to Miao Mingshun secretly. Miao Mingshun heard this and his expression changed. He became excited. Chewing, are you serious? Ha ha ha. Let's do the deal now. You will know if it's true or false. Fang Yuan laughed again. Sorry, we need to do this transaction alone. Miao Mingshun said as Fang Yuan followed him to leave the cave. They went outside for the transaction. Afterwards, the two returned with smiles on their faces. Fang Yuan was relaxed, while Miao Mingshun was smiling in a pleased manner. The two were walking together closely. Everyone could tell that their relationship had gotten closer. After sitting down, Miao Mingshun cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. I owe you a third favor. Your demeanor is truly magnificent. This is merely a transaction. There is no favor. Fang Yuan was very polite. These words made the Goo Immortals very perplexed. At once, they started guessing. What did Chewing trade to make up for the difference and make Miao Mingshun so happy? Miao Mingshun sat down, but Fang Yuan did not. After this transaction, it was Fang Yuan's turn. He went on the platform. The Immortals looking at him had different gazes now. They were solemn and curious, with probing intentions. At the same time, they were curious about what Fang Yuan was going to offer. This was because they did not know Fang Yuan. He was a stranger. According to Fang Yuan's offer, they would be able to guess some information about him. Like what immortal materials he had in abundance, they were often produced in their own blessed lands. This way, some intelligence could be deduced, like how developed Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was, and what types of Dao marks he had inside. If it were 1 or 2 damaged ancient desolate beast corpses, they were often the Goo Immortals' spoils of battle. If an ancient desolate beast reared and the immortal aperture died, the corpse would not be damaged. Such corpses would allow the Immortals to assess Fang Yuan's battle strength as well. Goo Immortals focused heavily on gathering intelligence. On this aspect, Information Path Goo Immortals had the greatest advantage. But what Fang Yuan took out shocked them. Everyone take a look. This is a Bone Path rank 6 Immortal Goo, Bone Spike. I obtained it by chance, but I am not a Bone Path Goo Immortal. I want to trade with it. Does anyone want this? As for what I want in return, I am like Lord Miao Mingshun. I have no specific preference. Fang Yuan smiled. An Immortal Goo again. This is the first round. There are actually 2 Immortal Goo transactions. This Chewing is quite rich. He is a Transformation Path Goo Immortal, but He had 2 immortal goo of other paths. The first transaction is done, but this one might not succeed. There are no bone path goo immortals here. The goo immortals talked to each other secretly. They were close with one another. None. Fong Yuan waited for a while, but no goo immortal spoke. He felt no disappointment. The rank 7 immortal goo, divination tortoiseshell, was worth coming to this trading convention. Just when Fong Yuan was about to step down, a voice said, "Wait, I think we can trade with this immortal goo." The immortals turned to look. It was Wu Ma Yang. Strange, he is a dark path goo immortal. Why does he want a bone path immortal goo? This question appeared in everyone's minds. Bone spike immortal goo had no relation with dark path. But if Wu Ma Yang had any immortal killer moves that needed bone spike immortal goo, then it was possible for him to want this immortal goo. Everyone had their own secrets. Even though the goo immortals were puzzled, they held in their questions and watched quietly. There is a goo immortal who wants bone spike immortal goo. Fong Yuan was also curious. He asked, "I wonder what you would like to trade with?" Wu Ma Yang frowned. He hesitated a little before gritting his teeth. "I will trade this immortal goo." He displayed this immortal goo. It was a rank 6 immortal goo, on the same rank as bone spike immortal goo. The goo immortals looked as someone cried out, "This is Day immortal goo." That's right, this was the rank 6 time path, Day goo. Fong Yuan was stunned. "I did not expect this. This trading convention was really worth it." Fong Yuan rejoiced internally, but his expression was blank. He seemed to be in deep thought. There was no need to think. The moment Fong Yuan saw this immortal goo, he wanted it. The reason? Because he had He Fan's true inheritance. He had rank 7 year goo, after immortal goo, and years flow like water, as well as a bunch of time path immortal killer moves. He remembered that in the true inheritance, He Fan had been talking about immortal level day goo and month goo nonstop. He remembered those 4 immortal killer moves, days pass like years, and the rest. If the inheritor can obtain immortal level day goo or month goo, these 4 immortal killer moves would not need to expend so many mortal day goo and month goo. The effect would even rise greatly. These were the words recorded in He Fan's true inheritance. Fong Yuan saw this, and did not think much of them. He was not overly ambitious. Year goo was enough to satisfy him. But destiny was very mystical. When Fong Yuan had placed no attention on immortal level day goo and month goo, day goo appeared right in front of him like this. "Let's exchange it. Even though I am not familiar with time path, feeding bone spike immortal goo is certainly a burden." Fong Yuan said, "My day goo consumes the water of the river of time. It has no feeding problems. However, I cannot use this immortal goo. I might as well trade it for bone spike immortal goo to add into my immortal killer moves." Wu Ma Yang said. The two traded quickly. The original wills inside the 2 immortal goo left as the other party's immortal essence entered. The goo immortals will inside the immortal essence was the true key to refining goo. In Earth's terms, wills were like a preset program to goo worms. Wills could think. Wild goo worms had their own wills. Refining wild immortal goo was simply using the goo immortals will together with immortal essence to erase the wild will. Wild wills had the instinct to survive. They could not destroy themselves. Thus, even though it was tough for goo immortals to refine immortal goo, it was not risky. Other people's immortal goo were different. A goo immortal's will was vastly different from wild will. Trying with brute force to refine someone else's immortal goo would only destroy it. For example, Fong Yuan could recall his immortal goo with just a special will set inside them. Basically, all goo immortals would not allow another person to refine their immortal goo directly. Once that was happening, the will inside the immortal goo would destroy the goo worm. Unless wisdom path methods were used to suppress the immortal goo's will. But usually it would be hard to suppress all of it in an instant. With a small flaw, the immortal goo would be destroyed. Precisely because of this, even though Fong Yuan captured He Cheng, he did not obtain Dark Arrow immortal goo. And because of this, even though Fong Yuan and He Lulan's alliance agreement was gone, he could not directly refine attitude goo. It was a problem. Chapter 1300. Refining attitude goo. This particular trading convention is very different. That's right, it is truly not normal. In our usual trading conventions, even though there are immortal goo trades, they will not appear in the first round. It was traditionally hard to trade immortal goo. Most of the members in the trading convention had limited chances. Thus, they would usually put up the items which were unlikely to be traded to the end. Thus, even if they wanted to trade away their immortal goo, the goo immortals would choose to do it in the last few rounds. This was normal in trading conventions. But this time it was different. Not only was there an immortal goo trade in the first round, it happened twice. And more importantly, both times succeeded. And in these 2 transactions, Fong Yuan played a pivotal role. Even though this was the first time he came to a trading convention, the goo immortals present did not dare to underestimate this newcomer, Chewing, anymore. "We will start the second round now. Fairy Tong Hua, please." Miao Mingshen said. He was very happy. The trading convention had just started, and immortal goo were already traded. This result would help him a lot when he traveled over Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. Tong Hua went on to the platform. She wanted to trade another type of desolate beast. It seems that she is trying to develop her blessed land. Fang Yuan, who was sitting beside Miao Mingshen, spoke to him. Miao Mingshen smiled. Brother Chu, you might not know, but Fairy Tong Hua had just passed a tribulation recently. So that's it. Fang Yuan understood. After a goo immortal passed a tribulation, their immortal aperture's resources would be greatly damaged, but they would gain a lot of Dao marks too. These new Dao marks would modify the immortal aperture's environment, causing it to be more accommodating to different types of resources. Thus, Fairy Tong Hua tried to trade for all sorts of resources in this convention, planning to develop them in her immortal aperture. This immortal Tong Hua is very affluent. Not only is her immortal aperture managed well, she also has a personal sea area, called Rainbow Aurora Sea. Whenever it is dawn or dusk, aurora light shines above the sea area, weaving with the sky. It is extremely beautiful. This sea area is not far away. After the trading convention ends, Fairy Tong Hua will invite everyone to her sea area for a gathering. By then, Brother Chu can go with us. Miao Mingshen said, giving Fang Yuan some information about Tong Hua. Fang Yuan gained more understanding of her. Then I will thank you for a recommendation. To speak the truth, I am interested in her light shine fungus. Fang Yuan said directly. No problem, I can help you with that. Miao Mingshen was someone who knew the best way to interact with someone. He gladly took on this task. After the trading of immortal goo, his relationship with Fang Yuan improved greatly. Fang Yuan knew why Miao Mingshen's attitude had changed. The reason was none other than lifespan goo. What could interest Miao Mingshen was undoubtedly lifespan goo. Fang Yuan used a rank 6 immortal goo to trade for a rank 7 immortal goo, and he even used a declining strength path goo. But Miao Mingshen was very satisfied with the transaction. This was because Fang Yuan used 100 years of lifespan goo to make up for the difference. Lifespan goo was only immortal goo, but it was really rare. Many goo immortals would keep them in their hands and refuse to trade them. They would keep these lifespan goo for the time when they really needed it. Miao Mingshen's lifespan was not near its end, but he did not have a lot left. Thus, he was looking for the tributary of the River of Time. He wanted to find some methods to extend lifespan. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Miao Mingshen had entered the Blue Dragon Whale many times to look for the lifespan goo inside. Fang Yuan offered him lifespan goo. Why would Miao Mingshen not be happy with it? Furthermore, Fang Yuan took out 100 years of lifespan goo. What did that mean? Miao Mingshen was not dumb. He thought, this meant that Chu Ying had more lifespan goo. Otherwise, why would he use them so unsparingly? Thus, Miao Mingshen wanted to improve his relationship with Fang Yuan. But he did not know that this was Fang Yuan's intention. Fang Yuan's motives were deeper. The Blue Dragon Whale. According to his previous life's information, Fang Yuan had a greater understanding of this opportunity than Miao Mingshen currently. The transactions continued. During the second round, goo immortals went up one by one, and most of their transactions succeeded. Soon, it was Fang Yuan's turn. Immortal Goo Woman's Heart. Fang Yuan was about to trade this rank 6 immortal goo away when his expression suddenly changed. Sorry, something happened. Everyone, I need to leave early. Fang Yuan said. The goo immortals were shocked. This trading convention was a rare chance to think that Fang Yuan was giving up now. But the trading convention was not a restricted event. It was fine if Fang Yuan wanted to leave. They could not stop him. What happened? Do you need my help? Miao Mingshen sent Fang Yuan off. It is not a big matter, but it is urgent. This is such a waste. I am missing out on the trading convention.
Fang Yuan sighed.
Miao Mingshen quickly said, don't worry, when such a trading convention happens again, I will inform you. I will thank you in advance. Goodbye. See you again. Fang Yuan flew off into the clouds, vanishing from sight. Miao Mingshen sighed, looking at Fang Yuan vanish. He turned around and went back into the cave. While flying in the clouds, Fang Yuan's expression was ugly. He had left earlier because a wisdom path great expert had suddenly tried to deduce his whereabouts. The power from Dark Limit was almost used up. With this huge expenditure now, Fang Yuan was forced to leave the trading convention prematurely. Damn it, which goo immortal is deducing me? I wonder if they're deducing Fang Yuan or Lu Guanyi. Fang Yuan felt some regret. If he had some more time, he might have traded woman's heart immortal goo away. Such opportunities were incredibly rare. After one convention, many goo immortals would lay low for many years before wanting to trade again. After he got to a safe distance, Fang Yuan used the new divination tortoiseshell immortal goo, as well as change form immortal goo. Immortal killer move. Divination tortoise transformation. Transformation path killer moves were so simple and straightforward. Because he lacked the help of mortal goo, this killer move's effect was not outstanding. But because of change form immortal goo, this panacea, although the transformation had none of the battle strength from the divination tortoise, Fang Yuan could use it. This divination tortoise transformation was to give Fang Yuan more time. A while later, he found a safe environment and placed his immortal aperture. For several days, he stayed inside the immortal aperture. He started to think about how he could refine attitude goo. Even though he had 2 new immortal goo, they were not useful for refining attitude goo. Fang Yuan was helpless about this. Maybe the 3rd goo for woman's heart could have been a suitable immortal goo. But Fang Yuan missed this opportunity. He needed to stay inside the immortal aperture for some time, so that dark limit could be used again. By then, the trading convention would be over. This means I can only borrow immortal goo from Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had a backup plan.
But this was a secondary method.
The best situation was for Fang Yuan to settle it himself. Borrowing immortal goo was not a feasible plan. If Fang Yuan used his own immortal goo to deduce an immortal killer move to refine attitude goo, it would help him greatly. He could even fuse this immortal killer move into reverse flow protection seal. Think about it. By then, reverse flow river would flow around Fang Yuan's body, and any immortal goo that flew inside would be refined by Fang Yuan. How tempting was that? Fang Yuan had a long-term goal regarding this. But it was a pity. Even though he joined the trading convention, he did not gain any progress in this aspect. But thankfully, Langya Blessed Land had no lack of refinement path immortal goo. Through Treasure Yellow Heaven, and after expending Langya's sect contribution points, Fang Yuan borrowed some immortal goo. A commotion occurred in Treasure Yellow Heaven again, but Fang Yuan had no choice but to do this. Using these refinement path immortal goo, Fang Yuan came up with an immortal killer move using reverse flow river to refine attitude goo. Fang Yuan purposely slowed his movement. Half a month later, he successfully refined attitude goo. And now, he finally owned this legendary rank 8 immortal goo.